Chapter 1 The Fallen Youth. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where the heavens and earth intertwine, the strong thrive while the perish. Countless galaxies exist within the universe, and in Armoti Cornelius in a fate was in Keck known as Milky Way. After a brilliant flash of light, this galaxy is shared in theory of cultivation. Within the confines of Milky Way, a planet named Earth resides, and to its north, in a secluded area, a small mountain village harbors a youth who is envious at a group of 15 or 16-year-olds practicing martial arts. The boy, named Chuzifeng, is a villager from Kafa Maliklan of Yunwu Mountain Village. Orphaned at a tender age, having lost both parents, he persevered against the odds and, through sheer determination, shattered all records in his clan, achieving the 6th level of martial apprenticeship with Theos of 15, a Fiatuna Tainaba even Bithos with the greatest talent in the group. Naturally, such prodigious talent in such a Jella Jamon peers, forthwith that stands so this bound Tob Feled Bithawind. The leader of Kafa Miliklan, fearing that Chuzifeng might surface in position as leader, covered liars to underhanded tactics. He poisoned Chuzifeng's water supply, causing his cultivation to regress under castrate to public much where his own son defeated Chuzifeng, thereby exposing Himasifal in soft Hivalagers, alto elevati his own son's reputation. He harbored hopes of fusing the village's gossip to drive Chuzifeng to despair, eliminating Ghana future a threat to his lineage. From that day forth, Chuzifeng found himself unable to cultivate. He tempted to take his own life several times, only to be thwarted each to mediothers. Itis a harsh realay that Tanyoni subjected to such torment would likely succumb to despair. However, a kind-hearted elder from the clan took Chuzifeng, improving his living conditions somewhat. Yet, just as things begin to look up, the clan leader Dova Sedunother Nefariashim, compelling Izia Ungerson to gather a group of sycophants to torment Chuzifeng whenever his famula was absent, brutal beating Hyman attempts to drive him to Hesant. Each time Chuzifeng returned home, he was left battered and bruised. Finally, after narrowly escaping the clutches of Heklan leader Sananda's minions, Chuzifeng sought refuge beneath a tree, hoping to reminisce about a joyous boss to while watching the martial artist strain. Ashalos themselves in memory as for several minutes, a group of boys approached, their taunts piercing the air. You worthless waste, still dreaming of cultivating. Startled, Chuzifeng immediately sought to flee, but Heledbuli, a stout fellow, somersaulted forth, blocking his escape route. The 6 lackeys surrounding him closed in swiftly. In a panic, Chuzifeng read out, "Help, Sumion's attacking." The boys practicing nearby their Nedetha sound, just as they were about to intervene, Thestot Bully bellowed, "Get lost, go home." The boys, startled, fled in terror. Chuzifeng, filled with rage and despair, shouted, "Kayuan I Feodoralea Handen, my brother will make you pay." Kayuan and Disix la Kaysa erupted until laughter. Kayuan mocked, "When have you ever said otherwise? When have I not been ten views?" Realizing Kayuan's fearlessness, Chuzifeng had no choice but to fight back. He launched a punch at the nearest lackey, only for that lackey to catch it affordlessly and retaliate with a blow to Chuzifeng's gut, causing him to cough up blood and collapse in agony. "Hold his head, make him lick my shoes," Kayuan commanded. The lackey completed, dragging Chuzifeng to the front of Kayuan, who grinned, "The first genius, lick away." Through gritted teeth, Chuzifeng retorted, "Aren't you afraid of retribution, Onedi? When I resign, I will annihilate our entire family." This infuriated Kayuan, who shouted, "Precious head down," just as Chuzifeng braced for the inevitable. A distant voice rang out, "Stop, whoever the rest to touch my brother will face a mireth." Kayuan and Dislaki sterned to see 12 figures Saniklid and Whitey and Theother in red swift lie approaching, somersaulting through her air towards them. Kayuan sneered, "I wondered how it was to turn out to be you two. Keep attacking every Onigotham." As they 6 lackeys slung it forward, Thajerlin Red prepared to strike, but Kayuan swiftly intervened. The boy in white Sizaped passed, and just as Kayuan attempted to block him, he was captivated by the punch from the girl in red. Hedeged hastily butchatanted, howled Hava thought the Demira sycophant could attain he 5th level off martial apprentice, enraged, Kayuan shouted impudence, without hesitation, he retaliated, but the girl in red stood her ground, landing a punch that Chatura disarm, followed by another to his gut, causing him to spew blood. Yet she did neutralent, delivering several more strikes that broke his remaining garment legs, culminating in a final blow to his abdomen, rendering Kayuan unconscious. Thagerlinrid helped Chuzifeng to his feet, asking, "Brother Zifeng, are you all right?" Chuzifeng struggled to respond, clearly gravely injured. Meanwhile, the boy in white offered Laslidas Batchet the 6 lackeys, overcoming them with ease, each left bloodied and defeated. who waved towards the distance, summoning a group of Overados and boys who had been training moments ago. The boy in white he instructed, take these useless dogs and dispose of him where inunuilzi. Without a word, the boy completed dragging the seven away. The boy in white he approached Chuzifeng, inquiring, brother, are you feeling gonna better now? Chuzifeng nodded slowly, indicating gaslight improvement. In pain he said, Lingfeng Juyun, how did you know what was happening here? The boy in white replied, I have practicing martial arts just came to inform us. Upon hearing this, Chuzifeng couldn't help but Kalitsium Kayuan had inadvertently brought about his own downfall. The trio stood beneath the grand tree for a while before he aiding home. The boy in white carried Chuzifeng on his back as the girl in red followed closely behind. Kayuan and Dislakis and Lyrigan consciousness by dusk, and Japan being carried back to Hisham, Kayuan's father, Theklan leader, erupted infuriate. Yet, Hefeld powerless, compelled first to attend to his injuries before he ensuring a month of recuperation would suffice for him to recover. That evening, Chuzifeng and his companions returned home. His current family comprised 6 members: the patriarch, laying Onioth the 4 elders of the K family clan, who had attained Flevelof martial apprentices current father Liju, a Thisaventhlavela's mother Li Union, also Thisaventhlavelan 2 younger siblings, a brother and a sister Li Lingfeng, the boy in white, and Li Juyun, Thedger Leonard. Both siblings displayed remarkable talent, having reached the 6th Levelof martial apprenticeship of 16, while Kayuan Theklan leader Sayun Jesson had only attained the 5th level at 17. When Chuzifeng returned home, his family wasted, even Liang, the elder, could no longer contain his anger. However, for the sake of nurturing Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun's growth and granting them to meet mature, the Chasito Endir all in anticipation of the day when they could overturn Theklan leader's authority and restore justice for Chuzifeng. Chuzifeng and Kayuan endured month of recovery, and as soon as Sharagan distrength, he ascended the mountains, seeking solace and here tranquility to heal his wounded spirit. Each time war was bullied, he would retreat to the mountains a kilometer away from Theklan, where he would sit on a stone, lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, Aperipheus watched them from the shadows. Upon spotting him, the figure departed swiftly, racing down the mountain, heading straight for K family clan. This figure dashed into the home of Teklan leader Nakadan Kayuan's door, exclaiming, Kayuan, open up, Haverjed Nostadiscus. Angrily, Kayuan flung Thedo Orapan, watery obangingon about, Haviolosti Ormond. The figure replied, Kayuan ibrinjovid news, we can finally avenge your grudge. Kayuan Siesgo met with excitement, and eagerly asked, what grudge can be avenged, speak clearly. Chapter 2: The Imperial Legacy. The figure declared, I just sit that waste, Chuzifeng while alone a kilometer away in the mountain sits as secluded the Tevanith Hedes, Noonwold no. Kayuan logged heartily, excellent, gather ever yon you are going to the mountains to exacto yuri vengeance the twasta. The figure responded with glee right away. Soon, Kayuan 6 lackeys assembled, and the seven of them stealthily made their way to the mountain, encircling Chuzifeng from behind. Suddenly Yaliev rustled, and Chuzifeng stood up abruptly as if sensing something. This feeling was too familiar to him. Quietly, he slipped his hand into his pocket. One among Kayuan's 7 subordinates attempted to seize Chuzifeng from behind, planning to launch an attack. In a swift motion, Chuzifeng wielded his knife backward with force, targeting the assailant. Instantly, the man's throat was severed, and he clutched his neck, bleeding profusely as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. An of a saint he martial arts realm could not withstand the harm inflicted by metal weaponry. Thus, one of even fell. Kayuan, witnessing the lethalous body of his subordinate, erupted in fury and charged at Chuzifeng. Sensing the imminent danger, Chuzifeng retaliated with his knife aimed at Kayuan, who deftly dodged left and right. In a flash, his gaze sharpened, and decised Chuzifeng's wrist with a vis-like grip, causing the knife to tumble to the ground. With a single punch, Kayuan sent Chuzifeng fleeing 5 meters, and has spat blood upon impact. Kayuan picked up the small knife and declared to Chuzifeng, this time, I shall severi Arakelson don stovenge him. With that, Hedvin said toward Chuzifeng, who, filled with dread, turned anfold. Kayuan, accompanied by 5 henchmen, pursued relentlessly, their speed surpassing his. Though Chuzifeng ran desperately, he was unpropelled through TRB a powerful kick from Kayuan. Once again, blood gushed from his mouth hashuous and sprawling. Chuzifeng got him terrorized, only to be kicked violently in Smurry, plunging into a lake. He struggled desperately, while Kayuan and his companion stood frozen in shock. This lake was a treacherous depth, fear Devon Bethos a thief aloft martial prowess, for none knew how deep it truly was. Legends is spoke of a fallen star here, where a 6th level martial practitioner adventured deep and never returned. A powerful cultivator ethereal multibilian hades to made that lake was at least 1,000 meters deep. Now, Kayuan and his 5 lucky Staradnet approached the lake, watching as Chuzefeng battled against water's surface for a marima nutebeferi vanishing beneath the depths. Panic set in among Kayuan and his companions, who had merely intended to tiak Chuzefengolison, but instead had unwitting like us demise. They wait anxiously on the shore for 3 hours, yet with no sign of Chuzefeng the hurried home einhast. Meanwhile, Chuzefeng gradually lost consciousness. Suddenly, Hishin brushed against something and instinctively he grasped at it. Upon doing so, a massive whirlpool formed beneath water's surface, pulling Chuzefeng into its depths. 3 minutes later, he was violently expelled from water, crashing heavily onto the ground, unconscious. Back at Kayuan's side, Heladis 5 henchmen homeward, each seeking refuge with their parents. Up in Ringish house, Kayuan was met his father, Kaikuan, his mother, Sui, and his elder brother, Kailan, waiting at the door. Without concern for the circumstances, Hefilto his niece and pleaded, "Father, mother, brother, please save." Kaikuan, the head of the K family, looked at this in confusion, unaware of what transpired. He scared, what trouble have a stirred now? Kayuan lamented, "Wesaven ascended the mountain totiak Chuzefengolison, but accidentally struck Hymintothelic. Ha hesente merdi din 3 horshe shurelided. One first sapperished. Kaikun's furiated doya not realize a thought killing is a crime, I cannot protect Iano. Sui, maintaining her composure, interjected, "Why are you so furious? The situation has not escalated at that extent. Did you not mention that Thalastoni as well? If we retrieve that body, can we not balance the scale sophistus?" Kaikuan, pleased yet still angry, commanded. Thangofin did quickly. Kayuan scurried off, unaware thought the body had already vanished. Theft of subordinates, along with Kayuan, searched the original Saitine vein for the corpse. Defeated, they turned home, where Kaikun berated, "How I sit the tassingle corpse could disappear without a trace." Suhir replied, "I fear Simeon may have a beaten ustoit." Just then, the severed hands off he 5 subordinates full wind through to door. Kaikun was taken aback, and the rushed outside to investigate. They found their 5 henchmen writhing on the ground in agony. Kayuan gasped these 5 warrior subordinates. Kaikuan, Sui, and Kailan were struck with shock at the sight of Liang posted at the doorway. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kayuan quickly proceeded as Mylene said, "Grandfather Liang, please come in for Samadia." Without hesitation, Liang attacked, striking Kayuan and knocking out 3 Ethos teeth with a single slap, then sending him flying with a kick. Kayuan spat blood, clutching his abdomen in pain. Suhen Kailan retaliated defensive Kayuan. However, Liang was in phase with their numbers. They exchanged blows and after 1,200 strikes, both Suhen Kailan withdrew, slightly injured. Kaikun retaliated with a powerful strike, declaring, "Liang, you have again a tufer." Spitting blood, Liang responded, "Next time, Ishalakton Thesamaner." With that, Hetern Dan left, leaving Thkafamolai seething with rage. As for Chuzefeng, after a night of unconsciousness, he opened his eyes, astonished to find himself alive. This revelation brought him a flicker of joy. As he attempted to rise and explore, excruciating pain coursed through his body. Looking down, he realized Odysseus throbbed painfully, likely from broken ribs, and has struggled to breathe. His internal organs had suffered significant damage, and both his right hand and foot were severed. Upon examining his injuries, Heck included that his vital organs were gravely harmed, and his life was hanging by a thread. Just as despair threatened to consume him, Hanada Sedastontabolt beside him, inscribed with the words Imperial Legacy, Supreme Sword, those Adestined may acquireth, invince a blunderheaven. Taken aback, Chuzefeng pondered whether Rainyon could possibly linger here. With no strength left, Heck crawled forward, inching his way toward the colossal stone sword a glimpse at about 50 meters ahead. It was grand robust, and Chuzefeng, captivated by its magnificence, felt an irresistible urge to draw it forth. Hekla wetted waited thesward, but found himself unable to stand, forced to lay flay ten pull with all his might. To his astonishment, Thestone's word, Thufforget was remarkably sharp. Blood flowed fromissions, trickling down the blade. When his blood reached the swordstip, a brilliant light erupted, binding Chuzifeng to the sword. Enveloping golden radiance, Helitaut anguished cries theta code through the heavens, striking fear in Tothi hearts of spirits. Amidst he golden light, Ia full middly Gedman appeared, towering and majestic. He murmured, I am second prince of heavenly martial empire, known as the Emperor. I fell haridu to grievous injuries. He continued, those who are destined to awaken this legacy shall become my disciples. I have left behind twa great inheritances for posterity. One is Tself created divine technique, that Emperor's divine art. The other consists of two self-forged artifacts, that Emperor's heavenly sword and the Emperor's chaotic robe. I hope a thought future generations will treasure them wisely. Ash's words faded, the mid-leagued manvan vanished, and the golden light gradually diminished. Moments later, it completely disappeared, leaving behind it a dummy of divine techniques, 8 vials of potions, and a robe imbued with encentras, adorned with the likeness of 9 dragons, along with a massive white sword. Chuzifeng lay in the ground, still unconscious. After 3 hours, Heslo Liopenides, moving his right hand and foot, and erupted into laughter. Rising to his feet, he discovered that it had fully healed. However, in his mentafulation, Hanada said that his entire body was cloaked in darkness. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze fell upon the Legacian treasuress left by the middle Gedman. Chapter 3, The Return of Zifeng. Breaking through the 9th realm, Chuzifeng picked up the divine technique from the ground and opened the first page, which detailed the procedure for binding the white giant sword in the robe to his ownership. Following the instructions of the Imperial Divine Technique, Chuzifeng initiated the recognition of the 2 artifacts. With a mere thought, he commanded, receive the Imperial Heavenly Sword and the Imperial Chaotic Divine Robe were instantly drawn into his palm. Having already accepted the Imperial inheritance, Chuzifeng was able to summon the 2 divine artifacts with the activation of the Imperial Divine Technique. Subsequently, he also collected the 8 vials of potion. With another mental command, the Imperial Chaotic Divine Robe adorned his form, while the Imperial Heavenly Sword rested in his hand. After securing these 2 treasures, Chuzifeng resumed his study of the Imperial Divine Technique. Discovering that it encompassed various disciplines, cultivation methods, the Imperial Divine Arts, alchemy, and artifact refinement, according to the descriptions within, this Imperial Divine Technique could be utilized even at the pinnacle of heaven and within the celestial realms. However, Chuzifeng was utterly unaware of the location of this celestial realm. The Imperial Divine Technique also contained numerous powerful subtechniques, alongside abundant records of spiritual herbs and stones, which became overwhelming as he delved deeper. Additionally, it included the supreme techniques created by the Emperor, the highest level of divine arts. The final line of the technique read, to my inheritors, none but Zy shall suffice, to those who destroy the celestial martial emperor's dynasty. None but Zy shall suffice. Upon finishing his perusal of the Imperial Divine Technique, Chuzifeng resolved to test the 8 vials of potion to discern their effects. He summoned 1 vial into his palm. Yet despite his efforts, the cap remained stubbornly sealed. After a prolonged struggle, he ultimately conceded defeat. Chuzifeng then commenced his cultivation of the Imperial Divine Arts. As he opened the text and began practicing, a sudden realization struck him. He could indeed cultivate. Overjoyed, he immersed himself in the process, drawing in vital energy that circulated throughout his body, gathering momentum. Within just 1 hour, he exhaled a breath of exhilaration as he achieved a breakthrough. Ascending to the 2nd realm of martial apprentice, laughter erupted from him, but a sudden foul stench permeated the air, prompting him to wave his hand dismissively. Unable to endure it, standing still, he listened intently for the sound of water, and soon discerned a trickling sound less than 200 meters away. Rushing towards it, he discovered a waterfall at the cave's entrance. He quickly approached to catch the water, washing himself at the waterfall's edge. Unbeknownst to him, the top of the waterfall was shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view of the sky above. At that moment, Chuzifeng found himself situated 10,000 meters beneath the surface of a vast lake, where neither heaven nor earth was visible. After washing, he emerged from the depths of darkness, now radiant and clean. However, as he glanced back, he was startled to see that the water cascading from the waterfall had turned slightly murky. Upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback to find himself beneath an abyss, with no visible bottom. His legs grew weak, nearly causing him to falter, and he found himself at a loss for how to return. After spending a few minutes calming his nerves, he resumed his cultivation. 3 days later, he reached the third realm of martial apprentice, and after 10 days, he attained the fourth realm. In 20 days, he progressed to the fifth realm. And after a month, he achieved the sixth realm. More than a month passed, and Chu Zifeng directly broke through to the ninth realm of martial apprentice. This meant that after over 3 months of practicing the imperial divine arts, he had risen from the first to the ninth realm. Above the initial stage of martial apprentice lies the realm of warrior, followed by the realms of Yi, Master, Star, Yellow Emperor, Shenhuang, Earth Sage, and Heavenly Immortal. Totaling 9 realms, the warrior realm is subdivided into 10 levels, further categorized into 4 smaller tiers: initial, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Between the realm of Yi and that of Heavenly Immortal, each stage is further divided into 6 smaller realms: initial, intermediate, advanced, pinnacle, half-step, and quasi. The lifespan limit from the warrior realm to the master realm is capped at 100 years, while from the star realm onward, the limit extends to 160 years. The thresholds are 220 years for the Star King realm, 280 for the Yellow Emperor realm, 340 for the Shenhuang realm, 400 for the Earth Sage realm, and 460 for the Heavenly Immortal realm. At this time, due to the rich spiritual energy permeating the earth, the population flourished. After breaking through to the ninth realm of martial apprentice, Chu Zifeng began searching for an exit from the cave. After half an hour of traversing deeper, he suddenly encountered a stone door ahead, beside which was a circular object. Approaching it, he grasped the circular object and turned it with force, causing the stone door to slowly creak open. As he stepped inside, he found himself before a towering mountain, exclaiming, "Wonderful, I've made it out, I'm finally free." 3 days later, at the border of the Kai family group, a filthy young man rushed into the group, hastily heading in a particular direction. Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun, and their family had just finished breakfast when they noticed a figure standing at the doorway. The 5 members of the Li family failed to recognize him. Chu Zifeng shouted, "Father, Mother, it's me, Zifeng, I'm back." Li Ying, Li Ju, Li Yun, Li Lingfeng, and Li Juyun were all incredulous, unable to believe that the person before them was indeed Chu Zifeng. Li Ying was the first to recover, exclaiming, "What are you standing there for? Quickly welcome Zifeng inside." Only then did the others react, and the family of 6 found themselves in tears, after Chu Zifeng had bathed and eaten. They gathered together to inquire about the events that had transpired over the past few months. Chu Zifeng recounted everything that had occurred during that time, to the astonishment and joy of Li Ying and the others. Li Ying exclaimed, "This is fantastic, our Li family can turn the tide." Chu Zifeng replied, "I have a few vials of potion, can you open them?" After receiving the vials, Li Ying and the others attempted to twist the caps, but to no avail. Only Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun managed to succeed. Chu Zifeng then took out the Imperial Divine Technique to examine the effects and properties of the potions. Upon completion, he was filled with elation, declaring, "These vials contain a potion known as the Reversal of Destiny Elixir. Only individuals with exceptional talent or those of great fortune, capable of influencing the heavens, can open these vials. Consuming this elixir allows one to reverse their fate, transforming someone of poor talent into one of the utmost prowess." Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun, upon hearing this, were overjoyed and immediately consumed the elixir. A wave of pain surged through them, causing them to collapse. Li Ju and Li Yun were filled with concern, while Li Ying asked Zifeng, "What is happening?" Chu Zifeng reassured them, "It's nothing, this is merely a means to awaken their potential." He then continued, "Grandfather, Father, Mother, is the position of group leader all you aspire to?" Li Ying questioned, "Is there any doubt in that?" With his head held high, Chu Zifeng proclaimed, "Currently the world government is tyrannical and merciless, oppressing the common folk to the point of despair. The lives of the people are extremely arduous. As the forces of the rebel army rise, they seek to champion justice for the populace. Instead of enduring oppression, we should align ourselves with the rebel army and rise against it, striving to establish peace for the common people." This declaration left Li Ying, Li Ju, and Li Yun wide-eyed and speechless. However, upon closer inspection, they noticed that since Chu Zifeng's return, he had grown taller from 163 centimeters to 180 centimeters. And his demeanor and decisiveness had undergone a remarkable transformation. Just then, 2 figures burst through the door, one of whom, an elderly man, boomed, "Hot Li Ying, your family dares to rebel. I shall report this to the village chief." Upon closer inspection, everyone erupted into laughter, recognizing the 2 intruders as Yuan Hongda, one of the 4 elders of the Kai family group, and Yuan Kaiyun, one of the 4 captains of the protection group. Both were allies of Li Ying and good friends as well. As they entered, Yuan Kaiyun promptly shut the door. Yuan Hongda scrutinized Chu Zifeng and suddenly inquired, "Young man, you just spoke of rebellion. May I ask what you are relying on in Chapter 4, Preparations for Rebellion Breakthrough of the Guard? With a smile, Chu Zifeng unleashed his formidable aura, revealing his status as a Ninth Realm martial apprentice. Yuan Hongda was taken aback. Within just over 3 months, Chu Zifeng had risen from the first to the ninth realm, observing the writhing forms of Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun on the ground. He remarked, "Zifeng, count me in as part of the Yuan family." Li Ying urged, "Hongda, rebellion leads to beheadings. How can you act like a child?" Yuan Hongda remarked, "Brotherly, can you not perceive that the common people across the globe have long suffered under oppression? Each individual dares to harbor anger yet refrains from voicing it, yearning for someone to rise and lead them in overthrowing the world government, restoring a peaceful existence." Li Ying responded, "You must think this through. Do not harbor regrets." Yuan Hongda replied, "I have already made my decision. The moment Zifeng utters the word uprising, I and all my guards shall heed his command." Li Ying bellowed, "Very well, then I shall stake my life to aid my own grandson in this rebellion." The two elders exchanged a knowing smile, with Li Ju adding, "This uprising has already garnered the support of 2 out of the 4 major divisions in our group. We are indeed fortunate." Chu Zifeng expressed his gratitude. "I thank you both, esteemed grandfathers." Laughter erupted among the assembly, and Chu Zifeng continued, "In my imperial divine art, there exist formidable techniques that can expedite your cultivation. I shall transcribe these techniques for all present shortly. However, this knowledge must remain confidential. Additionally, I will provide the cultivation methods for ordinary members, but such methods can only be practiced following the secret techniques bestowed upon you and the future core members of the uprising. Those here shall find that upon mastering their cultivation techniques, they will be enabled to fight beyond their current tier." Li Ying, Li Ju, Li Yun, Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun, Yuan Hongda, and Yuan Kaiyun all nodded in agreement. Chu Zifeng added, "My imperial divine art also encompasses alchemy and weapon forging. Shortly, I will write down the names of some spiritual materials for you to procure." Li Ying and Yuan Hongda replied in unison, "Rest assured, we shall take care of it." After their discussion concluded, everyone dispersed to their tasks, while Chu Zifeng delved into the imperial divine art. Within it, he discovered the 7 divine techniques, also known as the imperial 7 divine techniques. The first technique, Skyward Fist, and the second technique, Lightwave Fist, the third technique, 3000 Thunderclouds, and the fourth technique, Desolate Fist, the fifth technique, 3000 Flowing Clouds Palm, and the sixth technique, Void Shattering Fist, finally the seventh technique, Imperial Fist. The lowest, the first technique, allows one to fight beyond their tier, while the highest, the fourth technique, permits combat beyond 4 tiers. After perusing this, Chu Zifeng was left utterly astounded. These 7 divine techniques could indeed transcend boundaries. However, after a prolonged examination, he found that only the first technique, Skyward Fist, was within his reach, requiring the practitioner to attain at least the 8th level of martial disciple to begin. The other techniques were beyond his current capabilities. Instead of cultivating immediately, he transcribed the cultivation methods for Li Ying, Li Ju, Li Yun, Yuan Hongda, and Yuan Kaiyun. The Heavenly Spring Sutra, when perfected, would enable the practitioner to unleash the Heavenly Spring Divine Palm, allowing them to fight beyond their tier. Additionally, he provided the method for ordinary guards, the Xin Tian technique, which merely enhances combat power without the capacity to transcend tiers. As evening fell, the group convened, with Li Ying and Yuan Hongda having gathered all necessary items. Chu Zifeng smiled. These 2 sheets contain cultivation methods. One is the Heavenly Spring Sutra for your practice, and the other is the Xin Tian technique for the guards. They exchanged their materials, and at this moment, Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun had completely reversed their fates, with Li Lingfeng having broken through to the 7th level of martial disciple, as did Li Juyun. Chu Zifeng commenced utilizing the imperial divine art to forge a pill furnace, enveloping all spiritual materials and extracting their essences, ultimately merging them into a single entity, successfully crafting a basic pill furnace. Following this, he began refining pills and weapons, while the others remained silent in awe. Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun practiced the imperial divine art, having gained its recognition. Before long, Chu Zifeng's first sword was completed, followed by a continuous stream of pills and weapons. By the end of the night, Li Ying, Li Ju, Li Yun, Yuan Hongda, and Yuan Kaiyun had all acquired their destined weapons. Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun received their weapons, crafted in accordance with the imperial divine art, named Eternal Sky, a long sword, and Proud Red as Snow, a bow dagger hybrid. Chu Zifeng urged Li Ying and the others to collect more spiritual materials and herbs so that he could utilize the refining techniques from the imperial divine art to produce weapons. Healing elixirs, energy recovery pills, and concealed cultivation elixirs for them and the guards. Such items were non-existent in the vicinity below. After a day's labor, everything was prepared, and the entire operation proceeded in secrecy. With all guards secretly cultivating. Meanwhile, in the other faction, within the territory of Kaikuan, the atmosphere was grim in Kaikuan's household. Kaikuan furiously exclaimed, "That scoundrel Chu Zifeng is still alive, he truly deserves death." Kailan sneered, "A father, there is no need for anger, I possess strategies to deal with this scoundrel." Both Kaikuan and Sui eagerly inquired, "What strategies do you have? Speak quickly." Kailan replied, "I have 3 strategies. The first, a precautionary measure. I have already broken through to the 8th level of martial disciple and only need to stabilize my cultivation. No matter their schemes, they will be futile. The second strategy, the murder charge. Last time, that old fool Li Ying sought trouble due to Chu Zifeng's supposed demise. Now that Chu Zifeng lives, that person is truly dead. We can use this as a pretext to convene a group assembly to charge Chu Zifeng with murder. Knowing full well that such a crime warrants the death penalty, the third strategy is the least desirable. Since Chu Zifeng did not perish, we can send some of our subordinates to severely injure him to test their strength." Sui grinned, "I believe all 3 strategies are worth trying. Let Yuan lead his subordinates to deal with that boy first, then hold a group assembly to publicly announce Chu Zifeng's crimes, sentencing him to death, thus seizing the opportunity to challenge Li Ying's elder position. This way, with Chu Zifeng dead and Li Ying incapacitated, the entire Kai faction will fall into our hands." As soon as Sui finished speaking, Kaikuan and the others burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Chu Zifeng, having resolved all matters, was practicing the first technique, Skyward Fist, atop the mountain. At that moment, Li Lingfeng brought a young lad, and Chu Zifeng instantly recognized him as his former village friend, Zi Hanyun, with whom he had shared a close bond prior to his cultivation being crippled, resulting in their lost contact. Li Lingfeng spoke first. "Brother, I have brought Hanyun. I explained the situation to him, and he is willing to join our uprising." Chu Zifeng smiled. "Hanyun, with your integrity and exceptional intellect, should you align with me, our ambitions shall surely come to fruition." He then handed Zi Hanyun a vial of potion, saying, "Hanyun, take this back home and drink it." The 3 exchanged knowing smiles and returned home together. 10 days later, Zi Hanyun successfully reversed his fate, and alongside Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun, they all broke through to the 8th level of martial disciple. Meanwhile, Li Ying, Li Ju, Li Yun, Yuan Hongda, and Yuan Kaiyun also experienced breakthroughs, with Li Ying reaching the pinnacle of the 8th level of martial disciple, and Yuan Hongda achieving the same. Li Ju, Li Yun, and Yuan Kaiyun also ascended to the 8th level of martial disciple. The faction's guard comprised 200 members, with a total of 800 individuals in the group, divided into 4 guard teams. 1 team was under the command of Li Ying, Li Ju, and Li Yun. Another under Yuan Hongda and Yuan Kaiyun, while the remaining 2 teams fell under the leader of the Kai faction, with the other 2 elders entirely obedient to Kaikuan. Both the guard teams of Li Ying and Yuan Hongda had progressed from the 5th level of martial disciple to the 6th level, while the remaining members of the guard were predominantly at the 5th level, with few opportunities for further advancement. 1 afternoon, as Chu Zifeng practiced Skyward Fist, Zi Hanyun approached him, saying, "Zifeng, I just came from the group and discovered that Kai Yuan is leading a search for you." After hearing this, Chu Zifeng chuckled. "Let us go greet them." Chapter 5, The Battle of the Kai Faction. With that, the 2 descended the mountain and wandered through the group. In less than 10 minutes, they encountered Kai Yuan and his entourage of sycophants. Chu Zifeng laughed heartily. "Indeed, there are many dogs eager to eat excrement, no matter how you look at it." Kai Yuan, infuriated at this remark, noticed a young man beside him whose strength he could not gauge. He restrained his anger, stating, "This is a private matter between me and Chu Zifeng. I kindly ask you not to interfere." Upon hearing this, Zi Hanyun stepped back, while Chu Zifeng smirked. "Even you, little cur, are willing to back down." Kai Yuan waved his hand, declaring, "You alls go." Beaten to a pulp, a dozen sycophants charged forth, yet Chu Zifeng merely offered a faint smile. The group encircled him, and after a brief exchange of glances, they all attacked simultaneously. Chu Zifeng's hands transformed into blades, channeling his true energy with the prowess of the 9th level. Surely, he could not be outmatched by mere thugs of the 3rd or 4th level. In a flash, he struck with blinding speed, severing hands and feet that soared into the air, with several nearly impaled through the abdomen. In a mere 30 seconds, the entire group lay incapacitated on the ground. Some barely clinging to life, Kai Yuan was thrown into a panic. He could not achieve such a feat himself and sought to flee. Chu Zifeng swiftly pursued him, delivering a single punch that sent him flying, breaking his spine, rendering him motionless and unconscious. At that moment, a figure surged forward, launching a punch at Chu Zifeng. He braced himself, only to be sent reeling back, spitting blood as he fell to the ground. Kailan approached menacingly, declaring, "Who would have thought that you, a worthless wretch, could recover to the 6th level of martial apprentice? Today, I shall ensure you are rendered useless once more." With that, he charged at Chu Zifeng. From a distance, a voice boomed, "Stop!" An elder positioned himself protectively in front of Chu Zifeng. The two engaged in a clash of palms, resulting in the elder spitting blood and retreating. Kai Lan laughed derisively. "Elder Liang, you are growing old." Liang clutched his chest, asserting, "As long as I am here, you shall not harm Zifeng." Not at that moment, Yuan Hongda also arrived, stating, "As long as I am present, do not act presumptuously." Buoyed by his recent triumph, Kai Lan arrogantly retorted, "Very well, Elder Yuan Hongda, I welcome your teachings." Enraged, Yuan Hongda launched an assault, and after 30 exchanges, he was gravely injured. Kai Lan's laughter echoed, and after 10 minutes of uncontrollable mirth, he had Kai Yuan and his cohort of sycophants escorted away. Once they departed, Liang, Yuan Hongda, and the others burst into laughter. Chu Zifeng wiped the remaining blood from his face, proclaiming, "The plan has succeeded. The day of rebellion is not far off." Upon returning home, Kai Lan recounted the events to Kai Kuan and Su He. The couple rejoiced, for although Kai Yuan had sustained serious injuries requiring a month of recuperation, they had gained insight into their adversaries' weaknesses. The following day, Kai Kuan summoned the 4 elders and the entire community for a meeting. Residents flocked to the Kai family square, while 200 guards prepared for the assembly. However, 100 were delayed and returned home, discarding their blades and retrieving new, sharper weapons from their hiding places. After 2 hours, 800 residents and 200 guards, totaling 1,000, convened. All seated, Kai Kuan announced loudly, "The Kai family assembly is officially in session. First, I declare several matters. Previously, Elder Liang severed the hands and feet of several villagers who came to my home to cause trouble in avenging Chu Zifeng. A new conclusion has been reached. Chu Zifeng was not harmed by those villagers, rather, they are to be punished, with one even losing his life, leaving his parents to endure the anguish of losing a child. Tell me, should Chu Zifeng be condemned for this?" The families of the 100 guards shouted in unison, "Yes, yes." The guards joined in, and soon a large portion of the villagers echoed their sentiments, creating an overwhelming tide of support. Among the 4 elders seated above, 2 voiced their agreement: Chu Zifeng must be dealt with severely. Just as the assembly's emotions surged, Liang interjected, "I oppose this." Yuan Hongda added, "I too oppose it." The supporters of Liang and Yuan Hongda below collectively shouted, "We oppose, we oppose." Kai Kuan, sensing the overwhelming opposition, sought to regain control and asked, "Elder Yuan, why do you oppose? Speak, let everyone hear." Liang replied, "It is evident that your son instigated harm and was subsequently harmed himself. My grandson nearly lost his life, yet now you claim he is the cause of death. What sense does this make?" At that moment, Kai Lan stepped forward declaring, "Since Elderly cannot discern right from wrong, I must seek justice for the villagers below. For the sake of all people, I challenge Elderly for his position." Kai Kuan added, "Elderly, the world government stipulates that villagers may challenge elders for their positions. You cannot refuse. You must engage in battle. The victor will assume the elder's seat, while the loser will forfeit their martial prowess and sever an arm." "Elderly, I implore you," furious Liang responded, "you father and son are truly intent on driving a man to his death." With that, he leaped onto the contest stage, standing defiantly against Kai Lan. After a moment of mutual gaze, Kai Lan launched himself at Liang, who was at the pinnacle of the 8th level, while Kai Lan had only just stabilized at the initial stage of the 8th level. The disparity was stark. Kai Lan unleashed a powerful strike aiming to defeat Liang in one blow. Liang merely smiled faintly and countered with equal force. After a single exchange, Kai Lan staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth. Liang wasted no opportunity, relentlessly attacking. After 30 exchanges, Kai Lan was bleeding profusely, his injuries worsening. Kai Kuan could no longer bear to watch and charged at Liang, but Yuan Hongda swiftly intervened to block him. The other 2 elders under Kai Kuan also joined in to obstruct the fight, creating a 2-on-1 scenario. Yuan Hongda was momentarily occupied, while Sui rushed to the perimeter of the contest stage, her 100 guards surrounding the area. Meanwhile, Li Ju, Li Yun, Li Lingfang, Li Juyun, Yuan Kaiyun, and Zi Hanyun all surged forward, encircling Su He and her guards. The situation grew dire, as a bloody conflict could erupt at any moment. Many villagers from Kai Kuan's side watched as he approached Liang. Suddenly, a white figure appeared, having silently approached Kai Kuan, and with a single palm strike repelled him. The white figure was none other than Chu Zifeng. He shouted, "The world government is unjust. We shall rise in rebellion to overthrow it. Attack!" Instantly, the villagers began to clash with one another, and the guards engaged in battle. Sui found herself in a fierce struggle, while the villagers, unbeknownst to them, had concealed sharp daggers within their garments, turning their blades against Kai Kuan's supporters. With the advantage of these lethal weapons, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Kai Kuan's side suffered heavy losses. While the villagers aligned with Chu Zifeng surged forward like a tidal wave. On the guard side, Chu Zifeng's men wielded superior weaponry, while Kai Kuan's guards were armed with ordinary blades that shattered easily. In mere moments, they fell like leaves in a storm, resulting in countless casualties. Watching the carnage unfold, Kai Kuan was left in shock as Chu Zifeng taunted him, "Old dog, how does it feel? Did you ever think this day would come when you harmed me all those years ago?" Furious, Kai Kuan glared at Chu Zifeng and charged with all his might, wielding his power as a mid-level 9th tier warrior against Chu Zifeng, who was merely at the initial stage of the 9th tier. Kai Kuan sneered, unleashing a full-force strike, but Chu Zifeng invoked his first divine technique, the Skyward Fist. His body glowed crimson as his muscles swelled, his aura surging, and he struck forth, enveloped in red true energy. This punch was powerful enough to contend with a first-level warrior. Chu Zifeng's blow shattered Kai Kuan's arm, sending him crashing to the ground. As Kai Kuan attempted to rise, Chu Zifeng transitioned from a fist to a knife hand strike. Wielding both hands in a swift arc, Kai Kuan attempted to evade, but was too slow. His abdomen was sliced open, his intestines spilling forth. Chu Zifeng continued his onslaught, sending flesh and bone flying until all that remained was a head. Meanwhile, Su He met a grim fate, torn to pieces by Li Ju and Li Yun, leaving only her head behind. With the battles concluded below, the guards also ceased their fighting. On the contest stage, Kai Lan was left utterly destroyed, his organs obliterated, his head severed. The two elders above also fell to their demise. The entire faction of Kai Kuan was eradicated, with not a single guard or villager from Chu Zifeng's side lost. The eradication of Kai Kuan, Sui Kai Lan, and the two elders, along with the slaughter of 200 sycophants, marked the successful conclusion of the assembly. Chu Zifeng, bearing several bloody heads, strode into Kai Yuan's home. Unwavering as he approached him, Chapter 6, forced to act early. Chu Zifeng gazed at Kai Yuan with a smile. "Kai Yuan, did you ever imagine this? Behold the heads of your kin." Kai Yuan gasped in horror, crying out, "Father, mother, brother, Chu Zifeng, I will kill you." Amused, Chu Zifeng laughed heartily, swinging the three heads and relentlessly striking Kai Yuan's skull for over 3 hours until it was shattered beyond recognition. Finally, he severed Kai Yuan's head and discarded it into the latrine, ensuring their infamy would linger for eternity. Having completed this grim task, the following day, Chu Zifeng convened the assembly to elect a new leader and announced the impending rebellion. Soon, all 600 villagers and 100 guards were present. Chu Zifeng sat in the second row alongside Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun, and Zi Hanyun, while Li Ju, Li Yun, and Yuan Kaiyun occupied the third row. Li Ying and Yuan Hongda took their places at the forefront. Li Ying declared loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we successfully eradicated the malignant Kai Kuan and his ilk. It is now time to discuss significant matters, starting with the election of a new leader. Voting for the leader shall commence." All present began to cast their votes, unaware that Li Ying and the others had already conspired to select Chu Zifeng. Thus, after a single round of voting, all 600 villagers and 100 guards unanimously chose Chu Zifeng. Li Ying looked at the vote count and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "I hereby announce that the new leader of the Kai family group is Chu Zifeng. Let us invite Chu Zifeng to address us." Chu Zifeng walked slowly to the position of leader, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. As he gazed upon the leader's seat, memories of past humiliations flooded his mind. Lingering vividly. In just a day's time, he had transformed from a despised orphan to a figure revered by thousands, enjoying a status unrivaled within the group. After a moment of quiet reflection, Chu Zifeng gracefully took his seat as leader, prompting all 700 members present to bow in unison, exclaiming, "We greet the leader." Chu Zifeng replied, "No need for formalities." As the 700 rose, he stood and declared, "I announce that the Kai family group shall henceforth be known as the Tianxia Group. We will establish 5 divisions: the Alchemy Division, the Equipment Division, the Resource and Logistics Division, the Guard Division, and the Shadow Division. Zi Hanyun will serve as the head of the Alchemy Division, Elder Liang will oversee the Resource and Logistics Division. Li Lingfeng will lead the Equipment Division, Li Juyun will command the Guard Division, and Yuan Hongda will head the Shadow Division. In unison, the 5 individuals affirmed, "Yes, leader." Chu Zifeng continued, "Each division may recruit personnel within the group. The Guard Division will expand to 200 members, and we shall fortify our defenses." The division heads responded, "Understood." Once the meeting concluded, all members dispersed, while Chu Zifeng resumed his cultivation, diligently practicing the sky-soaring fist. Thus began a phase of rapid development, though it lasted merely 2 months. During this time, Chu Zifeng broke through to the first level of warrior, commencing his training in the first divine skill, the Lightwave Fist. Li Ying and Yuan Hongda also advanced to the 9th level of martial disciple, while Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun, and Zi Hanyun achieved the same rank. Meanwhile, 200 guards had seen half reach the 7th level of martial disciple. with the other half attaining the 6th level. Amidst this wave of good news, the phone in the former leader's quarters rang, a rarity indeed, as such calls might not be received even once a year. In this era, where technology had largely been discarded, telephones were a scarce commodity, and the upper echelons forbade any isolated means of communication or transport to prevent collusion and rapid troop reinforcement, thereby diminishing the lower ranks' power to resist and completely suppressing their influence. Chu Zifeng promptly answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" the voice on the other end inquired. "Is this Kai Kuan? The village tax collectors are coming again. You need to prepare the tax payments." Imitating Kai Kuan's voice, Chu Zifeng replied, "Alright, I'll get it ready right away." Once the call ended, he convened an urgent meeting with the core members of the group. Asking grandfather, "What is this about the village collecting taxes?" Li Ying replied, "You have not been involved in village matters, so you are unaware. The village collects taxes annually, and according to the world government's tax regulations, we are only required to pay 12,000 yuan per group each year. However, the corrupt officials in the village demand 50,000 yuan, which has left the people in dire straits, after yearly reductions in the amount collected. Our entire group of 1,000 can barely muster 100,000 yuan. If this continues, we won't even have enough to eat." Chu Zifeng exclaimed in anger, "This is utterly despicable, these corrupt officials." Yuan Hongda added, "These corrupt officials are sanctioned by those above, yet if Kai Kuan dies, they will be unable to justify it.to replace the leader. We would need an official appointment from the higher-ups. If we kill the leader without reporting to them, we may face dire consequences." Chu Zifeng asked, "Is there a way to resolve this with money?" Li Ying replied, "That is unlikely, as it constitutes a capital offense." Zi Hanyun suggested, "Since it is unavoidable, why not take decisive action and initiate a rebellion?" Chu Zifeng responded, "Our military strength is sufficient, but we must ascertain the village's top combatants' levels before we engage." Li Ying noted, "We attended a birthday celebration there previously, and at that time, their leader was at the 2nd level of warrior." Chu Zifeng inquired again, "How many soldiers are stationed in the village and the 3 groups combined?" Yuan Hongda responded, "Each of the other 3 Kai family groups has 300 members, and the village has an additional 400. Zi Hanyun interjected, "Thus combined there are 1,300 soldiers, while we only have 200. They outnumber us by over 6 times. What is the strength of their forces?" Li Ying explained, "The guards of the 3 groups are all at the 6th level of martial disciple, while the village's forces are at the 7th level." Li Lingfeng remarked, "We need to devise a strategy to draw them out and eliminate them in parts, otherwise victory will be unattainable." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Zifeng affirmed, "Very well, since we have reached a consensus, we shall strike, but only after we are fully prepared." Zi Hanyun concurred, "Indeed, attacking now, even as a surprise, may not guarantee victory, given that the enemy has 400 guards at the 7th level of martial disciple." Chu Zifeng declared, "I have decided to implement a martial arts training plan. All residents of the group will be allowed to practice Xin Tiangong and will receive ample elixirs as long as they can advance in their cultivation. We will expand the guard and achieve the goal of having all members trained as soldiers. Additionally, I believe we must develop new weaponry to strengthen our guards before the enemy's tax collection team arrives." The others all agreed, "We support this plan." Once the meeting concluded, the Tianxia group entered a period of intense activity. Following the specifications from an ancient text, Chu Zifeng began the production of weapons. Starting with the essential equipment for each guard: beginner soft armor, beginner shields, beginner long spears, beginner long swords, beginner crossbows, and beginner arrows. Each guard was to be outfitted with these 6 types of equipment, placing immense pressure on the alchemy and equipment divisions. Consequently, Chu Zifeng and his colleagues were compelled to personally engage in the crafting of elixirs and weapons. Meanwhile, the tax collection team from Yunwu Mountain Village would take considerable time to reach the Tianxia group. They first needed to travel to Kai Group 1, where they would stay for 4 days, then proceed to Kai Group 2 for another 4 days, followed by Kai Group 3 for 4 days, and finally arrive at the Tianxia group. This journey would require nearly a month, with delays adding up to 12 days, and their travel pace would not be swift. This meant that the Tianxia group had only 1 month to prepare. Each soldier required 35 items of equipment, including 5 weapons and 30 arrows. Thus, the 200 guards alone would need 7,000 pieces of equipment. Fortunately, Chu Zifeng had already attained the rank of first-level weapon and elixir master, or time would have been exceedingly tight. Amidst this month of intense and urgent preparation, Li Lingfeng, Zi Hanyun, Li Juyun, Li Ying, Yuan Hongda, Yuan Kaiyun, Li Ju, and Li Yun all broke through to the first level of warrior. The 200 guards also reached the 7th level of martial disciple, and all 35 items of equipment were fully prepared. The Tianxia group additionally had 200 reserve troops who were diligently working to enhance their cultivation. Although time constraints prevented the crafting of their equipment, as the entire group was focused on preparations for war. Chapter 7. The formal rebellion, clouds of war approaching at this moment, the Tianxia group was almost entirely mobilized. With 200 combat guards, 200 reserve troops, and 300 remaining residents, the combat forces had now surpassed the number of residents, indicating that the Tianxia group was in its most perilous hour. However, the month had elapsed, and the group could no longer evade the inevitable. 100 village soldiers, led by a leader of the 2nd level of warrior and 2 deputy leaders of the 1st level, arrived at the outskirts of the Tianxia group, yet they found themselves blocked at the recently constructed city gates. The tax collection team leader, seated in a carriage, bellowed, "I am the leader of the tax collection team sent by the village. Open the city gates and allow us entry at once." Chu Zifeng ascended the city tower, gesturing for the crossbowmen to be prepared. Once he confirmed everyone was ready, he called out, "Sir, please disembark. Our leader has personal matters to discuss with you and has gifts to present to you and your 2 deputies." The tax collection team leader and his 2 deputies burst into laughter, delighted at the prospect of receiving benefits, and without hesitation, they exited the carriage, disregarding the possibility of a trap. As the tax collection team leader and his deputies approached the city gates, they began to open. Chu Zifeng then shouted, "We invite all the brothers of the tax collection team to disembark and rest. We have prepared beautiful women and exquisite dishes to entertain you." Upon hearing this, the tax collection team leader was astonished that even the ordinary team members would be treated to such hospitality, prompting him to think of the even greater rewards he would receive. This was an unprecedented occurrence. He immediately waved his hand, declaring, "Brothers, come down, let us not waste this generous hospitality." Upon concluding his words, the captain of the tax collection team, accompanied by 2 vice-captains, hastened towards the city gates. Meanwhile, 100 7th-tier martial disciples of the tax collection team disembarked from their vehicle at the captain's signal, after a mere 20 minutes following the entry of the captain and his 2 deputies into the city. A multitude of tables and chairs were transported out. Chu Zifeng proclaimed loudly, "Dear brothers, please take a seat. The beauties and delicacies shall arrive shortly." However, upon entering the city, the tax collection captain and his 2 vice-captains were intercepted by Zi Hanyun, Li Lingfeng, and Li Juyun. The expressions on the faces of the captain and his deputies were marked by displeasure as the captain demanded sternly, "What is the meaning of this?" Exchanging glances, the trio of Zi Hanyun, Li Lingfeng, and Li Juyun promptly unleashed their first divine technique, the Sky Punch, causing their bodies to radiate a crimson hue and their energies to surge. At this moment, the tax collection captain discerned that the 3 possessed martial prowess at the 1st tier. Nevertheless, he found it hard to believe that the seemingly insignificant Kai family group would dare to confront him. Reality soon dealt a harsh blow to his disbelief. The trio sprang into action, with Zi Hanyun directly engaging the captain, while Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun faced the 2 vice-captains. The disdainful glances directed at them ignited the captain's fury. Without hesitation, the captain unleashed his martial strength, revealing his 2nd-tier capabilities. Zi Hanyun retaliated with a punch, and the captain responded in kind, their fists colliding with an even outcome, leaving the captain astonished. He had anticipated an easy victory, yet found himself evenly matched against a 1st-tier martial artist. In disbelief, the captain drew his high-grade long sword, only to be met with a smile from Zi Hanyun, who wielded a 1st-tier long sword himself. The captain, equipped with only a low-grade long sword, was at a disadvantage. With a mere thought, Zi Hanyun summoned his divine weapon, the celestial apparition, a white, curved blade manifesting in his palm. The captain, taken aback, watched as Zi Hanyun executed the sky break technique. The white blade enveloped in a crimson glow. Realizing he could not afford to hesitate, the captain attacked with his great sword, but Zi Hanyun deftly countered, unleashing a scarlet true energy that shattered the captain's weapon, severing his head in an instant. The battles on either side concluded shortly after. Outside the city gates, 100 village soldiers awaited the arrival of beauties and delicacies. Seizing the moment, Chu Zifeng gestured, "Release." 100 crossbowmen, each armed with low-grade crossbows and 30 low-grade bolts, fired in unison at Chu Zifeng's command. Unprepared, 50 village soldiers fell instantly, and before the remaining 50 could draw their weapons, they too were slain. On the city ramparts, the crossbowmen collectively shouted in triumph. Thus, the Tianxia group not only suffered no losses but also acquired 10 large trucks and collected attacks amounting to 2 million. a sum equivalent to double the total wealth of their 700 members. The Tianxia group erupted in celebration. The following day, Chu Zifeng resolved to hold a formal uprising meeting. As the assembly convened, all group members were present. Chu Zifeng declared, "Yesterday, we annihilated the 100 village soldiers who came to collect taxes, including their leader, a second-tier martial artist, without sustaining any injuries ourselves." The crowd erupted in chants of "Long live." Chu Zifeng raised his hand for silence, stating, "It is precisely because we have eliminated the village soldiers that we must expedite our uprising, thus I have decided to initiate our uprising today." The assembly cheered. "Uprising, uprising," Chu Zifeng announced. "From this day forth, the Tianxia group shall be renamed Baiyun City. The entire guard will be restructured into the Baiyun Legion. The first legion will consist of 200 reserve guards and 200 active soldiers. Divided into 4 main divisions, the first division will be my direct guard, consisting of 100 men under my command. The second division will be led by Zi Hanyun, also comprising 100 men. The third division will be commanded by Li Lingfeng, and the fourth division by Li Juyun, each with 100 men. The remaining 300 members shall strive to serve the military in the future." The crowd responded in unison, "Yes, leader." Chu Zifeng added, "Henceforth, do not refer to me as leader, call me general." The crowd echoed, "Yes, General." Unbeknownst to Chu Zifeng, the admiration of the group members stemmed from the fact that the low-grade pills he casually concocted could fetch 50,000 in the official market. The following day, the military flag was completed, a purple-blue banner adorned with 7 purple-blue stars amidst countless white cloud patterns. After the demise of the 100 tax collectors, Baiyun City enjoyed a brief period of peace. Within the village headquarters of Yunwu Mountain, a middle-aged man sat at the helm, his expression grim. "Kai Gui, that scoundrel has been absent for 12 days. Where is he?" A subordinate replied, "Perhaps Kai Kuan has prepared something valuable for him, which is why he remains there." The leader responded, "Let us wait a while longer. If he does not return, we shall send someone to find him." Within Baiyun City, the Baiyun Legion was hastily training its soldiers, taking advantage of Yunwu Mountain Village's momentary confusion to swiftly prepare the army. Thus, 2 months passed without the tax collection team returning. As Yunwu Mountain Village anxiously awaited their return, they instead witnessed the formation of 400 rebellious troops and the completion of various high-tier martial techniques within Baiyun City. Additionally, Chu Zifeng and his companions perfected their 2 divine techniques. Once fully prepared, Chu Zifeng boldly announced the news of the Baiyun City uprising, which quickly reached Yunwu Mountain Village, inciting their wrath. In the village's conference hall, Village Chief Kaiyan, Deputy Chief Kaidik, Group Leader Kai He of Group 1, Group Leader Kai Kuan of Group 2, and Group Leader Kai Nu of Group 3 convened. Kaiyan declared, "The audacity of the Kai family group is unparalleled. The arrogant Kai Kuan has dared to kill my deputy chief. This grudge must be avenged. I shall mobilize 300 village soldiers and 300 from each group, totaling 1,200, to eradicate the Kai family group." All group leaders and deputy chiefs responded in unison, "Yes, village chief." Chapter 8. A battle of 1,200. As the meeting concluded, the group leaders rushed back to their villages to mobilize troops. The atmosphere of impending conflict thickened. 300 soldiers led by Village Chief Kaiyan, accompanied by Deputy Chief Kaidik, advanced towards Baiyun City. Group Leader Kai He led his 300 soldiers from the east to assault Baiyun City, while Group Leader Kai Kuan and Group Leader Kai Nu each commanded 300 soldiers, charging towards Baiyun City. With the village now largely unguarded, all soldiers marched towards Baiyun City. The commotion did not go unnoticed in Baiyun City, where the entire army had already prepared, with 400 soldiers stationed at the 4 city gates. 10 days later, the forces of Yunwu Mountain Village convened, totaling 1,200 soldiers, Kaiyan leading the 3 group leaders and the 1,200 soldiers. Arrived outside Baiyun City, Kaiyan shouted, "Where is Kai Kuan? Have that treacherous wretch come forth." On the city ramparts, Chu Zifeng, Zi Hanyun, and Li Juyun stood observing the scene below. 50 guards were stationed at the crossbow ports, with another 50 defending the ramparts, while the other 3 divisions held the remaining city gates. As Chu Zifeng readied his low-grade crossbow, he directed one of the soldiers to call out, "Kai Kuan cannot be seen. He has already perished." Kaiyan, momentarily perplexed, wondered who within the Kai family possessed the strength to slay Kai Kuan. The 4 senior elders of the Kai family were aged and lacked potential, while the younger generation was too inexperienced to pose a threat. Just as Kaiyan pondered this, Chu Zifeng unleashed the light arrow, a fusion of the sky punch and light wave techniques, transforming it into an arrow technique capable of a 90% chance of slaying a second-tier martial artist caught off guard, with a 10% chance of severely injuring them. As Kaiyan contemplated He raised his head to inquire further when suddenly the light arrow struck his chest, sending him crashing to the ground, gravely wounded. Deputy Chief Kaida shouted, "Protect the village chief!" In an instant, the guards surrounded Kayan. Shielding him as he fell into unconsciousness from his injuries, Deputy Chief Kaida, filled with rage, commanded, "Charge into the Kai family group and avenge our village chief." As soon as the words left his lips, another arrow of radiant light shot forth. Kaida drew his first-grade broadsword with all his might to defend, but he was taken aback by the overwhelming power of the radiant arrow, which shattered his sword effortlessly. Terror filled Kaida's eyes, and in an instant, an arrow pierced through his chest, ending his life. The 3 team leaders were utterly horrified. This was beyond frightening. 2 village leaders had fallen, one severely injured and the other dead. The 3 team leaders exchanged glances and raised their hands, declaring, "Let the entire army avenge the deputy village leader." Charge! At the command of the 3 team leaders, the 1,200-member guard launched an assault. While the 3 leaders concealed themselves behind the troops, following at a measured pace, Chu Zifeng stood atop the city wall and commanded, "Release the arrows." In an instant, 100 enemies fell to the ground. However, the enemy forces, undeterred by their losses, continued their relentless charge. After 7 rounds of firing, over 600 of the enemy had been slain, yet this accounted for only a fraction of their number. The 3 team leaders found themselves at a loss. Retreat was not an option, nor was it feasible to fight on. They could only stand guard in front of the village head of Yunwu Mountain, awaiting his revival for guidance. Thus, the armies retreated 3 kilometers and set up camp. As night fell, after much effort to save him, Kayan finally regained consciousness, only to be met with the mournful faces of Kai He, Kai Koan, and Kai Nu weakly. Kayan inquired, "What has become of the siege?" Kai He, in tears, replied, "Village leader, the Kai family group has not been taken. The left deputy village leader has also perished." Kayan could hardly believe his ears. His face a mask of disbelief, as if he were caught in a dream. He asked again, "Is this truly the case?" Kai He sobbed, "It is true. The left deputy village leader is dead." Kayan collapsed onto the bed, nearly fainting, prompting Kai Koan to hastily urge, "Village leader, you must endure." Gradually recovering, Kayan asked, "What is the situation of the battle?" Kai Koan hesitated before saying, "In less than an hour, our forces have suffered over half casualties." The pain in Kayan's heart became unbearable. His wounds burst open, bleeding profusely, and he succumbed within mere minutes. Suddenly, countless arrows rained down from all directions, and in an instant, numerous soldiers from the surrounding forces fell. The vehicles were swiftly overrun, and the arrows drew ever closer. The once experienced soldiers of the surrounding forces found themselves in complete disarray, overwhelmed and shot down relentlessly. The 3 team leaders, Kai He, Kai Koan, and Kai Nu, attempted to flee but were intercepted by Zi Hanyun. Immediately, the 3 drew their long swords and engaged in combat with Zi Hanyun, who appeared as a celestial being descending to earth. Wielding a white curved blade, the 4 clashed, their blades intertwining, colliding continuously. After 10 exchanges, all 3 lay dead, their swords shattered into 4 pieces. Zi Hanyun led the guard forward, systematically eliminating the remaining foes, with relentless strikes. He single-handedly dispatched over a dozen enemies in under a minute, swiftly concluding the battle. The surrounding forces that had laid siege to Baiyun City were entirely annihilated, yielding a remarkable haul of 1,200 long swords and 50 military trucks. The following morning, fresh from the battle, Chu Zifeng issued orders for Liang, Yuan Hongdat, Li Juyun, and Li Yunyun to hold the remaining forces in Baiyun City. The 4 major guard units of Baiyun City were to split into 4 groups, each led by Chu Zifeng, Zi Hanyun, Li Lingfeng, and Li Juyun, to occupy the territories of the 3 groups in one village. Once the order was given, the 4 major units set off in their respective directions. 7 days later, the 3 groups, Kai Group 1, Kai Group 2, and Kai Group 3, along with Yunwu Mountain Village, were fully occupied, and all enemy forces were thoroughly eliminated. Chu Zifeng, at the village headquarters of Yunwu Mountain, made a call. "Is this Baiyun City? We have completely taken Yunwu Mountain Village." A voice from within Baiyun City replied, "I am Liang. I have heard. At that moment Zi Hanyun added, "I have also heard." "We have taken Kai Group 1. Li Lingfeng chimed in, "I have also heard." "We have taken Kai Group 2. Li Juyun stated, "I have also heard." "We have taken Kai Group 3. With a puzzled smile, Chu Zifeng asked, "Why is it that we speak from one place, yet several places can hear us?" Liang chuckled, "That is because you are unfamiliar with this device. It is called a shared phone. Once connected, it allows multiple locations to communicate simultaneously." Chu Zifeng and the others expressed their admiration. Chu Zifeng continued, "Let us now report on our respective gains from the territories. I shall go first." We have occupied Yunwu Mountain Village, securing 2 million in currency and a population of 1400. Zi Hanyun reported. We captured Kai Group 1, uncovering 500,000 in currency and a population of 900. Li Lingfeng stated, we took Kai Group 2, discovering 500,000 in currency and a population of 900. Li Juyun added, we seized Kai Group 3, finding 500,000 in currency and a population of 900. Chu Zifeng smiled broadly, this has indeed been a bountiful harvest. We have taken the entirety of Yunwu Mountain Village, securing a total of 4,100 people and 35 million in currency. Zi Hanyun remarked, General, although we captured Yunwu Mountain Village without losing a single person, the distance is too great for rapid support. This issue must be addressed. Chu Zifeng acknowledged Yunwu Mountain Village is strategically positioned too far forward, while the rear of Baiyun City is surrounded by dense forests, making it a vital strategic point. Li Lingfeng inquired, what does the general mean? Chu Zifeng replied with a smile, what I mean is to relocate all the villagers from the 3 groups and 1 village into Baiyun City and to expand Baiyun City to increase our strategic depth, thereby enhancing our ability to defend against enemy forces. This task shall be entrusted to you, Grandpa Liang, and Yuan Hongda. Li Ying and Yuan Hongda responded, yes, General, we shall attend to it immediately. Chapter 9, Baiyun. Northern trade. Following the occupation of the 3 groups and 1 village, Chu Zifeng and his companions did not linger unnecessarily. They promptly relocated the entire populace of the 3 groups and 1 village to Baiyun City. Any prolonged stay would risk the news of Yunwu Mountain Village's fall reaching Tianmen Town, leaving the insurgents with no time to react or resist. Gathering the populace not only bolstered their strength but also prepared for future confrontations. After approximately a month, all 4,100 inhabitants of Yunwu Mountain Village had been moved to Baiyun City, where accommodations had been arranged and the city expanded. The western and southern villages of Baiyun City were now deserted. Save for the dust-laden buildings, Baiyun City now boasted a population of 4,400, a substantial increase. Chu Zifeng promptly ordered an expansion of the guard to 2,000 and the recruitment of an additional 1,600 new soldiers. Leaving a remaining population of only 2,800 within Baiyun City, the entire city began vigorous military training and development, aware that Tianmen Town would soon learn of these events. A few days later, Chu Zifeng convened a meeting of the core leaders of the Baiyun army, gathering all senior commanders in Baiyun City. Seated at the head of the table, Chu Zifeng addressed the assembled leaders. Now that we have captured Yunwu Mountain Village, it is inevitable that Tianmen Town will soon learn of our actions. The forces of Tianmen Town are far superior to those of Yunwu Mountain Village, so we must prepare in advance. I will now hand over the details to our Minister of the Dark Department, Yuan Hongda. Yuan Hongda rose and said, I will share the information gathered by the Dark Department. There are a total of 21 villages under the command of Tianmen Town, each possessing 2 more groups than our village. Furthermore, each group has a larger population and guard than ours, geographically speaking. Yunwu Mountain Village is quite remote, being one of the northernmost villages with a 12-day journey to the nearest village, and even farther from Tianmen Town. Currently, among the 21 villages in Tianmen Town, 8 have already revolted, meaning that only 12 villages and 72 groups remain. Chu Zifeng inquired, what are the names of those 8 rebellious villages? Yuan Hongda replied with a smile, those 8 villages do not represent 8 separate insurgents but rather form a single insurgent group, known as the Northern Alliance. Chu Zifeng remarked, does that not make them formidable? Yuan Hongda responded with a chuckle, they are not just formidable, in comparison to us, they are extraordinarily powerful. The Northern Alliance comprises 8 villages and 48 groups, totaling an army of 30,000. Chu Zifeng pondered, does that not mean they can contend with Tianmen Town? That is quite impressive. The surrounding audience listened intently. Yuan Hongda furrowed his brow and stated, not quite. While it seems that the territories of Northern Town and Tianmen Town are comparable, the military strength of Tianmen Town is significantly greater. Tianmen Town boasts 30,000 town soldiers, each at the first level of warrior cultivation, equipped with first-grade long spears, shields, armor, hard bows, basic sabers, and dozens of arrows. Truly well armed and well supplied, the elite soldiers of the villages possess the 9th level of martial discipleship, while the ordinary village soldiers are at the 8th level, and the group soldiers are all at the 7th level. Chu Zifeng inquired, what level of strength does Northern Town possess? Yuan Hongda spoke bitterly, although the Northern Alliance boasts an army of 30,000. Its true combat effectiveness is rather limited. While its strength is decent, its equipment is rudimentary. They lack even a basic set of soft armor, and apart from the village chief and a few key officers, they possess no weapons whatsoever. Chu Zifeng interjected, but the village soldiers of Tianmen Town are in a similar predicament as Zihan Yun replied, that may not necessarily be the case, despite Tianmen Town's weaknesses. It has the backing of the world government. Just because they lacked equipment before does not mean they are still without. Chu Zifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, the independent strength of Tianmen Town surpasses our own. And the armies formed by its subordinate villages are even stronger than ours. Therefore, we must utilize this time to intensify our training in preparation for an enemy assault. We can also forge our own basic weapons and sell elixirs to the northern town. Liang, Yuan Hongda, and the others all nodded in concurrence. After the conference concluded, Baiyun City became a hive of activity. Some were in seclusion, others were refining weapons, and some were concocting elixirs. 10 days later, a 30-member team led by Li Ying and Li Lingfeng set off in automobiles laden with basic weapons and large bags of elixirs, heading towards the northern town for trade, with 5 months remaining until the new year. It was imperative that they submit their tax payments to Tianmen Town within that time frame, otherwise the authorities would surely notice discrepancies. Of this indicated that time was not on Baiyun City's side. 2 months later, Li Ying and Li Lingfeng returned to their team beaming with joy. The automobiles behind them were filled with spiritual herbs and materials. However, to an observant eye, it would be apparent that while the number of people remained unchanged, the number of vehicles had increased from the initial 2 to 30 or more upon their return. And furthermore, many other villagers were also present in the vehicles. After Li Ying, Li Lingfeng, and the other 30 disembarked, Chu Zifeng, upon learning of their return, promptly led the corps members to the city gate to welcome them. Upon seeing Li Ying and Li Lingfeng, he joyfully shook their hands, saying, "You have worked hard." "How did everything go?" Li Ying replied with enthusiasm. "It went smoothly, exceedingly well." Li Lingfeng chimed in, "General, this trade was remarkably successful. We sold all our basic weapons and elixirs at great prices, totaling 20 million yuan. Chu Zifeng beamed widely, and just as his joy reached its peak, he suddenly caught sight of a crowd of unfamiliar faces behind Li Ying and Li Lingfeng. He inquired, "Who are these individuals?" Li Ying smiled. "These people are from the Northern Alliance. Upon learning that we could produce our own basic weapons and elixirs, they immediately agreed to trade with us and even sent representatives to Baiyun City to purchase in bulk." Chu Zifeng replied with a smile, "Ah, I see. Thank you all for traveling such a distance to Baiyun City." A young man at the forefront of the Northern Alliance introduced himself. "I am Li Zhantian, son of Li Tsangtian, the leader of the Northern Alliance. On behalf of my family head, I have come to engage in trade and purchase weapons. All matters concerning the Northern Alliance will be under my purview." Chu Zifeng scrutinized Li Zhantian and remarked earnestly, "A youthful hero indeed, rare in this world." Li Zhantian chuckled at this compliment, then examined Chu Zifeng closely and said, "Is not the lord of Baiyun City a youthful hero as well?" "And indeed a young and remarkable one." Chu Zifeng laughed heartily, acknowledging that Li Zhantian's recognition was fleeting and did not imply any lasting regard. Li Zhantian then asked, "Might I inquire if the lord of Baiyun City is capable of crafting first-grade weapons and elixirs?" Chu Zifeng replied with a smile, "As it happens, I am quite adept in that regard." "Might I ask if young Master Li is interested in making a purchase?" Li Zhantian confirmed, "Precisely. For this purpose, I have brought along dragon steeds that match the speed of automobiles to exchange." Chu Zifeng asked, "How many dragon steeds do you bring?" Li Zhantian responded, "These are no ordinary steeds, but first-grade evolved horses, capable of surpassing the speed of cars. Should their grade be higher, their speed increases further. I have brought 2,000 of each, a male and female, and these steeds will produce offspring annually. The young can mature within 6 months to a year." Upon hearing this, Chu Zifeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such treasures were indeed valuable. Li Zhantian inquired, "What might these 4,000 dragon steeds, along with the spiritual herbs and materials, be worth in terms of weapons and elixirs?" Chu Zifeng replied, "First-grade elixirs are quite costly, yet these 4,000 dragon steeds are extraordinary. I shall provide young Master Li with a response in about 10 days. 10 days later, Chu Zifeng fulfilled Li Zhantian's requirements and sent him on his way. However, after Li Zhantian's departure, the time left for Chu Zifeng and the others dwindled to just over 2 months. They began their intense periods of seclusion, and soon after, Chu Zifeng broke through to the peak of the second level of the warrior realm, as did Li Lingfeng, Zihan Yun, and Li Juyan. Li Ying, Li Ju, Li Yun, Yuan Hongda, and Yuan Kaiyun also advanced to the second level of the warrior realm, yet none of them ceased their seclusion. They continued to practice their martial arts and cultivate their divine techniques. 2 months passed swiftly, and soon it was New Year. The taxes originally due from Yunwishan village had yet to be collected, leaving the Tianmen Town government perplexed. For decades, such a situation had never occurred. But there was a precedent, the Northern Alliance. Before its establishment, there had also been years without tax collection, and shortly before the Northern Alliance was founded, tax payments had similarly dried up. This pattern instilled considerable unease in the Tianmentown government. As all communication with Yunwishan village had ceased, suggesting a possible insurrection, outside the entrance to Yunwishan village, several cars were parked, while within, a group of individuals conducted searches, yet, the village was eerily silent, with only empty houses and dust. And no signs of life, as if the inhabitants had vanished. After a day of fruitless searching, the team returned empty-handed. Within the command center of the Tianmentown government, a middle-aged man erupted in fury, slamming a cup down and bellowing, "Incompetence! How can such a large village as Yunwishan be completely untraceable?" One of the two middle-aged men behind him waved his hand, signaling for the kneeling subordinates to withdraw. The man throwing the cup was Qi Ling, the current mayor of Tianmentown, while the two men flanking him were Lin Yu, the left deputy mayor, and Yi Xing, the right deputy mayor. Just after Qi Ling finished venting his anger, a middle-aged man entered the room and announced, "Mayor, the mercenary group leader, Wang Hu, has arrived for a meeting." Upon hearing this, Qi Ling turned and replied, "No need for formalities, please take a seat." Once Wang Hu was seated, Qi Ling continued, "The situation is dire. The 8 northern villages have already rebelled, watching us with predatory intent, and now Yunwishan village appears deserted. They may have been slaughtered by the rebels." The current state of affairs indicated that Yunwishan village had indeed succumbed to insurrection, and of the 21 villages under the jurisdiction of Tianmentown, 9 had already revolted. Lin Yu remarked, "Originally, Yunwishan village was left unattended, but with the emergence of this one village in the north, had it not been for their large numbers, they would have long been assimilated into neighboring villages. Their remote location makes it exceedingly difficult for us to respond to any incidents." Yi Xing added, "Given that it is confirmed that Yunwishan village has rebelled, we should first take action against them before addressing the Northern Alliance." Qi Ling sighed, "I wish we could act against Yunwishan, but we cannot. Just moments ago, I received news that the Northern Alliance has established trade relations with Yunwishan village, indicating a close alliance. Therefore, any action we take against one will inevitably provoke support from the other. At that moment, Wang Hu interjected loudly, "Mayor, I suspect that the Northern Alliance may have staged a surprise attack on Yunwishan village, using their name as a guise to instigate rebellion and distract our forces. Otherwise, who could explain who possesses the capability to eliminate Kai Kuan and the village chief of Yunwishan, as well as the tax collection team leader?" Wang Hu's words struck a chord with Qi Ling, who realized the implications. Indeed, who within Yunwishan village could rise swiftly to power and seize control in such a short time? It seemed impossible that it could have originated from within. The only feasible explanation was external interference. Looking across Tianmentown, apart from the government, only the Northern Alliance had such strength. Once Qi Ling comprehended this, he erupted in fury, "Northern Alliance, I shall not rest until we confront you." He turned and sat down, declaring, "I have decided to send troops to the north." Lin Yu rose to salute. "I concur with your decision." Yi Xing also stood to salute. "I too agree." Wang Hu added, "I also support this decision." Qi Ling announced, "For this northern campaign I have resolved to deploy 10,000 mercenaries from Tianmentown, all to receive long-stored first-grade weaponry from the armory. This operation will be under the unified command of Wang Hu." Wang Hu stood up and said, "Mayor, there is no need for such extravagance. I can handle this with just one person." Qi Ling inquired, "Who might that be?" Wang Hu replied, "My deputy Zhao Hui." He was previously at the peak of the 8th level of the warrior realm and has now ascended to the 9th level, making him fully capable of leading this operation. Qi Ling let out a hearty laugh and declared, "Very well, I now announce the operational plan. Zhao Hui will lead 10,000 elite troops from Tianmen to converge with the forces of 10 villages under the command of Tianmentown, totaling 46,000 men, to confront the Northern Alliance. The remaining 2 villages, comprising 7,200 soldiers, will sever the connection between the Northern Alliance and Yunwu Mountain Village and eradicate them." Wang Hu saluted and replied, "Understood. However, I kindly request the mayor's full support for this operation." Qi Ling nodded in agreement, saying, "I comprehend your request. I shall ensure logistical support." Chapter 11. The Great Northern War begins upon the issuance of the troop mobilization order by the Tianmentown government to each village. They commenced a vigorous effort to mobilize soldiers, transport provisions, gather transport vehicles, and procure warhorses, assembling everything at the border. Additionally, Tianmentown provided each village with a quantity of soft armor equivalent to 1 village's worth. The 2 villages closest to Yunwu Mountain Village also began to assemble their armies. These large-scale troop movements soon attracted the attention of the Northern Alliance and the Northern Cloud Army. prompting the latter to intensify their training. The alchemy and weapon forging departments worked tirelessly day and night to produce elixirs and weapons to supply the Northern Cloud Army's soldiers. Meanwhile, the Northern Alliance focused on constructing and reinforcing city walls, training their soldiers in preparation for battle. After over a month of preparation, the two armies of Tianmen Town were finally ready, commencing their respective assaults on the Northern Alliance and Baiyun City. Meanwhile, Zihan Yun discovered a new type of grain that could fully sustain the army, ensuring they would not suffer from hunger or thirst. The Northern Cloud Army scoured the hills in search of this new grain, stockpiling supplies for battle. The Northern Alliance, with 46,000 soldiers, boasted 100 large trucks, each carrying 1,000 men, while the Dragon Steed Army, numbering 36,000, marched forward in unison. In contrast, the two villages' forces consisted of 20 large trucks carrying 200 men each, along with provisions, followed by 7,000 Dragon Steed soldiers advancing towards Baiyun City. Days later, both sides reached their designated positions. During this time, Chu Zifeng had also broken through to the early stage of the 4th-level martial warrior realm. Zihan Yun, Li Lingfang, and Li Juyun similarly advanced to the early stage of the 4th-level martial warrior realm, while Li Ying, Li Ju, Li Yun, Yuan Hongda, and Yuan Kaiyun reached the 3rd-level martial warrior realm. The strength of the 2,000 guards had all risen to the 8th-level martial disciple realm, and Chu Zifeng had mastered the 2 divine skills of the 2nd divine technique. Soon after, the village soldiers from the 2 villages outside Baiyun City shouted towards the city, demanding, "The traitorous leader of Yunwu Mountain Village, come forth to meet the village chiefs of our 2 families." After shouting for several minutes, Chu Zifeng appeared on the city tower, surveying the densely packed enemy forces below, among which there were 6,000 at the 7th-level martial disciple realm and 1,200 at the 8th-level martial disciple realm. If the enemy forces charged, it would be exceedingly difficult to defend Baiyun City. Chu Zifeng instructed the archers and soldiers atop the city tower, "Let them draw closer before we unleash our arrows." Meanwhile, the village chiefs of the 2 villages, having waited in their vehicles for quite some time without any response, grew increasingly displeased. They promptly ordered a full-scale assault on the city, aiming to breach the front gate. At this juncture, both villages believed that the guards within Baiyun City were weak, and thus, disregarding any tactical considerations, they launched a direct and fierce attack, leveraging their numerical superiority to storm the city. They did not differentiate between village soldiers and group soldiers. All 7,200 men charged forth in a collective assault. The first wave hurled their long blades, which lodged into the city walls, and the first line of enemy soldiers drew their backup swords to continue their charge. However, when they were just 120 meters from Baiyun City, a rain of arrows fell upon them. The charging soldiers, lacking shields, fell in droves. After the first wave of arrows, the 2 villages' forces suffered 400 casualties, prompting an immediate retreat. The village chiefs were left dumbfounded, questioning how their adversaries possessed such arrows. "It seemed miraculous," one village chief exclaimed. "I cannot believe they have such resources, nor can I fathom how they possess so many arrows." The other village chief concurred, "Indeed, let us change our tactics." With that, the allied forces of the 2 villages began to formulate a new strategy. They unloaded everything from the large trucks, and one village chief raised his hand, signaling for all 20 trucks to rev up their engines to the maximum. Recklessly charging forward, observing this, Chu Zifeng shouted, "All soldiers, take cover." Instantly, all the guards leapt to the arrow slits to evade the oncoming assault, while the 20 trucks collided directly with the city walls and gates, resulting in a massive explosion. Another village chief signaled for the 6,000 Dragon Steed soldiers to charge, but as they surged forward, a torrent of arrows rained down upon them, decimating their ranks. With no option to halt, the Dragon Steed soldiers could only press on, leading to the loss of 1,000 soldiers and 700 steeds. Both village chiefs were left astonished. The city walls remained unbreached, while their own forces had already suffered 1,400 casualties without inflicting any losses on the enemy. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the 2 chiefs devised a clever plan. They would encircle Baiyun City without engaging, relying on their ample provisions to outlast the besieged Northern Cloud Army, which would eventually run out of supplies. Thus, the 2 chiefs divided their forces into 4 groups, surrounding the 4 city gates of Baiyun City, establishing their encampments 200 meters from the city, with each route manned by 1,450 soldiers. Meanwhile, the Northern Alliance faced off against Zhao Hui's 46,000 troops outside the Northern Alliance's great city. "Zhao Hui," shouted Li Tsangtian, "you cowardly turtle, do you dare not show yourself?" Li Tsangtian stood atop the city tower, observing Zhao Hui's forces below. Unperturbed by Zhao Hui's taunts, he pointed to the first row of black-armored soldiers and remarked, "Deputy Alliance Leader on the left, Deputy Alliance Leader on the right." Zhang Tian, "Look, That army is the elite of this force, the left deputy alliance leader, Xue Ping, nodded in agreement. Indeed, although this army may not be entirely comprised of first-level martial disciples, their equipment is exceptionally refined: first-rate soft armor, first-rate spears, first-rate shields, first-rate long blades, first-rate longbows, and first-rate arrows. If our forces were to recklessly charge, we would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses, the right deputy alliance leader Lu Xian echoed. I concur, yet the battlefield situation remains unfavorable for our army. Zhang Tian added, I share your sentiment. Last time, we only procured 3,000 initial grade soldier sets from the Northern Cloud Army, and I initially thought it sufficient. But given the scale of the government army, it is clearly inadequate. Li Xingtian inquired. Tian, how many arrows did you acquire from the Northern Cloud Army last time? Zhang Tian responded, 90,000 arrows. Li Xingtian sighed in slight relief. However, that is still insufficient to contend with the elite army below. Seeing that Zhao Hui's shouts yielded no response, he ordered a retreat, allowing the most elite contingent of 10,000 black-armored soldiers to advance. Zhao Hui commanded attack. The 3,000 black-armored soldiers, wielding first-rate shields, advanced steadily while unleashing a volley of arrows. Witnessing this, Li Xingtian immediately issued the command to fire. The crossbowmen atop the city walls unleashed their arrows. But the initial grade arrows proved ineffective against the first-rate shields and armor, resulting in broken shafts, while the arrows fired from below decimated a significant number of the crossbowmen. Zhang Tian exclaimed, this is bad. Shield soldiers, quickly take cover. A large group of shield soldiers rushed up to the city tower to shield the crossbowmen as they continued to fire. Chapter 12. The battlefield engagement, over 20,000 against 30,000 thus. The two armies exchanged volleys, yet the shield soldiers atop the city walls could only withstand 2 rounds before succumbing. Meanwhile, the black-armored soldiers had advanced to the base of the city wall. Initially, it seemed they could not ascend without ladders, but an astonishing turn of events unfolded. The 3,000 black-armored soldiers began to unleash their true energy against the city wall and gates, leaving the Northern Alliance soldiers above helpless in the face of impending doom. This development caused Li Zhangdian to feel a twinge of unease, prompting him to rush down from the city tower to Li Xingtian, stating, Father General, we must abandon the city. The enemy is on the verge of breaching the wall. Li Xingtian, taken aback, was alarmed. Is the city wall truly about to fall? We have 30,000 troops, we cannot retreat so easily. As the heated debate continued among them, a section of the wall collapsed, allowing the black-armored soldiers to surge inside, prompting Li Xingtian to finally realize, all forces, retreat. Xue Ping declared, Alliance leader, I will lead the army to cover your retreat. Li Xingtian nodded, you must return safely. Xue Ping acknowledged with a nod, and they sprang into action. Xue Ping shouted, all forces, aim for their mouths. The crossbowmen began to alter their strategy, providing cover for the main force's withdrawal. Many black-armored soldiers, believing their black armor rendered them invulnerable to blades and swords, fell victim to arrows shot through their mouths, ensuring their demise, or at the very least, inflicting unbearable suffering. However, the sheer numbers of the black-armored soldiers proved overwhelming. As the city wall continued to crumble, a significant number of black-armored dragon steed soldiers charged forth. Xue Ping's expression grew grave as he wielded his spear, tirelessly striking down the black-armored soldiers. Yet he could not hold out for long before sustaining injuries. Xue Ping was forced to retreat, leading the Northern Alliance troops into disarray. Fortunately, their supplies were not concentrated in one location, and with this primary defense breached, the 8 villages of the Northern Alliance had no means to halt the advance of the government forces. As the Northern Alliance army fled, Li Xingtian, Li Zhangdian, and Lu Xian rode their dragon steeds, discussing their next course of action. Li Xingtian asked, Tian, what shall we do now? Our 30,000 troops have been defeated in less than an hour. Li Zhangdian replied, at this juncture, we must either hold a city defensively or deal with the pursuing forces behind us. Lu Xian inquired, does the Major General have any effective strategies? Li Zhangtian declared, I have a strategy. We shall extract 2 remnants from the main force, and their commanding officers will don our attire, diverting them from 2 different paths. Subsequently, we will notify Xue Ping to lead one contingent of the remnants through the central route, heading straight for the Tian Gorge in the mountains. This gorge is deep and possesses but a single exit. Should we lure the enemy within, they shall be utterly trapped and perish. Li Zhangtian concurred, very well, let it be so. Soon after, Xue Ping received the command, and the Northern Alliance army divided into 3. Advancing in 3 directions. Behind them, Zhao Hui pursued with his forces, when suddenly a soldier clad in black armor reported, General, the Northern Alliance's shattered army has split into 3 fleeing paths. Zhao Hui inquired, Are these the main forces? The black-armored soldier replied. This subordinate is uncertain, but I and my comrades clearly observed that the leaders of the three fleeing groups are all adorned in golden and red armor. Zhao Hui pondered, what could the northern rebels mean by this? Is their division advantageous? After a moment's hesitation, he decreed, let us also divide our forces into four. 3 shall pursue the fleeing enemies, while the 4th strikes directly at their supply depot to sever their reinforcements. All the commanders surrounding Zhao Hui echoed in agreement. Thus, they pursued the Northern Alliance's government troops, splitting into 4 groups of 11,500 men each, while Xue Ping, leading the remnants of the Northern Alliance. Sensed the enemy's trap and hastened into the Tian Gorge. Upon seeing the remnants enter the gorge, the 11,500 government troops rejoiced, not even pausing to glance back, and surged forward. Atop the mountain, countless soldiers of the Northern Alliance were prepared. Among the government troops, 2,500 were elite black-armored soldiers. After all the government troops had entered, a command rang out from the mountaintop. Release! Countless boulders cascaded down into the gorge. Even the most elite black-armored soldiers could not reach the summit, and many of the government troops sought to flee, but the gorge was too narrow, restricting their escape. 2 hours later, of the over 10,000 government soldiers, all 2,500 elite black-armored soldiers perished, with over 6,000 others lost, leaving only 2,500 to escape. The Northern Alliance troops descended to scour the battlefield, and a day later Zhao Hui finally eradicated the other 2 groups of troops and realized this was a trap. He promptly gathered his army. Just as the remnants from the Tian Gorge returned, Zhao Hui hastily inquired, what transpired at the front? A young soldier among the remnants lamented, our army fell into an ambush and suffered heavy losses. The elite black-armored forces have been annihilated. Zhao Hui, enraged, demanded, how long ago did you escape from there? The young soldier replied, it has been a day. Zhao Hui, filled with hope, ordered, mobilize another group of troops to converge and assault the Northern Alliance's headquarters and supply depot. The 3 forces began to gather at a single point, advancing towards the Northern Alliance's stronghold, which was the lifeblood of their organization. At that moment, over 20,000 troops of the Northern Alliance were fiercely attacking their headquarters at Qi City, where 11,500 government soldiers, including 2,500 elite black-armored troops, were stationed. The Northern Alliance had attacked for a day, suffering heavy losses, and while retreating to other villages, they were intercepted by Zhao Hui and his 30,000 soldiers, leading to a decisive battle in the wilderness. Li Zongtian commanded over 20,000 troops to confront Zhao Hui's 30,000. Behind Zhao Hui were 30,000 dragon steed troops, among which were 4,600 black-armored cavalry. Although Li Zongtian had over 20,000 dragon steed troops at his back, their strength was insufficient, and their weapons were subpar, making it difficult to engage in battle. Zhao Hui proclaimed loudly, Li Zongtian, you were once the esteemed village chief of Tianmen Town, possessing exceptional strength, and the government has treated you well. Why do you choose to rebel? If you surrender now, you shall become the grand general of the 21 villages under Tianmen Town. Li Zongtian retorted vehemently, I once followed Tianmen Town out of blindness. The government is corrupt, extorting the populace and oppressing the common folk. My departure from Tianmen Town is merely a return from darkness to light. Spare me your words, let us engage. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Zhao Hui commanded, black-armored troops, lead the charge, 1,000 armored cavalry, strike first. At the sound of the order, the armored cavalry surged forward, and Li Zongtian also commanded, Xue Ping, Lu Xin, Zhangtian, follow me into battle. Directly using our inner strength to attack their mouths, over 20,000 dragon steed troops charged forward, and the 2 armies clashed. Zhao Hui, riding a dragon steed, initiated his charge. The black-armored troops proved formidable, while all the dragon steed soldiers wielded only basic weapons, making it challenging to contend with the black-armored forces. Chapter 13, occupying 12 villages. Indeed, the over 20,000 dragon steed troops wielded long swords, relentlessly striking against the black-armored soldiers' blades. After several exchanges, the dragon steed troops fell, and attacking their mouths proved exceedingly difficult. Li Zongtian wielded his long spear, executing a series of strikes, directly taking down 7 black-armored soldiers. Li Zhangtian, Lu Shen, and Xue Ping fought valiantly, with Zhao Hui advancing, wielding his weapon with ease against the black-armored troops. After a series of strikes, only Li Zhangtian, Lu Shen, and Xue Ping possessed superior long spears, while the others lacked armor. After half an hour of fierce combat, Li Zongtian confronted Zhao Hui directly, with Li Zongtian at the peak of the 8th realm of martial artists. While Zhao Hui had reached the 9th realm, the 2 engaged in battle, their long spears dancing in a flurry of strikes. After 200 exchanges, Zhao Hui landed a blow on Li Zongtian's right arm. who swiftly deflected the spear and shouted, "All troops, retreat." The dragon steed soldiers hastily withdrew as Zhao Hui commanded, "Notify the defenders at Qi City to intercept the northern forces with full strength." He then quickly communicated with the army at Qi City, and the two armies began to encircle. The black armored troops rained arrows down, and dragon steed soldiers fell one after another, after the two-pronged assault. They broke through the encirclement but sustained heavy losses, with over 10,000 dragon steed troops lost and lacking provisions. Forced deeper into the mountains, the entire Northern Alliance stronghold was seized, and Zhao Hui did not pursue into the depths of the mountains. Instead, he focused on occupying the 8 villages of the Northern Alliance, leading 6,000 black armored cavalry and 28,000 armored troops, totaling 34,000 men, surrounding the mountains and blocking the exit, determined to starve the Northern Alliance troops into submission. Thus, after 3 months of siege, Chu Zifeng finally broke through to the 6th realm of martial artists. Zihan Yun, Li Lingfeng, and Li Juyun also reached the 6th realm, while Li Ying, Li Ju, Li Yun, Yuan Hongda, and Yuan Kaiyun achieved the 5th realm. Within Baiyun City, 2,000 soldiers all advanced to the 9th realm of martial artists, their strength far surpassing that of the besieging enemy soldiers. Chu Zifeng believed they were ready for battle and called for a war council. With Zihan Yun and others in attendance, Chu Zifeng proclaimed, "We now possess ample troops and provisions, we can engage in battle. What are your views?" Li Lingfeng responded, "According to intelligence from our external agents, the Northern Alliance forces have collapsed at the border, losing their defensive line. Subsequently, they set an ambush in a gorge and annihilated 9,000 government troops." Zihan Yun, Li Juyun, and others cheered in approval. "Excellent, truly splendid." Li Lingfeng shook his head in disappointment. Unfortunately, the Northern Alliance also, in pursuit of minor gains, lost their rear supply depot and subsequently suffered over 10,000 casualties as they were encircled, retreating into the mountains. This occurred 3 months ago. Zihan Yun remarked, "It seems our army must engage, whether we wish to or not." Chu Zifeng concluded, "In that case, let us seize this moonless night to launch a decisive battle against the besieging coalition of 2 villages." The assembly echoed an agreement. Zihan Yun suggested, "Since there is no moon tonight, we can employ a stratagem. Under the cover of darkness, we shall advance stealthily, and when we approach within 50 meters of the enemy, we shall unleash a barrage of arrows, advancing while shooting, and when in close range, we will initiate a melee charge." Chu Zifeng declared loudly, "Tonight, all forces at the 4 gates will execute this tactic against the enemy." All commanders affirmed, "Yes." That night, with clouds obscuring the moon, the 4-gate armies advanced quietly towards the 4 enemy forces, progressing slowly until they were within 50 meters of the enemy. Suddenly, Chu Zifeng drew the crossbow, unleashing a combined divine technique from his second divine skill. Instantly, the arrows crackled with lightning and were enveloped in ancient power. He released the mechanism, and an arrow flew forth, powerful enough to slay a martial artist of the 8th realm. Striking through 3 enemy soldiers and hitting a squad leader, the enemy barely had time to react before a rain of arrows descended, resulting in several hundred casualties among their ranks. The leading village chief commanded a charge. For the distance was short, Chu Zifeng ordered, "Shield wall." The shield bearers crouched down, forming a barrier, while the crossbowmen continued to rain arrows upon the enemy, who suffered grievously under the onslaught. Chu Zifeng aimed for the village chief, drew a soldier's long spear, and unleashed 2 divine techniques, hurling it forth, empowered by lightning. It pierced through 7 foes, striking down the village chief of the 7th realm. With the chief's death, morale shattered, and the troops began to flee. However, as they fled, they were met with arrows from behind, falling lifeless to the ground. The other 3 enemy forces were likewise decimated in the brief barrage of arrows. Thus, the Baiyun army suffered no losses and achieved a complete victory over the enemy. The following day, after the battlefield had been thoroughly cleaned, preparations for the next steps commenced. Within the command headquarters of Baiyun City, Chu Zifeng and his comrades were engaged in discussions regarding their forthcoming strategy. Chu Zifeng remarked, "This time, our forces have suffered no losses while annihilating an enemy contingent of 7,200 men, achieving a significant victory in this battle. We must now deliberate on our next course of action." Li Lingfeng interjected, "The Northern Army has been driven into the deep mountains for 3 months, devoid of supplies. Even if we resort to slaughtering horses, it would yield little sustenance. I fear we are on the brink of exhausting all our resources, and the day of our demise may be upon us this very month." Zihan Yun added, "At this juncture, the decisions we make in Baiyun City will determine our future." Li Lingfeng continued, "We are left with no alternatives. We must seize the opportunity while the main force of the 12 villages has been dispatched to suppress the Northern Alliance. We should launch a surprise attack while their villages are vulnerable. capturing all 12 villages in one fell swoop, then seal off communications, recruit soldiers, and train them. When the enemy's main force returns and disperses back to their villages, we shall eradicate them one by one. Xu Zifeng responded, "That sounds excellent. All troops, heed my command. 2,000 soldiers will remain stationed in Baiyun City, while the remaining 1,200 will be divided into 12 detachments to occupy the 12 villages. Then, we shall cut off communications, recruit and train soldiers, and establish alchemy and weaponry divisions in preparation for the enemy's return." The assembled officers echoed, "Yes, General." As soon as the orders were issued, the Northern Cloud Army was immediately divided into 12 parts, each mounted on dragon steeds, racing toward the 12 villages. Days later, a fierce battle erupted between the Northern Alliance and the government forces in the mountains, resulting in 3,000 casualties for the Northern Alliance. While the government forces suffered only 1,000 losses, the government troops tightened their encirclement, gradually constricting the Northern Alliance's space for survival. Meanwhile, the 12 detachments of the Northern Cloud Army successfully captured all 12 villages. Chapter 14. The Northern Alliance breaks through. Following Xu Zifeng's orders, once the 12 detachments had successfully taken control of the 12 villages, they immediately began constructing alchemy and weaponry departments, each staffed with 50 individuals. While also recruiting new soldiers in each village, this surprise assault and occupation of the 12 villages yielded a total population of 133,200, combined with the population within Baiyun City, amounting to 134,800. Upon completing the occupation, the various departments began to coordinate. Xu Zifeng dialed the shared phone line of the 12 villages. "Can everyone hear me?" he inquired. The leaders of the 12 villages began to respond in succession. Upon hearing their voices, Xu Zifeng joyfully exclaimed, "Well done, everyone, your hard work has paid off. Please report the outcomes of your respective villages." As Xu Zifeng listened to the reports, his delight was palpable. The Northern Cloud Army had achieved bountiful results in these 12 villages, amassing a total of 600 million in wealth and a population of 133,200. "What a tremendous profit we have made. It seems we will soon be capable of forging an army of 10,000. He laughed heartily. The generals joined in the laughter, but Li Lingfeng cautioned, "General, the dispersion of our forces across the 12 villages leaves us too scattered, and the distances are too great for effective support. I suggest we consolidate all villagers into a single location to establish a large settlement." Zi Hanyun countered, "I oppose Lingfeng's suggestion. Even if we gather all villagers in one place, the distances for support would still be considerable. I propose we relocate all villagers from the 12 villages closer to Baiyun City, allowing for rapid mutual assistance." Li Juyun interjected, "There is no need for further contention. Recently, I discovered a secret method in the Imperial Divine Art that inspired me. I believe we can construct a rapid route connecting the 13 cities for swift support." Xu Zifeng inquired, "Juyun, do you mean we should concentrate the populace of the 12 villages and build a grand city for their residents, while simultaneously constructing a rapid route among the 13 cities? How long would it take to travel this route?" Li Juyun smiled. "A journey that typically takes over 10 days can be completed in just 2 hours. Xu Zifeng, Zi Hanyun, and Li Lingfeng were greatly astonished. "Excellent, let us begin immediately," Li Juyun responded. "Very well." She promptly shared the secret method with the others and then asked, "General, with such a large population now, how many troops should we recruit in each city?" Xu Zifeng replied, "Given the substantial population, I believe each of the 12 cities should recruit 2,000 new soldiers, plus an additional 100 soldiers from each city to reinforce Baiyun City's defenses." Li Juyun and the others affirmed, "Understood, General." To complete the training of the army for combat, construct fortifications, relocate the populace, and build the roads, a total of 5 months would be required, and that was with the utmost urgency. Consequently, the population across the 13 cities of Baiyun diminished to 110,000 due to the conscription of 25,200 individuals. Meanwhile, the Northern Alliance forces found themselves besieged in the mountains. Li Zhangtian, Li Zhantian, Lu Shen, Shui Peng, and over 9,000 soldiers were left without their dragon steeds. These troops, emaciated and famished, resorted to foraging for wild grasses, spirit herbs, and consuming leaves from trees for sustenance. Having exhausted the meat of over 10,000 dragon steeds, the foliage in the area had been stripped bare, leaving behind only a desolate landscape. Li Zhantian, feeling weak, approached Li Zhangtian and declared, "Father, a true man should stand tall against the heavens. To die in battle is honorable, but to perish from starvation at the hands of the enemy is unacceptable. We must confront them." Li Zhangtian thundered in response, "We would rather die fighting on the battlefield than starve to death here."
Men, follow me. With that, Li Sangtian rose and strode forth, followed by Li Zhantian, Lu Xian, and Xue Ping. The remaining soldiers of the Northern Alliance stood up in unison, surging toward a common direction. More than 9,000 of them charged toward the encirclement of 8,500 government troops in the west. Fully aware that this would be a fight to the death, they pressed forward like ferocious tigers down the mountainside. Among the 8,500 government troops, 1,500 were elite black-armored soldiers. The government forces, invigorated and equipped with superior weaponry, braced themselves as the Northern Alliance troops, weakened and poorly armed, descended upon them without fear. The leading warrior, a village chief of peak 8th tier martial prowess, signaled for the 8,000 cavalry to retreat, clearing a vast area of flat ground for the enemy's descent. As the black-armored soldiers took their positions at the front lines, ready to charge, Li Sangtian and the other commanders, along with their 9,000 troops, rushed down the slope, but their momentum began to wane. The village chief raised his hand, and 1,500 black-armored soldiers drew their bows. Unleashing a volley of arrows, the barrage momentarily halted the advance of the Northern Alliance forces, resulting in hundreds of casualties among them. Li Sangtian, Li Zhantian, Lu Xian, and Xue Ping swiftly deflected the arrows with their swords and spears. But the backline of the Northern Alliance suffered grievous losses. The Northern Alliance troops, encircling Li Sangtian and his companions, resumed their reckless charge, one wave after another, as they fought to carve a bloody path for their leaders. The black-armored soldiers continued to rain arrows down upon them, causing further devastation until they ceased firing just 70 meters from the black-armored front lines. The village chief gestured again, and the 1,500 black-armored soldiers, along with the village chief himself, charged forward, followed closely by the 7,000 armored cavalry. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their iron steeds as they clashed with the 9,000 Northern Alliance troops. The village chief charged directly at Li Sangtian, prompting Lu Xian and Xue Ping to shout, "General, Lieutenant General, retreat at once, we will cover you." Li Sangtian and Li Zhantian hesitated, reluctant to flee, but the Northern Alliance soldiers urged in unison, "General, Lieutenant General, quickly withdraw. We will provide cover." Awakened by their cries, Li Sangtian and Li Zhantian led a handful of soldiers to retreat through the weakest points in the enemy's lines. Meanwhile, the most elite black-armored soldiers and a majority of their forces became entangled with the 9,000 Northern Alliance troops, allowing Li Sangtian, Li Zhantian, and their small contingent to break through easily. However, the village chief, being a peak 8th tier warrior, posed a significant challenge. Lu Xian and Xue Ping, at the early 8th tier level, found it increasingly difficult to maintain their footing against him. Chapter 15. The total loss of the Northern Alliance's main force. Lu Xian and Xue Ping continued to wield their long spears against the village chief on his dragon steed. The village chief skillfully countered their attacks, and during their fierce engagement, Lu Xian executed a surprise strike against the legs of the dragon steed, causing the village chief to tumble from his mount. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Xian and Xue Ping thrust their long spears relentlessly, landing 50 strikes in the span of a minute. The village chief narrowly evaded several of their thrusts, leveraging his strength to rise and counterattack. The two, taken aback, quickly raised their weapons to deflect his strikes, just avoiding fatal injury. As the village chief unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, the three warriors engaged in a fierce contest, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds. Yet, the village chief managed to pierce the arms of both Lu Xian and Xue Ping with two swift strikes. Lu Xian urged, "We must retreat." Xue Ping scooped up a handful of sand from the ground and hurled it into the village chief's face, granting them the chance to escape. The village chief commanded, "All cavalry encircle and surround them, annihilate them." Lu Xian and Xue Ping, leading several thousand troops from the Northern Alliance, were on the verge of retreat when they were abruptly confronted by a cavalry force. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xian and Xue Ping grew anxious, vigorously wielding their long spears and dispatching a dozen or so soldiers from the black-armored army. The village chief, mounted on a new steed, charged directly at Xue Ping, who, engrossed in his fierce battle against the black-armored soldiers, remained unaware of the imminent danger. It was only when the village chief was upon him that Xue Ping reacted, swiftly turning to block with his spear. Yet, he was a moment too late. The village chief's spear, with tremendous force, severed one of Xue Ping's arms. Overcome with pain, he let out an anguished cry, and the black-armored soldiers seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Stabbing him in the back, with a swift kick, Xue Ping sent his spear soaring into the air and, with his left hand, quickly retaliated, killing the black-armored soldier. However, the village chief effortlessly disarmed Xue Ping of his left arm, and a dozen more black-armored soldiers descended upon him, piercing him through with their weapons. As they withdrew their spears, Xue Ping fell to the ground lifeless, with numerous gaping wounds. The several thousand troops of the Northern Alliance found themselves encircled by an equal number of cavalry soldiers. Due to the cavalry's advantage and the Northern Alliance's starvation, their combat effectiveness naturally diminished. The cavalry relentlessly swung their blades, mercilessly slaughtering the Northern Alliance soldiers. The black armored army proved even more formidable, with individual soldiers taking down 5 opponents with ease. Although the cavalry also suffered casualties, the black armored soldiers inflicted a one-sided massacre. Despite Lu Xian's formidable strength, he was unable to contend with such overwhelming numbers. After 5 hours of fierce combat, only 18 soldiers from the Northern Alliance remained, with Lu Xian having been struck by an arrow. The black armored forces had also sustained significant losses. The village chief proclaimed loudly, "Lu Xian, surrender now, and you shall be spared." Lu Xian replied defiantly, "You villain, I shall not yield." The village chief commanded, "Release the black armored soldiers." As they charged forth, the village chief waved his hand, sending 20 black armored soldiers into the fray. Lu Xian immediately counterattacked, piercing one of the black armored soldiers with his spear. The village chief then loosed an arrow, which struck Lu Xian's arm. The black armored soldiers closed in, and Lu Xian, caught off guard, was struck in the leg by another arrow, causing him to kneel. Seizing the moment, the black armored soldiers attacked, but Lu Xian retaliated with a powerful palm strike, shattering the organs of one soldier and killing another with a second blow. Another arrow flew towards him, shattering his knee, and he collapsed to the ground. As he attempted to prop himself up, the village chief lunged forward and decapitated Lu Xian with a single stroke, while the remaining soldiers perished. In this fierce conflict, the village chief's forces annihilated over 8,000 soldiers from the Northern Alliance while suffering losses of 500 black armored soldiers and over 2,000 cavalrymen. Soon after, Yi Zhaohui received jubilant news of victory and promptly rewarded the village chief handsomely. He then gathered an army of 5,500 black armored soldiers and 24,000 cavalrymen, marching towards 8 villages while proclaiming the complete destruction of the Northern Alliance, leaving only Li Tsongtian and his son, Li Zhantian, along with a few stragglers, in flight. After breaking through, Li Tsongtian and his son led several hundred riders, evading capture for 2 months. However, they could not escape the government forces' pursuit. Eventually cornered by Zhaohui, they fled from the northern 8 villages towards the 12 empty villages where the government army was stationed. Following the occupation of the northern 8 villages, Zhaohui promptly reported to Qi Ling, stating, "Mayor, our forces have completely taken the northern 8 villages, annihilating over 20,000 of the Northern Alliance troops." With both deputy leaders eliminated, only Li Tsongtian, his son, and a few hundred remain at large. Qi Ling laughed heartily. "Wonderful, where has the villain fled?" Zhaohui replied, "Li Tsongtian and his son have retreated to the 12 unguarded villages." Qi Ling instructed, "Ensure the enemy has no respite." Zhaohui affirmed, "Yes, Mayor. By the way, have we captured Yunwu Mountain Village?" Qi Ling responded, "For some reason, we have yet to receive any battle reports from Yunwu Mountain Village." Zhaohui declared, "That insignificant place, I will lead the main forces to pursue Li Tsongtian and drive him towards Yunwu Mountain Village, simultaneously taking it down." Qi Ling smiled. "Excellent, go at once." Zhaohui complied without hesitation, leading his army straight towards the direction of Li Tsongtian and his son. Upon reaching the outskirts of the first village, Li Tsongtian and his son were alarmed to find the area completely deserted. One of their riders hastily approached, exclaiming, "General Zhaohui is pursuing us with a vast army." Li Zhantian urged, "Father, we must retreat quickly. The enemy is closing in." Li Tsongtian swiftly led his troops to another village, while Zhaohui's forces did not enter the village but continued their relentless pursuit. Thus, the two sides chased each other for 3 months, weaving through the 12 villages until they finally headed for Yunwu Mountain Village. Meanwhile, the Northern Cloud Army of the 13th City had completed their training, and key generals like Chu Zifeng had upgraded all weapons to first-tier status, although the soldiers of the 13th City remained at the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Li Tsongtian and his son resolved to stop fleeing upon arriving at Yunwu Mountain Village, intending to stay and support their old comrades. However, they encountered no signs of life along the way. Growing increasingly concerned that Northern Cloud City had fallen. As they approached within 50 meters of Northern Cloud City, the Northern Cloud blue flag fluttered in the air, bringing them great joy. Northern Cloud had not been vanquished. Chapter 16, Lord Chu, we submit. Li Tsongtian and his son, accompanied by several hundred guards, arrived at the foot of Northern Cloud City. They beheld soldiers atop the city walls clad in first-tier armor, wielding first-tier black halberds equipped with first-tier crossbows at their waists, and brandishing first-tier long swords, with first-tier shields in one hand and 30 first-tier bolts on their backs. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Li Zhantian exclaimed, "What elite forces! I never imagined Northern Cloud's army would be so formidable." Li Tsongtian remarked, "When I last visited, they were not so well equipped. Back then, they merely possessed initial-tier weapon sets." Li Zhantian Astonished, added, this means that in just 1 year of conflict, Northern Cloud has achieved such strength and scale, their growth rate is truly alarming. Nodding in agreement, Li Songtian formulated a plan. He called out, I am the leader of the Northern Alliance. Our entire army has been annihilated, and we have fled here in despair. I wish to meet your general. Please open the gates, the guards replied. Alliance leader, please wait a moment, I will inform my superiors. Shortly thereafter, Chu Zifeng emerged, accompanied by a retinue of guards. Which of you is the leader of the Northern Alliance? He inquired. Li Songtian was taken aback. The youthful figure before him was none other than the Lord of Northern Cloud City. What astonished him further was that this young lord had reached the 6th rank of martial arts at such a tender age, an accomplishment his own son had yet to achieve. Li Zhantian was equally flabbergasted, realizing that this individual had progressed from the 1st to the 6th rank within a year, a feat of extraordinary speed. Chu Zifeng smiled. Gentlemen, what is it that holds your gaze so intently? Li Zhantian, regaining his composure, said, My lord, it is remarkable that you have ascended from the 1st to the 6th rank of martial arts in just 1 year, truly impressive. Chu Zifeng replied, You two are quite formidable. Young alliance leader, achieving the 3rd rank of martial arts at such a young age. At this moment, Li Songtian bowed respectfully, declaring, I am Li Songtian, leader of the Northern Alliance, here with my defeated soldiers seeking refuge. Chu Zifeng smiled. There is no need for such formalities, alliance leader. Please enter the city, and we can discuss matters further inside. With that, the group began to enter the city. Once within the command center, Li Songtian spoke first. My lord, I bring my defeated soldiers to pay a visit. I hope you will forgive our intrusion. Chu Zifeng chuckled. We are all brothers in arms. You are always welcome here. Alliance leader. Li Songtian continued, I am in awe of your poise at such a young age. Lord Chu. Li Zhantian added, My lord, I heard you were besieged by the coalition of 2 villages. Where are they now? Chu Zifeng laughed heartily. They are no longer a concern. Li Songtian and Li Zhantian exclaimed in unison. They retreated. Chu Zifeng shook his head. No, they have been completely vanquished. Li Songtian immediately asked, What of Northern Cloud City's losses? Chu Zifeng smiled. Do not be alarmed, gentlemen, our forces sustained no losses whatsoever. We annihilated over 7,000 soldiers from the coalition of 2 villages. Li Songtian and Li Zhantian were utterly astonished. To have suffered no casualties while eliminating such a massive force was nothing short of miraculous. Li Songtian gave a thumbs up. Proclaiming, incredible, simply incredible, Li Zhantian suddenly realized it must have been the crossbows and first-tier weapon sets. Chu Zifeng nodded slightly, and only then did Li Songtian come to a sudden realization. Chu Zifeng inquired, I have yet to ask the leader. Li, what do you mean by the remnants of defeated troops? Li Songtian lamented, Our Northern Alliance army, comprising 30,000 men, has been entirely annihilated by the government forces. The only remaining troops are the few hundred cavalry at our side, which were sheltered in other villages. Our own combat units have been completely lost, and both deputy leaders have perished in battle. Chu Zifeng was taken aback, exclaiming, Does this mean the government forces are almost at our doorstep? Li Songtian and his son nodded gravely. Chu Zifeng, both amused and exasperated, found it incredulous that the father and son had led the enemy towards him without a word of warning. He composed himself, then joyfully declared, This time, I must extend my heartfelt thanks to both of you. Leader Li, has the main force of the enemy arrived? Li Zhandan, believing that Chu Zifeng was now panicking, quickly affirmed, Indeed, from the 8 villages in the north, save for a few government troops stationed, all their main forces are pursuing us. Chu Zifeng burst into laughter, expressing his gratitude. I must sincerely thank you both. First, for leading the few hundred cavalry through the 12 villages to delay the government forces, granting us precious time for future engagements. Second, for bringing the main force of the government troops to us, providing us the opportunity to annihilate them. Li Songtian and Li Zhandan were left dumbfounded, unsure of what Chu Zifeng meant. Chu Zifeng then ordered, Commanders of the 12 cities, heed my orders, summon a force of 1,900 men, led by the main commander, to seize the 8 northern villages, leave 100 men to garrison there, while the remaining 11 commanders shall each retain 100 men for defense and lead the rest of their forces to Baiyun City to encircle and eliminate the government troops' main force. All 12 commanders responded in unison, Yes, General. Li Songtian, perplexed, asked, Commander Chu, do you not only have Baiyun City under your command? Where do these remaining 12 cities come from? Li Zhandan, with a serious demeanor, clarified, The 12 cities refer to the 12 villages. Once we eradicate the enemy's main force, we will launch a surprise attack on the defenseless 12 villages, gathering all the civilians to construct a grand city. Thus, they are referred to as the 12 great cities. However, I am uncertain of how many troops and resources the Lord of Bayun possesses, given that the enemy has over 20,000 men. Li Sangtian was taken aback, realizing that this campaign against the rebels had resulted in his side being completely overwhelmed. Chu Zifeng, filled with pride and mirth, proclaimed, "In these past few months, our army has trained up to 25,200 soldiers, all equipped with first-class gear, each at the 9th level of martial discipleship." Li Sangtian and his son were utterly stunned, seated as they were grappling with the enormity of the situation. Such a development was unprecedented since the uprising began, a rarity in the annals of history.
The strength they now possessed could be deemed unparalleled, a feat worthy of being recorded as the first of its kind. Li Sangtian and Li Zhandan were thoroughly convinced, recognizing Chu Zifeng as a prodigy among prodigies.
A dream amidst dreams, they solemnly declared in unison, "Commander Chu, we are in awe." Chapter 17, The Great Battle of Bayun City. Chu Zifeng handed Li Sangtian and his son a healing elixir, saying, "These two are healing pills, do take them." Having never encountered such healing remedies before, the two were intrigued. After consumption, their injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, a subordinate burst into the command center, exclaiming, "General, 150 meters outside the city, we have spotted a large number of enemy troops charging towards us." Chu Zifeng rose, stating, "They arrive at an alarming speed." He then turned to Li Sangtian and Li Zhandan, saying, "Gentlemen, let us engage the enemy." The father and son quickly stood and followed Chu Zifeng to the city walls. Chu Zifeng remarked, "Surely, there are over 20,000 cavalry beneath the city." Li Sangtian urgently inquired, "Commander Chu, how many defenders do you have within your city?" Chu Zifeng replied, "I have merely 2,000 cavalry." Li Sangtian was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can 2,000 cavalry contend with 20,000? This is dire." Nearby, Li Zhandan echoed, "Indeed, Commander Chu, even if your 2,000 are elite, the enemy has over 5,000 equally skilled troops alongside the 10,000 village soldiers." Chu Zifeng chuckled, "Gentlemen, there is no need for haste. Let us observe for a moment." Outside Bayun City, Zhao Hui, leading the village heads from the 12 villages along with 5,500 black armored troops and 24,000 dragon steed troops, halted a little over 100 meters from the city. Zhao Hui gazed at Bayun City, noting the purple-blue military banner and the soldiers atop the walls, and erupted into a tirade. "Damn those two foolish pigs. 7,200 men cannot capture a mere small city." Zhao Hui commanded that a shared communication device be brought forth and dialed 3 times, each time failing to connect. Enraged, he exclaimed, "I never imagined this to be true. These two useless fools cannot even take a city and have instead been wiped out." Zhao Hui, eyeing the small city ahead, dared not show any hint of carelessness. He ordered, "Send 1 team leader and 20 black armored troops to assess the enemy's weaponry, fortifications, and troop arrangements." A team leader and 20 black armored soldiers promptly mounted their dragon steeds and galloped towards the city gates. Chu Zifeng and his companions watched as the enemy cavalry approached, remaining unperturbed until they were within 50 meters of the city gates. At that moment, Chu Zifeng swiftly drew his crossbow and fired an arrow, striking the team leader dead on the spot. The 20 black armored soldiers hastily retreated, dragging the lifeless body of their leader. Chu Zifeng observed their withdrawal without obstruction. As the 20 black armored soldiers brought the body before Zhao Hui, he pulled out the arrowhead and laughed, "A mere first-rate arrowhead. It seems there is no great concern." He then shouted towards the city walls, "I am the commander of the government forces, and I wish to speak with your leader." Chu Zifeng extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, while Li Sangtian, resigned, realized he bore the brunt of the blame now. Even Li Zhandan began to suspect that this large-scale government crackdown was instigated by the Bayun troops. However, they only recognized the Northern Alliance and placed all the blame upon them, bearing the full brunt of the government's wrath. Li Sangtian called out, "I am Li Sangtian, speak your mind." Zhao Hui laughed heartily, declaring, "Indeed, this is the city of the Northern Alliance. This encirclement is surely a correct course of action." Once again, Li Sangtian and the Northern Alliance found themselves unjustly accused, casting innocent glances at Chu Zifeng as the weight of blame increased. Chu Zifeng found their expressions amusing and said, "I request that you both draw the government troops closer." Li Sangtian, with no other option, relented. "Very well." He then called out towards Zhao Hui, "I am right here. Feel free to come at me." In the distance, Zhao Hui responded, "Rest assured, I shall come." He waved his hand, and the black armored troops brought forth 2 severed heads, those of the 2 deputy leaders of the Northern Alliance. Zhao Hui addressed Li Sangtian, "I will come, but first, we must deal with these 2 heads. Do you know whose they are?" The faces of Li Sangtian and Li Zhandan turned pale. Clearly, the heads preserved by the commander of the government forces were significant. Belonging to high-ranking officials of the Northern Alliance, only two individuals warranted such attention. Zhao Hui boomed. These two heads belonged to the left and right deputy leaders of the Northern Alliance. Li Tsingtian and Li Zhandan's fingers dug into the wall in despair. The left deputy leader, Xue Ping, and the right deputy leader, Lu Xian, were sworn brothers to Li Tsingtian, having fought side by side for years. Lu Xian was even the uncle of Li Zihandan. To think they had died in battle only to be further humiliated by their enemies. Noticing their silence, Zhao Hui shouted, "Do you know how I will treat these two heads? First, I will toss them to the ground for my soldiers to kick around like balls, then have horses trample them. And finally feed them to the dogs." Li Tsingtian and Li Zhandan clenched their fists in fury, unable to contain their tears, and shouted, "Beast!" Zhao Hui laughed heartily, exclaiming, "I shall throw them." Without hesitation, he hurled the two severed heads to the ground. And over 20 soldiers dismounted and began to kick them. Li Tsingtian and Li Zhandan could no longer bear it. They rushed down from the city walls, intent on charging out. Chu Zifeng shouted, "There is no need for either of you to go." With that, he unleashed his divine technique, the first divine technique, Sky Soaring Fist, achieving the pinnacle of martial artist's 7th level, with a swift draw of his bow. Chu Zifeng released 2 arrows, obliterating the heads of the left deputy leader Xue Ping and the right deputy leader Lu Xian, turning them to dust. After firing the 2 arrows, Li Tsingtian and Li Zhandan hurriedly approached to inspect. They bowed deeply, expressing, "Thank you, Commander, for granting liberation to our brothers. Such kindness is beyond repayment. We are willing to face any peril for you." Chu Zifeng replied, "Leaderly, young leaderly, such grand gestures are too much. Let us speak after we have repelled the enemy." At that moment, Zhao Hui outside the city was fuming, shouting, "Li Tsingtian, you have a heart of stone, even your own brothers' heads you do not spare. All troops, heed my command, attack the city." The 5,500 black armored troops surged forward, followed closely by the 24,000 village soldiers. Chu Zifeng quickly ordered, "Sound the war drums, prepare for battle." As the resounding chime of the golden bell echoed, within the walls of Baiyun City, 2,000 soldiers of the Baiyun army prepared for battle with utmost determination, ascending the battlements and taking their designated positions. At the arrow slits atop the fortress, the entire army was in place. Chu Zifeng raised his hand and commanded, "Release." Instantly, a hail of arrows was unleashed by the Baiyun army. Chapter 18, willing to die by your side. Having spoken, he tossed a pair of crossbows to Li Tsingtian and his son Li Zhantian. Both father and son harbored deep-seated animosity towards the government forces, and with the crossbows in hand, they wasted no time in unleashing a barrage of bolts, each striking down a black-armored soldier. Following the initial volley from the Baiyun army, 400 of the enemy fell to the ground, including 400 cavalry. Zhao Hui, positioned far behind the charging forces, stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. "Are these not first-rate arrows? How could they have felled so many black-armored warriors?" As his fury mounted, his fists clenched tightly, and he shouted, "Traitors! Traitors!" Upon hearing this, Li Tsingtian and his son erupted in laughter, with Li Tsingtian retorting, "I never invited you here, you chose to come on your own, blame yourself." In a fit of rage, Zhao Hui commanded, "The black-armored troops shall charge." While firing arrows, over 4,000 black-armored soldiers unleashed their volleys. Unaware of the arrow slits within the walls, focusing solely on the battlements above. As they fired, the concealed archers within the walls took advantage of the moment, launching a counterattack that felled yet another wave of enemies. Still, the black-armored soldiers pressed forward with brute force, oblivious to the devastating losses they incurred. Meanwhile, Chu Zifeng seized a first-rate spear and hurled it with all his might, piercing through 3 foes. The cavalry stumbled, creating chaos. Yet even amidst the dense rain of arrows, the speed of the enemy's steeds could not be hindered. The black-armored troops soon reached the base of the city walls, striking with all their strength, expecting to breach the fortifications. To their astonishment, the walls stood firm, leaving them perplexed as to why they did not crumble. Even from afar, Zhao Hui was baffled by the resilience of the walls. As misfortune struck, arrows continued to rain down upon the black-armored troops, who remained trapped at the foot of the walls, unable to ascend. Zhao Hui and the 12 village leaders rushed forward, only to find themselves under relentless fire. In this moment, Chu Zifeng unleashed his second divine skill, 3,000 Thunderclouds, Heavenly Desolation Palm. His strength surged to the pinnacle of the 8th level of warrior mastery. This divine skill could serve both to enhance one's power and to unleash a devastating attack. Chu Zifeng aimed his crossbow at Zhao Hui and released a bolt. 2 black-armored soldiers rushed to shield Zhao Hui with their shields, but the force of Chu Zifeng's arrow shattered their defenses, propelling one soldier back and knocking Zhao Hui from his horse. The village leader behind him fell victim to the arrow as well. Stunned, Zhao Hui marveled at the arrow's incredible might, realizing that the village leader A master of the 8th level should not have succumbed so easily to a mere first-rate arrow. As the other 11 village leaders were similarly astonished, another arrow flew in Zhao Hui's direction. One of the village leaders attempted to intercept it with a spear, but the impact nearly disarmed him. Another arrow followed closely, and the remaining village leaders positioned themselves before Zhao Hui. The onslaught of arrows intensified. With each of the 11 leaders striving to protect him, soon Chu Zifeng found his energy waning, prompting him to consume 3 energy-restoring pills to recuperate. This moment of vulnerability granted Zhao Hui and his companions an opportunity. Enraged, Zhao Hui snatched a spear from the ground, his gaze fierce as he hurled it with all his might. Observing Chu Zifeng still consuming pills, Li Tsangtian understood that his ally was defenseless and seized a spear to counter. The 2 spears collided mid-air, with Li Tsangtian's weapon shattering upon impact while Zhao Hui's spear continued its relentless trajectory toward Chu Zifeng. At that moment, Chu Zifeng regained his strength, and with the Imperial Heavenly Sword drawn, he cleaved through Zhao Hui's spear, his combat prowess surging to new heights. Glaring down at Zhao Hui and the village leaders, a murderous intent radiated from him. Zhao Hui suddenly sensed that the individual atop the battlements might indeed be the true lord of Baiyun City. Zhao Hui, Chu Zifeng proclaimed, "Await my descent so that I may claim your head." Zhao Hui seethed with rage, realizing that this newly risen power posed a grave threat, potentially surpassing even the Northern Alliance. He vowed, "I swear to raze Baiyun City to the ground." Turning to Li Tsangtian and Li Zhantian, Chu Zifeng asked, "Are you two brave enough to fight alongside me?" The father and son nodded resolutely. Declaring, "We are willing to face death by your side," Chu Zifeng tossed Li Tsangtian a first-rate broadsword of intermediate quality and presented Li Zhantian with a black intermediate quality halberd. He also provided them with crossbows, quivers of arrows, and soft armor. The two were impressed with their newfound equipment and quickly donned their gear. Seizing the moment, Chu Zifeng shouted, "Prepare the troops, we shall charge forth from the city." Below, the Baiyun army continued to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows upon the black-armored forces, who suffered devastating losses. Meanwhile, Zhao Hui and the 11 village leaders assaulted the city walls. Soon, the Baiyun army, along with Li Tsangtian and Li Zhantian, stood ready as Chu Zifeng led them to open the city gates and charge out. Seeing the gates swing wide, Zhao Hui rallied his forces to surge forward, yet, should they fail to breach the entrance, the crossbowmen atop the walls would rain death upon them. At this critical juncture, the combined forces of Zihanyan, Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun, and the armies of 11 cities, totaling 20,900 troops, descended upon the weakest flank of the government forces, comprised entirely of village soldiers. Initially unaware of the approaching enemy, the government forces reacted only upon hearing the cries of battle behind them. However, the Baiyun soldiers had already begun their assault, unleashing a torrent of arrows that felled many. The government forces, lacking bows and shields, could only charge forward, but before they could close the distance, they were met with more arrows, resulting in over 1,000 casualties within just 5 minutes. Chapter 19, a decisive battle against 29,000 enemies at the city gates. Zhao Hui, flanked by the 11 village leaders and several thousand black-armored troops, pressed forward. Chu Zifeng, alongside Li Tsangtian, Li Zhantian, and 1,000 Baiyun soldiers, engaged in fierce combat at the gates, wielding the Imperial Heavenly Sword. Chu Zifeng battled Zhao Hui, while Li Tsangtian and Li Zhantian faced off against the village leaders. Outside, countless village soldiers mounted on dragon steeds attempted to charge in but were thwarted by the overwhelming numbers and the relentless arrows raining down from the battlements. At the city gates, Chu Zifeng continued to wield the Imperial Heavenly Sword against Zhao Hui. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of warrior mastery, Chu Zifeng held a slight advantage over Zhao Hui, who wielded an intermediate quality spear. Their combat unfolded with fervor, as Zhao Hui, recognizing Chu Zifeng's 6th level mastery, believed he could slay him with a single thrust. He unleashed a powerful strike, but Chu Zifeng met it with equal force. Deflecting the lethal blow, Zhao Hui was astonished that his attack, capable of killing even a 7th level warrior, failed to fell a mere 6th level adversary. Not allowing Zhao Hui a moment to ponder, Chu Zifeng pressed the offensive, launching a relentless series of strikes. After 30 exchanges, Zhao Hui found himself wounded, questioning his own existence as he realized the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Chu Zifeng continued his assault, executing his first divine skill, the Skyward Sword Slash. The Imperial Heavenly Sword glowed with crimson light as he unleashed a flurry of strikes on Zhao Hui. Although the warrior's realm prevented him from unleashing sword energy, he could still imbue his technique with overwhelming might as Zhao Hui attempted to parry with his spear, but after 12 thrusts, his weapon was cleaved in two. Shocked by the prowess of Chu Zifeng's sword, Zhao Hui found himself at a disadvantage without allowing him to hesitate. Chu Zifeng continued his onslaught, swiftly severing Zhao Hui's left arm. In a desperate bid for survival, Zhao Hui attempted to flee, but Chu Zifeng executed a 100-step flying sword technique, piercing through Zhao Hui's body. Meanwhile, Li Tsangtian and Li Zhantian engaged the 11 village leaders, the strongest among them being two masters at the pinnacle of the 8th level of warrior mastery, while the rest were at the initial stages of the same realm. Li Tsangtian and his son were utterly unable to withstand the onslaught, suffering grave injuries. At that moment, Chu Zifeng leapt into action, deftly propelling himself off the wall and launching into a series of swift movements. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, he unleashed a flurry of 20 sword strikes, decapitating the two village chiefs, both at the pinnacle of the 8th realm of martial prowess. One of these chiefs had been responsible for the deaths of Lu Xian and Xue Ping. With a grin, Chu Zifeng remarked, "I trust you two are unharmed." Upon glancing sideways, Li Tsangtian and Li Zhantian were met with the sight of Zhao Hui's lifeless body, their faces etched with shock. Turning towards the remaining 9 village chiefs, Chu Zifeng wasted no time and engaged them directly. The 9 chiefs charged at once, but Chu Zifeng swiftly executed his divine skill, the Sky Sword Slash, and entered into combat with them. Despite their combined assault, the 9 chiefs could not gain the upper hand. After 30 exchanges, the arms of 2 chiefs were severed. Soaring into the air, Chu Zifeng then employed his second divine technique, the Light Wave Sword Slash, enveloping his blade in azure light and propelling forward. As the 9 chiefs pressed on, Li Tsangtian retrieved a black halberd and hurled it with all his might, instantly slicing through the throats of 2 chiefs, who fell to the ground. With the pressure alleviated, Chu Zifeng swiftly dispatched the 2 remaining foes, leaving only 5 village chiefs standing. He then unleashed his divine skill, the 3000 Thundercloud Sky Sword Slash. The 5 chiefs charged forth, but after 20 exchanges, 2 more chiefs were slain, prompting the remaining 3 to attempt an escape. Chu Zifeng activated the Emperor's chaotic divine robe, intercepting the 3 and allowing them to strike at him. He in turn aimed for their vital points. The 3's long spears shattered in quick succession, leading to their immediate demise. Chu Zifeng bellowed, "Charge!" and Li Tsangtian, Li Zhantian, and 1,000 Northern Cloud cavalry surged forth from the city, engaging in large-scale battle with the black armored army. In the rear, the government troops were met with a massacre, their ranks falling one after another. Chu Zifeng single-handedly felled 15 black armored soldiers. Once outside the city, the crossbowmen atop Northern Cloud City provided cover for the advancing cavalry, and within half an hour thousands of black armored soldiers lay dead, devoid of support. The remaining government forces exhibited no resistance, falling before the charge of several hundred Northern Cloud cavalry. In a single charge, over 1,000 government soldiers were slain, and the remaining 10,000 were annihilated within 2 hours. Chu Zifeng and the Northern Cloud army collectively shouted, "Long live!" However, Li Tsangtian and Li Zhantian had no time to celebrate their victory. Instead, they beheaded Zhao Hui and the 12 village chiefs, proclaiming, "To the brothers of the Northern Alliance, Lu Xian and Xue Ping, I, Li Tsangtian, have avenged you." Upon hearing this, Chu Zifeng immediately commanded, "All Northern Cloud soldiers, heed my order. Sever the heads of all fallen government troops, trample them underfoot, and feed them to the dogs." The soldiers responded, "Yes, General." They swiftly decapitated over 20,000 corpses, trampling the heads repeatedly before discarding them as offerings to the dogs. Witnessing this, Li Tsangtian and Li Zhantian were overwhelmed with emotion and fainted. In this battle, a total of 29,000 government troops were annihilated, 18,000 dragon steeds were slain, and 11,000 were captured. Meanwhile, the Northern Cloud army incurred a loss of 3,400 men. Yet they seized 29,000 pieces of soft armor, 24,000 swords, and over 5,000 long spears and shields. After accounting for the spoils of war, Chu Zifeng promptly issued orders for each city to replenish their forces and return to their respective strongholds. The 8 northern villages were tasked with recruiting 2,000 new soldiers each, constructing large cities, gathering villagers, and establishing alchemy and weapon forging departments, all while intensifying their military training and upgrading their equipment in preparation for battle. With the acquisition of the 8 northern villages, the total population surged to 88,000. After deducting the new recruits, the total population of Northern Cloud now exceeded 190,000, providing ample military resources. The combined forces of the Northern Cloud Army, including new recruits, totaled 41,200 soldiers. After a day and night of slumber, Li Tsangtian and Li Zhantian awoke to find Chu Zifeng standing before them. Chu Zifeng smiled and said, "You two have finally awakened. You've slept for a full day and night." Li Tsangtian rose and inquired, "Lord of the city, have the 8 northern villages been reclaimed?" Chu Zifeng replied, They have been reclaimed, and I have stationed 16,000 troops there." Upon hearing this, Li Tsangtian and Li Zhantian fell silent, their gazes fixed intently on Chu Zifeng. Chapter 20. The shock of Qi Ling. Chu Zifeng felt a bit embarrassed under their scrutiny and remarked, "Why do you two gaze at me so? You make me feel uncomfortable." Li Tsangtian knelt on one knee, followed by Li Zhantian. Li Tsangtian expressed, "Lord Chu, thank you for saving our lives and avenging my brothers. From this day forth, our lives belong to you. As long as you call upon us, we shall not hesitate to brave any peril." Chu Zifeng hurried to assist them, but they refused to rise. Li Tsangtian stated, "If you do not agree, we shall not stand." Chu Zifeng relented. "Very well, I agree." Li Tsangtian promptly asked, "What position shall you assign us?" Chu Zifeng chuckled, "From now on, do not call me Lord of the City. Simply refer to me as General. You two shall serve as the lords of two of the northern cities." Li Tsangtian and Li Zhantian replied, "Understood, General." Afterward, Chu Zifeng presented Li Tsangtian with a tome, saying, "This is the Tianquan Sutra. All our senior officers practice it." Li Tsangtian accepted it, thanking him profusely. Chu Zifeng replied, "No need for thanks. You may take your leave and assume your duties." Li Tsangtian immediately set off for the 8 northern cities. Chu Zifeng then produced a vial of miraculous potion and handed it to Li Zhantian, saying, "Open this vial first." Li Zhantian took the vial and easily twisted it open, much to Chu Zifeng's delight. "Excellent, you did it effortlessly." Li Zhantian, "Do you know what is contained within this vial?" Li Zhantian, puzzled, asked, "What sort of potion is this?" Chu Zifeng explained, "This is a fortuitous encounter. I obtained the fate-reversing elixir. There are only 8 vials in existence. Han Yun, Li Feng, and Li Yin each consumed one, and this is the 4th. After you consume it, you will reverse your fate, greatly enhancing your talent and potential, making future breakthroughs significantly easier." Realizing why Chu Zifeng and the young generals of Northern Cloud had advanced their cultivation so rapidly, Li Zhantian immediately ingested the elixir. Almost instantly, excruciating pain coursed through his body, and he writhed on the ground, emitting cries of agony for 3 hours. After the pain subsided, he lost consciousness. Chu Zifeng carried Li Zhantian to bed, allowing him to rest. The next day, Li Zhantian set off for his new post in the north. Meanwhile, Tianmen town remained oblivious to the complete annihilation of the government troops. Once Chu Zifeng had arranged matters, he ordered all forces across the 21 major cities of Northern Cloud to enter seclusion and train, aiming to elevate all troops to the level of town soldiers. Chu Zifeng also began cultivating his 3rd divine skill, the 3,000 flowing cloud palm, alongside the breaking void fist, and forging his own fated weapon. 2 months later, Chu Zifeng broke through to the 7th realm of martial prowess, and the other generals also achieved breakthroughs. However, the military of Northern Cloud's 21 cities had yet to fully train. Within Tianmen town, Qi Ling had not received any battle reports from Zhao Hui for 2 months and began to feel anxious. He feared that something disastrous had occurred during this operation. Throughout Zhao Hui's absence, Qi Ling's heart was gripped by an unshakable sense of unease. Days prior, Qi Ling had made 3 or 4 attempts to contact Zhao Hui, but none were successful. Left with no other option, he dispatched someone to the front lines to investigate the situation. Given the time elapsed since their departure, the reconnaissance team should have returned by now. As Qi Ling paced anxiously in the town mayor's office, several soldiers rushed in. Qi Ling promptly inquired, "What is the situation regarding General Zhao Hui's forces at the front lines?" The leading soldier stammered, reporting to the town mayor, "At the front lines, there." The soldier hesitated, unable to articulate his words. Sensing that something grave had transpired, Qi Ling's anger flared. "Speak, what has happened at the front?" The soldier, trembling under Qi Ling's fury, finally uttered, "A significant incident has occurred at the front lines." Qi Ling pressed, "What exactly transpired?" The soldier replied, "The Northern Cloud Army launched a surprise attack on the 12 villages while General Zhao Hui led his troops to assault the Northern Alliance. Seizing control of the 12 villages." Qi Ling was taken aback, exclaiming, "Where did the Northern Cloud Army come from? Wasn't the Northern Alliance the only insurrectionist force? Isn't the Yunwu Mountain Village a branch of the Northern Alliance?" Even though the Yunwu Mountain Village launched a surprise attack and captured 12 villages, their military strength is still limited, and their weapons are not of high quality. Their army is not particularly formidable. Even if they recruit soldiers from these 12 villages, there is no need for concern once Zhao Hui leads tens of thousands of elite troops back to retaliate. Even if he faces 20 villages of miscellaneous soldiers, they would be unable to withstand Zhao Hui's grand army, thus there is fundamentally nothing to worry about. At this moment, the captain of the small soldiers interrupted Qi Ling's soliloquy, saying, "No, Mayor, the truth is not as you think. General Zhao Hui has always believed that the remaining rebel troops are entirely within Yunwu Mountain Village and have not entered the 12 villages. He has been relentlessly pursuing Li Tsingtian and his son, heading straight for Yunwu Mountain Village. Qi Ling suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This is hardly a significant matter," the captain of the small soldiers continued. When General Zhao Hui and his army arrived at Yunwu Mountain Village, he discovered that the leader of Yunwu Mountain Village was someone else, and their strength was not weak. At this time, the Baiyun army took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the northern 8 villages, leading to the fall of all 21 villages in Tianmen town. Qi Ling's expression shifted from calm to visibly tense. And he asked, "Please continue with the developments regarding General Zhao Hui's army." The captain replied, "Upon reaching Yunwu Mountain Village, General Zhao Hui immediately launched an offensive. He sent his most elite black armored troops as the vanguard, with the remaining village troops as backup, to assault Yunwu Mountain Village, which is now known as Baiyun City. It is said that there were merely a little over 1,000 people within Baiyun City. And after the black armored troops charged, something astonishing occurred." Qi Ling's expression grew more grave. He sensed that this was a serious matter that could lead to immense trouble. Chapter 21, Tianmen prepares. Qi Ling hastily inquired, "Quickly, tell me what shocking event transpired." The captain replied, "Just as the black armored troops charged, approximately 20 to 30,000 Baiyun troops surged from the rear well-equipped, and launched a surprise attack on the government forces. Remarkably, within a few hours, they annihilated General Zhao Hui's entire army, beheading them and trampling their heads with cavalry, subsequently tossing all the severed heads to feed the dogs." Qi Ling gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "How can this be possible? Zhao Hui and his commanders from the various villages, along with the black armored troops, were nearly invincible. How could they possibly be defeated?" The captain insisted, "This is the truth, Mayor. I have inquired thoroughly." In a fit of rage, Qi Ling struck the captain on the head, causing the captain to fall lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, Qi Ling was drenched in sweat, unable to believe that such a significant upheaval could occur in a small village. He realized the captain's words were indeed true, which indicated that the Baiyun army possessed strength capable of contending with the town's forces. With only 30,000 troops remaining in the town and the Baiyun army growing so rapidly, if they relied on the population of 21 villages to develop their military, even the entire army of Tianmen town would not be able to withstand the Baiyun army's advance. Despite the dire situation, Qi Ling understood that waiting idly would only lead to destruction. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative and strike before the enemy could grow stronger, intending to quell them in their infancy. With this thought in mind, Qi Ling immediately rose and instructed the guards outside, "Quickly notify the deputy mayors and the mercenary leader Wang Hu to convene for a meeting." The 2 guards swiftly delivered the message, and soon the 3 individuals arrived, taking their seats promptly. Qi Ling sat at the head, stating, "Gentlemen, there has been an incident at the front lines." Lin Yu asked, "Mayor, what has happened?" Qi Ling's face was filled with concern as he replied, "The front has suffered a defeat. 46,000 troops have been completely wiped out." Yi Xing inquired, "Was it the Northern Alliance?" Qi Ling responded, "No, it was the Baiyun army from Yunwu Mountain Village." The 3 exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom how a single village could triumph over 12 villages plus an army of 10,000. It seemed like a myth. Observing their disbelief, Qi Ling continued, "This conflict between the government forces and the rebel army has resulted in 3 significant events. First, the demise of the Northern Alliance; second, the complete annihilation of the government forces; and third, the rise of the Baiyun army with the loss of 20 villages. Following these events, the situation in Tianmen town has become exceedingly precarious." Lin Yu, Yixing, and Wang Hu were all taken aback. With the Baiyun army having occupied 21 villages, even Tianmen town was now in jeopardy. Qi Ling declared, "Therefore, I intend to mobilize the remaining 30,000 troops of Tianmen town to launch an offensive against the Baiyun army as 21 villages." Lin Yu queried, "Do we have a clear understanding of how many troops the Baiyun army possesses?" Qi Ling replied, "Yes, approximately 2 months ago, they had around 20,000 troops." Yi Xing, bewildered, remarked, "In just 1 year of rebellion, they have amassed 20,000 troops. That is truly alarming." Wang Hu added, "In that case, it may be unfeasible for us to defeat them." Qi Ling asked, "What do you mean by that?" Wang Hu elaborated, "I know of a type of elixir called the Waste Origin Pill. It can unlock a person's potential and talent, but it will limit their prospects for life. However, the townsfolk only require the initial grade." Qi Ling questioned, "Are you jesting? Where would we find such elixirs in Tianmen town? We barely have any first-grade elixirs, let alone Waste Origin Pills." Wang Hu chuckled, "You could request them from above, also inquire about some weaponry." Qi Ling clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Of course, how did I not think of that?" Wang Hu laughed heartily, "This Waste Origin Pill can create a formidable army within 2 months. Lin Yu inquired, how many troops do we need to recruit to combat the Beiyan army? Wang Hu replied, we only need to recruit an additional 50,000 troops. After all, Tianmen town has a population of 300,000. Xi Ling was elated, jumping up in excitement as he immediately contacted the higher authorities to request reinforcements. Shortly thereafter, the higher authorities granted approval, and that very day, 100,000 elixirs were dispatched to Tianmen town in large crates. Although it would take a month for delivery, the Beiyan army would have ample time, and Tianmen town's actions would provide the Beiyan army with a month to prepare. After 1 month, the 100,000 elixirs finally arrived in Tianmen town, and by that time, the town had successfully recruited 50,000 troops. Upon the arrival of the elixirs, Tianmen town immediately commenced military training. Meanwhile, within Beiyan City, the command center was inundated with phone calls. Chu Zifeng answered one saying, General, this is Yuan Hongda.my intelligence division has received word that Tianmen town is recruiting 50,000 troops and has received a substantial quantity of elixirs. Rumored to be waste origin pills, Chu Zifeng was taken aback. He had seen references to the waste origin pill in the Imperial Sovereign Divine Art, which could elevate a cultivator's talent and potential to the utmost. But at the cost of their future in cultivation. Furthermore, once consumed, an individual would experience a rapid increase in cultivation speed. If an ordinary person took it, they would undoubtedly reach the rank of a warrior. Chu Zifeng remarked, this is a significant matter. We must intensify our military training. Additionally, each of the 12 villages should recruit 2,000 new soldiers. Please notify them, and all senior commanders should enter a state of seclusion immediately. Yuan Hongda responded, understood, General. Chu Zifeng calculated that if each village recruited 2,000 new soldiers, the entire Beiyan army would comprise 65,200 combat troops. Training the new recruits and forging weapons would require 3 months. And the population of Beiyan's 13 cities had dwindled to 166,000. Thus, the Beiyan army was in a state of extreme tension. 2 months is neither a long nor a short time. The 8,000 troops of Tianmen town had completed their training. In the command center of Tianmen town, Qiling, Lin Yu Yixing, and Wang Hu sat together. Qiling stated, 2 months have passed, our 50,000 troops are fully trained. And our 80,000 troops are ready for battle at any moment. Deputy mayors, please report on our troop strength. Lin Yu replied, currently our forces consist of 20,000 cavalry at the first level of warrior rank and 60,000 infantry at the first level of warrior rank. Qiling inquired further, are the siege weapons prepared? Lin Yu hesitated, we haven't started preparing that, Mayor. You didn't ask for them from above. Qiling slapped his forehead, exclaiming, I forgot, I will request 30 siege weapons. And they must be of the first grade mid-tier. Additionally, I have 3 waste origin pills here, you should take them. The 3 looked at Qiling, who replied with a smile, I've already consumed mine. The 3 then felt reassured to take theirs. Chapter 22, Tianmen town prepares for campaign. After concluding their meeting, Qiling immediately contacted the higher authorities to request support for siege weaponry, while the Beiyan army, for no apparent reason, was granted an additional month. Another month passed, and Tianmen town was finally fully prepared. The day after the siege weapons arrived, Qiling summoned the entire army of Tianmen town, 20,000 black-armored Saint Dragon riders, 60,000 infantry, along with 30 siege machines and 30 siege crossbows, to assemble in the town square. In the square, Lin Yu Yixing and Wang Hu were also present. Qiling addressed the troops, saying, brave warriors, the Beiyan rebels have betrayed the world government, instigated rebellion, devised treacherous schemes, and harmed our 12 villages' army and government forces. They have even inflicted harm upon General Zhao Hui and the village leaders, beheading over 40,000 soldiers and trampling their heads with cavalry, ultimately feeding the severed heads to dogs. As Qiling spoke, her emotions surged, and tears streamed down her cheeks. The 80,000 soldiers below, upon hearing her words, erupted into fervent discussions, denouncing the Northern Cloud Army as utterly malevolent and devoid of humanity. They cried out in unison, revenge, revenge, let us avenge our fallen brothers. Qiling feigned wiping away her tears and said, it is of little consequence, they have committed even more heinous acts that remain unspoken. Lin Yu, leading the lament, urged, Mayor, please share with us, we are all listening. If you do not speak, how shall we avenge our loyal brothers who have perished? The 80,000 soldiers echoed his sentiment, shouting, indeed, Mayor, please tell us, we are all ears. With heart-wrenching sobs, Qiling lamented, the Northern Cloud traders have not only slaughtered our brethren but have also turned their malevolent hands towards innocent civilians, committing acts of rape and pillage, leaving no atrocity uncommitted. They once annihilated 80,000 villagers in a single day, and now, more than half of the 12 villages have been rendered desolate. They have desecrated women in every village they invade. subjecting them to humiliation and suffering beyond imagination. Such behavior is nothing short of beastly and utterly reprehensible. By the end of her speech, Xi Ling's face was drenched in tears, as if she could fill several large basins if one were to time it. The 80,000 soldiers gripped their spears tightly and held their shields aloft, bellowing, "Mayor, let us march forth. We seek revenge, revenge, revenge." At that moment, had Chu Zifeng been present, he would have been infuriated, for the government of Tianmentown was shamelessly attributing all their misdeeds to the Northern Cloud Army. Seeing the morale of the Tianmentown forces soar, Xi Ling resolved to march upon the 21 villages below, declaring, "I order the entire army to set forth and advance towards the 21 villages below to avenge the elders and fallen soldiers of Tianmentown." The soldiers responded in unison, "Yes, Mayor." Upon receiving her command, the 80,000 soldiers of Tianmentown surged forward, filled with a vengeful spirit, heading straight for the 13 cities of the Northern Cloud. Meanwhile, in the Northern Cloud's 13 cities, Chu Zifeng had emerged from his closed-door training, having made significant advancements, elevating his martial prowess from the 7th to the 8th level of the warrior realm. Over 60,000 soldiers were nearing completion of their training. Requiring only a few more days, unable to wait any longer, Chu Zifeng promptly contacted Yuan Hongda via a shared phone line. "Yuan Hongda, have there been any recent developments from the secret department?" Yuan Hongda replied, "Yes, General. I did not have the chance to report during my last retreat. Tianmentown has received a substantial shipment of weapons from above, intended for siege operations." Chu Zifeng inquired, "What kind of siege weapons?" Yuan Hongda sighed, "General, you might not be aware, but since Tianmentown has undergone 5 changes in leadership, siege weapons have not been present. The latest shipment includes the Siege Sky Trebuchet and the Siege Sky Crossbow." Chu Zifeng asked, "What are the functions of the Siege Sky Trebuchet and the Siege Sky Crossbow?" Yuan Hongda explained, "The Siege Sky Trebuchet is a formidable siege weapon, classified as a first-tier mid-grade weapon of mass destruction. By placing 3 fireballs on the trebuchet, it can be launched, producing immense destructive power. The fireballs themselves are first-tier low-grade ammunition." Chu Zifeng remarked, "Isn't this akin to the trebuchets of old? Wouldn't it be better to use stones instead?" Yuan Hongda countered, "General, that is not the case. Stones cannot kill warriors of the martial realm, whereas when a fireball strikes a city wall, it explodes with tremendous force and flames." Chu Zifeng nodded, "I see. And what of the Siege Sky Crossbow? What is its purpose?" Yuan Hongda elaborated, "The Siege Sky Crossbow is a treasure for siege archery. The IT functions by inserting arrowheads, allowing for simultaneous parallel firing. The IT can launch 36 arrows at once." Chu Zifeng expressed his astonishment. "Parallel firing? This is astonishing. Which arrows can be fired in such a manner? This cannot be allowed. If they manage to transport such devastating weapons to the front lines, we would suffer significant losses." Yuan Hongda concurred, "I share your concerns, which is why I rushed to report this to you." Chu Zifeng stated, "I must deliberate on this matter carefully." Yuan Hongda acknowledged, "Understood, General. I shall take my leave." In contemplation, Chu Zifeng pondered how to counter the enemy's siege weaponry. After 3 days of reflection, he devised 2 effective siege weapons, albeit by emulating those of the government forces. Upon envisioning the designs of the 2 siege weapons, he immediately began their fabrication. 1 day later, he succeeded in crafting the first weapon, akin to the Siege Sky Trebuchet but with enhanced power. Chu Zifeng named this invention the Purgatory Sky Trebuchet. Capable of launching 6 projectiles resembling fireballs, unlike the government forces' method of launching 3 projectiles at a time, the Purgatory Sky Trebuchet utilized 2 scoops, each capable of holding 3 fireballs, allowing for rapid, continuous fire as one scoop reloaded while the other launched. Only 2 individuals were needed to operate it, each responsible for 1 scoop. The second weapon resembled the Siege Sky Crossbow and was named the Sky Guardian Breaker of the Divine Wind. Although its name was grand, its functionality was quite similar. While it could not fire in parallel, it boasted 2 advantages: rapid loading, as one could simply shove a handful of arrowheads inside without worrying about order, and the capacity to hold up to 54 arrows at once, unlike the government forces' crossbow, which required meticulous arrangement. After crafting these weapons, Chu Zifeng promptly sent the blueprints, fabrication methods, and materials to the remaining 20 cities, instructing each to produce 10 Purgatory Sky Trebuchets and 10 Sky Guardian Breakers of the Divine Wind. Meanwhile, in Tianmentown, Xi Ling led her 80,000 troops, some on carriages and others on horseback, racing towards the 21 villages below, aiming to obliterate the rebel forces. However, the journey from Tianmentown to the 21 villages would take a month, leaving the Northern Cloud Army ample time to train and prepare their siege weapons. 21 days later, the armies of the Northern Cloud's 21 cities were fully trained, and their siege weapons were complete. Chu Zifeng promptly convened a meeting with the city lords of the 20 cities in Northern Cloud City to discuss strategies against the 80,000-strong army of Tianmen Town. 2 days later, all 20 city lords gathered at the headquarters of the Northern Cloud Army. Chu Zifeng glanced around at the lords, his gaze sweeping over them. He smiled at Zi Hanyun, Li Zhantian, Li Lingfeng, and Li Juyun, saying, "Well done, you four have now reached the 8th level of the warrior realm, matching my own prowess." Li Zhantian chuckled, "This is all thanks to your support, General." Chu Zifeng smiled and turned his attention to Li Tsungtian, Li Ying, Yuan Hongda, Li Zhu, Li Yun, and Yuan Kaiyun, noting that aside from Li Tsungtian, who had reached the 9th level, the others had achieved the 7th level, while the remaining 10 city lords had all attained the 6th level. Chu Zifeng nodded approvingly. "Excellent, now that everyone is here, we can commence our meeting." Yuan Hongda stood and reported, "This time, Mayor Qi Ling of Tianmen Town is personally leading Vice Mayor Lin Yu, Vice Mayor Yi Xing, mercenary leader Wang Hu, along with 20,000 cavalry and 60,000 infantry, advancing towards our 21 cities. They are expected to arrive in 9 to 10 days. Yuan Hongda resumed his seat, and Chu Zifeng said, "The situation is clear to everyone. The enemy comes with great force, boasting a greater number of troops by over 10,000. This battle is a matter of life and death. It is either the government army's demise or ours." Li Lingfeng added, "Currently our forces match Tianmen Town's in strength, so we have no advantage in numbers or power. Our only edge lies in the superiority of our siege weaponry." Zi Hanyun interjected, "Thus, we must leverage this advantage." At that moment, Li Zhantian spoke up, "No, we also possess the advantage of rapid routes." Chu Zifeng clapped his hands in realization. "I have conceived a plan." All eyes turned to him with eager anticipation as he continued, "My strategy is to station 30,000 troops in the nearest major city to Tianmen's forces, while I personally lead the charge. We will spread the word that the Northern Cloud Army commander is leading 50,000 troops stationed there, luring the enemy into battle. Meanwhile, the remaining 30,000 troops will be commanded by Zi Hanyun, Li Zhantian, Li Lingfeng, and Li Juyun, along with the other 16 city lords, launching a surprise attack from behind, employing our siege weaponry to inflict significant casualties upon the enemy. While I engage them head-on, even if we cannot annihilate them, we can still deliver a devastating blow." After careful consideration, Zi Hanyun replied, "This plan is feasible." Li Zhantian cheered, "Excellent, I support this plan." Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let us proceed with this course of action." The other 16 city lords unanimously expressed their agreement. "We are all in favor," Chu Zifeng declared. "Very well, since everyone is in agreement, we must allocate the siege weaponry of the 21 cities. There are 210 infernal sky catapults and 210 heavenly guardian divine crossbows at our disposal. I shall take 70 infernal sky catapults and 70 heavenly guardian divine crossbows to defend the great city, while the remaining 140 of each shall be entrusted to you." Zi Hanyun and the others responded in unison, "Yes, General." Once the meeting concluded, all the city lords commenced a full-scale mobilization of their armies, implementing the planned deployment. 4 days later, Qi Ling received this false intelligence and, upon learning of it, swiftly dispatched his 80,000 troops towards the great city where Chu Zifeng resided. 5 days later, the entire government army arrived outside the great city. Qi Ling ordered the army to set up camp first, intending to commence the siege the following day. Inside Chu Zifeng's great city, the arrow slits were lined with heavenly guardian divine crossbows, poised to unleash their might upon the enemy as soon as hostilities commenced. The infernal sky catapults were also meticulously arranged against the city walls, lined up in rows, awaiting the enemy's assault. Behind the Heavenly Gate garrison, Zi Hanyun and his forces were equally prepared, with their infernal sky catapults and heavenly guardian divine crossbows positioned, ready to advance. At dawn, Qi Ling initiated the attack, leading the charge with 60,000 infantry who began to advance with the siege catapults and siege crossbows. The infantry, wielding shields, protected the rear as archers provided cover with a steady rain of arrows. The siege ladder units continuously raised their ladders to scale the walls, while the 2,000 cavalry remained stationed at the main camp. As the drums sounded, Qi Ling commanded, "Attack the city." The ladder troops surged forward. Dozens of siege ladders aimed at the city walls, shield bearers providing cover in front of them, and archers following closely behind. The siege catapults loaded their fireballs and commenced firing, producing 30 thunderous booms as 90 fireballs shot towards the city walls. The Northern Cloud Army atop the walls quickly raised their shields, while the 70 infernal sky catapults inside the city unleashed their projectiles, firing 210 fireballs in the first 5 seconds.
followed by another 210 in the next 5 seconds, totaling 420 fireballs in a brief span. The 90 fireballs fired by the Heavenly Gate garrison were all shattered, while over 200 fireballs from the Northern Cloud Army rained down upon the advancing ladder troops, archers, shield bearers, and significantly impacted the siege catapults, resulting in substantial destruction. The flames from the explosions ignited many soldiers clad in black armor. Schilling was utterly astonished. The firepower of the Northern Cloud Army was overwhelming. He promptly ordered preparations for a counterattack, directing all available siege crossbows to be fired. At Schilling's command, the siege crossbows unleashed a barrage, while the undestroyed siege catapults also retaliated. However, the attacking siege forces were entirely obliterated, and the ladders were incinerated. The remaining black-armored soldiers, witnessing the failure of the siege, opted to continue their assault as the arrows from the siege crossbows blanketed the city walls. Chapter 24, The Great Battle of the 22nd. 2. Though the soldiers of the Northern Cloud Army atop the walls managed to shield themselves with their shields, they could not protect every part of their bodies, and many fell to arrows. Meanwhile, all 70 Heavenly Guardian Divine crossbows unleashed their volleys, and the large-scale weapons of the Heavenly Gate garrison, while momentarily able to contend with the Northern Cloud Army, were rendered ineffective after an hour of relentless assault, resulting in their destruction. At this moment, 200 meters behind the camp of the Heavenly Gate garrison, under Zihanian's command, countless infernal sky catapults launched a barrage of fireballs towards the garrison, firing 840 fireballs in one go. Instantly, the garrison was engulfed in flames. Amidst a cacophony of explosions, many camping cavalry were struck down, and the Heavenly Gate garrison, consisting of only 20,000 troops, witnessed several thousand tents set ablaze in an instant. The commotion was immense. Upon hearing the commotion, 2,000 black-armored Sacred Dragon cavalry rushed to the scene. The thunderous sound of their galloping hooves shook the earth, and if they did not swiftly intervene to halt the enemy, their supplies would be lost. Upon seeing the enemy cavalry approaching, Zihanian ordered, "Release the arrows, continue the bombardment." Instantly, all 140 Heavenly Guardian Divine crossbows fired, unleashing 7,560 arrows in a single volley, decimating the black-armored Sacred Dragon cavalry and annihilating 2,000 in one fell swoop. The infernal sky catapults provided cover, preventing the black-armored cavalry from advancing. After 5 waves of arrows, only 3,000 of the original 20,000 black-armored Sacred Dragon cavalry remained, their camp completely incinerated, and their supplies reduced to ashes. Within the siege, the 60,000 black-armored soldiers also faced failure. Lacking supporting firepower, they became mere targets as the Heavenly Guardian Divine crossbows officially harvested their lives. Schilling, initially contemplating retreat, was reluctant to yield. Suddenly, he turned to the direction of the camp, noticing smoke rising. In that direction, a considerable number of cavalry were fleeing towards him. Schilling shouted, "What has happened at the camp?" A knight replied, "Our camp was ambushed. It has been entirely burned, and our supplies are gone. We are left with only this remnant of cavalry." Schilling was aghast. How could this be? Where did the Northern Cloud Army come from? As Schilling shouted, Zihanian and his forces closed in, their arrows raining down upon Schilling's remaining infantry. The fireballs from the infernal sky catapult struck the infantry, leaving Schilling's forces severely weakened, totaling nearly 40,000. He hastily commanded, "All forces retreat to Heavenly Gate." Zhu Zifeng bellowed, "All cavalry, follow me out of the city to intercept the black-armored troops' retreat. The remaining forces shall push all siege weaponry outside the city to engage the enemy." Upon finishing his command, Zhu Zifeng mobilized the entire cavalry to exit the city and obstruct Schilling's forces from retreating. Meanwhile, Zihanian and the Northern Cloud Army continued their relentless assault with their formidable weaponry against the fleeing black-armored soldiers. Before Schilling could escape the confines of the great city, he was intercepted by 5,000 of Zhu Zifeng's cavalry. Zhu Zifeng wielded his personal weapon, the Divine Fear, a white long spear capable of transforming into a white great sword. Armed with the Divine Fear, he charged forth, dispatching a dozen black-armored soldiers with swift strikes. With the cavalry's interference, Schilling's forces found themselves unable to advance, while Zihanian's army closed in, their lethal weaponry wreaking havoc upon the retreating black-armored troops. As the mercenary leader, Wang Hu cut down several Northern Cloud cavalry. He charged towards Zhu Zifeng. Being at the 8th level of martial prowess, Zhu Zifeng confronted Wang Hu, who was 2 levels above him. Armed with a large saber, the two clashed violently. Upon meeting, Wang Hu swung his blade, but Zhu Zifeng's white long spear deflected the blow, sending it soaring into the air just as Zhu Zifeng attempted to retrieve it.
Wang Hu swung horizontally, nearly severing his hands. Seizing the moment, Wang Hu struck again, aiming for Chu Zifeng's neck. Chu Zifeng evaded, glancing at the falling spear, and quickly rose to reclaim it. Wang Hu, however, would not grant him that opportunity. Rushing in for a decisive blow, with a powerful leap, Chu Zifeng executed his first divine technique, the light wave fist, striking downwards with his spear. Wang Hu attempted to counter with a horizontal slash but sent Chu Zifeng crashing to the ground. The white long spear trembled in his hand, and at that moment, the enhancement from his divine technique took effect, elevating Chu Zifeng's prowess to the pinnacle of the 9th level of martial arts. Yet, it felt insufficient. Seeing Chu Zifeng fall, Wang Hu pivoted his horse and charged once more. In response, Chu Zifeng unleashed his second divine technique, the Celestial Desolation Palm, summoning 3,000 thunderclouds. Wang Hu, quicker than Chu Zifeng's rising power, aimed for his neck with a ferocious strike. Left with no choice, Chu Zifeng had to stall for time. He scooped up a clod of dirt with his spear and hurled it at Wang Hu's face. Wang Hu instinctively shielded himself, and as Chu Zifeng lunged with all his might, Wang Hu was startled by the unexpected attack. He quickly managed to block the thrust with his blade, but the force of Chu Zifeng's assault pushed him back several steps. Wang Hu sneered, "Well done, little brat. You've got some strength." As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Hu's aura surged dramatically, directly overwhelming Chu Zifeng. At present, Wang Hu's cultivation was at the early stage of the Yi Yuan realm, a level of power that far surpassed the peak of martial artist rank 10. With a heavy blade descending, Chu Zifeng thrust his white spear, only to have it deflected into the air with a resounding clang. The spear bending severely, almost beyond recovery. Alarmed, Chu Zifeng retrieved his spear, swiftly drawing the Emperor's Heavenly Dao Sword. Chapter 25, The Great Battle of the Lower 23. Upon manifesting the Emperor's Heavenly Dao Sword, Chu Zifeng's power underwent a profound transformation, immediately elevating his combat strength to the peak of the early Yi Yuan realm. Wang Hu struck with all his might, but Chu Zifeng executed a somersault over Wang Hu's steed and delivered a palm strike, sending the dragon steed tumbling towards Wang Hu, who cleaved it in two with a single stroke. In response, Chu Zifeng wielded the Emperor's Heavenly Dao Sword with precision, and the two engaged in a fierce standoff. Blade meeting sword, their tips locked in a tense stalemate. Suddenly, Wang Hu's large blade began to shatter under the relentless onslaught of Chu Zifeng's sword. Wang Hu, aghast, realized that his esteemed blade, a pinnacle-grade weapon, was crumbling. Yet, the current circumstances afforded him no time for contemplation. The Emperor's Heavenly Dao Sword surged towards him, and Wang Hu attempted to grasp its tip with both hands, hoping to halt its advance. However, Chu Zifeng, with superior cultivation and strength, spun the sword, severing Wang Hu's hands before thrusting it into his throat, decapitating him. Nearby, the left deputy town chief Lin Yu and the right deputy town chief Yi Xing witnessed this scene and immediately charged forward on horseback. Chu Zifeng, swift as lightning, severed the legs of both dragon steeds in one fluid motion. Lin Yu and Yi Xing dismounted, and Chu Zifeng advanced towards them. Sword raised, Lin Yu wielded a large axe, while Yi Xing brandished a long halberd, desperately fending off Chu Zifeng's relentless assault. After 20 exchanges, Chu Zifeng unleashed the divine technique, 3-feather lightning slash, launching a barrage of fierce strikes at Lin Yu and Yi Xing. After 30 exchanges, no victor emerged, and Chu Zifeng retreated slightly, preparing to unleash his third divine technique, 3,000 Flowing Clouds Palm, a devastating punch. In the span of a mere minute following the invocation of this technique, his strength surged to the peak of the mid-Yi Yuan realm. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Yi Xing remained oblivious to the changes, rooted in place, hesitant to strike. Once Chu Zifeng's power escalated, the duo could no longer contain themselves and launched an assault. However, Chu Zifeng showed no concern for Lin Yu and Yi Xing. With his enhanced strength, the Emperor's Heavenly Dao Sword transformed into a weapon slightly superior to a mid-tier pinnacle-grade sword. While Lin Yu and Yi Xing's weapons were merely pinnacle-grade, Chu Zifeng swung the Emperor's Heavenly Dao Sword towards Lin Yu and Yi Xing, who retaliated with their own weapons. Within 30 exchanges, both their weapons shattered, and an arm from each flew into the air. Lin Yu and Yi Xing struggled to maintain their footing, letting out cries of anguish. Chu Zifeng, unrelenting, struck with 6 swift sword cuts, severing their limbs, their bodies ultimately dismembered. Just as Chu Zifeng reveled in his triumph, a thunderous voice called out from behind, "Brat, prepare to meet your end." In that fleeting moment, a long spear pierced through Chu Zifeng's chest. With all his might, he severed the spear with the Emperor's Heavenly Dao Sword, but a powerful kick to his chest sent the broken spear bursting forth from his body, causing him to expel a mouthful of blood. The assailant was none other than Shi Ling, the town chief of Tianmen. Shi Ling wielded a large broadsword, with 5 long spears strapped to his back and a quiver of 20 arrows at his waist. Due to the overwhelming internal force of the kick and the spear wound, Chu Zifeng's combat strength was halved. He swiftly consumed 3 healing pills, which alleviated his injuries by half, observing Chu Zifeng's precarious condition.
Qi Ling revealed a smug smile, declaring, "Chu Zifeng, I shall send you on your way." With that, he knocked an arrow and hurled his spear with tremendous force, now at the mid-Asia Yuan realm.
Qi Ling was fiercer than ever. Although Chu Zifeng had healed somewhat, his right side remained weak, forcing him to grip the Emperor's heavenly Dao sword with all his strength. He deflected an arrow and then blocked the spear. However, as Qi Ling's broadsword bore down upon him, Chu Zifeng felt himself teetering on the brink of madness. He summoned the Divine Fear technique, but after 3 exchanges, it too was sent flying. Qi Ling's broadsword aimed for Chu Zifeng's shoulder. Nearly piercing his heart, Chu Zifeng collapsed, slowly rising as Qi Ling, brandishing his sword, laughed maniacally. "I will not let you die so easily. I will relish in your suffering." After stepping back 50 paces, as Chu Zifeng rose, he conjured the Emperor's chaotic divine robe, charging towards the direction of Divine Fear, for he had no means of evasion. Qi Ling laughed heartily, unleashing 4 long spears. 2 pierced his feet, causing Chu Zifeng to falter and fall to the ground, while the other 2 spears struck his abdomen but failed to penetrate completely thanks to the protection of the Emperor's chaotic divine robe, resulting in only moderate injuries. Qi Ling, somewhat astonished that the 2 spears had not claimed Chu Zifeng's life, proclaimed, "Since those 2 spears could not do the job, I shall shoot you down arrow by arrow." With that, he unleashed a volley of 4 arrows, which swiftly embedded themselves into Chu Zifeng's body. As he lay bleeding profusely, Qi Ling approached, prepared to deliver the final blow. However, just as Qi Ling reached Chu Zifeng, the Emperor's heavenly Dao sword on the ground surged to life, piercing through Qi Ling's heart from behind. Qi Ling's expression turned to one of disbelief as Chu Zifeng remarked, "I was waiting for you to step into range." Following his words, the Emperor's heavenly Dao sword unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks, severing both of Qi Ling's arms, then his legs, and ultimately dismembering his entire body into countless pieces. Once the deed was done, the sword fell to the ground, and Chu Zifeng succumbed to unconsciousness. 2 hours later, the battle concluded, and Zihanyan promptly administered 3 healing pills to Chu Zifeng, stabilizing his wounds and halting the flow of blood. Chu Zifeng bore 26 injuries in total. This battle resulted in the annihilation of 8,000 troops from Tianmen town, while their own losses amounted to merely 8,000. After Chu Zifeng's injuries were treated, Li Lingfang led the army to capture the now deserted Tianmen town. This victory yielded a population of 250,000 from Tianmen town, bringing the Northern Cloud Army's total to 416,000. This battle established the Northern Cloud Army's reputation throughout the region, and on the 3rd day of his unconsciousness, Chu Zifeng finally awoke. Chapter 26, The Jin District. Following the battle, the Northern Cloud Army was left with 57,200 men. In the days that followed, as Chu Zifeng's injuries healed, he summoned the various city lords to convene in Tianmen town. The roads leading to Tianmen town were rapidly completed. Within a few days, all 20 city lords arrived at the command center for the meeting. Once everyone was present, Chu Zifeng addressed the assembly. "This battle was fought exceptionally well. We lost only 8,000 while decimating 80,000 of the enemy and capturing Tianmen town, all while on equal footing." The lords erupted into applause, which lasted for 3 minutes, until Chu Zifeng gestured for silence. He continued, "Now let us discuss the matters ahead. First, regarding the distribution of our forces, we currently possess over 57,000 troops, and with 21 major cities, each requiring 2,000 garrison soldiers. We need a total of 42,000 men. This leaves us with an excess of 15,200 troops, which will remain in Tianmen town. Furthermore, we will recruit an additional 50,000 new soldiers from Tianmen town to ensure its defense. What are your thoughts?" Zihanyan and the other 19 city lords replied in unison, "We have no objections." At this juncture, the population of the Northern Cloud Legion had dwindled to a mere 370,000. Chu Zifeng continued, "What I am about to discuss pertains to all the changes within the Northern Cloud Legion. First and foremost, following our conquest of Tianmen town, everything is set to transform. The Northern Cloud Legion has officially raised the banner of rebellion in Tianmen town. And your address to me should shift from general to commander or marshal. Secondly, in terms of troop deployment, as we previously lacked a legitimate platform to showcase our might, we had to disperse our forces and manage our leaders across various locations. However, now that we are well known throughout the region and can no longer hide, we have become a thorn in the side of others, given Tianmen town's strategic position at the forefront of combat. It will undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt should a conflict arise in the future. Therefore, we must concentrate our main forces entirely in Tianmen town, and all senior military leaders should also be gathered here. My arrangement is to appoint the lords of the 20 cities as commanders within Tianmen Town, while the lord of the 21st city will be led by a general of the 5th realm. Furthermore, the entire Northern Cloud Legion will adhere to the 3 strategic principles of building high walls, stockpiling provisions, and training diligently. Building high walls involves crafting advanced city bricks to fortify defenses and create firing slots for heavy artillery. Enhancing our defensive capabilities. Stockpiling provisions means accumulating food resources, weapons, arrows, and medicinal pills for future warfare. Diligently training the troops is straightforward. We must intensify our military drills to enhance our combat effectiveness for future engagements. Zihan Yun, Li Lingfeng, and the others exchanged glances before responding in unison. Understood, Commander. Chu Zifeng added, though we have captured Tianmen Town, it has also ushered in considerable peril. We are utterly oblivious to the circumstances surrounding Tianmen Town and the status of our allies and foes. Today, let General Yuan Hongda enlighten us. Yuan Hongda rose and stated, the area we occupy falls under the jurisdiction of the Jin district, which consists of 16 towns. 5 of these towns have erupted in rebellion, bringing our total to 6. The government of the Jin district currently maintains control over only 10 towns. The 5 towns in rebellion and their respective leaders are as follows: Shuzhen, led by the Northern Su Legion under Commander Su Chuan. Shizhen, led by the Northern Shi Legion under Commander Lin Shiji. Shimen Town, governed by the Northern Men Legion under Commander Shi Yusan. Huamen Town, commanded by the Northern Huang Legion under Commander Hua Yenyun. And Feitian Town, led by the Northern Tian Legion under Commander Lu Fei. Each of these military factions possesses formidable strength, with their town soldiers at the 4th realm, village soldiers at the 3rd realm, and group soldiers at the 2nd realm. Their advantageous geographical location contributes to an abundance of spiritual energy, facilitating cultivation. Chu Zifeng nodded and said, now that we are aware of our allies, it is time to discuss the enemy's situation. Yuan Hongda continued, our adversary is the Jin district government, which oversees the following 10 towns: Shancheng Town, Luyang Town, Jingshi Town, Kongdu Town, Yi Family Town, Tiling Town, Haitian Town, Chongping Town, Luyin Town, and Taiping Town. The head of the Jin district government, known as the district chief or Jin Jun, is a man named Luo Rui, rumored to have reached the level of a master. His forces are numerous, with one district boasting an army of 100,000. The 10 towns collectively fielding 300,000, and 200 villages commanding 720,000 mercenaries, totaling 1,250,000 troops. Such overwhelming strength renders the combined forces of the 5 rebel towns, which amount to only 510,000, significantly inferior. The room fell silent, with Chu Zifeng the first to react, exclaiming, did everyone hear that? The power of the Jin district government is staggering. Our entire army totals nearly 110,000. The assembly lapsed into a contemplative silence. Once the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed to their respective duties, some retreating into seclusion, others to military training. 2 months later, within the Jin district's Jin Jun mansion, Jin Jun Luo Rui was scrutinizing the district map, contemplating the various regions and opposing forces, when his left aide Zui Yuanjia and right aide Mo Duo stood by. Luo Rui gestured at the map, stating, the rebel army in Tianmen Town is remarkably formidable. They have risen to prominence without any foundational support, sweeping from one village to another, ultimately conquering Tianmen Town. Zui Yuanjia Huang Jing concurred, indeed, the rebels within Tianmen Town are quite extraordinary. Mo Duo added, this rebel faction is known as the Northern Cloud Legion. Luo Rui declared, regardless of their designation, we must eradicate them. I have just conceived an excellent strategy. We can incite conflict among the rebel factions. Zui Yuanjia Huang Jing inquired, may I ask how we can accomplish that? Luo Rui smiled, we can spread the rumor that the Northern Cloud Legion possesses a secret technique capable of enhancing the strength of soldiers to the level of district troops. Zui Yuanjia Huang Jing chuckled. What a brilliant idea! The Northern Cloud Legion indeed possesses such a treasure, and the other 5 rebel factions are equally desperate to bolster their strength. This would prompt them to turn against one another in pursuit of the secret treasure. Chapter 27, Movements of the 5 Towns. Luo Rui nodded, you must act on this immediately. Zui Yuanjia Huang Jing responded with a bow, yes, I will attend to it at once. Meanwhile, the Northern Cloud Legion, having mobilized from the Kai family for over 2 years and 8 months, saw Chu Zifeng reaching adulthood at the age of 19, a remarkable achievement for him. On the other side, after Zui Yuanjia Huang Jing disseminated the information about the Northern Cloud Legion's secret technique, the 5 major rebel factions quickly became aware. Within Shuzhen, Su Chuan and the commanders of the Northern Su Legion convened a meeting. Su Chuan pointed to the map, stating, observe, the most remote town in the north is Tianmen Town. And the most secluded village is Yunmu Mountain Village. This indicates that the Northern Cloud Legion harbors a secret technique within Tianmentown. At that moment, a middle-aged man from the lower ranks remarked. The Northern Cloud Legion is indeed peculiar. They have ascended from a modest village of a few hundred people to the scale of Tianmentown in a mere 2 years, without a secret technique. Such rapid growth would be impossible. Su Chuan affirmed. Indeed, Su Guang is correct. According to our intelligence, the Northern Cloud Legion annihilated a combined force of 7,200 from 2 other villages with a mere 2,000 elite guards. Suffering negligible losses, they subsequently engaged in battle with 2,000 to 3,000 troops from 12 villages, utterly decimating them, which is quite extraordinary. They then seized control of 21 villages within Tianmentown and rapidly expanded their army, amassing over 60,000 troops within months. Meanwhile, the town's military boasts 80,000 soldiers supplemented by powerful siege weaponry, all of which have been exterminated. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Su Guang added, this confirms one thing, the Northern Cloud Legion possesses treasures and secret techniques within Tianmentown. Su Chuan nodded, while we have acquired accurate intelligence regarding the Northern Cloud Legion. The source of this information remains unclear. It cannot have originated from the Northern Cloud Legion itself. There is only one possibility, it has leaked from within the government. Su Guang gasped, could it be that the intelligence is fabricated? Is the Jin district attempting to incite us 6 rebel factions to turn against one another? Su Chuan shook his head, they wish to instigate our infighting, but the information is indeed genuine. Su Guang asked, so should we proceed, or should we refrain? If we do not act, the other 4 rebel factions will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to claim the secret treasure. Su Chuan replied, we must go. But we must coordinate effectively. Su Guang and the other commanders were puzzled by his intent. Su Chuan picked up the communal phone and dialed the leaders of the other 4 rebel factions. Once connected, he spoke. Lin Shiji, Shi Yusan, Hua Yenyun, Lu Fei, this is Su Chuan. I have matters to discuss with you. Hua Yenyun asked, Su Chuan, what is it that you seek? Speak quickly. Su Chuan responded, I trust you are all aware of the rumors surrounding the Northern Cloud Legion's secret treasure. Lin Shiji inquired, are you contemplating a raid? Su Chuan chuckled, who among you does not wish to seize it? However, have you considered the origin of this information? Shi Yusan remarked, it cannot possibly have come from the Northern Cloud Legion. It must have been disseminated by the Jin district government aiming to incite our factions to annihilate one another, allowing them to reap the benefits. Su Chuan clapped his hands. Precisely, therefore, my proposal is to thwart the Jin district government's plans while simultaneously acquiring the secret treasure. We must devise a clever strategy. Lin Shiji asked Su Chuan, what is your strategy? Su Chuan grinned, rather than allowing our 5 factions to engage in a brutal struggle, thereby benefiting the Jin district government, we should temporarily form a strategic alliance, dispatch a united force, and directly assault the Northern Cloud Legion in Tianmentown. Upon obtaining the secret treasure, we can each take our share. The second advantage of this temporary alliance is that after our 5 factions mobilize together, we can collectively defend against any surprise attacks from the government forces. Lin Shiji affirmed, I concur. Shi Yusan echoed, I too agree. Hua Yenyun added, I am in agreement. Lu Fei concluded, I also consent. Lin Shiji remarked, I have a brilliant idea. Instead of resorting to arms, let us first station the allied forces of the 5 towns outside Tianmentown. Then, we shall send envoys into the town to persuade the commander of the Baiyun army to surrender the secret treasure for the shared benefit of all 6 families. If he refuses, we can then proceed to attack. Hua Yenyun concurred, I agree. For this expedition, I believe each town only needs to contribute 5 villages, totaling 36,000 troops. This way, the combined strength of the 5 towns will amount to 180,000 soldiers. Moreover, our forces are well trained and well supplied, with our soldiers' cultivation levels surpassing those of the Baiyun army by 1 rank, and in some cases, even 2 or 3 ranks. Therefore, this number of troops will suffice. Shi Yusan added, I am in agreement. Most of our issues have been resolved, but one remains. How many troops does each town have left to deploy for future arrangements? Hua Yenyun thought to herself. Is it merely a lack of confidence in our resources? Su Chuan was the first to respond. Our Baishu army comprises 1 town, 20 villages, and 120 groups, totaling 180,000 soldiers. Lin Shiji stated, our Baishu army boasts 190,000 troops. Hua Yenyun continued, my Beihuang army has a total of 170,000 soldiers. Lu Fei declared, my Baidian army consists of 180,000 troops. Shi Yusan remarked, my Beimen army totals 170,000 soldiers. After verifying the strength of the 5 towns' armies, Shi Yusan noted, the military strength of each town has grown rapidly over the years.
Exceeding their usual numbers by several tens of thousands, Hua Yenyun inquired, "Is there any lingering doubt?" Shi Yusan stammered, "No. Oh, after hearing your discussions, I suddenly had a thought," Hua Yenyun asked, "What did you think of?" Shi Yusan replied, "Since our forces surpassed those of the Baiyun army by one rank, we could recruit villagers from our town to form a new army, training them to join the expedition alongside the forces of the 5 towns. Su Chuan objected, "I disagree, as we lack the resources to train new recruits. It has taken us 20 years to develop this current army, so it would be best to proceed as arranged by Hua Yenyun." Su Shiji concurred, "I support Su Chuan's words," Lu Fei added, "I too agree with Su Chuan." Shi Hansen concluded, "Since everyone is in agreement, I have no choice but to comply." Su Chuan declared loudly, "Since there are no objections, I hereby announce that the 5 towns campaign against the Baiyun army is officially decided." After a brief pause, Su Chuan hung up the phone and turned to his generals, stating, "The Su town forces shall mobilize to confront the Baiyun army." All present generals responded in unison, "Yes, Commander." Chapter 28. A storm brews in the Jin district. The armies of the 5 towns began to mobilize, preparing for an impending expedition that would take them 2 months to organize. In the Jin district, within the residence of Jinju Luo Rui, the left envoy Huang Jing, the right envoy Mo Duo, and the commander of the Jin district mercenary corps Zhude, were gathered for a meeting. Left envoy Huang Jing announced, "We have just received intelligence that the rebel forces of the 5 towns are preparing to unite against the Baiyun army in Tianmen town." Luo Rui remarked, "It seems our plan has succeeded. A dog-eat-dog scenario is about to unfold." Right envoy Mo Duo inquired, "Should we take advantage of their troop mobilization while their strength is diminished and seize a town?" Luo Rui replied, "Did you not hear? The rebel forces of the 5 towns have already united. Even if we were to launch a surprise attack now, we would be unable to capture a town. As the combined might of the rebel forces exceeds 300,000. At that moment Zhude interjected, "Jin Jun, we can still prepare ourselves for an attack at any time." Luo Rui concurred, "I agree with this suggestion. As for our readiness to strike, we can assemble troops from 5 of the 10 towns to form an attacking force." Zhude proposed, "From the 5 towns, we can gather 600 groups, each consisting of 500 men, totaling 300,000 troops, which should be sufficient." Luo Rui added, "These 300,000 troops will be stationed in one town at the forefront, where they will train diligently to enhance their cultivation and remain poised for battle." Zhude affirmed, "I agree to this plan." Left envoy Huang Jing expressed his agreement, as did right envoy Mo Duo. Luo Rui commanded, "Immediately prepare provisions, siege weaponry, and reserve resources." Zhude, Huang Jing, and Mo Duo responded in unison, "We shall obey." Meanwhile, in Tianmen town, Chu Zifeng concluded his seclusion and broke through to the 9th level of martial artist. All other generals also achieved breakthroughs, and the army of 65,200 soldiers reached the 2nd level of martial artist. With all necessary resources prepared, with Chu Zifeng's emergence, a bounty order was issued throughout the Jin district detailing the rewards for various levels of individuals. Chu Zifeng was offered a bounty of 90 million. While Zi Hanyun, Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun, and Li Zhantian were each offered 89 million. The remaining 6, including Li Ying, Li Tsong Tian, Yuan Hongda, Li Ju, Li Yun, and Yuan Kaiyun, each had a bounty of 80 million. Furthermore, for each soldier killed, a bounty of 8 million was offered. This substantial bounty and its accompanying order reached Tianmen town just as Chu Zifeng emerged from seclusion. He immediately convened a meeting with the generals of the Baiyun army, stating, "Upon my emergence, I received 2 pieces of news, one regarding the bounty order from the Jin district, and the other concerning the rebellion from our own forces." The generals exchanged glances, with Li Juyun expressing her outrage. "While we can accept the first, the bounty order, I cannot tolerate the second, the rebellion from our own forces. Why must we turn against each other when we are all part of the same righteous cause? It brings joy to our enemies and pain to our kin." Li Lingfeng stated, "According to reliable intelligence, the rebel forces of the 5 towns have received word of unknown origin that our Baiyun army possesses a secret treasure capable of enhancing our military strength, prompting them to unite against us." Zi Hanyun argued, "Even so, we are all part of the same righteous army, striving to liberate all people from oppression. How can we resort to such fratricide?" Li Zhantian remarked, "In truth, these 5 rebel armies are rather cunning. They have already discerned the Jin district government's scheme to incite us into mutual destruction, thereby allowing a third party to benefit. They are unwilling to withdraw but covet the secret treasure. Individually, they may not be able to seize it, and there is a risk of self-destruction. Hence, it is better to pursue it collectively, share the spoils, and conserve our strength for defense against the Jin district government's potential ambush."
Upon hearing this, Chu Zifeng and the others slammed the table in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, they are treacherous." Moments later, as everyone regained their composure, Chu Zifeng stated, "Our Tianmentown and Baiyun army are newly formed forces, lacking the depth and strength of established powers, and nonetheless, we must engage in battle with all our might." Yuan Hongda added, "According to my intelligence, the rebel forces of the 5 towns are indeed stronger than our army in Tianmentown. Just their troop formations can rival our town's military capabilities, with their soldiers at the 2nd level of martial artist, village soldiers at the 3rd, and town soldiers at the 4th. All present were left astounded. Jaws agape at the realization of the overwhelming strength that far surpassed their own. Chu Zifeng declared, "We must fortify our walls in preparation for the impending enemy assault." Little did they know,
Yuan Hongda's next statement would nearly unseat them once more, as he revealed, "It is rumored that the 5 towns rebel army will unite with an elite force of 180,000 soldiers."
The group could no longer remain composed. This was 3 times their own military strength. Furthermore, each soldier was at least equal to those of Tianmentown. Even with powerful siege equipment, they would struggle to withstand the assault of the united forces of the 5 towns. Chu Zifeng exclaimed, "This is dire." Li Zhantian inquired, "How long will it take for these 180,000 troops to arrive?" Yuan Hongda replied, "Based on my estimates, it will take 2 months for them to mobilize fully. Additionally, it will take 2 months for any one of the 5 towns to reach here." Chu Zifeng clapped his hands. "While time is tight, if we engage in continuous closed-door cultivation without pause, we could gain over 5 months of strength within just 1 month. At that point, we will be prepared to confront them." The generals responded in unison, "We agree." Thus, the Baiyun army, newly tense from their recent seclusion, found themselves plunged back into rigorous training, leading to a palpable sense of urgency throughout Tianmentown. Meanwhile, in the Jin district, within the Jinjun residence, Luo Rui was examining several documents of unknown origin. After reviewing them, he spoke to Left Envoy Huang Jing. "Look, we have received precise intelligence on the Baiyun army." Left Envoy Huang Jing took the documents and remarked, "This Baiyun army is indeed formidable. And that secret treasure is even more remarkable. During their battle against the 2-village coalition, they utilized the treasure to acquire initial-grade weapon sets, catching the coalition completely off guard and leading to their annihilation." Chapter 29, Reporting Demands. Luo Rui gestured, "Continue reading." Upon hearing the news, Zui Yuanjia Huang Jing continued to read, and to his astonishment, he exclaimed, "The information presented here is simply beyond belief. If it were merely about low-tier equipment, I could accept it. However, the fact that they managed to forge high-tier equipment within mere months is utterly inconceivable. To think that we would need to produce high-tier equipment for tens of thousands of individuals in a short span is nothing short of impossible. Yet, they have accomplished this feat in record time, which is nothing short of astonishing. Furthermore, the subsequent details are even more jaw-dropping, revealing their ability to self-manufacture siege weaponry and large-scale firepower, producing hundreds of units in just a few months. It's terrifying." Luo Rui turned to him and asked, "What is your opinion on the intelligence presented?" Huang Jing replied, "If we were to assess the veracity of this information, we would only know for certain after the 5 towns' united army clashes with the Baiyun Legion. However, based solely on my impressions of the intelligence, if it is indeed true, our situation is dire. The Baiyun Legion poses a significant threat, unprecedented in any context." Luo Rui stated solemnly, "Indeed, but the higher-ups have consistently underestimated the uprising forces, treating them as mere playthings for the lower governments, easily crushable, never once acknowledging the insurgents as worthy opponents." Huang Jing inquired, "What should we do?" Jin Jun, Luo Rui replied, "After much contemplation I have devised a strategic plan, the complete militarization of the district." Huang Jing asked, "What does complete militarization entail?" Luo Rui explained earnestly, "It involves elevating all military forces within the entire district to the status of district troops, alongside the full militarization of weaponry, thereby maximizing the military strength of the entire district. This way, we will be prepared for any eventuality." Huang Jing's expression turned grave. "Will the higher-ups agree?" Luo Rui responded, "I will do my utmost." After their discussion, Luo Rui directly utilized the communal phone to contact his superiors, stating, "Lei Ho, this is Luo Rui, the district chief of Jin district, and I have urgent matters to report." A voice on the other end responded, "Luo Rui, what is it?" Luo Rui elaborated, "Lei Ho, our district is facing a formidable uprising. Not only are they capable of manufacturing weaponry and equipment, but their military strength is significant, evidenced by their combat records. For instance, a coalition of 2 villages comprising 7,200 men was annihilated by the Baiyun Legion's mere 2,000 soldiers, who possessed low-tier equipment. Moreover, a force of 30,000 from 12 villages was similarly defeated by a single village from the Baiyun Legion. And in just a few months, they have progressed to high-tier equipment. Additionally, during the Great Battle at Tianmen Town, they self-manufactured siege weaponry and heavy artillery. Therefore, I seek your assistance in procuring substantial resources, including, as well as district troop weaponry. After a few minutes of silence, Lei Ho replied, I approve your request for aid, expect resources to arrive soon, but you must eliminate that faction. Luo Rui affirmed, understood, Lei Ho. Upon receiving Lei Ho's approval, Luo Rui's face broke into a joyful smile. Time passed swiftly, and 2 months later, the Five Towns United Army officially mobilized, with the Shutuan brothers leading 36,000 soldiers from the North Su Legion, Fui Yingzhao commanding another 36,000 from the Northshire Legion, Du Jia leading 36,000 from the North Men Legion, Dai Only heading 36,000 from the North Huang Legion, and Xiaoyi commanding 36,000 from the North Tian Legion. This formidable coalition of 180,000 troops marched directly toward Tianmen Town, comprising infantry, cavalry, and various military branches, including 80,000 cavalry, 100,000 infantry, and 300 advanced transport vehicles, each capable of carrying 1,000 men, alongside 300 siege engines and heavy artillery. After 2 months of marching, they reached within 10 kilometers of Tianmen Town, establishing camp. Meanwhile, within Tianmen Town, Chu Zifeng experienced a breakthrough, advancing to the 10th realm of martial warriors, with others, including Zi Hanyun, Li Zhantian, Li Lingfeng, and Li Juyun, also reaching the same level. Li Xuntian attained the 10th realm, while the likes of Li Ying, Yuan Hongda, Li Ju, Li Yun, and Yuan Kaiyun broke through to the 9th realm. Additionally, the 10 city lords elevated their skills to the 8th realm. Chu Zifeng and the others also perfected the final 4th divine technique of the Emperor's divine art, the Emperor's Fist. The entire Baiyun Legion soldiers had reached the 3rd realm of martial warriors, with weapons fully prepared and ample supplies of first-tier dragon steeds, medicinal pills, arrows, and siege equipment. The city walls had been upgraded, and all preparations were complete, awaiting the enemy's arrival. On the very day the 180,000 strong Five Towns United Army arrived at Tianmen Town, Chu Zifeng convened a grand assembly to discuss the battle strategy. All 20 city lords of the Baiyun Legion were present. Chu Zifeng commenced the meeting, stating, the Five Towns United Army has fully assembled, please report on the completion of our operational objectives. Zi Hanyun responded, all operational metrics have been submitted to me, I shall report. Chu Zifeng nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Zi Hanyun stated, firstly, regarding the enemy's situation, the Five Towns United Army is stationed 10 kilometers from Tianmen Town and will not launch an attack today. Our fortifications have been reinforced, with arrow slits expanded to accommodate the Tianyu breaking divine wind. The outer city wall has been fortified into 3 concentric walls, each standing 20 meters tall. The outer wall of Tianmen Town is now bristling with the Tianyu breaking divine wind, ready to unleash a barrage of arrows upon any advancing enemy. Our siege engines are also prepared, with 300 infernal sky catapults and 300 Tianyu breaking divine winds at the ready. The troops of Tianmen Town, alongside the forces of the 21 cities, have all achieved the 3rd realm of martial warriors. Each of the 21 cities is equipped with 20 infernal sky catapults and 20 Tianyu breaking divine winds, along with 10,000 first-tier dragon steeds, 6 months' worth of supplies, 4 months' worth of medicinal pills, 4 months' worth of arrows, and 4 months' worth of fireballs. All operational needs have been met, and we stand ready for combat. Chapter 30, The Two Sides at Odds. Chu Zifeng nodded. Excellent, all preparations for battle are complete. Now let us discuss our strategy for engaging the enemy. Li Zhantian remarked, currently, we are outnumbered, and the situation is not in our favor. However, the enemy is unaware of our strength, which gives us a tactical advantage. Thus, I propose we leverage our strengths to deliver a decisive blow. Chu Zifeng agreed, well said Zhantian, your strategic insight resonates with me, but what specific actions should we undertake? Li Zhantian admitted, I have yet to determine the specifics. Chu Zifeng waved his hand, signaling him to pause. Does anyone else have thoughts on this matter? Zi Hanyun suggested, given that both sides are poised for conflict, I believe we should refrain from devising tactics just yet and instead observe the movements of the Five Towns United Army before making any decisions. This will also allow everyone present some time to contemplate. Chu Zifeng nodded, very well, let us adjourn for today. The assembly members acknowledged the decision and began to depart. The day after the meeting, a general, accompanied by dozens of soldiers, approached the outskirts of Tianmen Town. Chu Zifeng swiftly made his way to the town's outer battlements where he heard the general call out, "Has the commander of the Baiyun Legion arrived?" Chu Zifeng responded loudly, "I am Chu Zifeng." "The commander of the Baiyun Legion, what business do you have?" The general replied, "Greetings, Commander Chu. I am a general of the Five Towns United Army, sent by our leader to discuss a matter with you." Chu Zifeng inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss?" The general stated, "It concerns a minor issue. We have heard that the Baiyun Legion possesses a secret treasure capable of rapidly enhancing the army's strength and enabling weapon forging. Is there any truth to this?" Chu Zifeng, taken aback, thought it improbable that he would simply hand over such a treasure to the Five Towns Army. He replied, "There is no such treasure. Have you traveled such a distance merely to seek a treasure?" The general, appearing somewhat embarrassed, responded, "We of the Five Towns United Army are willing to offer valuable items in exchange for this secret treasure." Chu Zifeng replied, "I regret to inform you that the Baiyun Legion does not possess such a treasure. Nor do we have anything to offer in exchange." Upon hearing this, the general's expression turned slightly angry as he retorted, "You must understand, we of the Five Towns United Army cannot make this journey for nothing." Chu Zifeng stated firmly, "General, we do not have the capacity to accommodate so many visitors in Tianmen town. I must ask you to leave." The general, now furious, warned, "Let me be blunt, if you do not surrender the secret treasure today, our 180,000 strong Five Towns United Army will reduce this town to rubble." Chu Zifeng scoffed, "If you believe yourselves so formidable, then by all means, come forth." Below, the general was filled with rage. He drew his bow and aimed at Chu Zifeng. Releasing an arrow, Chu Zifeng let out a cold laugh, brandishing a repeating crossbow, and unleashed 4 divine techniques in quick succession. Instantly his power surged to the pinnacle of the 1 billion realm, while the general below was merely at the later stage of the same realm. The arrows clashed violently, shattering the general's projectile, which then pierced through his mouth, even impaling his tongue in the process. Chu Zifeng smirked, saying, "I hope your next general's mouth is as tough as his life." Just as the dozens of soldiers below contemplated retreating, they were suddenly pierced by a rain of arrows, meeting their demise. Chu Zifeng surveyed the pile of corpses below and declared, "The curtain falls." Meanwhile, on the side of the Five Towns allied forces, Su Guang, Fu Yingzhao, Du Jia, Daionli, and Xiaoyi were waiting for a response in the command center. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in kneeling on one knee and reported, "I regret to inform the 5 generals that a grave situation has arisen. All our messengers have been slain." The 5 were taken aback, exclaiming, "What?" Su Guang furiously replied, "This North Cloud army is utterly ungrateful. Daring to kill the envoys of the 5 towns, I shall issue an immediate order to eradicate them." Fu Yingzhao intervened, "Calm yourself, let us discuss how to flatten them first." Su Guang's fury subsided somewhat upon hearing this, while Du Jia unfolded a map he had brought, clearly marking the geographical locations of all the villages in the Jin district, easily visible to the naked eye. Du Jia stated, "The geographical positioning of the villages in Tianmen town is quite disadvantageous for our operations, as they are considerably far apart, yet their main forces are concentrated in Tianmen town, thus our objective becomes clear." Xiaoyi remarked, "Isn't that obvious?" Dai only pushed Du Jia aside, stating, "Allow me to take the lead. My proposal is to divide our forces into 2 paths, one to besiege and attack Tianmen town, while the other circles around to assault the 21 villages behind it." Su Guang agreed. "Very well, having so many troops here serves little purpose. Let us redirect them all to attack the 21 villages of the North Cloud Army." Du Jia concurred, "I too support this, as the 21 villages of the North Cloud Army lack walls, making them easier to conquer. We only need to deploy cavalry." Xiaoyi added, "I agree as well." Daionli said, "Since we are all in accord, let us proceed to strike the 21 villages of the North Cloud Army." Du Jia cautioned, however, this time all senior and mid-level commanders should remain behind to engage the main forces of the North Cloud Army, while the remaining commanders will divide among the 21 villages. The 4 echoed, "We have no objections." Dai only proposed, "For this operation I suggest we deploy all 80,000 dragon steed troops." Fu Yingzhao agreed, "I believe that is a sound idea." After the 5 reached a consensus, they decided to first deploy all their forces for a heavy assault and encirclement of Tianmen town to draw the enemy's attention. Then, the 80,000 troops would split into 21 paths, with over 3,000 soldiers each, to attack the 21 villages of the North Cloud Army. Before long, the 5 towns' allied forces began a large-scale troop mobilization, continuously transporting heavy artillery and siege equipment to the front lines, preparing for the assault on the city. As the 100,000 troops of the 5 towns' allied forces approached Tianmen town, the North Cloud Army began its preparations, sending arrows and fireballs continuously to the city walls. However, unexpectedly, although the five towns' allied forces advanced, they did not initiate an attack, instead remaining in place to arrange their siege formations and combat types, leaving the North Cloud army unaware that their rear was about to face calamity. As night fell, the 80,000 dragon steed troops took advantage of the darkness to stealthily maneuver towards the rear of Tianmen town, aiming to capture all surrounding territories and isolate the town. Ultimately seeking to starve and besiege it before seizing the entire Tianmen town. Once the 80,000 dragon steed troops crossed Tianmen town, they promptly split into 21 paths to conquer the 21 villages surrounding the town. While the 100,000 troops of the five towns' allied forces began their relentless encirclement of the four gates of Tianmen town, preparing for the siege. Chapter 31, Clash of Firepower. After several days and nights of relentless encirclement, Tianmen town was besieged to the point of being impenetrable, while the 80,000 cavalry pressed forward with full force towards the 21 cities of the North Cloud army. On the second day after the complete encirclement, the 100,000 troops of the five towns' allied forces finally launched an attack on the four gates of Tianmen town. 300 siege catapults were deployed, dividing into four groups to assault each of the four city gates. Each gate was met by 25,000 soldiers from the five towns' allied forces, commencing the siege. To begin with, the siege catapults initiated their assault on the southern gate, the first threshold for any external force wishing to enter Tianmen town. At the southern gate, 75 siege catapults were fully loaded. At the command of the Allied general, all 75 siege catapults were fired simultaneously, launching 225 fireballs towards the southern gate. At that very moment, the 75 catapults within the city also unleashed their volleys, resulting in a total of 450 fireballs soaring into the sky. A series of explosions erupted as the fireballs from the five towns' allied forces were all shattered. While none of the 450 fireballs from the North Cloud army were destroyed, all crashing down onto the frontline troops of the five towns' allied forces, the allied forces immediately retaliated with their siege crossbows, releasing 2,700 arrows aimed at the descending fireballs. Despite the dense barrage of arrows, none of the 450 fireballs were broken. Instead, the 2,700 arrows were deflected by the fireballs. All 450 fireballs struck down, devastating the frontline troops of the five towns' allied forces. The losses were severe. The siege ladder units had not even begun their assault before suffering catastrophic damage. With many ladders burned and destroyed, and 75 siege catapults were likewise demolished, the siege crossbows also suffered considerable destruction. The five towns' allied forces had barely begun to react or retreat before they were bombarded by countless fireballs and arrows. This was nearly a catastrophe for the frontline troops, as explosions rang out continuously. The siege catapults and crossbows of the five towns' allied forces were obliterated in droves, and the casualties were staggering. The allied forces were left bewildered, questioning why their firepower, seemingly equal, was so overwhelmingly fierce on the part of the enemy. Unbeknownst to them, the fireballs launched from the siege catapults were all of superior mid-tier quality. The troops at the southern gate of the five towns' allied forces were left terrified by this onslaught, hesitant to advance or initiate a siege. The other four gates faced similar dire circumstances, suffering significant losses and retreating in full. I in the command center of the five towns' allied forces, Su Guang, Fuingzhao, Dujia, Daionli, and Shaoyi listened to reports from the four gates. One general, holding a report, announced the total losses at the four gates amount to 3,400 troops, with 100 siege ladders, 100 siege catapults, and 100 siege crossbows destroyed. Fu Yingzhao, incredulous, questioned, "Is that even possible? How could we sustain such losses in a direct confrontation?" Su Guang, equally confused, remarked, "So you mean to say that not a single enemy was eliminated from your attacking forces, yet you lost thousands?" The general lowered his head and confirmed, "Yes, General." The five generals fixed their intense gazes upon him in unison, commanding, "Get out." The general curled into a ball and rolled away. As he left, the five generals were left with a headache. Shaoyi asked, "What now?" "The firepower of the North Cloud army surpasses ours. We will surely suffer heavy losses in a siege." Su Guang replied, "Forget the siege. We must not let ourselves be trapped within. We need to consider alternative strategies." Fu Yingzhao suggested, "I believe we can abandon Tianmen town entirely and make a reckless dash towards the nearest village under its command, attacking it, and then setting an ambush just a few kilometers away to lure the North Cloud army out for rescue, taking the opportunity to annihilate them." Su Guang applauded, "Brilliant plan." "I concur." Du Jia nodded, "I support this as well." Dai only added, "I am in agreement." Shaoyi echoed, "Agreed." Fu Yingzhao concluded, "Then let us maintain the siege for now.
And when the night falls without moonlight, we will execute a large-scale withdrawal. The four generals nodded in agreement. While all was quiet in Tianmen town, war had already erupted elsewhere, outside the nearest large city to Tianmen town. A massive cloud of dust was raised as over 3,000 cavalry charged forth inside the city. 2,000 troops of the North Cloud Army swiftly readied their weapons, all stationed at the main gate. As the distant cavalry approached, they discovered that, contrary to the intelligence that indicated only a village without walls, they were now facing a large city. Nevertheless, having reached the outskirts of the city, they pressed on without hesitation. The defending warriors within the city received the order, release 20 siege machines of Hell's Fury. Upon receiving the command, launched simultaneously, unleashing a total of 120 fireballs directed towards the over 3,000 cavalrymen. The cavalry, unaccustomed to such formidable firepower from a mere small town, were met with incessant explosions and rampant flames. Following the fireball's release, 20 Divine Wind siege machines also discharged, sending forth a staggering 1,080 arrows. While hundreds of crossbowmen continued to rain down bolts. In an instant, thunderous flames combined with piercing winds and torrential rains obliterated over 1,000 enemy cavalry. The remaining cavalry, despite their desire to retreat, found it impossible to halt their frantic charge, leading to a catastrophic downfall among their ranks. The rear cavalry, attempting to flee, realized that escaping over 200 meters required an extraordinary speed. Thus, within a mere half a day, all 3,000 cavalry were annihilated, leaving not a single survivor. While the North Cloud Army suffered no casualties, perhaps the heavens had turned a blind eye to the North Cloud Army as they endured several days of delay before a moonless, windy night arrived. By this time, 9 or 10 units of the 5 towns' allied forces had already been vanquished. Within Tianmen town, Chu Zifeng had been continuously receiving battle reports for several days. Just then, another report arrived via telephone. Chu Zifeng picked up the shared line and inquired, "What news do you bring?" The voice on the other end replied, "Commander, our forces have annihilated over 3,000 cavalry of the 5 towns' allied forces outside the city." Chu Zifeng rejoiced, exclaiming, "Excellent. Once we achieve victory, I shall reward you handsomely." With that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 32. The ambush within an ambush. Chu Zifeng addressed Zihanyan and others. The 5 towns' allied forces intended to divide their 80,000 cavalry into 20 routes to stealthily attack our 21 villages. Little did they anticipate that all our villages have already been fortified into towns, resulting in their losses in both men and material. They came ill-equipped with heavy weaponry, and we have now decimated over 30,000 of their cavalry. Zihanyan remarked, "The tide of battle has begun to turn in our favor. The situation has greatly improved." Li Lingfeng expressed his concern. "I fear they may devise another strategy." Night swiftly passed, and dawn broke. Soldiers stationed at the city gates, seemingly unaware of the reasons, hurriedly raced towards the North Cloud Army's command center. Upon entering, the soldiers immediately knelt on one knee and reported, "Commander, the 5 towns' allied forces have vanished from all 4 city gates." A wave of astonishment swept through Chu Zifeng and the other generals. He gestured for them to rise and then asked, "What are your thoughts on the disappearance of the 5 towns' allied forces?" Zihanyan suggested, "I believe their disappearance was premeditated, otherwise their retreat would not have been so sluggish." Li Lingfeng concurred, "I share Zihanyan's assessment. The enemy undoubtedly harbors some sinister plot, perhaps they are watching our movements." Li Zhantian proposed, "Let us examine the map to identify any potential oversights in our territory." With that, Li Juyun spread out the map, and Chu Zifeng pointed to Tianmen town, murmuring, "Tianmen town." He then shifted his finger to the North Cloud's 21 towns, exclaiming, "This is troubling." The North Cloud's 21 towns. Li Zhantian remarked, "If they are indeed advancing to attack the 21 towns, do they not fear being cut off from their retreat?" Li Juyun countered, "Unless they have a contingency plan. How could they act so brazenly deep within enemy territory?" Chu Zifeng pondered, "What could their contingency plan possibly be?" Li Lingfeng speculated, "If it were me, unable to capture Tianmen town, I would pivot and strike directly at the 21 towns behind it, drawing our forces out. If they cannot win with superior numbers, how could they hope to overcome us by luring our troops away? After much deliberation, I have but one strategy to defeat the enemy. If brute force fails, then cunning must prevail, and that cunning is ambush." Chu Zifeng affirmed, "Indeed, when it comes to outsmarting the enemy, ambush is our only recourse." Li Zhantian declared, "Then let us turn their own strategy against them, annihilating them within our ambush." Chu Zifeng resolved, "I will dispatch an army of 60,000 from Tianmen town, utilizing all siege weapons and heavy artillery within the city. The 60,000-strong army will split into 3 groups. I shall lead this central force of 10,000 to attract the attention of the 5 towns' allied forces and restrain the enemy's firepower on both flanks.
The left flank will be commanded by Li Lingfang, leading 25,000 troops to encircle the enemy from behind, while Zi Hanyan will lead another 25,000 on the right flank to similarly strike from the rear. Zijuyan will command the remaining troops to defend Tianmen town. Li Lingfang, Li Juyun, Zi Hanyan, and Li Zhantian all replied, "Understood." Unbeknownst to the 5 towns' allied forces, the 3,000 cavalry of the siege unit had been entirely obliterated. Over 90,000 members of the 5 towns' allied forces, having prepared their ambush site, commenced their setup, disregarding whether the city behind had been captured. Meanwhile, Chu Zifeng and his commanders had already divided their forces into 3. Advancing accordingly, after a prolonged march of the left and right flanks of the army identified the enemy's ambush location and swiftly initiated their counter-ambush, while the central force of 10,000 led by Chu Zifeng entered the ambush zone of the 5 towns' allied forces. Once the North Cloud forces fully entered the ambush, Su Guang, Fuingzhao, Dujia, Dayanli, and Xiaoyi signaled, and the siege machines began loading fireballs, while the siege crossbows were readied with arrows. The 5 towns' allied forces, positioned with 200 siege machines and 200 crossbows, prepared to fire. Suddenly, from behind their flanks, 1,800 fireballs soared toward them, resulting in a series of explosions throughout the ambush. Following that, 16,200 arrows rained down, wreaking havoc on the siege equipment and heavy artillery of the 5 towns' allied forces, claiming the lives of over 8,000 of their men. Observing the chaos from afar, Chu Zifeng shouted, "Soldiers, charge with me." With that, he led his 10,000 North Cloud troops straight into the left ambush of the 5 towns' allied forces. The 10,000 soldiers alternately shot arrows and advanced under the cover of shields. While the opposing forces were rendered incapable of retaliating, within 2 minutes, they were overwhelmed by 10 waves of firepower, including 18,000 fireballs and 160,000 arrows. The siege machines of the 5 towns' allied forces were nearly destroyed by 80%. And the army suffered losses of 60,000 men, rendering them unable to counterattack. Moments later, the 5 towns' allied forces were reduced to a mere 10,000, while the North Cloud army showed no hesitation in continuing their barrage of fireballs and arrows. Su Guang, Fuingzhao, Dujia, Dayanli, and Xiaoyi, commanding the remnants of the 5 towns' allied forces, began their charge towards Chu Zifeng, intent on capturing him to break through the encirclement, although the 5 were formidable. Fearless of the fireballs and arrows, their numbers were still insufficient. Even the strongest would succumb to exhaustion. Each could slay but 1,000 foes before being overwhelmed. As Chu Zifeng beheld the 5 charging towards him, he and Li Zhantian began to channel their divine techniques. The first divine technique, Skyward Fist and Lightwave Fist. The second, 3,000 Thunderclouds and Heaven-Devouring Palm. The third, 3,000 Flowing Clouds and Skybreaking Fist. The fourth, the Emperor's Palm. Their strength surged, yet achieving their utmost potential would require a minute. As they enhanced their power, the 5 opponents were already upon them, each at the pinnacle of the 1 billion realm. Chu Zifeng shouted, "Protect the commander." Countless North Cloud soldiers rushed forward to shield Chu Zifeng and Li Zhantian from the 5 and their army. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Zifeng and Li Zhantian increased their power while the front lines worked tirelessly to contain Su Guang and his companions. After a minute, Chu Zifeng and Li Zhantian surged forward, brandishing their life weapons. Chu Zifeng wielded his divine weapon, the Divine Fear, a white spear, in his right hand, while the Emperor's heavenly sword was hurled from his left. Li Zhantian grasped his life weapon, the Skybreaking Spear, a white spear. As they charged towards the 5, the Emperor's heavenly sword flew directly at them. Su Guang and Dujia sidestepped, causing the sword to miss and fall to the ground. Chapter 33, The Trade Alliance. Just as the 5 were about to cross the threshold, the Emperor's heavenly sword soared into the air, its golden light and imperial energy surging from behind the 5. In an instant, it pierced through Dayanli, ending his life with a single strike. Su Guang, Fuingzhao, Dujia, and Xiaoyi were all taken aback by the sight. Dayanli, a peak expert of the 1 billion realm, had perished so easily before they could react. Chu Zifeng and Li Zhantian charged forward. At this moment, both Chu Zifeng and Li Zhantian had attained the half-step master realm, surpassing Su Guang and his companions in strength. With a thought, the Emperor's heavenly sword returned to Chu Zifeng's grasp. Li Zhantian, stand down. I alone am sufficient, he declared. Li Zhantian promptly halted. Su Guang bellowed at arrogant. Fuingzhao sneered, you don't honestly believe that killing one of us will enable you to face the remaining 4? Do you? With dual swords in hand, Chu Zifeng felt invincible. His strength had reached the pinnacle of the half-step master realm. As Su Guang charged, Chu Zifeng countered with his swords. A strike from behind Su Guang met with a sword from Chu Zifeng. While Fuingzhao received a blade to the chest, Dujia lost an arm, and Xiaoyi was struck by 3 swords. In less than 2 minutes, all 4 were simultaneously hit by a blade. Their astonishment palpable. Was the enemy truly this formidable? Chu Zifeng proclaimed, "Awaken." Upon concluding his words, within 3 minutes, Su Guang and his 3 companions were reduced to mere remnants. Half an hour later, the forces led by Chu Zifeng achieved a resounding victory. In this great battle, the 6,000 troops under Chu Zifeng's command suffered a loss of 5,000 men, yet they obliterated an enemy force of 100,000. A total of 200 siege weapons and crossbows were reduced to ashes. During this conflict, the Baiyun Legion captured the arrow reserves of the Five Towns Coalition, which contained an astonishing 180,000 arrows. The Baiyun Legion annihilated the main force of the Five Towns Coalition, amounting to 100,000 troops, including 30,000 cavalry. This news swiftly reached the various ambushing cavalry units, prompting them to surrender en masse to the nearest Baiyun Legion. The number of surrendering troops alone reached 40,000. Chu Zifeng immediately ordered a news blackout and then marched all 40,000 prisoners back to Tianmen town for processing. With this, the Baiyun Legion no longer needed to recruit new soldiers. The 40,000 prisoners were sufficient. Now, within Tianmen town, the Baiyun Legion boasted an army of 100,000, of which 50,000 were steeds. The Baiyun Legion promptly commenced training the 40,000 prisoners and their mounts in preparation for future battles. While also focusing on stockpiling provisions and crafting arrows, Chu Zifeng penned 5 letters to the 5 rebel armies, dispatching them immediately upon completion. 1 month after the Great Battle, all 5 letters reached the major rebel factions. Within the command center of the Shuzhen, Su Guang received a letter from the Baiyun Legion, raising his suspicions. Should not their own forces be the ones to correspond? Upon opening the letter, he read, "Greetings, Commander Su Guang of North Suda. I am Chu Zifeng, commander of the Baiyun Legion. I have accepted the 180,000 troops you dispatched from the Five Towns Coalition, with over 140,000 currently enjoying hospitality in the Yellow Springs. While 40,000 are my guests at home. As for a return gift, I shall forego it. However, should you wish to collaborate, the doors of Baiyun are always open for you. Weapons and elixirs are available for trade. Yet, should North Su declare war, the Baiyun Legion is prepared to respond at any time. We shall gladly accept gifts, and even if the Five Towns Coalition unites against us, we shall not falter." Upon reading this, Su Guang's face turned pale, and the other commanders of the Five Towns Coalition shared his dismay. Su Guang immediately contacted the other 4 commanders via a shared line. Lin Shiji, Shi Yusan, Huayan Yun, Lu Fei, have you received the letter? Lin Shiji replied, "We just discussed it and have all received it." Su Guang remarked, "I did not expect the Baiyun Legion to grow so swiftly. Having annihilated the entirety of our 180,000 troops, now we must confront the dilemma. Should we negotiate peace with the Baiyun Legion or continue to wage war?" Lin Shiji suggested. Even without declaring war, the provision of elixirs and resources from the Baiyun Legion would be beneficial. Shi Yusan concurred, "I agree with Lin Shiji's sentiments. We should engage in trade with Baiyun." Huayan Yun expressed her agreement, and Lu Fei echoed, "I too concur." Su Guang concluded, "Very well, we shall first collectively apologize to the Baiyun Legion and present a grand gift as a token of our regret." Lin Shiji, Shi Yusan, Huayan Yun, and Lu Fei nodded in unison, affirming, "Agreed." Soon after, within a few days, the Five Towns Coalition dispatched an apology letter to the Baiyun Legion, publicly expressing their remorse and announcing the eradication of their 180,000 troops to the entire Jin district. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout Jin district, and following the receipt of the letter, the Baiyun Legion commenced trade with the Five Towns Coalition. In the Jin district's Jinjun mansion, Luo Rui was astounded upon receiving this news. Realizing that rather than a mutual destruction, an alliance had formed, as Wei Yuanjia Huangjing remarked, "Jin Jun, your scheme has failed." Luo Rui replied, "Yet, we have suffered no losses while simultaneously weakening the Five Towns Coalition, which is, in itself, a small victory." Huangjing inquired, "What is your next plan?" Jin Jun, Luo Rui responded, "How is the training of our district troops progressing?" Huangjing reported, "In addition to the 100,000 station troops, we have now trained another 100,000, and they are equipped with district troop weaponry." Luo Rui instructed, "Excellent, continue training the district troops. Our next step is to prepare 30,000 border troops for combat. Then strike against one of the towns within the Five Towns Coalition." Huangjing affirmed, "We shall first train the 30,000 border troops for future engagements." Luo Rui nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Baiyun Legion was diligently training its soldiers. With all commanders engaging in seclusion to enhance their skills for the impending war, the Baiyun Legion also profited immensely through trade with the Five Towns Coalition. As 2 months elapsed, the 4,000 new recruits of the Baiyun Legion were fully trained and ready for battle. During this period, Chu Zifeng and his commanders faced their greatest challenge while in seclusion, the final barrier to transcendence, which, once overcome, would elevate them to the realm of Yizhi Yuan. However, this final challenge was no simple feat. They first needed to elevate their vital energy to a certain level, followed by achieving a specific concentration of true energy, ultimately culminating in the condensation of a core that would unify all their energies in true energies. Unlocking their meridians for the breakthrough, Chu Zifeng and his commanders had successfully completed the first step of cultivating their vital energy, yet the latter two stages required additional time. Chapter 34, A storm approaches from the south. Thus, Chu Zifeng and the commanders of the Baiyun Legion continued their rigorous seclusion. 3 years and 2 months had passed since the uprising, and Chu Zifeng had turned 20 in the 4th month of the 3rd year of the rebellion. Chu Zifeng broke through the barrier, reaching the initial stage of Yizhi Yuan. His primary commanders Zi Hanyun, Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun, and Li Zhantian also achieved the initial stage of Yizhi Yuan. Elite Sangtian reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of the martial artist realm, while Li Ying, Yuan Hongda, Li Ju, Li Yun, and Yuan Kaiyun all broke through to the 10th level of the martial artist realm. The 10 city lords surpassed the 9th level of the martial artist realm. However, the troops of the Baiyun Legion stationed in Tianmen town and the 21 cities had yet to fully transcend the 4th level of the martial artist realm, though the arrows from the Tianyu Divine Wind had ascended to mid-tier first-grade arrows. 1 month later, all soldiers of the Baiyun Legion had broken through to the 4th level of the martial artist realm, and further advancements would likely prove challenging. During this month, Chu Zifeng also devised his own elixirs and weaponry. As the 6 towns coalition fervently developed, the 30,000 troops of the 5 towns had all reached the 5th level of the martial artist realm and were fully equipped with district troop weaponry. Within the Jin district's Jinjun mansion, Luo Rui was discussing significant matters with Zui Yuanjia. Huang Jing stated, "Jinjun, we have trained the 30,000 troops to the strength of district troops and equipped them with the necessary armaments." Luo Rui commanded, "Good, immediately appoint Hong as the general-in-chief, Sun Yuan as the left assistant general, and Li Fang as the right assistant general, to lead the 30,000 Southern Expeditionary Army to attack Shuzhen and the Baiyun Legion." Huang Jing bowed, replying, "Yes." Jin Jun orders were dispatched to the Southern Expeditionary Army, instructing Hong, Sun Yuan, and Li Fang to prepare their equipment and march southward to confront the rebels. This contingent of 30,000 was fully equipped with fire rifles, thunder bombs, and heavy firepower shooting weapons akin to technology from 3,000 years ago, albeit with some distinctions. At this time, Sichuan remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger while indulging in the resources of the Baiyun Legion. The 30,000 Southern Expeditionary Army advanced resolutely toward Shuzhen, comprising 350 transport vehicles, with only 150 carrying soldiers, each vehicle accommodating 1,000 troops, totaling 150,000. The remaining 250 vehicles were laden with food, resources, ammunition, and thunder bombs, while the remaining 15,000 troops rode on first-grade steeds. 10 days into the advance of the 30,000 Southern Expeditionary Army, the 5 towns coalition finally received word of their approach. Instantly, the coalition entered a state of emergency. Sichuan promptly connected the shared line to notify the leaders of the other 5 towns. At that moment, the Baiyun Legion's shared line was also connected to the 5 towns coalition. Sichuan inquired, "Are the commanders of the other 5 towns present?" Lin Shiji replied, "We are here in Shuzhen." Shi Yusan added, "We are here in Shimen." Huayan Yun stated, "We are here in Huamen." Lu Fei affirmed, "We are here in Feitian." Chu Zifeng responded, "We are here in Tianmen." Sichuan exclaimed, "Commanders of the 5 towns, we are in grave danger. The 30,000 Southern Expeditionary Army is heading directly toward Shuzhen. I implore you all for support," Lin Shiji assured. "Naturally, we of the 6 towns coalition are united. Losing any one of us would leave us vulnerable to the government forces." Shi Yusan declared, "Sherman will certainly lend its full support." Hua Yun echoed, "Huamen will also contribute." Lu Fei affirmed, "Feitian will do its utmost to assist." Chu Zifeng remarked, "Tianmen and the 5 towns coalition are merely trading partners, not a strategic alliance. Thus, we shall not engage in combat. However, we can provide you with weapons, arrows, and elixirs, though you must supply the materials." Upon hearing this, Sichuan realized that if the Baiyun Legion did not participate in the conflict, the 5 towns coalition might withstand the assault. The saying goes, "It is easy to invite the deity, but difficult to send them away." Should the Baiyun Legion, a formidable force, cross into their territory, it would likely spell disaster. Although the Baiyun Legion would not engage in battle, their support in weaponry was invaluable. The 5 towns coalition, unable to manufacture heavy weaponry or siege armaments, would greatly benefit from the Baiyun Legion's abundant supply of arrows and siege weapons. Effectively bolstering their strength. Upon reflecting on this, Su Chuan remarked, "Then I must extend my gratitude to Commander Chu, Lin Shiji, Shi Yusan, Huayan Yun," and Lu Fei echoed in unison, "Thank you, Commander Chu." Chu Zifeng replied, "It is my pleasure. Our alchemy and artifact departments will work tirelessly day and night, but you must expedite the delivery of your spiritual herbs, flowers, and materials." Su Guang responded, Of course. Currently, the North Cloud Legion's artifact department has grown to a scale of 8,000 personnel. And the alchemy department mirrors this, fully capable of supporting the entire North Cloud Legion. Su Guang inquired, "How many troops do each of you command?" Lin Shiji stated, "My North World Legion has not recruited new soldiers. Aside from the last great battle, we still have a remaining force of 154,000. Huayan Yun added, "My North Phoenix Legion retains a strength of 134,000. Lu Fei remarked, "The North Sky Legion stands at 144,000. Shi Yusan stated, "The North Gate Legion has 134,000 left." Su Chuan concluded, "My North Void Legion has 144,000 remaining." Su Chuan continued, "It appears our forces are more than sufficient. The combined strength of the 5-town allied forces amounts to a staggering 710,000 troops," Lin Shiji noted, "although we have ample manpower. Our weapons and arrows are woefully insufficient." Lu Fei concurred, "Indeed, the siege engines and crossbows of our 5-town allied forces combined do not exceed 700. Chu Zifeng assured, "That is of no concern. I will have them crafted for you." The 5 men expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Chu." Su Chuan added, "Even though our 5-town armies are numerous, we cannot deploy them all, so we must retain a portion of our forces in reserve. While the remainder can engage the enemy," Lu Fei proposed, "each town shall retain 40,000 troops to guard within their own borders, totaling 200,000, while the remaining 510,000 will enter the Void Town to confront the enemy." Su Chuan agreed. Lin Shiji concurred. Huayan Yun expressed her agreement as well. Shi Yusan added, "I too agree." Lu Fei concluded, "Since we are all in accord, let us proceed with this plan." After deliberations, the allied forces swiftly mobilized. With troops continuously converging upon the Void Town, preparing to engage the approaching enemy, within the North Cloud Legion, preparations were made according to the plan. Upon receiving the spiritual herbs and materials, they would assist the 5-town allied forces in crafting siege engines, crossbows, arrows, and elixirs. Under the pressure of 300,000 Southern Expedition troops, the alchemy and artifact departments of the North Cloud Legion plunged into a relentless cycle of work. Chapter 35, The Southern Expedition's Surprise Attack. 18 days later, the North Cloud Legion had produced 200 siege engines and crossbows for the 5-town allied forces, along with countless fireballs and arrows. These weapons were dispatched directly to the front lines of Void Town to equip the defending army. Within the city of Void Town, 510,000 troops had gathered, and the city walls had been expanded to accommodate this force, allowing for both garrison and combat. The commander's residence in Void Town. All commanders of the 5-town allied forces convened. Su Chuan, Lin Shiji, Huayan Yun, Lu Fei, and Shi Yusan took their seats, with Su Chuan as the host occupying the foremost position, while Lin Shiji, Huayan Yun, Lu Fei, and Shi Yusan sat to either side. Su Chuan announced, "The 30,000 Southern Expedition troops will arrive in a few days. I have gathered you all today to discuss how we shall confront them," Lin Shiji asserted, "though the Southern Expedition boasts an army of 300,000. We have 510,000, giving us a definitive numerical advantage, thus we need not fear them." Huayan Yun cautioned, "That is not necessarily the case. While we may have the advantage in numbers, what if the enemy chooses not to attack here? If I were in their position, knowing that the main force of the 5 towns is concentrated in Void Town, I would certainly feign an attack and strike the other towns that are left vulnerable, maximizing gains while minimizing losses, thus crippling our living forces." Lu Fei acknowledged, "Indeed, our forces are overly concentrated, yet we possess quick routes, courtesy of North Cloud, allowing for a mere 5-day travel time between towns for reinforcements at any moment." This was indeed the truth. However, unbeknownst to them, the rapid routes to other towns only required 2 days. Shi Yusan remarked, "Su Chuan, you need not worry. What danger could the other 4 towns possibly face?" Seeing the 4 express such confidence, Su Chuan refrained from arguing further, allowing the discussion to drift. Meanwhile, within the Southern Expedition's Central Command, Ling Hong, Sun Yuan, and Li Feng were deliberating their assault on Void Town. Ling Hong stated, "Now that the main force of the 5-town allied forces is concentrated in Void Town, should we continue our assault there, it would likely result in a protracted stalemate. However, if we redirect our focus towards World Town, we can not only capture that town but also seize the opportunity to take the other 4 towns." Sun Yuan and Li Feng both agreed.
"We have no objections." Ling Hong promptly opened the carriage window and commanded, "Send word down to the army to march day and night towards World Town." The messenger swiftly conveyed the orders. And soon the 300,000 Southern Expedition troops altered their course, heading directly for World Town. After 4 days of calm within Void Town, a sudden appearance of a large number of Southern Expedition troops was noted outside World Town. At that moment, only 20,000 troops from the North World Legion were stationed within the town. The 300,000 Southern Expedition troops charged forth, and the 20,000 North World troops immediately engaged. However, the Southern Expedition did not launch a full-scale attack. Instead, they surrounded the town with overwhelming force. Upon Ling Hong's command, the Southern Expedition troops initiated their assault, with latter troops storming the walls while infantry provided cover. And heavy firepower rifle units began their relentless barrage inside World Town. There were no siege engines or crossbows to provide counterfire, leaving the defenders vulnerable under the onslaught of the heavy firepower rifles, which could unleash 300 rounds per minute. The defenders were drastically outmatched, and the soldiers on the city walls were swiftly decimated, despite the efforts of the North World troops to repel the invaders. They proved futile. Soon, the Southern Expedition troops breached the walls and engaged in close-quarters combat with the North World troops. The Southern Expedition soldiers, being at the 5th rank of martial arts, held a distinct advantage over the North World soldiers, who were merely at the 4th rank, resulting in a one-sided slaughter. Each Southern Expedition soldier dispatched their foes with ease, while some opted not to engage in hand-to-hand combat, instead hurling 2-centimeter-wide fire thunder bombs into the ranks of the North World soldiers, resulting in multiple casualties with each explosion. As the battle progressed, the Southern Expedition troops increased their use of fire thunder bombs, leading to widespread devastation among the North World soldiers. In just 2 hours, the North City Gate was completely overrun, and soon the remaining 3 gates were similarly compromised. The battle for World Town lasted 7 hours, culminating in the complete conquest of the town. Ling Hong then ordered 7,000 troops from the 300,000 Southern Expedition force to systematically eliminate the 20 villages surrounding World Town and capture them. Ling Hong led over 200,000 troops in a fierce advance towards the next town. On the 7th morning, Sichuan paced anxiously, unable to sit still as the 300,000 Southern Expedition troops, which were supposed to have arrived by now, were still absent, filling him with an overwhelming sense of unease. When Sichuan contacted the commanders of the other 4 towns, they dismissed his concerns and chose to wait. By the 15th day, World Town had completely fallen, as had Stone Gate Town. The news of the 2 towns' downfall was swiftly announced by the Jin District government, shocking all commanders of the 5-town allied forces and the North Cloud Legion. A combined total of 80,000 troops had been annihilated in mere days. In the commander's residence of Void Town, Sichuan clenched his fists tightly and declared, "I had warned you of the vulnerability of the other towns and the potential for a surprise attack by the Southern Expedition. Yet, you chose to ignore my warnings, and look now, 2 towns have fallen in just a few days." Lin Shiji banged his fist on the table, weeping, "I am filled with rage. My wives and concubines have perished." Shi Yusan lamented, "What do you have to be angry about? My life's savings have been obliterated." Hua Yin and Lu Fei exchanged exasperated glances, realizing that these two were consumed by thoughts of money and women. Sichuan shook his head, stating, "This is not the time for disputes. We must organize our forces immediately to thwart any further incursions by the Southern Expedition." Lin Shiji and Shi Yusan responded in unison. "Speak, Sichuan. We will heed your orders. Tell us what to do, and we shall comply." Hua Yin and Lu Fei echoed, "Indeed, Sichuan, we are at your command. Issue your orders." Sichuan replied, "At present I am uncertain how the 300,000 Southern Expedition troops managed to conquer 2 towns in such a short time. So deploying our forces without caution may lead to even greater losses." Lin Shiji asserted, "The North Cloud Legion utilized tactics to annihilate our 100,000 troops. How could they possibly be stronger than the North Cloud Legion?" Sichuan clapped his hands and proclaimed, "Exactly. We should also employ an ambush. If we catch the enemy off guard, no matter how strong they may be, we can eliminate them." Lin Shiji clapped in agreement. "Very well, let us set an ambush." Shi Yusan concurred, "I support this plan." Lu Fei added, "I too agree. With 300,000 enemies against our 510,000, an ambush should suffice to defeat them." Hua Yin remarked, "This plan is feasible. I wholeheartedly support it." Sichuan declared, "Since all have agreed, I shall now announce our strategy." Chapter 36. The ambush battle. Sichuan stated, "We shall leave 50,000 troops to guard Void Town, while the remaining 460,000 will mobilize to ambush between Flower Gate Town and Flying Heaven Town." Hua Yin asked, "What of Flower Gate Town?" Sichuan replied, "By the time we arrive,
Flowergate town will have long since fallen, so we must abandon it. An ambush on the road between Flowergate and Flying Heaven town is essential. The four, upon hearing this, fell silent and simply acknowledged.
Understood. After Su Chuan received responses from the four individuals, he immediately commanded an army of 460,000 to march towards Huamen. Meanwhile, within the Tianmen town, the Baiyun Legion, led by Chu Zifeng and several high-ranking generals, was convening in the command hall. Chu Zifeng remarked, "The Five Towns coalition has already lost 2 towns and suffered a loss of 80,000 troops. This is no trivial matter, for even our advanced weaponry is incapable of such devastation." Li Lingfeng added, "I had always believed that our Baiyun army possessed the finest weaponry. Who would have thought that there are those even stronger than us? I am eager to discover what manner of weaponry could surpass ours." Zihan Yun inquired, "General Yuan, can you think of any weapon that could exceed our own?" Yuan Hongda pondered deeply, murmuring, "Bows, shields, spears, sabers, and yes, the flintlock rifles, heavy artillery, and explosive shells." Zihan Yun gasped in astonishment, "Flintlock rifles? Could it be that the Nandao army has been equipped with such weaponry? That is simply unfathomable. Are they not the weapons of the frontier troops?" Li Lingfeng stated, "This Luo Rui is undoubtedly no ordinary figure. He has long harbored schemes for this very war," Chu Zifeng declared. "We must also exert ourselves to the fullest, elevating our cultivation to the mid-stage and advancing our soldiers to the 5th realm of martial prowess," Zihan Yun remarked. "Moreover, we must upgrade our weaponry." Chu Zifeng nodded in agreement. "I too intend to modify the repeating crossbow into a more formidable version." Everyone nodded in unison as Chu Zifeng concluded, "Let this assembly adjourn here. We shall disperse." The attendees swiftly departed, and the entire Baiyun Legion immediately entered a state of closed-door cultivation. On Su Chuan's side, he led the army of 460,000 towards the designated ambush point along the main thoroughfare. As Su Chuan had anticipated, Huamen town could not withstand the assault of 300,000 Nandao troops and fell at an astonishing pace shortly after the combat commenced, soon after capturing Huamen town. Ling Hong left behind 50,000 troops to pacify the armed factions within the 20 villages surrounding Huamen. At this juncture, the Nandao army had dwindled to less than 300,000. Leaving 10,000 troops stationed at Shizhen and another 10,000 at Huamen, which meant that only 220,000 troops were advancing towards Feitian town. Ling Hong led the remaining 220,000 troops directly along the main road to Feitian town. Unaware that his efforts to secure rapid support for other regions had inadvertently become a perilous shortcut for his own demise, among Ling Hong's 220,000 troops were 100 transport vehicles, totaling 100,000 troops, along with 120,000 cavalry. Thus, the Nandao army marched triumphantly along the main road towards Feitian town. At this moment, Su Chuan and the commanders of the 4 towns, along with their army of 460,000, were already positioned on both sides, lying in wait. This time, the 5 Towns coalition had brought all their heavy artillery, comprising 520 siege ballistas and 520 siege crossbows. 2 days later, Ling Hong, Sun Yuan, and Li Fang led their 100 transport vehicles and 120,000 cavalry into the ambush zone of the 5 Towns coalition, once the 220,000 Nandao troops were entirely within the trap. Su Chuan signaled with a grand gesture, and the 46,000 soldiers on both sides commenced their barrage of arrows. The 520 siege ballistas unleashed a volley of 1,560 fireballs, while the 520 siege crossbows released a staggering 18,720 arrows. In an instant, the 100 transport vehicles were besieged by the fireballs, with 10 of them obliterated in the onslaught. This first wave of fireballs resulted in the demise of 10,000 Nandao soldiers, while the dense rain of arrows decimated another 10,000 cavalry. Thus, this initial assault claimed the lives of 20,000 Nandao troops. Ling Hong commanded, "All units counterattack." The Nandao army began their retaliation, with 110,000 cavalry splitting to attack on both flanks, engaging in mounted combat while firing their weapons. The soldiers in the transport vehicles swiftly redirected their vehicles towards the sides, deploying heavy artillery to maintain relentless fire. The Nandao army possessed 500 heavy artillery pieces, while the remaining troops fired through the windows. The 2 sides exchanged fire fiercely, with the siege ballistas continuously launching fireballs and the siege crossbows unleashing arrows. The Nandao cavalry fell in droves as fireballs rained down upon the transport vehicles, and the archers on both flanks unleashed their volleys. Inside the transport vehicles, heavy artillery continued to fire, while the ambushed 5 Towns coalition was mercilessly slaughtered, and the cavalry pressed forward. As the distance closed, the Nandao cavalry began hurling explosive shells, causing further devastation to the ambushed 5 Towns coalition, with explosions echoing all around. Su Chuan shouted, "All siege ballistas
Target the transport vehicles, all siege crossbows aim for the cavalry. Under Sichuan's commanding voice, all heavy weaponry adjusted their strategy, with the siege ballistas focusing their fire on the transport vehicles. The barrage of fireballs descended like rain from the heavens. Despite the abundance of transport vehicles, many were destroyed under the relentless onslaught. Each vehicle lost represented 1,000 lives. In the face of the concentrated arrows from the siege crossbows, the cavalry at the forefront suffered catastrophic losses. Although the transport vehicles and cavalry were swift, they could not advance against the concentrated fire from the siege ballistas and crossbows. As the casualties mounted on both sides, the Nandao troops began to disembark from the transport vehicles, transitioning to infantry combat to prevent total annihilation. After 3 to 4 hours of intense fighting, the Nandao army, having suffered grievous losses, began to retreat and break through the encirclement, with both sides unable to secure a decisive victory. A ceasefire was called, leading to a withdrawal. The Nandao army lost 80,000 troops in this engagement, with 30,000 of those being from the infantry and 50,000 from the cavalry. The Five Towns coalition also suffered significant losses, with a total of 150,000 troops lost after 3 to 4 hours of battle. Both armies began to vacate the battlefield, with the Five Towns coalition retreating to the defensive lines of Shuzhen and Feitian Town, while the Nandao forces withdrew to Huamen Town, fully committing to occupying the 20 villages within Huamen and consolidating their forces along the Huamen defense line to prepare for a future confrontation with the Five Towns coalition. Chapter 37, New Weaponry. Sichuan and the commanders of the 4 towns led the remaining 310,000 troops back to Feitian Town. Upon completing the withdrawal, Sichuan immediately ordered that all soldiers of the Five Towns coalition destroy the main roads from Huamen Town to Feitian Town and Shuzhen, instructing the soldiers stationed in Feitian and Shuzhen to demolish all town roads to hinder the advance of the Nandao army, thereby slowing their momentum. At this moment, the Five Towns coalition had diminished from an original strength of 710,000 to a mere 400,000. Having suffered more than half their forces, the available manpower had dwindled to 2 towns, while the remaining 3 were under Nandao control. The insurgent forces had effectively lost half of their strength across the 6 towns to the north, allowing the Nandao army to advance from 2 fronts, one heading south to directly assault the flat Tianmen Town, while the other could directly attack Shuzhen and Feitian Town, capturing both towns and annihilating the main forces of the Five Towns coalition. The Nandao army, having suffered significant losses, now stood at 220,000 troops, leaving the Five Towns coalition in a precarious position, as they had lost 150,000 troops due to the ambush. Such a disadvantage was stark and overwhelming. Within Tianmen Town, Yuan Hongda burst into the command hall, brandishing intelligence reports and exclaiming loudly, "Chu Zifeng, Zihan Yun, Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun," and Li Zhantian turned to regard Yuan Hongda as he rushed in. Zihan Yun inquired, "General Yuan, why the haste?" Yuan Hongda replied, "I bring news from the front lines of the 5 towns." Li Lingfeng, anxious, asked, "What news from the front lines?" Yuan Hongda responded, "There are only 2 pieces of information, one regarding Huamen Town and the other concerning the Feihua battle." Li Zhantian speculated, "The forces at Huamen Town, along with the 4,000 troops stationed there, must have perished." Yuan Hongda affirmed, "Indeed, Huamen Town has fallen, and the station troops have been utterly annihilated. Every village within Huamen has succumbed." A wave of shock rippled through the assembly, and Chu Zifeng expressed concern, "This situation has become dire. The Nandao army can launch offensives towards Shuzhen and Feitian Town to the west, while simultaneously threatening us from the north. Their forces are formidable, and their weaponry is advanced, beyond our capacity to contend with." Li Zhantian continued to press, "What then of the Feihua battle? What transpired there?" Yuan Hongda replied, "In the Feihua battle, a total of 680,000 troops were deployed by both sides." The room fell silent in astonishment. The magnitude of 680,000 troops was indeed daunting. Li Juyun inquired, "What was the outcome of that battle?" Yuan Hongda began, "Listen to me as I recount the tale. The Battle of Flying Flowers is a name derived by the villagers themselves, referring to the conflict that occurred between Feihua Town and Huamen Town. This battle was initiated by Sichuan and the commanders of the 4 towns, who led an impressive army of 460,000. The primary strategy involved laying an ambush between Huamen Town and Feitian Town, targeting the 300,000 soldiers of the Southern Expeditionary Army. The coalition of 5 towns deployed all their elite weaponry, including the Siege Heavenly Catapult and the Siege Heavenly Crossbow. In contrast, the Southern Expeditionary Army mobilized 100 transport vehicles and 120,000 dragon steed troops to assault Feitian Town. Little did they know, the coalition had set a trap. It was reported that the initial wave of attacks from the Siege Heavenly Catapult and the Siege Heavenly Crossbow alone claimed the lives of 20,000 Southern Expeditionary Riflemen. Upon realizing the ambush, the Southern troops quickly retaliated. After several hours of fierce combat, both sides suffered heavy losses, ultimately retreating from the battlefield. The Southern Expeditionary Army lost 80,000 men, while the coalition of 5 towns faced a staggering loss of 150,000 soldiers. Xu Zifeng was left astounded. The coalition's forces were double that of the enemy's, and yet they had sustained such grave losses despite the ambush. He remarked, "The weaponry of the Southern Expeditionary Army is terrifying. Even with twice their numbers, we could not eradicate them and instead suffered significant casualties." Zi Hanyun swallowed hard and added, "That is not even the gravest concern. The most alarming aspect is that their forces at the border have been elevated to the level of district troops. Fully equipped with advanced weaponry. If this continues, will not all the armies in the Jin district reach such a level? We would merely be waiting for our demise." Xu Zifeng furrowed his brow tightly and declared, "We must take a moment today to develop new weaponry." Zi Hanyun, Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun, and Li Zhantian nodded in agreement. The 5 then commenced their relentless research into new weaponry, ultimately creating the 10-machine repeating crossbow and a series of other advanced arms after 7 days of tireless effort. In the secret chamber, Xu Zifeng exclaimed, "After 7 days and nights of research, we have finally succeeded." Zi Hanyun replied, "Indeed, with these treasures, we can contend with the district troops of the Jin district." Li Lingfeng picked up a 10-machine repeating crossbow and stated, "This crossbow has been enhanced from the original model, greatly increasing its power. It can transform into 4 forms: a spear, a shield, a repeating crossbow, and a longsword. Furthermore, it requires a secret technique for operation. With the application of this technique, the crossbow can be fired without arrow feathers, needing only vital energy. By channeling the secret technique and infusing vital energy into the 10-machine repeating crossbow, it can unleash 50 arrows per minute. But a soldier can only wield it for 12 minutes before exhausting their energy." After Li Lingfeng spoke, he picked up a larger crossbow, saying, "I have named this one the 10-Blade Thunder. It has been modified from the Heavenly Catapult and also requires the use of a secret technique. When the technique is applied, infusing it with vital energy allows it to fire 300 arrows per minute. However, a single individual can only operate the 10-Blade Thunder for 10 minutes before their energy is depleted." Setting down the 10-Blade Thunder, Li Lingfeng then lifted a weapon resembling a cannon and explained, "This weapon, named the Heavenly Path, has been adapted from the Inferno Heavenly Catapult. It requires 3 individuals to operate. When they employ the secret technique and channel vital energy into the Heavenly Path, it can unleash 100 energy projectiles per minute. However, all 3 must work together, and they can only sustain usage for 10 minutes before exhausting their energy." Xu Zifeng chuckled, "With these 3 weapons, the Southern Expeditionary Army and the Jin district troops shall surely fall before us." Zi Hanyun cautioned, "However, these weapons can only be forged by us, no one else can replicate them." Xu Zifeng urged, "Then let us exert ourselves. We must complete the forging of these 3 weapons as soon as possible." All 4 nodded in agreement, and thus, the 5 continued their relentless crafting of weapons. The process of forging not only advanced their skills but also resulted in the creation of 3 distinct types of weaponry: the 10-machine repeating crossbow, categorized as a first-tier intermediate weapon; the 10-Blade Thunder, a first-tier advanced weapon; and the Heavenly Path, also a first-tier advanced weapon. Chapter 38, Assault on Feitian Town. The 5 worked tirelessly day and night to forge the 10-Blade Thunder and the Heavenly Path. While the formula for the 10-machine repeating crossbow was sent to the armory for production, after 10 days of tireless efforts, 500 10-Blade Thunders and 500 Heavenly Paths were gradually completed. However, the 5 had not yet achieved a breakthrough, so they devised second-tier beginner-level elixirs. Despite successfully creating 500 units of the 10-Blade Thunder and 500 Heavenly Paths, they felt it was insufficient and continued their work. After several days of standoff, the coalition of 5 towns and the Southern Expeditionary Army resumed hostilities. Within the command hall of the Southern Expeditionary Army at Huamen Town, Ling Hong, Sun Yuan, and Li Feng convened to discuss their next military strategy. Ling Hong stated, "It has been over 10 days since we launched an assault. It is time to initiate another attack." Sun Yuan replied, "Currently, our available combat forces number only 190,000. With the remaining 30,000 stationed to defend the 3 towns, hence our strength is no longer as advantageous. The coalition has also destroyed the main thoroughfare, eliminating our previous strategic edge should we engage in battle. We risk being bogged down, especially since the main forces of the coalition are stationed in Feitian Town with 350,000 troops and 50,000 in Shuzhen," Ling Hong asserted. Regardless of the challenges, we must fight. If we delay further, even if we wish to engage later, it will become increasingly difficult. Li Feng inquired. Ling Hong, what strategy should we employ, where should we attack? Ling Hong replied. Rather than employing flexible and variable tactics, we should confront their main force directly and settle the matter with a decisive battle. Sun Yuan concurred. I agree. Li Feng added, I am in agreement as well. Elated, Ling Hong proclaimed, issue my command to the general, assemble the army of 190,000 and march on Feitian town. Following Ling Hong's orders, the Southern Expeditionary Army swiftly gathered, setting their course for Feitian town. Before the main thoroughfare was destroyed, the journey from Huamen town to Feitian town took merely 5 days. However, with the route now obliterated, it would require a month to traverse the distance. After a month of grueling travel, the 190,000 Southern Expeditionary soldiers finally arrived outside Feitian town. At this time, Sichuan and the commanders of the 4 towns had already fortified their defenses around Feitian town. With a single command from Ling Hong, the entire army commenced their siege. In no time, the infantry began advancing with ladders, while countless soldiers armed with fire rifles provided covering fire behind the infantry. 300 heavy artillery pieces alternated in a relentless barrage, each capable of firing 300 rounds per minute. Under the overwhelming firepower of the heavy artillery, the archers atop the city walls fell in droves. Bolstering the morale of the Southern Expeditionary troops, who surged forth with renewed vigor. Observing this, Sichuan bellowed, immediately launched the siege heavenly catapults and the siege heavenly crossbows. Instantly, hundreds of siege heavenly catapults were activated, unleashing fireballs towards the attacking troops. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the assaulting forces suffered severe casualties. Following the volley from the siege heavenly crossbows, over 10,000 arrows were launched, resulting in catastrophic losses among the attacking soldiers. Although the Southern Expeditionary Army possessed advanced weaponry, the lack of substantial fire support meant that their attempts to breach the city would be fraught with peril. After an hour of assault, they still could not scale the walls. Having lost over 10,000 men, Ling Hong, anxious and distant from the front line, could no longer contain himself and commanded, have the frontline soldiers blow open the city gates. Upon receiving Ling Hong's command, the frontline troops charged with fervor, making a beeline for the city gates. Protected by the heavy artillery fire, the Southern soldiers advanced to within 50 meters of the gates before launching their incendiary explosives. One after another, the projectiles struck, and through their relentless efforts, the gates were eventually demolished. The morale of the Southern soldiers surged, and they charged with full force, leaving the coalition with no option but to gather their troops at the gates to fend off the enemy's advance. Buying time for the deployment of the siege heavenly crossbows to unleash devastating firepower against the Southern forces. As the Southern troops continued their assault, their rate of fire far surpassed that of the archers. At the city gates, the coalition soldiers fell one after another. The previous disadvantage faced by the coalition was, under the persistent resistance of their soldiers, somewhat alleviated. The breached gates did not allow the enemy to pour in. After a day's worth of fighting, both sides had suffered over 10,000 casualties. Although the first day appeared nearly even, significant changes had occurred within both forces. Inside the command hall of Feitian town, Sichuan and his 4 compatriots were engaged in a meeting. Sichuan remarked, today, we faced off against the Southern Expeditionary Army, and our losses were almost equal, while we managed to fend off their advances. The gap between our 2 armies has widened. Today alone, we have expended 80% of our arrows and fireballs, while the enemy remains ferocious and shows no signs of depleting their ammunition. Lin Shiji added, indeed, our heavy firepower will be exhausted by tomorrow. If the enemy continues their relentless assaults, it will be increasingly difficult for us to hold Feitian town. Sichuan remarked, indeed, we must devise a strategy before the enemy launches a fierce assault. Otherwise, by tomorrow, the Southern Expeditionary Army may lay siege to Feitian town. Listening to their conversation, Shi Yusan, Hua Yenyun, and Lu Fei fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, Hua Yenyun suggested, since the onset of the war, we have not witnessed any movements from the Northern Cloud Legion. Therefore, I propose we consult them, inquire about their stance, and ascertain their current developments. Sichuan and the others clapped in agreement, exclaiming, yes, how could we have overlooked the Northern Cloud Legion? Their rapid growth may have brought them to a new level. With this collective thought in mind, they immediately dialed the shared line to Commander Chu Zifeng of Tianmen Town. Sichuan said, Commander Chu, we are once again under attack from the Southern Expeditionary Army, which consists entirely of elite troops equipped with advanced weaponry and ample ammunition. In contrast, we are facing a shortage of ammunition and outdated weapons. Currently our forces are left with only half a day's worth of heavy arrows and fireballs, without reinforcements or supplies. It seems that Feitian town will fall either tomorrow or the day after.
We implore you, Commander Chu, to save our brethren. Chapter 39. Heroes that shake the world. Chu Zifeng replied, I am at a loss as well. My entire army totals merely 100,000. How can we contend with the well-equipped Southern Expeditionary Army? However, we have recently developed 3 new types of weaponry capable of countering their forces, but we require time. Upon hearing Chu Zifeng's words, Su Chuan and the others were elated. Su Chuan inquired, how much time do you need? Chu Zifeng chuckled, you may not be able to wait, it will take 3 months, which is far too long for you. Su Chuan and his companions hesitated, as 3 months was indeed an eternity, and they could not endure such heavy losses for that duration. Chu Zifeng continued, do you not have a fast route? Destroy it, then lead your troops deep into Feitian town to lure the enemy and engage in a war of movement to confuse the Southern Expeditionary Army, leading them by the nose, while continuously eliminating their forces. This strategy will not only buy you time but also serve a strategic purpose. Su Chuan nodded, indeed, Commander Chu, you have proposed an excellent plan. And what about you? Chu Zifeng replied, once my troops are well prepared, I will strike at the weakest points of the enemy's forces, systematically eliminating their combat strength. Su Chuan affirmed, very well, Commander Chu, we shall hold you to this agreement. Chu Zifeng responded, agreed, we shall annihilate the enemy forces in 3 months. Su Chuan replied, understood. That evening, Su Chuan commanded a retreat, leaving behind 50,000 troops to defend Feitian town, while taking the remaining 280,000 soldiers with him. By dawn, only 50,000 defenders remained in Feitian town. As Su Chuan had led the rest away. As daylight broke, the Southern Expeditionary Army launched another attack, this time a full-scale offensive targeting the city walls and gates, with heavy firepower covering the assault. After several hours of battle, the heavy artillery of the Allied forces had exhausted their ammunition and could only resort to arrows. Soon, the city gates fell, and within 3 minutes, the walls succumbed as well. The Southern Expeditionary Army surged into the city, while the defenders rushed to the gates to repel their advance. Despite the Southern Expeditionary Army's superior weaponry, many of them fell to the defenders' arrows. The Southern forces resorted to throwing firebombs, resulting in mass casualties among the defenders. Under the relentless barrage of fire, the Allied forces began to scatter, fleeing in all directions. The Southern Expeditionary Army pursued with vigor, scattering into the streets and alleys, losing their cohesion and ability to communicate. Suddenly, the scattered Allied forces launched counterattacks from various streets, catching the Southern troops off guard and inflicting heavy casualties. Although the Southern forces were well armored and of higher rank, they could not shield themselves from the arrows, and every archer among the cultivators proved deadly accurate. In the midst of this ambush, the Southern Expeditionary Army found themselves mired in chaos, unable to move effectively. On the city walls of Feitian town, Ling Hong, Sun Yuan, and Li Fang were observing the battle when a soldier rushed in, kneeling to report, General, the front line is in dire straits, our entire army has scattered. Lured into street fighting, suffering immense losses, Ling Hong turned to Sun Yuan and asked, how many troops do we have at the front? Sun Yuan replied, we initially had 30,000 Southern troops, but now there are only 20,000 left. Ling Hong inquired, what is our total strength here? Sun Yuan responded, we still have 110,000 troops remaining. Ling Hong commanded, withdraw all troops from the front and concentrate our forces there, clearing the enemy from every street and alley. Advancing steadily, Sun Yuan noted, communication has broken down among the 20,000 troops at the front. Ling Hong shouted, then what are we waiting for? Mobilize the entire army and send all 110,000 troops to the front. Under Ling Hong's orders, the entire force surged to the battlefield. The 20,000 Southern troops, already scattered, found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless attacks of the Allied forces, which were now conducting ambushes with precision. As the Southern troops lost their grip on the situation, the once fleeing Allied forces transformed from prey into hunters, inflicting severe losses upon the initial Southern contingent. From the initial engagement in the streets, the Southern forces dwindled from 50,000 to a mere 20,000, while the remaining 110,000 Southern troops began systematically reclaiming territory, wary of spreading their forces too thin. Perhaps neither Su Chuan nor the commanders of the 4 towns anticipated this outcome. The 5,000 Allied troops they had abandoned managed to decimate an enemy of equal strength with relative ease. As the rear forces advanced, the survival space of the remaining Allied troops shrank, while the Southern forces, dragged into street battles, had been decimated to the brink of collapse. Thus, a single town held out for several days.
inflicting indelible damage upon the Southern Expeditionary Army without the support of arrows or heavy weaponry. The street fighting lasted a full 5 days, culminating in the annihilation of the 5,000 Allied troops defending Pha Thien town. However, they etched an indelible mark in history with their valiant stand. Of the 460,000 Allied troops initially deployed, only 80,000 of the Southern Expeditionary Army were eliminated, while they themselves suffered losses of 150,000. In this instance, the 5,000 troops, lacking heavy fire support arrows, and high-ranking leaders, relied solely on their own strength to achieve a miraculous victory, dragging down an enemy with superior weaponry, higher cultivation, and greater numbers for several days, resulting in the death of over 70,000 enemy troops. This left the entirety of the Southern Expeditionary Army in disbelief, astonished that an ostensibly weaker force could inflict such staggering losses. Chapter 40, Sichuan Strategy. Ling Hong, Sun Yuan, and Li Fang gazed at the battlefield strewn with bodies and arrows, their hearts filled with admiration for the fallen heroes following the Battle of Pha Thien town. The Southern Expeditionary Army was reduced to just over 90,000 troops, significantly weakened, and any further assaults would likely prove challenging. The Southern Expeditionary Army, combined with the remaining forces from the 3 towns, numbered only around 120,000. The outcome of the Pha Thien town battle quickly spread throughout the Jin district, leaving Sichuan and the commanders of the 4 towns in stunned disbelief. However, it invigorated the morale of the Allied forces, as the sacrifice of the 5,000 fallen soldiers demonstrated that the Southern Expeditionary Army could indeed be overcome, regardless of their superior weaponry. In Tianmen town, upon learning of the battle's outcome, Chu Zifeng and his officers were astounded. In the command center, Chu Zifeng mused, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. Under conditions of apparent disadvantage, they managed to retaliate and kill over 70,000 of the enemy. The soldiers of the Allied forces are indeed true heroes." Zihan Yun remarked, "Yet, this is not the primary concern. The crucial point is that the Southern Expeditionary Army's strength has significantly diminished. Now totaling just over 90,000 troops, the forces stationed in the 3 towns amount to merely 30,000. Combined, the Southern Expeditionary Army's total strength on the battlefield is a mere 120,000. Li Lingfeng clapped in agreement. "Precisely, with the Southern Expeditionary Army's diminished strength, the threat they pose to us is considerably lessened, granting us more time to prepare." Li Zhantian remarked, "The Southern Expeditionary Army will certainly not launch a large-scale offensive in the near future, as they have suffered a devastating blow in the battle at Pha Thien town, leaving their morale severely depleted. If they do not take the time to regroup and bolster their soldiers' spirits, they are destined to face further losses in the next conflict." Xu Zifeng noted, "Upon reviewing the entirety of the 5 towns' grand campaign, it is evident that although the Allied forces of the 5 towns are numerous, they lack strategic deployment, they possess only bravery. Devoid of cunning, their initial configuration was flawed, as they hastily concentrated all their main forces on the defenses of Su town, which resulted in vulnerabilities in the defenses of the other 4 towns. Thus providing the enemy with opportunistic openings. Within days, they lost 1 town, and after the fall of 2 towns, the commander of the Allied forces failed to consider destroying the expressway to obstruct the enemy, which clearly demonstrates his lack of strategic acumen." Zihanyan concurred, "I agree with this assessment. The commander of the Southern Expeditionary Army is similarly lacking in foresight. He relies on the superiority of his weaponry and armor, neglecting the need for strategy, recklessly charging into battle, suffering 2 significant defeats in the Feihua campaign and at Pha Thien town, resulting in the loss of over 150,000 men. This is the root of their current predicament." Xu Zifeng continued, "Since they have granted us time to develop, we must seize this opportunity to rapidly strengthen our forces, so that we may have the means to contend for supremacy in the world." Zihanyan and the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, within the Jin district's Jinjun manor, Luo Rui, upon reviewing the intelligence in his hands, erupted with fury, exclaiming, "That useless Ling Hong has allowed an army of over 100,000 to be decimated by merely 50,000 of the enemy." Zui Yuanjia Huang Jing interjected, "Jin Jun, please remain calm. Our primary concern is to resolve the current issue, the entire Southern Expeditionary Army, along with the garrisons of 3 towns, numbers only around 120,000. Luo Rui, attempting to temper his anger, queried, "How many troops do the 5 towns' Allied forces currently possess?" Zui Yuanjia Huang Jing responded, "Approximately 300,000 to 400,000. Luo Rui determined, "Given our insufficient numbers, we must abandon the territories of the 3 towns and reassign all their forces to the combat units for the offensive." As Zui Yuanjia Huang Jing suggested, "Jin Jun, We still have some newly trained troops. Since we lack sufficient manpower, why not dispatch them for support? Luo Rui considered. That is a possibility. How many troops do we have remaining? Zui Yuanjia Huangjing replied. Aside from the 100,000 station in Jin district, we have an additional 100,000 newly trained soldiers, Luo Rui pondered. Perhaps not, our forces are still inadequate, let them handle the fighting themselves. Zui Yuanjia Huangjing promptly saluted. Yes. Jin Jun. After Luo Rui's orders reached Feitian town, Ling Hong was compelled to alter his strategy, recalling all station troops to consolidate their strength before launching an assault on the other villages surrounding Feitian town. Once the Southern Expeditionary Army had fully gathered its 120,000 troops, they promptly advanced toward Shuchuan and the main village where the four town commanders were located. Meanwhile, Shuchuan and the allied forces of the 5 towns engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Southern Expeditionary Army, perpetually delaying their advance, moving from one village to another, evading direct confrontation. This standoff persisted for a month, until the Southern Expeditionary Army grew increasingly agitated, embarking on relentless pursuits of the 5 towns' allied forces. Within the headquarters of the 5 towns' allied forces, Shuchuan, Lin Shiji, Huayenyun, Lu Fei, and Shi Yusan convened for a meeting. Shuchuan stated, "We have successfully delayed for over a month, driving the Southern Expeditionary Army to the brink of madness as they eagerly seek a confrontation. We must deliberate on our next course of action," Lin Shiji remarked. "Although our numbers are significant, our logistics are entirely inadequate. We lack arrows for our archers, and all our heavy weaponry has been lost. All we have left are bows and arrows, yet even with an ample supply of arrows, we cannot hope to defeat the enemy. The Southern Expeditionary Army is equipped with district soldiers, armed with exceptionally fine weaponry. And even their armor is of the highest quality. Their soldiers have attained the 5th realm of martial prowess, while our best are merely at the 4th realm, making comparison futile. They also possess heavy firepower rifles, which are extraordinarily formidable. All I have mentioned delineates the advantages and disadvantages between the two armies. If you wish to engage in battle, I urge you to carefully consider my words." Shi Yusan scratched his head, looking troubled. "This is rather difficult. We cannot prevail in close combat, we cannot afford to match their heavy firepower, and our formations are inferior in speed and strength. What shall we do?" Huayenyun interjected. "Even if we are fortunate enough to emerge victorious, it would come at the cost of doubling our casualties, and that is contingent upon the availability of heavy weaponry." The words of Huayenyun, Shi Yusan, and Lin Shiji left the 5 attendees deeply concerned. Shuchuan, cradling his head in thought, finally devised a plan. After an hour of contemplation, he slammed his hand on the table and declared, "I have found a solution." Chapter 41, Shuchuan's Strategy, Decimating Thousands of Enemies. Shuchuan proposed, "We can first recruit several individuals who resemble us, dress them in our uniforms, and lead a small contingent to retreat toward Su Town. Then we can spread the word that our main forces have retreated to Su Town. This will surely prompt the Southern Expeditionary Army's commander to divide his forces to attack the 20 villages, while we conceal ourselves in one of the villages, systematically eliminating their active troops. This strategy would not only minimize our casualties but also weaken their strength." Lin Shiji, Shi Yusan, Lu Fei, and Huayenyun all agreed. "Excellent. This plan is brilliant, and we are in favor." Under Shuchuan's command, a grand performance commenced. In one village, Ling Hong suddenly received intelligence indicating that the 5 notorious leaders had led their entire main force to retreat toward Su Town, leaving the 20 villages under Feitian town unguarded. Elated by the news, Ling Hong immediately ordered the entire army of 120,000 to split into 20 divisions, each consisting of 6,000 troops, to assault the 20 villages under Feitian town's command. Thus, the once formidable Southern Expeditionary Army, which had instilled fear in the 300,000 to 400,000 allied forces of the 5 towns, divided its strength into 20 paths, severely diluting their power, blinded by victory. Ling Hong failed to grasp the gravity of the situation or recognize the potential trap. Consequently, the 120,000 Southern Expeditionary Army troops, infantry divided into separate units and cavalry into their own, each comprised of 6,000, surged toward each village. Meanwhile, the 280,000 allied forces of the 5 towns had also split into 5 paths, lurking outside 5 villages, with each path consisting of 56,000 troops. As the Southern Expeditionary Army's 20 divisions dispersed, the opportunity for the 5 towns' allied forces arose. Outside one village, 6,000 cavalry approached from the distance, shouting boisterously and firing their weapons as they charged in. Upon entering the village and finding it deserted, they laughed recklessly, oblivious to their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, the 5 towns' allied forces lay in ambush behind houses, in rooms, and hidden throughout the area. As the Southern Expeditionary Cavalry continued their raucous laughter, the concealed Allied forces revealed themselves. Appearing from rooftops, windows, and behind buildings, following a volley of arrows, a significant number of the Southern Expeditionary Cavalry fell. Countless soldiers from the 5 towns' Allied forces surrounded them, compressing their attack. The few Southern Expeditionary soldiers began to react, only to be overwhelmed by the Allied troops descending from the rooftops. In no time, the Southern cavalry was encircled and annihilated. The remaining 4 divisions of the 5 towns' Allied forces similarly achieved resounding victories. In total, the 5 towns' forces decimated 30,000 Southern Expeditionary troops, leaving them with a remnant of 260,000. However, they briefly mitigated their disadvantage in weaponry by acquiring the enemy's arms. On that very day, Sichuan outfitted all the soldiers of the 5 towns' Allied forces with new weaponry. Now the 5 towns' Allied forces comprised 230,000 ordinary soldiers and 30,000 elite troops. After savoring the sweetness of victory, Sichuan and the other 4 town commanders sought to taste more, setting their sights on the remaining isolated villages. Thus, the commanders of the 5 towns' Allied forces, having only recently regrouped, launched another surprise assault on the next village. Over the course of a month, numerous villages fell victim to these ambushes, forcing Ling Hong to consolidate his forces in search of an opportunity to engage the 5 towns' Allied forces in battle. At this juncture, the Southern Expeditionary Army numbered only 70,000, while the 5 towns' Allied forces boasted 220,000 troops, including 50,000 equipped with advanced weaponry, and the remaining 170,000 being ordinary soldiers. Given the current situation, 17 of the 20 villages surrounding Feitian town were occupied by the Southern Expeditionary Army, while the other 3 were held by the 5 towns' Allied forces. Ling Hong refrained from launching an immediate attack. Instead, he chose to abandon the 17 villages and consolidate his forces in preparation for future engagements. Once everything was arranged, Ling Hong made a call to Jin Jun Luo Rui, lamenting, "Jin Jun, our operation to recover Feitian town has met with failure." Upon hearing this, Luo Rui anxiously inquired, "How did we suffer defeat? Please clarify." Ling Hong now said, "Jin Jun, that scoundrel Sichuan is exceptionally cunning. He employed 5 individuals who bear a striking resemblance to his troops, donning their attire, to feign a retreat of the main forces towards Suzhen. This orchestrated a deceptive void in 20 villages of Fei Tianjin, luring our army deeper into their trap, only to strike us down one by one. Their strength has not only remained intact but has, in fact, been bolstered by the acquisition of a substantial cache of our weaponry. Now, they possess an army equipped with weaponry comparable to ours." Luo Rui furiously exclaimed, "Incompetent! How many troops have you lost this time?" Ling Hong stammered, 5,000 men lost, while the enemy still boasts 200,000 to 300,000 troops." Luo Rui, infuriated, smashed his cup in anger. He declared, "Currently, our forces are somewhat insufficient, but in the interest of swiftly conquering Fei Tianjin, I have resolved to dispatch the originally designated 100,000 troops of Dingbang to provide support. However, it will take a month for their arrival." Upon hearing this, Ling Hong rejoiced, "Jin Jun, the timeline is not an issue. I shall await your good news at Fei Tianjin." Luo Rui retorted angrily, "This time, do not act recklessly, simply hold your position and await reinforcements." Ling Hong replied, "Understood." With Luo Rui's consent, Ling Hong hastened to concentrate his forces in one location. Meanwhile, Sichuan and the commanders of the 4 towns waited for half a day in 3 villages for the Southern Expeditionary Army to attack. But their efforts bore no fruit. Sending scouts revealed that the entire Southern Expeditionary Army had retreated to Fei Tianjin. Realizing that employing the same tactics would be futile, Sichuan and the commanders began discussing their next course of action. Sichuan stated, "Our might has already instilled fear in the Southern Expeditionary Army, causing them to withdraw and cower." Lin Shiji remarked, "So now we have ample time, why not launch a surprise attack on the 3 towns that lack adequate defenses to reclaim our lost territory?" Sichuan replied, "Even if your ambush were to succeed and we regained our territory, it would be of little consequence. We must consider how many troops we would need to garrison those 3 towns. Besides, we have yet to ascertain why the Southern Expeditionary Army is so hesitant. We cannot act rashly. If our assault fails, we might find ourselves facing a counterattack." Lin Shiji immediately fell silent. Hua Yanyu interjected, "Allow me to make 2 points. First, the Southern Expeditionary Army's voluntary retreat must be part of some grand scheme. It is evident that they are consolidating their forces to better confront us, but why retreat to Fei Tianjin?" Sichuan clapped his hands. "Precisely, it is to facilitate a more effective offensive." Hua Yanyu continued, "Correct. If their intention were to continue the battle effectively, they would have sought to choke our coalition by securing our vital positions before launching an attack.
However, their retreat to Fei Tianjin suggests they are not preparing to attack but are instead waiting for something. Su Chuan queried. Are you implying the Southern Expeditionary Army is awaiting reinforcements? Hua Yanyu nodded. Indeed, Shi Yusan exclaimed in alarm, this is dire news. If 30,000 Southern Expeditionary troops have inflicted such heavy losses upon us, what would happen if even more reinforcements arrive? Su Chuan reassured, you need not be overly concerned. If there were indeed such a large force within the Jin district, they would have already mobilized, rather than waiting until now. Even if reinforcements arrive, they likely will not exceed 150,000. Shi Yusan countered, 150,000 is still considerable. Su Chuan stated, therefore, we must prepare accordingly. Hua Yanyu proposed, during this interval, we should promptly send weapon prototypes to the Baiyun Legion, requesting their assistance in manufacturing them to counter the Southern Expeditionary Army. Su Chuan concurred, I agree. Lin Shiji added, I also agree. Shi Yusan remarked, I have no objections. Lu Fei stated, I support this. Following the unanimous agreement, Hua Yanyu took the initiative to contact Chu Zifeng. Commander Chu, we, the coalition of 5 towns, seek your assistance. Chu Zifeng inquired, what further matters require my aid? You have already delayed for a month. Do you intend to prolong this for another? Hua Yanyu clarified, Commander Chu, it is not that we cannot afford to delay for another month, but rather that the situation on the battlefield has shifted. Chu Zifeng asked, have you encountered the enemy during your delay, suffering heavy losses or becoming trapped? Hua Yanyu shook her head, neither of those scenarios applies, in fact, quite the opposite. We have not only avoided defeat but have achieved significant victories. Chu Zifeng urged, please elaborate. Hua Yanyu explained, we employed a strategy of maneuver warfare, luring the enemy into our depths, and systematically eliminating them. We have annihilated 5,000 Southern Expeditionary troops while seizing a substantial amount of weaponry. We now possess an army equipped with weaponry for 50,000 troops. Upon hearing this, Chu Zifeng chuckled, isn't that splendid news? Why then do you require my assistance? Hua Yanyu replied, although we have successfully engaged in isolated strikes, the enemy has learned from their missteps and has since concentrated their forces in one location. Chu Zifeng remarked, the forthcoming battle will be more challenging. Hua Yanyu affirmed, indeed, while the enemy has amassed their strength, their intent appears to be a defensive posture at Fei Tianjin. Chu Zifeng pondered, they are waiting. Hua Yanyu confirmed, exactly, we believe they are anticipating the arrival of reinforcements. Chu Zifeng cautioned, in that case, you are in a precarious position. Lacking heavy firepower and advanced equipment, you will find it difficult to contend with them. What do you 5 intend to do? Hua Yanyu responded, we have deliberated and concluded that we cannot remain passive while the enemy awaits reinforcements. Thus, we propose to send the weaponry from the Jin district to Baiyun for assistance in manufacturing. Chu Zifeng replied, manufacturing is feasible, but you must provide the necessary funding. Hua Yanyu assured, that is certainly not an issue. As long as you can produce these weapons, I guarantee the necessary funding will be provided. Chu Zifeng stated, very well, simply send me the blueprints for the Southern Expeditionary Army's weaponry. Upon hearing this, Hua Yanyu thought to herself that they had indeed found the right person. The recipient would only need to glance at the blueprints to replicate the designs without requiring a detailed understanding of the structural intricacies. Hua Yanyu readily agreed, understood. She delivered the blueprints to Tianmenjin within just 5 days. The remaining 25 days would be dedicated to Chu Zifeng's manufacturing timeline. Upon receiving the blueprints, Chu Zifeng found the task remarkably simple, promptly instructing his team to work around the clock to produce the weapons. 20 days flew by, and Chu Zifeng's cultivation began to progress. He entered a state of seclusion to break through his current realm, and after 1 hour, he successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Yizhi Yuan realm. Shortly after Chu Zifeng's breakthrough, the siblings Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun also reached the mid-stage of the Yizhi Yuan realm. Not long afterwards, Zi Hanyun and Li Zhangtian followed suit, achieving the same breakthrough. Li Zhangtian and others also progressed, with Li Zhangtian reaching the early stage of the Yizhi Yuan realm, and Li Ying, Li Ju, Li Yun, Yuan Hongda, and Yuan Kaiyun all advancing to the early stage of the Yizhi Yuan realm as well. Furthermore, the 10 city lords subsequently achieved the 10th realm of martial artists. Aside from the senior commanders, all soldiers of the Baiyun Legion had reached the 5th realm of martial artists, with 8,000 from the weapons division and 8,000 from the alchemy division attaining the mid-tier of first-grade spiritual power. Now, the entire Baiyun Legion was engaged in the enhancement of weapons, producing first-grade mid-tier weaponry. The weapons required by the coalition of the 5 towns were also delivered, totaling 270,000 firearms.
500 heavy firepower guns, 540,000 Fire Sky Thunderbolts, and countless ammunition boxes, sufficient for the entire coalition's forces. By the end of the month, all the weapons sent by Baiyun had reached the coalition of the 5 towns, which naturally included the 5,000 troops stationed to guard Sichuan, and the others rejoiced upon receiving the weapons, while Luo Rui's 10,000 troops dispatched to support Fei Tianjin had only just arrived at the border. Providing the coalition ample time, the 5 leaders intended to resolve matters with a decisive battle, so they convened a summit of the 5 town commanders. Sichuan declared, "Now that our weaponry is as advanced as that of the Southern Expeditionary Army, with ample ammunition at our disposal, it is time to eliminate the Southern Expeditionary Forces within Fei Tianjin." Lin Shiji expressed, "I have long yearned to take action against the Southern Expeditionary Army in Fei Tianjin."
Shi Yusan added, "However, the enemy's reinforcements are also on their way." Sichuan stated, "They are unfamiliar with the terrain. We can exploit the geographic advantages to launch a surprise attack." Lu Fei inquired, "What is the specific plan?" Sichuan replied, "If you trust me, follow my battle strategy." Hua Yanyu, Lin Shiji, Shi Yusan, and Lu Fei all solemnly affirmed, "Very well, we shall heed your counsel. Please proceed." Sichuan outlined, "This battle will be pivotal. Whether for the coalition of the 5 towns or the Jin district government, all our elite forces are gathered here. We simply need to eliminate all enemy forces within the 5-town region to secure several years of development."
Hua Yanyu, Lu Fei, Shi Yusan, and Lin Shiji nodded in agreement. Chapter 43, 2 Major Battles. Sichuan proposed, "I believe we should withdraw the 50,000 troops stationed at Suzhen, consolidating all forces into one location to commence our next battle plan." Lu Fei and the others unanimously concurred. "We agree." Sichuan continued, "Now our combined forces total 270,000, but if we allow the enemy to consolidate, we will face a formidable force of 170,000. Hua Yanyu inquired, "Please elaborate on your plan." Sichuan stated, "My plan is to first amass an army of 100,000 to besiege Feitian town, and then deploy another army of 170,000 to ambush the Southern Expeditionary Forces. The 100,000 troops surrounding Feitian town will be led by Lu Fei and myself, while the ambush on the Southern Expeditionary Forces will be commanded by Hua Yanyu, Shi Yusan, and Lin Shiji." Lin Shiji, Shi Yusan, Lu Fei, and Hua Yanyu all concurred. "We are in agreement." Under Sichuan's strategic guidance, the elite 100,000 troops set forth towards Feitian town, while the 170,000 soldiers prepared to ambush the southern support forces. Within a matter of days, Sichuan and Lu Fei had encircled Feitian town with their 100,000 troops, refraining from launching an assault that day, as the ambushing forces were nearing their designated position. At dawn the following day, Sichuan and Lu Fei commenced their assault on the city, starting with 100 heavy artillery guns lined up in formation, which began firing, thus initiating the siege. Under the cover of the heavy artillery, the southern troops atop the city walls were relentlessly mowed down, leaving them bewildered and unaware of the source of such formidable firepower from the allied forces of the 5 towns. However, bewilderment aside, the battle raged on, prompting the southern troops to quickly relocate their heavy artillery to the walls and return fire. Both sides engaged in a fierce exchange of fire, with the allied forces of the 5 towns advancing with ladders directly towards the walls. Igniting a vigorous battle of attack and defense, the southern troops, having been engaged in combat for an extended period without timely resupply of weapons and ammunition, found their resources dwindling, and prolonged warfare would undoubtedly result in significant losses. Shielded by the heavy artillery, the allied forces of the 5 towns continued their relentless assault on the walls. Observing this, Sichuan promptly issued orders, "All soldiers, heed my command. Upon nearing the walls, throw fire thunderbolts onto the battlements." Following Sichuan's command, the orders swiftly reached the frontline besieging forces. The 4 city gates of the allied forces adhered strictly to Sichuan's directive, refraining from charging up but instead launching fire thunderbolts onto the walls. The sound of explosions echoed from all 4 battlements, causing considerable destruction to the heavy artillery positioned there, leading to significant issues within their defensive system. Upon learning of this, Ling Hong immediately commanded his troops to throw fire thunderbolts down at the besieging forces in a bid to dismantle their assault. Under Ling Hong's strategic direction, the tactics of the southern troops underwent a transformation. Disregarding all else, they focused their efforts on bombarding the walls with fire thunderbolts, resulting in the allied forces of the 5 towns, who had yet to ascend, being obliterated by the explosions. Sichuan commanded, "All heavy artillery aim at the walls and fire." Instantly, a barrage of concentrated fire unleashed upon the battlements, striking down the southern soldiers who were hurling fire thunderbolts. causing them to fall as the thunderbolts detonated upon impact. The entire battlement erupted in explosions, effectively silencing the fire directed at the Allied forces below. The Allied forces then erected new ladders and commenced their assault anew, hurling fire thunderbolts as they advanced, resulting in a series of explosions that decimated the southern troops attempting to ascend. At this juncture, all 4 city gates of Phaeton town fell, the battlements were captured, and the southern troops' heavy weaponry lay in ruins, leaving them to devise strategies to reclaim the lost fortifications. However, the Allied forces of the 5 towns would not grant them respite. As soon as they seized the battlements, they promptly positioned their heavy artillery atop the walls, relentlessly suppressing the southern troops below, who found themselves pinned down and subjected to continuous fire. When Ling Hong learned that all 4 city gates had been breached, he was infuriated and issued a lethal command: "We must retake the 4 city gates at all costs." Yet, the Allied forces of the 5 towns, bolstered by superior weaponry, presented no opportunity for the southern troops to mount a counteroffensive. While engaging in combat, the Allied forces simultaneously transported ammunition to the front lines. Thus, the 2 armies remained locked in a stalemate for 2 days and nights, until the southern troops finally retreated following Ling Hong's orders. All forces withdrew to the high-rise buildings and alleyways to prepare for urban warfare. Meanwhile, the ambushing forces of 170,000 were already in position, alongside 300 heavy artillery guns that had been set up. While the 10,000 reinforcements marched towards Phaeton town, oblivious to the impending danger, continuing to transport troops and equipment, with an additional 2,000 heavy artillery guns in tow once the 10,000 reinforcements fully entered the ambush zone. The sound of countless fire thunderbolts detonating filled the air. Following the explosions, nearly all the transport vehicles were rendered inoperative, the cavalry scattered, and amidst the cacophony of gunfire, particularly from the heavy artillery, the reinforcements found themselves besieged from both sides, suffering heavy casualties. The commander of the southern reinforcement forces immediately ordered, "All troops, retreat." The southern reinforcements began a full-scale withdrawal, yet even in retreat, they could not escape without incurring losses. After the initial barrage of fire thunderbolts and gunfire, over 30,000 southern reinforcements had perished. Upon observing the southern reinforcements' intent to retreat, Huai Yanyu swiftly led her troops, along with all the heavy artillery, to block the escape route of the southern forces. Meanwhile, from the advancing direction, the Allied forces of the 5 towns also closed in. Just as the southern reinforcements reached the exit, they were engulfed in a hail of concentrated fire. Suffering tremendous casualties and finding no opportunity to break free out of the 2,000 heavy artillery pieces the southern reinforcements possessed, either they were destroyed, or their ammunition was obliterated along with the transport vehicles, prompting the commander to consider retreating. The reasons were twofold: insufficient ammunition for resupply and being caught in a pincer movement, rendering counterattacks unfeasible. However, the current situation left the southern reinforcements with no means of advancing or retreating. Caught in a deadly crossfire akin to being live targets, the southern reinforcements found themselves in a dire predicament, with no escape route available, leaving them with but one option: a desperate final push in hopes of breaking free. The commander of the southern reinforcements issued the order, "All troops, heed my command, fight to the death to break through the encirclement." Chapter 44. The defeat of the Northern Cloud Army. The southern reinforcements launched an even more frenzied assault towards the heavy artillery positions, determined to breach within 50 meters to unleash fire thunderbolts upon the 5 towns' artillery, thus achieving their escape. However, as they approached the exit, the fire grew increasingly dense, making it ever more difficult to close the distance of 50 meters. Despite the southern reinforcements charging recklessly, their flesh could not withstand the hail of bullets, and they fell in droves. Coupled with the flank ambushes from the 5 towns' forces, the overwhelming firepower meant that even a well-equipped army would suffer devastating losses trying to break through. Nevertheless, the southern reinforcements refused to yield an inch, escalating their desperate charge. In the end, the commander of the southern reinforcements personally led the charge, his cultivation level reaching the realm of the half-step immortal, matching that of the 5 towns commander. The southern commander, with his remarkable prowess, proved impervious to the onslaught of heavy artillery. Drawing his long sword, he charged directly at the formidable artillery array. Realizing the futility of relying solely on the heavy artillery against this formidable foe, Huai Yanyu promptly informed Shi Yusan and Lin Shiji to assist her in confronting the southern commander, determined to prevent him from disrupting their operations. Thus, the battle raged from dawn until dusk, culminating in the annihilation of the 10,000 reinforcements, along with the death of their commander. Yet, the relentless ferocity of the southern reinforcements exacted a heavy toll, leaving only 14,000 of the original 17,000 ambushing troops standing. Tasting victory, Hua Yanyu, Shiryusan, and Lin Shiji, instead of retreating their forces to support Feitian Town, opted to split their army into 3 divisions, reclaiming the territories they had lost, including 20 villages under their command. Upon receiving the news of this triumph, Su Chuan was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "These 3 foolish pigs are already scheming to divide the spoils without ensuring the complete annihilation of the enemy." At this moment, Su Chuan found himself in a precarious position. His forces had dwindled from 100,000 to 80,000, while the besieged southern troops within Feitian Town still numbered over 50,000. Engaging in urban warfare with such a meager force would prove arduous, and a single misstep could lead to total defeat, yet, paradoxically, the commanders of the other 3 towns were preoccupied with territorial disputes. Resigned to the situation, Su Chuan instructed his troops to gradually tighten the encirclement, methodically reducing the southern forces' living space. This was the only viable strategy left to him. A rapid, aggressive assault might yield easy entry, but retreating would be fraught with difficulty. Just as Su Chuan grappled with his insufficient forces, a call came through on the shared communication line from the Northern Cloud Army. A soldier rushed over to Su Chuan atop the battlements. Holding the communication device, upon hearing the ringing, Su Chuan initially assumed it was Hua Yanyu calling and impatiently answered, "Who is it?" Chu Zifeng's voice came through. "Commander Su, it is I, Chu Zifeng, commander of the Northern Cloud Army." Upon hearing this, Su Chuan was so astonished that he leapt to his feet, his complexion shifting dramatically. He then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "So it's Commander Chu. We are currently besieging Feitian Town. Having captured all the city gates, yet the main force of the enemy remains entrenched in street battles, proving quite troublesome to dislodge. I was unaware it was you, Commander Chu, and I mistakenly vented my frustration on the wrong person. I hope you won't take offense." Commander Chu Zifeng chuckled heartily and replied, "Oh, that's of no consequence. Have you managed to deal with the reinforcements from the Jin district?" Su Chuan responded. "This time, the Jin district has dispatched a total of 100,000 troops to assist in the southern campaign, all of whom have been routed by our forces and have retreated into the 3 major towns. The commanders of the 3 towns, Hua Yanyu, Shiryusan, and Lin Shiji, have already led their armies in pursuit." Chu Zifeng remarked with a smile, "It seems you have little to worry about here." Su Chuan countered, "Commander Chu, that assertion is misguided. We still require your assistance. The entirety of Feitian Town is teeming with soldiers from the southern campaign, numbering a substantial 50,000, while we have merely 80,000 besieging troops." Chu Zifeng replied, "If they fight ferociously, they still have a chance to escape." Su Chuan agreed, saying, "That is precisely my concern, which is why I sought your help." "Commander Chu," Chu Zifeng inquired, "what assistance do you require from me?" Commander, Su Chuan stated, "Commander Chu, I would like to request that you lead 100,000 troops into the territory of the 5 Towns Alliance to assist me in eradicating the southern campaign soldiers within Feitian Town." Chu Zifeng replied, "That is feasible, but the military supplies will not come cheaply." Su Chuan pondered for a moment. He understood that requesting the North Cloud Legion's deployment would indeed incur costs. However, if this opportunity could strengthen the ties between the 2 town armies, it would be even better. Su Chuan nodded vigorously and said, "Commander Chu, the military supplies are negotiable. As long as the North Cloud is willing to deploy, I have no issue with whatever amount is required." Chu Zifeng continued, "It won't require much, specifically, 600,000 units of first-grade mid-tier spiritual materials, 600,000 units of first-grade mid-tier spiritual herbs, and each soldier's military salary would be 3 million yuan, totaling 300 billion yuan for 100,000 troops." Su Chuan was taken aback, exclaiming, "How can it be so exorbitant?" He halted mid-sentence, swallowing his words back. With great effort, he managed to smile and said, "I and Lu Fei will cover this military supply. Please, Commander Chu, come to our aid swiftly." Chu Zifeng laughed heartily, assuring him, "Certainly, I shall hasten to the front lines without delay." As soon as Su Chuan concluded the call, he summoned Lu Fei to discuss matters further. "Lu Fei, I just spoke with Chu Zifeng on the communal line. We have come to an agreement. The North Cloud Legion will deploy, and they are sending an entire army of 100,000 to support us. Though the military supplies are quite costly." Lu Fei inquired, "How much does Chu Zifeng demand for military supplies?" Su Chuan replied, "He requires 600,000 units of first-grade mid-tier spiritual materials, 600,000 units of first-grade mid-tier spiritual herbs, and each soldier's salary amounts to 3 million yuan, totaling 300 billion yuan for 100,000 troops." Lu Fei was astonished, exclaiming, "How can it be so expensive? Why doesn't he just raid instead?" Su Chuan responded, "That is why I sought your counsel." Lu Fei remarked, "However, consulting me on this matter is of little use. I lack such funds. If we are to gather money, we should involve the commanders of the other 3 towns."
It is unreasonable for just 2 towns to shoulder the expense. Su Chuan agreed, saying, "Indeed, we can approach the other 3 town commanders and discuss shared funding to enlist the North Cloud Legion." Just as Lu Fei was about to object, Su Chuan spoke first. "No need for that. We shall collectively engage the North Cloud Legion as the 5-town alliance." Chapter 45. The ambition of North Cloud. Lu Fei was taken aback. Was this still the Su Chuan he knew? Today, his audacity was remarkable. As he contemplated even consuming the North Cloud Legion, Lu Fei stepped forward, affirming, "Su Chuan, are you quite well?" Su Chuan widened his eyes. Replying, "What could possibly be the matter?" Lu Fei questioned, "Do you have confidence in engaging the North Cloud Legion in a frontal battle?" Su Chuan stated, "In a direct confrontation, who can assure victory? However, our 5-town alliance can ambush them together. Catching them off guard, they surely would not anticipate such a tactic." Lu Fei nodded, acknowledging that is indeed the case. After some contemplation, Lu Fei added, "Nevertheless, our forces cannot be diverted. If we weaken slightly, the southern campaign soldiers will launch a fierce assault." Su Chuan agreed, "That is true, but we can negotiate with the other 3 town commanders to deploy their forces for an ambush against the North Cloud Legion." Lu Fei asked, "How will you negotiate with them?" Su Chuan replied, "That is a matter I will handle." With that, Su Chuan promptly called the communal line to reach Huayangyun Shiryusan, and Lin Shiji. Huayangyun Shiryusan Lin Shiji. He began. Huayangyun asked Su Chuan, "What is it?" Shiryusan inquired. "What do you need from me?" Su Chuan. Lin Shiji added, "Indeed, why have you contacted me?" Su Chuan announced, "I have excellent news to share." Shiryusan asked, "What good news? Has the enemy within Feitian town been completely annihilated?" Su Chuan clarified, "No, rather I have requested the North Cloud Legion to deploy in support of Feitian town." Lin Shiji questioned, "Why summon a tiger? Are you aiming to have them seize our territory?" Huayangyun echoed her complaint, "Indeed, Su Chuan, I thought you had some good news, but it turns out to be this." Su Chuan urged, "Please, do not rush to conclusions. Listen to me first. This deployment from the North Cloud Legion will be a full-scale commitment, meaning our future and prospects hinge entirely on them." The 3 were puzzled, pondering what he meant by their future depending on the North Cloud Legion. Suddenly, Huayangyun gasped, exclaiming, "You mean to have our 3 armies coordinate to ambush the North Cloud Legion, catching them unawares and annihilating them, thereby seizing all their territory?" Su Chuan affirmed, "Precisely." Lin Shiji questioned, "Why wouldn't you deploy your own troops?" Su Chuan explained, "We are currently engaged in street battles against the southern campaign and cannot spare any forces." Shiryusan remarked, "Then why do you believe we would share resources with you? Are you suggesting that merely sharing this information grants you such privilege?" Su Chuan defended, "For the sake of our future, the 5-town armies must unite to confront the Jin district government. I do not believe that relying solely on one town's strength will suffice against them." Huayangyun concurred, "Su Chuan is correct. We must stand united as the 5 towns against the Jin district government." Su Chuan stated, "I will communicate with Chu Zifeng, instructing him to send his forces directly to support the 3 towns, foregoing assistance to Feitian town, while you set an ambush along their route to eliminate them." In unison, Huayangyun, Shiryusan, and Lin Shiji agreed, "Very well, it shall be as you say." After concluding the call, Su Chuan dialed again, "Commander Chu, this is Su Chuan." Chu Zifeng responded, "I am here. Speak your mind. What is it?" Su Chuan relayed, "The other 3 commanders have agreed to return their forces to support us. Additionally, they request your assistance in clearing out the remaining enemy remnants within their territories." Chu Zifeng replied, "Leave this matter to me." Su Chuan hung up with a sinister smile. After concluding the call, Chu Zifeng immediately issued orders, "Sound the drums and assemble the troops." Soon, the leaders of the North Cloud Legion gathered in the command hall. Chu Zifeng addressed them, "Gentlemen, Su Chuan has requested our aid in pursuing the remaining enemy forces in the 3 towns. While their 5-town alliance is besieging the southern campaign soldiers trapped in Feitian town." Li Lingfeng questioned, "But why would they send us to their territory to hunt down their remnants? Do they not fear nurturing a tiger?" Chu Zifeng paused, realizing the 3-town alliance is already engaged in the hunt, yet suddenly they have redirected their efforts to besiege Feitian town. Zihan added, "Their alliance is wary of us stationing troops within their borders, yet they have proactively relinquished their territory. Is this not contradictory?" Chu Zifeng pondered, "Could it be that the 3-town alliance has prepared this trap for us?" Zihan nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Chu Zifeng seethed with anger, "These insatiable wolves." Li Juyun, hearing this, was equally enraged, declaring, "Deploy our forces. Let us strike at the 5 towns." Chu Zifeng commanded, "Very well, I announce the mobilization of 100,000 troops, marching towards Shimen town to exact our revenge upon these vile wolves." In unison, Li Lingfang and the others affirmed, "Understood, Commander." Before long, the 100,000 troops were readied, as they had been preparing for battle daily.
With the sound of cannon fire, the army set forth, each soldier a seasoned warrior. The contingent comprised 100 transport vehicles, each carrying 1,000 soldiers, totaling 50,000 troops. Following them were another 50,000 mid-tier Dragon steeds, along with 500 Thunderstorm aircraft and 500 Skyway artillery pieces. The Grand Army advanced towards Sherman Town, accompanied by 2 reconnaissance units scouting the route to prevent ambushes. The 100,000 troops were also equipped with a year's worth of provisions and medicinal pills to sustain a prolonged conflict. Days later, the reconnaissance units discovered the ambush set by the Three-Town Alliance, promptly reporting back to Chu Zifeng. Chu Zifeng ordered all troops halt their advance. He convened a meeting with all the generals of the North Cloud Legion, leading to an immediate standstill of their march. Chu Zifeng announced, "The reconnaissance units have detected the Three-Town Alliance's ambush ahead." Li Juyun remarked, "They truly are treacherous beings, intent on harming us." Li Lingfeng cautioned, "The hearts of men are unpredictable. We must remain vigilant." Chu Zifeng commanded, "All commanders of the 3 armies, heed my orders. Let Li Zhantian and Li Juyun lead an army of 40,000. accompanied by 250 Thunderstrike artillery and 250 Heavenly Gate cannons, to maneuver on foot around to the rear of the Allied forces of the 3 towns. Awaiting the signal of cannon fire to launch an immediate assault. Li Zhantian and Li Juyun respectfully acknowledged, "Yes, Commander." Chu Zifeng then issued another order, "Zihanyan and Li Lingfeng, you two shall lead another army of 40,000. with the same artillery and cannons, to flank the right side and ambush the rear of the 3 towns' Allied forces. Upon hearing the sound of cannon fire, you are to attack without hesitation. The remaining 20,000 troops shall accompany me to draw out the enemy." Chapter 46. The Allied forces of the 3 towns. All commanders of the Baiyun army bowed in unison, affirming, "Yes, Commander." Following the conclusion of the council, commanders at all levels of the Baiyun army returned to their respective troops to direct their actions swiftly. The Baiyun army divided into 3, embarking on their separate missions. Days later, Chu Zifeng, leading 20,000 from the Central Army, had completely entered the ambush zone of the Allied forces of the 3 towns. On either side of Chu Zifeng, an imposing 70,000 troops were poised, fixated upon this advancing army. As Chu Zifeng delved deeper, the 3 commanders of the Allied forces became increasingly impatient. Huayan, along with the other 2 commanders, signaled with their hands, and the 70,000 ambushing forces unleashed a barrage of heavy firepower, initiating a relentless onslaught. Hundreds of heavy firepower guns unleashed a continuous hail of bullets, with countless explosive projectiles raining down upon the 20,000 troops of the Baiyun army. Under the relentless fire, the ranks of the Baiyun army began to falter. Chu Zifeng bellowed, "Change formation." All 20,000 troops of the Baiyun army swiftly transitioned their weapons from crossbows to shields, erecting a protective barrier that enveloped all warriors. Countless explosions erupted, yet only managed to damage the fringes of their shield formation. The mid-tier rifles struggled in effectiveness against the mid-tier shields, with only the hundreds of heavy firepower guns on the flanks maintaining some impact. After the cacophony of explosions and gunfire subsided, the flanking forces of the Baiyun army were in position, their primary fire points confirmed. Li Zhantian and Li Juyun had aimed their 250 Thunderstrike artillery and 250 Heavenly Gate cannons at the rear of the Allied forces of the 3 towns. Zihanyan and Li Lingfeng had also established their artillery and cannon positions, and upon confirming their targets, all 500 Heavenly Gate cannons unleashed their fire, while the Thunderstrike artillery launched a full barrage. Instantly, hundreds of energy projectiles and innumerable arrows rained down upon the ambushing forces of the 3 towns, stunning them into confusion. In merely 1 minute, 50,000 energy projectiles and 150,000 arrows descended upon the battlefield. Amidst the explosions and the storm of arrows, the heavy firepower points of the ambushing forces were obliterated, resulting in the demise of countless soldiers from the Allied forces of the 3 towns. Hearing the commotion, Chu Zifeng commanded, "All troops, counterattack." Over 1,000 Baiyun soldiers immediately launched arrows towards the flanking enemy. Huayan shouted, "All forces, retaliate." Yet before she could finish, they were once again engulfed by cannon fire. Huayan, Shiyusan, and Lin Shiji found themselves caught in a relentless storm of devastation, with the battlefield soon transformed into a graveyard. After approximately 10 minutes, amidst the relentless downpour of 150,000 arrows and 50,000 energy projectiles, the entire battlefield was shrouded in chaos, leaving only a handful of survivors among the fallen. A gust of wind swept across the battlefield, stirring the dust, and from the haze emerged 3 figures, Huayan, Shiyusan, and Lin Shiji, while the remaining Allied forces of the 3 towns numbered merely in the thousands. Chu Zifeng declared, "Baiyun army, commanders, heed my command, step forth and slay the enemy, the rest shall remain motionless." The commanders of the Baiyun army surged forth, charging towards the few thousand remaining enemies. Chuzifeng, wielding the Divine Terror, a colossal white sword, advanced directly towards Huayun Shiyusan, and Lin Shiji, utilizing his first divine skill, the sky-piercing fist and lightwave fist, as he walked, awaiting the cooldown of his abilities. To his right, Lin Shiji, and to his left, Huayun and Shiyusan pulled out their long swords, ready for battle. Chuzifeng moved slowly, and time swiftly passed. He activated his second divine skill, 3,000 Thunderclouds and the Heavenly Ruin Palm. Seeing Chuzifeng disregard them entirely, the trio charged forward, unable to wait any longer. Chuzifeng unleashed his third divine skill, 3,000 Flowing Clouds Palm and the Void-Breaking Fist, combining two formidable techniques, which required additional time to execute. Meanwhile, Zehanyan and his comrades engaged in close combat with the remaining enemies. After invoking his third divine skill, Zehanyan's power surged, effortlessly dispatching several foes, while the other commanders of Baiyun also fought with precision and efficiency. Observing the trio's approach and sensing his own cultivation had ascended to the peak of the same realm as the commanders of the three towns, Chuzifeng transformed his sword into a spear. Although Huayun was a woman, she was fierce and ruthless, unflinching in her lethal intent. Shiyusan and Lin Shiji were no less formidable. All three charged towards Chuzifeng with their swords drawn. Despite being of equal cultivation, Chuzifeng found himself at a disadvantage against their numbers. After 30 exchanges, the trio's numerical superiority forced Chuzifeng from offense to defense. As they pressed their assault, Chuzifeng swiftly executed a spin, transforming his spear back into a sword, now wielding one sword in his left hand and the Emperor's Heavenly Dao sword in his right. The trio, seeing this, dismissed it as merely an additional sword. They continued their relentless assault, but Chuzifeng's combat prowess had reached the pinnacle of their shared realm. As he danced through the air, his sword strikes doubled in speed. The trio struggled to maintain their offensive, gradually shifting to defense. Chuzifeng unleashed his ultimate technique, the Swallow's Double Flight, his swords glowing crimson, resembling swallows in flight, as he executed rapid slashes with a power and speed that eclipsed his earlier strikes. The trio was taken aback, rallying all their strength to defend themselves, yet within 20 exchanges, Lin Shiji fell, his abdomen pierced, entrails spilling forth another flash of light, and Huayun and Shiyusan gasped in shock. Huayun pleaded, "Commander Chuzi, spare us. This was all Sichuan's scheme." Shiyusan added, "Commander Chuzi, we are willing to submit to you and the Baiyun army, if only you grant us our lives." Chuzifeng coldly replied. Too late. With no hope of surrender, Huayun and Shiyusan fiercely counterattacked. Chuzifeng laughed heartily. He then unleashed his fourth divine skill, the Emperor's Fist. After delivering dozens of sword strikes, the might of the Emperor's Fist erupted, enveloping the battlefield in an aura of imperial power. Within 10 moves, Huayun and Shiyusan were cleaved into 10 pieces, their heads severed. Chapter 47, a triumphant victory over the three towns, population decimated by millions. Soon, the remnants of the several thousand troops were completely annihilated, and the Baiyun army emerged victorious, suffering only 8,000 casualties while obliterating 14,000 of the allied forces of the three towns. Achieving an unprecedented and glorious triumph, all commanders of the Baiyun army shouted in unison, long live, long live 1,000 times." Chuzifeng beamed with the smile of a victor, and after the jubilant cheers subsided, he left a small contingent of troops to secure the battlefield while the remaining 90,000 marched towards Shimen Town. 15 days later, Shimen Town fell. Chuzifeng then divided his forces into 62 units, each tasked with seizing Shimen Town, Shirzhen, and Huamen Town, along with their surrounding villages and groups, successfully occupying three towns in a remarkably short period. Chuzifeng then issued new orders. Upon capturing the three towns, they were to expedite the construction of rapid roadways, urgently recruit new soldiers in each town, establish alchemy and weaponry divisions, implement new laws, and swiftly erect defensive structures, while mobilizing 30,000 new troops from Tianmen Town. Upon receiving these directives, all divisions promptly took action, with Tianmen Town rapidly recruiting 30,000 new soldiers. Although its population dwindled to 340,000. For an extended period, the absence of any communication from the commander of the three-town coalition left Sichuan feeling somewhat anxious. Thus, he attempted to contact Chuzifeng by phone, but found himself unable to get through. This could only signify that the Northern Cloud Corps had indeed encountered some trouble. A fleeting sense of satisfaction washed over Sichuan before he resumed directing operations. However, after 3 months of silence from the three-town coalition's commander, a sense of unease began to settle in Sichuan's heart. He promptly dialed the shared line to reach the commander. But regardless of his persistence, he could not establish a connection. At this juncture, the Southern Expeditionary Army found itself on the brink of starvation, although they still boasted an army of 40,000. The two-town coalition fielded 70,000 troops, making a breakout difficult. Fearful of a resurgence from the Northern Cloud Corps seeking revenge, Sichuan abruptly ordered a retreat, pulling all his forces back into the town of Su. This unexpected maneuver ignited a flicker of hope among the starving Southern Expeditionary Army, who erupted in cheers of long live. In truth, Sichuan's strategy was a precautionary measure aimed at preventing any potential ambush by the Northern Cloud Corps from coming to light, which could lead to retribution against him. By releasing the 40,000 Southern soldiers, he intended to use them as a diversion against the Northern Cloud Corps. Additionally, Sichuan managed to connect with Chu Zifeng on the shared line, and upon doing so, he jovially inquired, "Commander Chu, have the remnants of the forces at Shizhen Sherman and Huamen been eradicated?" Feigning anger, Chu Zifeng retorted, "How dare you say such things? You invited us to exterminate the enemy, yet allowed the three-town coalition to ambush us, nearly leaving us without a burial site." Sichuan feigned urgency, declaring, "Those audacious individuals, Hua Yenyun, Shi Yusan, and Lin Shiji, dared to deceive me and even you, Commander Chu. I shall call them immediately." Before he could finish, Chu Zifeng interrupted, "There is no need for your efforts, Commander Su. I have already annihilated those three commanders and their 14,000 troops, and the three towns are now fully under the Northern Cloud Corps control." A sudden shock coursed through Sichuan. This was a disastrous turn of events, a total loss. He quickly attempted to defend himself, stating, "Commander Chu, allow me to explain. The three-town commander only informed me that they would withdraw from the three towns to assist in eliminating the southern forces at Feitian town. Little did I know they were plotting to ambush you." Feigning ignorance, Chu Zifeng responded, "So it seems Commander Su was unaware. That simplifies matters. The three towns are now under the Northern Cloud Corps." Sichuan added, "Commander Chu, I must also inform you that the southern forces have repelled our two-town coalition and successfully occupied all of Feitian town. We have lost this battle." Of feigning surprise, Chu Zifeng exclaimed, "Isn't that unfortunate?" Sichuan replied, "Indeed, I hope Commander Chu will lend a hand in eradicating the southern forces when the time comes." Chu Zifeng feigned politeness, saying, "That is, of course, a given." After ending the call, he sighed deeply. In truth, he wished to provide the newly recruited troops of the four towns with ample time to mature. Following the call, Chu Zifeng convened a meeting of the Northern Cloud Corps generals, and all commanders were present. He declared, "Now let each general report on the status of their respective towns." Zihanyan reported, "At Sherman town, the newly recruited army comprises 30,000 troops, with 2,000 soldiers in each village, totaling a population of 450,000. Each village has now formed a large city." Li Zhantian stated, "At Huamen town, the newly recruited army consists of 70,000 troops, currently commanding 20 cities, with a population of 450,000. Li Juyun added, "At Tianmen town, the newly recruited army comprises 30,000 troops, overseeing 21 cities, with 4,200 stationed soldiers, and a remaining population of 340,000. Yuan Hongda stood and said, "Commander, I have just calculated that the Northern Cloud Corps now commands a total of 374,000 troops, including the main forces and stationed soldiers. Each major city is equipped with 20 Thunderbolt cannons and 20 Heavenly Passage cannons, while each town has 100 Thunderbolt cannons and 100 Heavenly Passage cannons. The total population across the four towns, after excluding divisions for alchemy and weaponry, amounts to 147 million. Upon hearing this, Chu Zifeng laughed heartily, declaring, "From now on, we shall become a wealthy family." The assembly erupted in laughter. Chu Zifeng inquired, "How many alchemy and weaponry divisions do we have in total, and how many personnel does that entail?" Yuan Hongli replied, "Each town currently has one alchemy division and one weaponry division, totaling 4 towns with 8,000 personnel in alchemy and weaponry, sufficient to supply the Northern Cloud Corps with weapons and elixirs." "That is splendid," Chu Zifeng remarked. "We must swiftly elevate all stationed soldiers within the Northern Cloud Corps to the 5th level of martial prowess, and we must also strive to upgrade the personnel in the alchemy and weaponry divisions to mid-tier strength and spiritual power." Zihanyan and Li Lingfeng responded in unison. Indeed, Chu Zifeng continued, "In 2 months, once all stationed soldiers and personnel in the alchemy and weaponry divisions have maximized their cultivation, we shall march forth to directly confront Feitian town." The assembly echoed, "Yes, Commander." Within the Jin district, at the residence of Jin Jun Lu Rui furiously hurled a cup against the wall, exclaiming, "With 400,000 elite troops, with inferior weaponry and strength, we cannot even overcome a mere 5-town coalition." Zui Yuanjia Huangjing retorted, "Jin Jun, we initially surged forth like a whirlwind, capturing 4 towns in less than a day, yet, as time progressed, our efforts faltered. I conducted a thorough investigation, and the truth is, everything is orchestrated by Sichuan and the Northern Cloud Corps." Chapter 48. Su Chuan's deception, turning the tables. Lu Rui replied, Su Chuan, the traitor, is cunning beyond measure. Full of deceit, however, I refuse to believe that he alone determines the outcome of this war. Zui Yuanjia Huangjing countered, yet, the facts speak for themselves. The weaponry belongs to the Northern Cloud Corps. Currently Su Chuan, this scoundrel, employs schemes to eliminate 100,000 of the Northern Cloud Corps main forces, aiming to seize their treasures, but has instead sacrificed the lives of the 3 town commanders and their 14,000 troops. Upon learning that the 100,000 troops of the Northern Cloud Corps had survived, he released the dying 40,000 southern forces. Truly despicable. Lu Rui stated, Ling Hong and his men are beyond salvation. How many troops do we have left? Zui Yuanjia Huangjing replied, we still possess 200,000 district troops and 65,000 ordinary soldiers. Lu Rui remarked, once the 5 towns fall, the Northern Cloud Corps combat strength will likely reach 200,000. Won't it? Zui Yuanjia Huangjing confirmed, indeed. Jin Jun. Lu Rui continued, we may not have sufficient troops, we must recruit new soldiers. What is the total population of the Jin district? Zui Yuanjia Huangjing responded. The Jin district has a total population of 1 million, with each of the 10 towns housing 300,000, totaling 4 million. Lu Rui concluded, we must recruit 50,000 more troops, Zui Yuanjia Huangjing affirmed. Yes, Jin Jun. Meanwhile, the total population of the Jin district had decreased from 4 million to 3.5 million, while the army had transformed from the initial 200,000 district troops and 65,000 ordinary soldiers to the current 200,000 district troops and 115,000 ordinary soldiers. The battle for the 5 towns raged on for 10 months, culminating in the year of the Great Awakening, marking February of the 4th year, which numerically translates to 30000.4.2.0. As the Jin District Army trained new recruits. The Northern Cloud Corps was also engaged in military drills. Within Su Town, Su Chuan and Lu Fei were restless, for their combined forces numbered only 70,000, while the Southern Expeditionary Army now stood at a well-fed 40,000 troops. The Southern forces dared not attack them. However, with the Northern Cloud Corps having taken 3 towns, their strength had significantly increased, and their numbers would surely swell beyond 100,000, potentially reaching 200,000. In Su Town's command hall, Su Chuan paced back and forth until a soldier rushed in and knelt before them, reporting to the 2 commanders, I have checked the battlefield, the commander of the 3-town coalition is dead. His remains scattered, and the 14,000 troops were nearly all obliterated. Su Chuan was taken aback, exclaiming, what weapon could possess such power, surpassing even district-level weaponry? Lu Fei remarked, it seems the Northern Cloud Corps has developed a new weapon. Su Chuan's expression twitched, and with a fierce determination he declared, let us abandon all pretense and surrender directly to the Jin district government. Lu Fei's eyes widened in shock, to have opposed the government decades ago, only to submit to it decades later. Wouldn't that be treachery, a betrayal? Su Chuan replied, we have reached a dead end. Even if we do not surrender, the Northern Cloud Corps will not spare us. Lu Fei argued, but we cannot overtly surrender. That would make us a target for both the government and the insurgents. Su Chuan scoffed, we certainly cannot surrender openly. We can do so covertly, luring the Northern Cloud Corps into a trap. Then collaborating with the government to annihilate them. Lu Fei inquired, what is the plan? Su Chuan explained, first, we will collaborate with Ling Hong to stage a performance. We will pretend to be defeated by Ling Hong and his 40,000 troops, losing Su Town and suffering heavy losses, forcing us to retreat to the canyon outside Su Town. Then, we shall be surrounded and ultimately call for help, enticing the main forces of the Northern Cloud Corps into the canyon, where we will eliminate them from both sides. This time I shall witness how the Northern Cloud Corps escapes. Lu Fei exclaimed, brilliant, let us proceed with this plan. With that, both men threw their heads back in hearty laughter. In the 3rd year of the Tianqi era, in the month of March, within the confines of the Jin district and the Jin Jun mansion, a covert letter was delivered to Luo Rui by one of Jin Jun's subordinates. Upon opening it, Luo Rui couldn't help but laugh heartily and immediately ordered the mobilization of an army of 100,000, appointing Yuan Ji as the commander, after the main force of the North Cloud Legion had departed. He commanded a surprise attack on the 3 towns. Swiftly Ling Hong led Sun Yuan Li Fang, and an army of 40,000 to assault Su Town, while Su Chuan and Lu Fei commanded 70,000 ally troops from the 2 towns to engage Ling Hong's forces in battle outside the town. Unbeknownst to them, they fell into Ling Hong's trap, suffering severe losses and retreating in disgrace. The battle for Su Town turned disastrous amidst concentrated heavy fire. Su Town fell, and Su Chuan and Lu Fei faced another crushing defeat. With only 10,000 survivors forced into the Tian Shan Gorge, surrounded by the Southern Expeditionary Army, Ling Hong ordered that they be starved to death within, and then captured Su Chuan and Lu Fei alive to claim credit for the victory.
This news reached the headquarters of the North Cloud Legion, shocking Chu Zifeng and the others, who promptly convened a meeting. Chu Zifeng stated, "I have just received a distress signal. It is a plea for help from the commanders Su Chuan and Lu Fei, requesting that I deploy the entire army to rescue them from the Tian Shan Gorge. What say you?" Zi Hanyun remarked. "How could the armies of Su Chuan and Lu Fei, numbering over 70,000, be so foolish as to engage in battle with 40,000 Southern Expeditionary troops outside the town, falling victim to a ruse and fleeing in defeat?" Li Lingfeng added, "Moreover, if they managed to retreat back into Su town, why were they so easily defeated again, driven into the Tian Shan Gorge? Why not escape to other villages?" Li Zhantian then rose, saying, "Indeed, Commander, do you not recall the ambush of 140,000 troops outside Sherman town? Such recent events are vividly etched in memory." Chu Zifeng nodded. "Yes, I share your sentiments, yet I have resolved to send troops to the Tian Shan Gorge. We shall turn their own schemes against them, annihilating the treacherous Su Chuan and Lu Fei, along with Ling Hong's Southern Expeditionary Army. Zi Hanyun concurred. "I agree. We should also reclaim Feitian town and Su town." Li Lingfeng proposed, "I suggest that we do not deploy all the generals this time. We should retain some to strengthen the defenses of Shenzhen." Chu Zifeng nodded. "Very well, this expedition shall not include all the generals." He surveyed the assembled generals before designating Zi Hanyun, Li Zhantian, Li Tsangtian, Li Ju, Li Yun, and Yuan Hongda. "You shall accompany me with 92,000 troops to confront the traitors and enemy forces." The generals responded in unison, "Yes, Commander." Following the conclusion of the meeting, Chu Zifeng promptly organized the troops, and after half a day, they set forth. Thus, the North Cloud Legion, with 92,000 troops, commenced their march, accompanied by 500 Tenfang Thunder and 500 Tongtian de Dao artillery. Chapter 49, Reinforcement of Su town. After Chu Zifeng led the army into battle, the defense of the four towns of North Cloud fell to Li Lingfeng, Li Ju, and others. Chu Zifeng and his 92,000 troops galloped forth, first traversing from Shenzhen to Huamen town, which took 2 days. From Huamen town, they constructed a fast road while marching, a task that consumed another month before reaching the outskirts of Feitian town. After taking control of the deserted Feitian town, he divided his forces into 20 units to capture the 20 villages surrounding it. While the troops were divided, Chu Zifeng arranged for the construction of the fast road. After over a month, it was completed. He assigned Yuan Hongda to command 6,000 troops to defend the entirety of Feitian town, while Chu Zifeng led 86,000 men onward to Su town. Before departing, Chu Zifeng had given orders to Yuan Hongda and Li Lingfeng, instructing Li Lingfeng to assist Yuan Hongda in recruiting new soldiers and establishing the alchemical and armament departments in Feitian town. Another month later, the fast road reached Su town, which was swiftly secured. Chu Zifeng then assigned Li Ju to command 6,000 troops to defend Su town, while he himself, along with Zi Hanyun, Li Zhantian, Li Tsangtian, Li Yun, and 80,000 troops, made their way directly to the Tian Shan Gorge. Upon arriving 3 kilometers from the gorge, Chu Zifeng divided his army into 3 factions. The first, led by himself with 20,000 North Cloud troops, to enter the gorge and rescue the captives. The second, led by Zi Hanyun with 30,000 troops, along with 250 Tenfang Thunder and 250 Tongtian de Dao artillery, to approach stealthily from the left rear of the gorge and launch an attack on the ambushed Southern Expeditionary Army and Allied forces when the guns fired. And the third, led by Li Zhantian with 30,000 troops, 250 Tenfang Thunder, and 250 Tongtian de Dao artillery, to advance quietly from the right rear and strike the enemy after the signal was given. Once Chu Zifeng arranged his forces, he led the 20,000 infantry to assault the entrance of the Tian Shan Gorge, which was guarded by 3,000 Southern Expeditionary troops lacking heavy firepower, consisting solely of infantry. Chu Zifeng conjured the divine fear, which had now transformed into a repeating crossbow. He commanded all troops attack. The 20,000 North Cloud soldiers charged forward, losing arrows as they advanced, utilizing the repeating crossbow that required no arrowheads, merely injecting energy to shoot. Chu Zifeng himself fired, piercing through 7 Southern Expeditionary soldiers in one shot. As the North Cloud troops advanced, their concentrated firepower surged forward. The 3,000 Southern Expeditionary soldiers were formidable foes, armed with fire sky thunder. Indeed, after over 10 minutes of assault, the Southern Expeditionary troops, suffering enormous losses due to insufficient firepower, grew furious and began hurling fire sky thunder, explosions echoing throughout the battlefield. With each explosion, dozens of North Cloud soldiers perished. Chu Zifeng ordered all troops retreat and shoot arrows. The thousands of North Cloud soldiers fell back to shoot, while the Southern Expeditionary troops continued to throw fire sky thunder, unable to reach the distance.
And as the North Cloud troops unleashed a volley of arrows, Southern Expeditionary soldiers fell like leaves, succumbing to the explosions. Meanwhile, the 3,000 Southern Expeditionary soldiers, supported by the ammunition of the two-town coalition, faced no concerns for their own supplies. Thus, for a considerable time, the entrance to the Tian Shan Gorge remained fiercely contested. After 2 hours, both Su Chuan and Ling Hong at the gorge's summit were somewhat astonished. The North Cloud Legion seemed remarkably ineffective, having fought for 2 hours without breaching the entrance. What could they possibly be doing? Yet, both were powerless to intervene, merely awaiting the outcome of the battle. Thus, after another hour of intense fighting, the entrance to the gorge remained unbreached, with over 1,000 Southern Expeditionary troops still holding their ground, while the North Cloud Legion had lost over 1,000 men. Chu Zifeng, observing the stalemate after 3 hours of relentless assault, felt a surge of frustration but recognized the necessity to press on. The North Cloud Legion, primarily based in cities rather than villages, faced delays in relaying information, yet at long last, Yuan Ji led 100,000 troops to the gates of Shizhan. By this time, Shizhan had undergone a complete transformation, its walls constructed from high-grade stone, the towers soaring to 20 meters, with 3 layers of fortifications, and equipped with openings for Tongtian de Dao and Tenfang Thunder to counter enemy forces. In these months, Li Lingfeng and the others had not rested, tirelessly forging weapons, culminating in the creation of 100 Tenfang Thunder and 100 Tongtian de Dao. Upon Yuan Ji's arrival at the outskirts of Shizhan, he promptly commanded the encirclement of the city, planning to assault it the following day, which was today. At this moment, only 3,000 troops remained stationed within Shizhan. However, with heavy firepower, they could easily contend with 5,000. As dawn broke, the 3,000 troops prepared for battle. And upon Yuan Ji's command to advance, 500 heavy firepower artillery converged on a single point, aiming to decisively win the engagement. The siege ladders surged forward, closely followed by the infantry, as a torrential downpour of bullets rained down from the city walls, causing soldiers to plummet from their posts. Just as the government troops launched their full-scale assault, a sudden barrage of cannon fire erupted, accompanied by a rain of arrows, as 500 heavy artillery suffered devastating strikes, sending many of them flying. A relentless torrent of arrows descended upon the advancing government forces, inflicting grievous casualties. Witnessing this, Yuan Ji immediately ordered the dispersion of the heavy artillery. Li Lingfeng, upon seeing this, commanded that the remaining 3 pieces of Tenfang Thunder and Tongtian de Dao be transported to the southern gate. Though the heavy artillery provided some cover, the government troops struggled to reach the city walls, with both sides suffering losses. After over 3 hours, the 100 Tenfang Thunder and 100 Tongtian de Dao finally assembled at the southern gate. At this juncture, Li Lingfeng felt a sense of relief. He addressed the troops below, commanding all Tongtian de Dao aim at their heavy firepower points and fire. The Tongtian de Dao troops responded in unison. Yes, General. Li Lingfeng further ordered all Tenfang Thunder open fire on the siege troops. The soldiers echoed, Yes, General. With the heavy firepower support from the 3 city gates, the first wave of attacks utterly decimated all enemy heavy weaponry. The Tongtian de Dao and Tenfang Thunder roared incessantly. Within 1 minute, 100 Tongtian de Dao unleashed 10,000 energy projectiles, while 100 Tenfang Thunder released 30,000 arrows. Instantly, 90% of the siege forces were annihilated, transforming the heavy artillery engagement into a one-sided massacre, leaving Yuan Ji stunned by such overwhelming firepower. Chapter 50. Into the Tianshan Valley. Yuan Ji, witnessing this scene, felt an even greater sense of resentment. He immediately issued the command, all troops advance. The 100,000 government troops surged forward, relentlessly firing their weapons and besieging the city in waves. However, what good is sheer numbers when faced with 100 formidable artillery pieces? The onslaught from the Tongtian Avenue alone was enough to inflict severe casualties on the government forces. Not to mention the 100 thunderous storm aircraft that also joined the fray. The Tongtian Avenue unleashed a torrent of fire as the cries of the government soldiers echoed below with each explosion. Dozens were obliterated, and in just 1 minute, 10,000 energy projectiles were launched. The assaulting troops were mercilessly slaughtered. Yuan Ji clenched his fists, watching wave after wave of his forces fall to the explosions, and he bellowed in frustration, Retreat, retreat. The government troops began a full withdrawal, suffering losses of 30,000 in this siege. Seeing that the prolonged assault yielded no results, Yuan Ji ordered a rapid retreat, turning the guns towards Feitian Town. Since Feitian Town had just been captured, the garrison would likely be sparse, making a surprise attack plausible. Additionally, they could seize Shizhan and assist their allied forces in eliminating the Baiyun Legion. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Tianshan Valley, the assault was finally successful after an hour. The 3,000 Southern Expeditionary troops were completely annihilated, and the Baiyun troops paid a heavy toll of 2,300 lives. Chu Zifeng gazed at the corpses scattered on the ground, a smirk creeping onto his face. Had I not already been aware of Su Chuan's character, I might have fallen victim to his schemes. As Chu Zifeng pondered, he suddenly noticed a figure lurking at the entrance of the valley. He kicked a stone, which struck the figure on the head, eliciting a pained scream. Several Baiyun soldiers apprehended the individual. Forcing him to kneel, Chu Zifeng inquired, "Who are you?" The figure, clutching his head, replied, "I am a soldier of the allied forces of the two towns sent by Commander Su Chuan to scout the entrance and ascertain what has transpired outside." Chu Zifeng's eyes gleamed as he asked, "Where are Commander Su Chuan and Commander Lu Fei?" The scout responded, "Both commanders are deep within the valley, recovering from their injuries." Chu Zifeng said, "In that case, lead us to meet the commanders." The scout glanced at the number of Baiyun soldiers, noting they were slightly over 10,000. Appearing somewhat dissatisfied, Chu Zifeng explained, "All our forces are here, to save time. The rest are stationed in Feitian town." The scout then turned to lead the way. Tianshan Valley was a treacherous area, with only one entrance and no other exits, unless one could fly out through a large fissure above. As they ventured deeper, nearing 2 kilometers, they reached a dead end. Chu Zifeng called out, "Prepare for battle." Instantly, all 17,700 Baiyun soldiers drew their weapons. The scout sneered, "Isn't it a bit late to realize this? Commander, please grant me the honor of dying." Suddenly a bullet flew through the scout's head, killing him instantly. At that moment, countless soldiers from the allied forces of the two towns and the Southern Expeditionary troops appeared atop the valley walls. A thunderous explosion reverberated as the entrance to Tianshan Valley collapsed, stones blocking the path, effectively trapping the Baiyun Legion inside. Chu Zifeng's face turned pale as he beheld Su Chuan, Lu Fei, Ling Hong, Sun Yuan, and Li Fang materialize before him. Chu Zifeng forced a smile and declared, "Commander Su, Commander Lu, Zifeng has come to rescue you, only to find you have already escaped. Once I exit this valley, I shall join you in vanquishing the Southern Expeditionary scoundrels." Su Chuan, Lu Fei, Ling Hong, Sun Yuan, and Li Fang all erupted into laughter. Seeing this, Chu Zifeng joined in the laughter as well. After the mirth subsided, Su Chuan looked at Chu Zifeng and said, "Little schemer, you need not leave. There is no need for your assistance in eliminating the Southern Expeditionary forces." Chu Zifeng, perplexed, asked, "What do you mean, Commander Su?" Su Chuan laughed. "Chu Zifeng, are your eyes blind? Can you not see the situation? The entrance to Tianshan Valley has collapsed and is blocked by stones." Furious, Chu Zifeng retorted, "Su Chuan, Lu Fei, how dare you betray the righteous army? Are you not afraid of being condemned by your own people?" Su Chuan chuckled, "You need not worry about that. Once we eliminate you, we shall openly surrender to the Jin district government." Chu Zifeng, filled with righteous indignation, activated his crossbow mode and unleashed his first divine skill, the Skyward Fist. The crossbow glowed with red and blue light as he executed his second divine skill, the 3,000 thunderclouds, and the heaven-sundering palm. Both Chu Zifeng's power and the crossbow's capabilities surged, elevating his cultivation from the mid-stage of the Yi Yuan realm to its pinnacle, employing his third divine skill, the 3,000 flowing clouds palm and the void-splitting fist. His strength reached the threshold of the pinnacle realm with the crossbow at its peak. Chu Zifeng aimed at Su Chuan. Su Chuan laughed heartily. "Do you really expect a second-tier crossbow to shoot 70 meters high?" Chu Zifeng released the shot, and Su Chuan's pupils dilated as the 6 colored bolts hurtled towards him. Caught off guard, Su Chuan forgot to evade. While Lu Fei raised a large shield to protect him, however, the shield was shattered upon impact, and Lu Fei took a bolt to his left leg. Su Chuan and Ling Hong fumed, "All troops, fire!" The allied forces of the two towns unleashed a barrage of stones upon the Baiyun Legion below. Since only Chu Zifeng's arrows could reach that height, some soldiers from the allied forces also positioned heavy artillery at the valley's peak. Aiming downward, Chu Zifeng shouted, "Form the shield formation." Immediately, all 17,700 Baiyun soldiers formed a protective shield, encircling the entire army. Countless stones crashed against the shields, shattering upon impact. The allied forces and the Southern Expeditionary troops unleashed a relentless volley of fire upon the Baiyun soldiers. But the ordinary bullets proved ineffective. However, the heavy artillery fire was impactful, as it was a first-tier high-grade weapon, whereas the Baiyun shields were only first-tier mid-grade. Thus, the Baiyun shields could only withstand the onslaught for a brief moment before succumbing. After a fierce exchange, Su Chuan and Ling Hong realized that the bullets were not significantly damaging the Baiyun soldiers. Su Chuan bellowed, "All units, deploy the Fire Heaven Thunder." Upon hearing the command, the Southern Expeditionary troops and the Allied forces quickly produced and hurled Fire Heaven Thunder downwards.
The sky was filled with falling fire heaven thunders, resembling a rain of fire. Chu Zifeng shouted, "Fire the arrows!" Over 10,000 Baiyun soldiers unleashed a torrent of arrows skyward. The arrows rained down upon the descending fire heaven thunders, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. Chapter 51, The Annihilation of 11,000 Troops. Yet, many fire heaven thunders still descended, detonating with thunderous blasts and claiming the lives of numerous Baiyun soldiers. Su Chuan, witnessing the devastation, commanded, "Fire with all you've got." The heavy artillery fired relentlessly, while both armies continued their onslaught. Below, the Baiyun soldiers began to suffer heavy casualties, collapsing in waves. The Allied forces and the Southern Expeditionary Troops seized the opportunity to hurl even more fire heaven thunders downwards, decimating the Baiyun soldiers who had only just formed their shield formation, leading to catastrophic losses. Furious, Chu Zifeng shouted, "Su Chuan, you beast!" Su Chuan laughed maniacally, while Ling Hong chimed in, "Chu Zifeng, let me tell you the truth. Our combined forces amount to 110,000 troops. Your Baiyun Legion is destined to become a relic of history." Su Chuan added with a grin, "Let this valley become your burial ground." Chu Zifeng, undeterred, replied, "This valley shall be reserved for you." Su Chuan and Ling Hong were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom what could instill such confidence in Chu Zifeng. Suddenly Su Chuan turned around swiftly, and at that moment, 250 artillery pieces unleashed their fire, while 250 thunderous storm aircraft soared into action. The air erupted with explosions, each shell claiming the lives of nearly a dozen soldiers. In just 1 minute, a staggering 25,000 energy projectiles were launched. Su Chuan and Ling Hong immediately ordered a counterattack, with Su Chuan commanding, "Deploy 30,000 troops to annihilate the enemy behind us." Ling Hong shouted, "Mobilize 20,000 troops for total destruction." As they issued their commands, the explosions continued unabated. 30,000 soldiers from the allied forces of the two towns surged forth, while 20,000 Southern Expeditionary Troops advanced as well. Within that minute, 25,000 energy projectiles were unleashed, resulting in continuous explosions. Despite the full-on charge of the 30,000 troops, they were met with overwhelming firepower and suffered heavy casualties. In just 1 minute, 18,000 soldiers fell, leaving only 12,000 remaining. As they approached the range, they were once again engulfed by the thunderous stormfire, with 75,000 energy arrows raining down, reducing the remaining 12,000 to mere corpses. In a matter of minutes, the 30,000 troops from the Allied forces were utterly annihilated. Simultaneously, the 20,000 Southern Expeditionary Troops also faced complete destruction. Suddenly, the cannon fire ceased, prompting Su Chuan to turn and ask, "What happened?" Su Chuan and Ling Hong exchanged glances of shock. Su Chuan glared at Chu Zifeng, exclaiming, "Chu Zifeng, you are truly ruthless." Just then, the cannon fire reached the valley's edge, and several heavy artillery pieces were obliterated. Su Chuan quickly ordered, "All troops, retreat." The 10 Peaks Thunder and the Heavenly Road advanced relentlessly, with the sounds of cannon fire and arrows filling the air. The joint forces of the two towns were overwhelmed by the bombardment and shower of arrows, suffering heavy casualties. Just as Su Chuan intended to rescue Lu Fei, an arrow suddenly shot up from below. As Lu Fei stood up, he was pierced through the heart by the arrow. Su Chuan's eyes widened in shock. Lu Fei was dead, prompting Ling Hong to lead the Southern Expeditionary Army in retreat. Suddenly Li Feng fell to the ground. Ling Hong turned around to see Chu Zifeng beckoning him, igniting Ling Hong's fury. However, time was no longer on their side. If the Southern Expeditionary Army did not retreat now, they would be trapped. The artillery and arrows continued to rain down, and both armies had already sustained heavy losses. The Northern Cloud Army had launched a surrounding charge, completely encircling both forces. Su Chuan found himself surrounded by only a few hundred men, and Ling Hong was similarly situated. Su Chuan, witnessing the soldiers of the Northern Cloud Army, still harbored thoughts of resistance. The soldiers of the Northern Cloud Army unleashed a volley of arrows, annihilating the remaining enemies. Su Chuan charged towards the Northern Cloud Army, killing dozens in quick succession. At that moment, a figure soared through the air. Zi Hanyun appeared, releasing a crossbow bolt. Su Chuan deflected it with his great sword, causing the bolt to fly off, while one of the Northern Cloud soldiers was struck down. Just as Su Chuan deflected the bolt, Zi Hanyun wielded a crescent-shaped blade, striking with divine fury. Su Chuan blocked with his great sword, but the impact shook his arm, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. Zi Hanyun's current power was at the pinnacle of the half-step Izhayu Wanjing realm, slightly surpassing Su Chuan's strength. Zi Hanyun launched a flurry of rapid strikes, and Su Chuan found himself laboriously defending against the onslaught. Zi Hanyun unleashed his fourth divine technique, the Emperor's Fist. His strength was still building, needing a moment to fully unleash it, yet he continued his relentless assault. Suddenly, a series of explosions erupted at the canyon entrance.
Blasting a hole open, after executing 50 strikes, Zi Hanyun shouted, "Emperor's heavenly blade slash!" The aura of the emperor enveloped the blade, with his strength now elevated to the peak of the Quasi-Ija Yuanzhang realm. Zi Hanyun struck. Su Chuan raised his great sword to block, but it was sent flying from his grasp. A single slash from Zi Hanyun opened a gash across Su Chuan's chest, staring in astonishment at the wound. Su Chuan was given no opportunity to ponder as Zi Hanyun continued to strike. A slash to his back severed his spine, followed by another that severed both arms, and finally, a decisive blow that decapitated him. On the side of the Southern Expeditionary Army, only Ling Hong and Li Yuan remained. Li Zhantian had also engaged with Ling Hong and Li Yuan, armed with the Breaking the Sky Spear. Li Zhantian fought fiercely against them. The battle was intense, with Li Zhantian managing to create distance from the others. Ling Hong and Li Yuan pursued relentlessly. Suddenly Li Zhantian turned back, and after 2 strikes, Breaking the Sky pierced through Ling Hong's throat, while Li Yuan was impaled through the chest. Li Zhantian seized the spear. Thus, the history of the Southern Expeditionary Army and the Five Towns Coalition came to an end. In this battle, the Northern Cloud Army suffered over 7,000 losses while annihilating 11,000 troops from the Five Towns Coalition and the Southern Expeditionary Army. The Northern Cloud Army was left with 70,000 soldiers. The entire canyon echoed with cries of victory, yet Yuan Ji, still en route, remained oblivious to these events. After the army finished clearing the battlefield, Xu Zifeng immediately ordered Li Zhantian to lead 10,000 troops to assault various villages and groups. Meanwhile, Xu Zifeng himself led 60,000 troops back to Shenzhen. Before departing, he instructed Li Zhantian to establish a garrison at Shenzhen after occupying 20 villages and to recruit new soldiers, organizing the internal affairs of the new town. On another front, Yuan Ji was leading his troops towards Feitian town, a journey expected to take 2 months. By that time, the new recruits from the various towns would be well trained. 6 days later, Xu Zifeng returned to Shenzhen with his 60,000 troops. He then managed internal affairs, recalling Li Zhantian and Li Xintian. Xu Zifeng began assessing the situation across the 6 towns, inquiring, "What is the current state of the 6 towns?" Zi Hanyun reported, "The Dan division has expanded in Feitian town and Shenzhen, now boasting an additional 40,000 alchemists. It is expected to be completed in 2 months, at which point the 6 towns will have a total of 120,000 alchemists." Chapter 52. Great victory for Yuan Ji. Xu Zifeng remarked, "The scale of our Dan division is increasing, now comprising such a large segment of the army." "What of the Qi division?" Li Lingfeng replied. "We have added 2 more town divisions, totaling 12,000 weapon artisans." Xu Zifeng was increasingly pleased and inquired, "How many troops do we currently have?" Li Juyun answered, "Currently Shenzhen has 70,000 troops, Feitian town has 70,000. Huamen town has 70,000, Shenzhen has 70,000, Shimen town has 70,000, and Tianmen town has 7,200 troops. The main combat forces currently number 70,000, with a total of 422,200 troops stationed." Xu Zifeng nodded with a smile. "Although we have captured 6 towns and have plenty of manpower, we still only control half of the territory of Jin District. There are 10 towns in total within Jin District, and the forces required to secure it are twice that of the combined military strength of the 6 towns and the main combat forces. Therefore, we must intensify our training and be prepared for battle at all times against the forces of Jin District." The generals all shouted in unison, "Yes, Commander." Xu Zifeng continued, "What is the population of the 6 towns now?" Li Ying reported, "Shimen town has 450,000 residents, Shenzhen has 450,000. Huamen town has 450,000, Tianmen town has 340,000, Feitian town has 340,000, and Shenzhen has 340,000, totaling 2,410,000 across the 6 major towns." Xu Zifeng laughed heartily, "This is splendid. We have a population of 2,410,000, truly a formidable force." Zi Hanyun stood and said, "Commander, now that we have such a large population, we should expand our military. I believe the Northern Cloud Army should implement a reserve system for enemy troops." Xu Zifeng declared loudly, "Very well, I announce that the combat forces of the Northern Cloud Army will expand to 300,000 troops, with a reserve force of 200,000." Li Zhantian, filled with battle intent, exclaimed, "Excellent. We are now wealthy and ready for war." Li Lingfeng suggested, "The Northern Cloud Army should be divided into several major corps for separate management." Xu Zifeng laughed, "Good. The 300,000 Northern Cloud Army will be divided into 5 major corps: the Huyun Corps, the Zhenyun Corps, the Shenyun Corps, the Fengyun Corps, and the Tianyun Corps. The commander of the Huyun Corps will be Li Xangtian. The commander of the Zhanyun Corps will be Li Zhantian, the commander of the Xinyun Corps will be Li Lingfang, the commander of the Fengyun Corps will be Zi Hanyun, and the commander of the Tianyun Corps will be Li Juyun. Each corps will be subdivided into 3 battalions. The 5 generals will lead the primary battalions under their respective corps, with the Huyun Corps led by Li Yingxing Battalion, Li Zhu Battalion, Li Yanzhun Battalion, Yuan Hongdaozde Battalion, and Yuan Kaiyunzhun Battalion. The 10 city lords will lead the 10 battalions, with 2 battalions per corps, each battalion comprising 20,000 soldiers. The generals responded in unison. Yes, Li Juyun requested, I ask for the next battle to capture 3 towns in one go. Chu Zifeng smiled, we must take it one step at a time, let's secure one town at a time. We will conclude today's meeting here, everyone may disperse. The generals began to disperse, and the Northern Cloud Army commenced recruiting new soldiers from the 6 towns, enlisting a total of 430,000 new troops, including 230,000 for the main combat forces and 200,000 for the reserve. Consequently, the population decreased to 1,980,000. This massive recruitment effort created quite a stir across the Northern Cloud 6 towns. Yet it would take a year and 2 months to elevate all the new recruits to combat readiness. However, within 7 months, the main combat forces would be prepared for deployment. 2 months later, when Yuan Ji arrived with 70,000 troops outside Feitian town, he was elated and immediately commanded an attack. The 70,000 government troops, armed with siege ladders, charged forward with all their might, unaware that the defending forces within Feitian town had already reached 30,000. Equipped with 100 heavenly roads and 110 peaks thunder, all strategically positioned along the city defenses. As the 70,000 government troops charged, believing the defenders to be few, they were met with a thunderous command, fire. 100 heavenly roads and 110 peaks thunder unleashed a barrage. This command not only halted the advance of the 70,000 government troops but also spurred them on with renewed vigor. As they closed in to within 50 meters of the city gate, they were met with a devastating hail of cannon fire and arrows. After 1 minute of assault, the heavenly roads had launched 10,000 energy bombs and 30,000 energy arrows. The 70,000 government troops suffered catastrophic losses, while countless soldiers of the Northern Cloud Army continued to rain arrows upon them. Yuan Ji was taken aback. He could hardly fathom the military might housed within Feitian town. In a panic, he shouted, all troops retreat. At this juncture, the government forces had already suffered a staggering loss of 40,000 men, yet it was too late to retreat. The area within a 200-meter radius was entirely engulfed in firepower, and another 30,000 government soldiers faced severe devastation. Yuan Ji, leading the remnants of his troops, retreated towards the border of the 10 towns in the Jin district, needing to traverse the substantial territory between Su town and Shi town. Following the attack on Feitian town, the town's mayor promptly reported to the headquarters of the Baiyun army. Upon learning of the situation, Chu Zifeng mobilized 5 major legions, 4 formidable generals, all commanding officers, and an army of 70,000 equipped with 500 heavenly cannons and 500 thunderbolts, departing from Shi town to ambush and intercept Yuan Ji's forces. The journey from Feitian town to the border of the 10 towns in the Jin district would require Yuan Ji 2 to 3 months. While Chu Zifeng could set up an ambush in just over a month. After a month had elapsed, Chu Zifeng's forces were well positioned, with the heavenly cannons and thunderbolts meticulously arranged. Several days later, Yuan Ji and his remaining 20,000 soldiers arrived at the ambush site. Chu Zifeng had unleashed his 4th divine technique, elevating his prowess to the pinnacle of the quasi-mythical realm. The aura of the emperor radiated around him as he released a bolt from his crossbow, striking Yuan Ji in the head as he fled, causing him to collapse lifelessly. Subsequently, 500 heavenly cannons and 500 thunderbolts were fired at full speed, unleashing 50,000 energy projectiles and 150,000 energy arrows, annihilating the remnants in under a minute. Almost every soldier was pierced by dozens of arrows, with many sustaining grievous injuries. Thus concluded this battle, marking the end of the 5 towns campaign. The Baiyun army, emerging from Tianmen town with 100,000 troops, clashed with the 5 towns coalition, defeating a total of 140,000 adversaries. While 7,000 fell in the Battle of Feitian town, since their emergence from Tianmen, they had eradicated 320,000 enemy soldiers across 3 battles. Following this victory, Chu Zifeng presented Yuan Ji, Sichuan Lu Fei, Ling Hong, Sun Yuan, and Li Fang to the Jin district government as war trophies. Chapter 53. The Baiyun army mobilizes. The Baiyun Legion required an additional 3 months to train a combat force of 300,000. Yet 10 months would be necessary to prepare an additional 200,000 reserve troops. As of now, it was the 4th year of the Apocalypse era, September. the severed heads of Ling Hong and his associates had already been delivered to the Jin district government. Driving Luo Rui to the brink of madness. He immediately summoned Left Yuan Master Huang Jing, Right Yuan Master Mo Duo, and the head of the Jin District Mercenary Corps, Chu De Fuming. Luo Rui exclaimed. The Baiyun army has become a significant threat, annihilating over 300,000 troops in the Five Towns War with a mere 100,000, Left Yuan Master Huang Jing responded, in less than 2 years. The Baiyun army will march north and directly target the 10 towns, Luo Rui, drenched in sweat, remarked. The Baiyun army is indeed terrifying, their rate of growth is suffocating. How many troops do we have available? Left Yuan Master Huang Jing replied, in 4 months, we have trained 200,000 troops, and with the district troops combined, we have over 300,000. Luo Rui inquired, how did the Baiyun army defeat the 3 major forces in the Five Towns War? Left Yuan Master Huang Jing explained, the Baiyun army reportedly developed new artillery and heavy weaponry to secure their victory. Shocked, Luo Rui exclaimed, their progress is astonishing, we must request advanced weaponry from above. Or we may not be able to contend with them, Right Yuan Master Mo Duo affirmed. I support this. Chu De, the leader of the mercenary corps, added, I support this as well. Nodding in agreement, Luo Rui turned to the communal phone and dialed. Lei Ho, the Baiyun army has advanced their weaponry and now possesses artillery. Lei Ho, taken aback, responded, this rate of growth is astonishing. I will send you the new heavenly cannon. Overjoyed, Luo Rui exclaimed, that is excellent news. Thank you, Lei Ho. Hanging up, he laughed heartily. Lei Ho has agreed to send us the heavenly cannons. Huang Jing and Mo Duo and Chu De all joined in laughter. Meanwhile, the Baiyun army continued to train diligently. 3 months later. The main combat forces of the Baiyun army were fully trained, with only 200,000 reserve troops remaining, needing an additional 7 months for completion. Within Shi Town, the Baiyun army convened once more. With commanders gathering, Chu Zifeng declared, today is a fortuitous day. We have successfully trained an army of 300,000. The commanders responded in unison, congratulations, Commander. Chu Zifeng laughed, please take your seats. Once seated, he continued, now that our forces are ready, we shall commence our campaign of conquest. Let us discuss the operational status of our troops. Li Ying rose, stating, our logistics department has prepared a year's worth of rations for the army. Li Lingfeng added, our armory has manufactured 2,000 thunderbolts and 2,000 heavenly cannons for the Baiyun army. Zi Hanyun stood, saying, our alchemy department has prepared 3 types of elixirs, each sufficient for 3 months. Chu Zifeng laughed, excellent preparations, now let us deliberate on our target for attack. Yuan Hongda reported, according to intelligence from the Dark Division, 3 months ago, Luo Rui requested a batch of artillery from above, known as the heavenly cannons. Hearing this, the commanders recognized the loss of their advantage. Chu Zifeng gestured for Yuan Hongda to continue, they have been intensively training for 7 months, and reports indicate that the Jin district army has increased in size. Li Lingfeng remarked, it seems this battle will not be easily won. Chu Zifeng inquired, what is the current status of the 10 towns in the Jin district? Yuan Hongda replied, all 10 towns are currently engaged in training. Chu Zifeng noted, if I recall correctly, the nearest town to us is Shancheng town, is it not? Yuan Hongda confirmed, indeed, Chu Zifeng declared, then we shall attack Shancheng town. The commanders responded in unison, yes, with the decision made. The Baiyun army mobilized 300,000 troops, 5 major legions, 15 infantry divisions, 2,000 thunderbolts, and 2,000 heavenly cannons to assault Shancheng town. This campaign would also involve road construction alongside their advance. Using newly designed transport vehicles called Hope Sky, these second-tier transport vehicles could carry 2,000 personnel each, resulting in a convoy of 200 vehicles conveying a total of 200,000 troops. With an additional 100,000 cavalry following closely behind, within the Jin district's Jin Jun mansion, Luo Rui, along with Left Yuan Master Huang Jing, Right Yuan Master Mo Duo, and Chu De, the head of the mercenary corps, were engaged in discussions. Luo Rui asked, what is the current size of our army? Left Yuan Master Huang Jing replied, including district troops, we have a total of 300,000, with an additional 150,000 new recruits trained, amounting to 450,000 troops. Luo Rui inquired, how many heavy weaponry do we possess? Left Yuan Master Huang Jing responded, we have sufficient provisions for a year's worth of supplies, ammunition for a year, 280,000 heavenly thunderbolts, 2,000 heavy artillery, and 2,000 heavenly cannons, with 6 months' worth of shells. Luo Rui furrowed his brow, that is still insufficient. The Baiyun army has already mobilized and is advancing towards Shancheng town with 300,000 troops. Left Yuan Master Huang Jing remarked, reports indicate that the 300,000 Baiyun troops are advancing while simultaneously constructing roads, which will double their travel time. Luo Rui nodded, indeed, by then we could potentially muster an additional 100,000 troops. Left Yuan Master Huang Jing continued, our primary goal is to deploy a large army to Shanqing town to intercept the Baiyun army's advance. Luo Rui acknowledged, I understand, but who should lead this operation?
Left Yuan Master Huang Jing suggested, we believe this engagement will encompass more than just one town. It may involve 5 towns, necessitating multiple commanders and large armies, as our forces will continue to grow. Luo Rui inquired, how many armies and commanders should we establish? Left Yuan Master Huang Jing proposed, first, we should deploy 30,000 troops, with the first commander being the mayor of Shanqing town, Chen Xian. Overseeing the other 4 towns mayors, the second army, comprising 15,000 support troops, will be led by the mayor of Yi family town, Yifeng. The disposition of further troops will depend on the battlefield situation. Luo Rui nodded, very well, let it be so. Left Yuan Master Huang Jing affirmed, I shall handle this immediately. Luo Rui then turned to Right Yuan Master Mo Duo, asking, how many troops do we have remaining? Right Yuan Master Mo Duo replied, aside from the 10,000 troops lost in battle, we have 450,000 trained soldiers, along with 600,000 untrained new recruits. Upon hearing this, Luo Rui sighed repeatedly, what a pity, what a pity, our resources in the Jin district are far too limited, or else the Baiyun brigands could not be so audacious. Chapter 54, Searching for the enemy within the Jin Jun mansion of the Jin district. Following Luo Rui's orders, the 10 towns under his command began a frantic mobilization of troops. The first commander, Chen Xian, led the mayors of the 4 towns, Luanping Jingshiremo, Kong Mudu, and Tai Wuchang, along with 30,000 troops, 2,000 heavy artillery, and 2,000 heavenly cannons to defend Shanqing town. 2 months later, the rapid road construction was completed, and the 300,000 Baiyun troops had all arrived at the outskirts of Shanqing town. At this point, Shanqing town had become a heavily fortified stronghold, making it difficult to attack. The Baiyun army refrained from launching an immediate assault and opted instead to station their troops within the command tent of the Baiyun army. Xu Zifeng and the other generals were engaged in discussion. Xu Zifeng remarked, Shanqing town is easily defensible but difficult to conquer. I have heard it is garrisoned by 30,000 troops. It seems we are in for a tough battle. Let us deliberate on our strategy. Zi Hanyun contributed, the enemy's strength is comparable to ours, so while this battle is not easy, it is not insurmountable. Xu Zifeng inquired with great curiosity, Hanyun, what do you mean by an easy strategy? Zihanyun replied, the difficulty in confronting the enemy lies solely in their immobility within the city. If we can lure them out, what then? Xu Zifeng responded, if we manage to draw them out, then we shall have our opportunity. Li Lingfeng asked Hanyun, how do we execute this luring strategy? Zihanyun explained, first, we will mobilize 30,000 troops to descend from the mountain city and seize control of 20 villages in the vicinity. Upon reaching each location, we shall announce the arrival of the 300,000 Northern Cloud Army, then proceed to launch continuous assaults on and capture other towns, compelling them to emerge from their fortifications to engage in battle. After which we will attack the mountain city, Xu Zifeng remarked, that is worth trying. Li Lingfeng proposed, Hanyun, consider this, let the entire army of 300,000 launch a surprise attack on Luoyang town, capturing it and then proceeding to assault Jingshi town. If the government forces do not respond from Jingshi town, we will then attack Kongdu town. Should there be no movement from Kongdu, we shall proceed to Tiling town. If we capture and occupy Tiling town and the enemy remains inactive, we will have seized 4 towns, allowing us to amass troops and resources for ourselves. Then, we can dispatch 200,000 to encircle the mountain city and engage the enemy in a prolonged siege. With time, they will surely deplete their supplies, and our victory will be assured. Xu Zifeng nodded, I believe the Northern Cloud Army could split into 3 routes to besiege the 3 towns, each fortified for prolonged occupation, while we send ample personnel from the Dan and Qi divisions to train the troops. With the Dan division preparing for sustained strength, Zihanyun, Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun, and Li Zhantian exchanged glances and unanimously agreed, let us proceed with this plan. Xu Zifeng declared, very well, I shall promptly inform the respective Qi and Dan divisions to send 30,000 primary alchemists and weaponsmiths. All the generals concurred, and Xu Zifeng immediately ordered the 6 towns Dan and Qi divisions to dispatch their alchemists and weaponsmiths. Meanwhile, he led the Grand Army to maintain a defensive position for 2 days. After this period, Xu Zifeng, at the head of 300,000 troops, surrounded the mountain city but did not engage in combat. After a day and a night, the 300,000 Northern Cloud Army vanished.
As soon as Chu Zifeng departed the mountain city, the army split into 3 factions directing their assault towards Luoyang Town, Jingshi Town, and Kongdu Town. When Chen Qian and his associates discovered this, they could not locate the Northern Cloud Army inside the command center of the mountain city. Chen Qian, infuriated, exclaimed, 300,000 troops have disappeared without a trace. Dispatch search parties immediately. Consequently, dozens of cavalry scouts surged forth in various directions within the city. However, the Northern Cloud Army had already made their escape during the night, making them exceptionally difficult to track down. At this juncture, the Northern Cloud Army divided into 3 groups, with each town receiving 100,000 troops. Along with 10,000 weaponsmiths and 10,000 alchemists, within a month, they could conquer Luoyang Town, Jingshi Town, and Kongdu Town. As time progressed, over 10 days had elapsed, and despite the government forces sending out thousands of scouting parties, they remained unable to locate the enemy. Another 10 days passed, and the Northern Cloud Army successfully seized Luoyang Town, Jingshi Town, and Kongdu Town, subsequently dispatching 30,000 troops to capture 20 villages. A process that would take 2 months, all while implementing the Northern Cloud system to consolidate villages into fortified towns and ensuring information was sealed to prevent enemy knowledge. Chen Qian grew increasingly anxious as a month passed without a trace of the Northern Cloud Army, prompting him to convene a meeting of the First Legion. Gathering all key personnel, addressing the 4 town leaders, he inquired, "What are your thoughts on the disappearance of the Northern Cloud Army?" Lu Wanping responded, "We have found no trace of the Northern Cloud Army within a 10-kilometer radius. They may have retreated." Jingshi Mo remarked, "The Northern Cloud Army has neither suffered defeat nor engaged in battle. How could they know our strength? Why would they retreat so swiftly?" Kong Mudu suggested, "Perhaps they have moved elsewhere, or else they would not have vanished." Tai Wuchang interjected, "But where could they possibly go? That would be problematic for the 4 towns." Chen Qian was also taken aback and promptly connected to the shared communication line with the 4 town headquarters, asking, "Generals of Luoyang Town, Jingshi Town, Kongdu Town, and Tiling Town, how are things on your end?" The general of Luoyang Town replied, "Commander, all is well in Luoyang Town." The general of Jingshi Town stated, "Commander, all is well in Jingshi Town." The general of Kongdu Town reported, "Commander, all is well in Kongdu Town." The general of Tiling Town confirmed, "Commander, all is well in Tiling Town." Upon hearing this, Chen Qian exclaimed, "Excellent, it is a relief that all is well." He set down the shared communication device, unaware that the generals of Luoyang Town, Jingshi Town, and Kongdu Town had already been captured by the Northern Cloud Army's warriors, severely injured and coerced into deceiving Chen Qian. Just as Chen Qian relaxed, he grew anxious once more. If the 300,000 Northern Cloud Army had not gone towards the 4 towns, where then could they have gone? Addressing Lu Wanping, Jingshi Mo, Kong Mudu, and Tai Wuchang, he proposed, "Let us proceed in 2 directions. Since the Northern Cloud Army has not moved towards the 4 towns, they may have retreated or ventured elsewhere. We shall send scouts towards the direction of the World Town to investigate the movements of the Northern Cloud Army, while simultaneously deploying scouts in various directions to trace their whereabouts. Expanding our search radius to 20 kilometers." Lu Wanping, Jingshi Mo, Kong Mudu, and Tai Wuchang nodded in agreement. "We concur." Thus, the 2 armies set forth simultaneously, but after 2 months of action, there remained no sign of the Northern Cloud Army. Chen Qian was thoroughly alarmed, as Luoyang Town, Jingshi Town, and the 20 villages of Kongdu Town had all been occupied, forming 20 large cities. In desperation, Chen Qian reported directly to Lord Jinjun Luo Rui. Dialing the shared communication line, "Lord Jinjun, I have matters to report." Luo Rui inquired, "Chen Qian, where do we stand now?" Chen Qian replied, "Lord Jinjun, we have not engaged in battle." Luo Rui, perplexed, asked, "Then what have you been doing during this time?" Chapter 55, The Decision of the Grand Campaign. Chen Qian immediately panicked, stammering, We have been searching for the whereabouts of the Northern Cloud Army." Upon hearing this, Luo Rui's demeanor shifted dramatically. "You have spent months searching for the Northern Cloud Army and found nothing?" Chen Qian, drenched in sweat, exclaimed, "I beg for your forgiveness, Lord Jinjun. I am unworthy." Luo Rui scolded, "What in the world is happening? Speak quickly." Faced with Luo Rui's ire, Chen Qian lamented, "I do not know. The Northern Cloud Army vanished overnight, and I have spent 3 months searching in vain." Luo Rui, now frantic, rebuked Chen Qian, "You better not jeopardize my plans, otherwise I will ensure you have no place to rest in death." Chen Qian, startled, replied, "Yes, Lord Jinjun." Under the command of Chu Zifeng, Luoyang Town, Jingshi Town, and Kongdu Town had begun extensive recruitment, establishing Dan and Qi divisions. Each town's garrison comprised 70,000 troops, with 20,000 in the Dan division. 20,000 in the Qi division, and 50,000 new recruits. Xu Zifeng convened a meeting over the shared communication line, where all generals and commanders from the 6 towns gathered. In high spirits, Xu Zifeng declared, after capturing the 3 towns, it has been 3 consecutive months without the enemy discovering our presence. This is truly splendid. Zihanyan cautioned, I have one concern. I just recalled that while we recruit and train soldiers, the enemy may also be doing the same. Yuan Hongda agreed. General Han Yun speaks wisely. My intelligence network has recently reported that resources and weaponry have been continuously dispatched to the Jin district from the upper city.
It appears their military strength is considerable. Li Zhantian added, this is quite normal, as the enemy possesses abundant resources. They fight, recruit, fight again, and thus their supply remains unceasing. Li Lingfeng pointed out, doesn't this suggest the enemy's forces are already significantly weakened? Otherwise, why would they be recruiting and training so many soldiers? The only explanation is that their combat-capable forces are nearly depleted or have already been exhausted. Li Julian exclaimed in realization, oh I see. This implies that it is highly likely all of Jin district's combat-ready troops are stationed at the mountain city. Upon hearing this, Xu Zifeng felt a surge of respect and stated, if that is indeed the case, we have a chance to seize Jin district in one fell swoop. Zihanyan remarked, however, precisely because they are short on troops, they are incessantly training soldiers. Based on my estimates, the Jin district government could produce 100,000 troops within 2 months of training. By this calculation, the Jin district government likely has over 200,000 troops at present, and in another 2 months, they could recruit an additional 100,000. Xu Zifeng pondered, this presents a favorable opportunity. Yet it is also a significant crisis. While we have a chance to attack, if we become entangled with the enemy, their reinforcements will be ceaseless, and we will only suffer losses. Li Zhantian countered. But if we do not seize the opportunity now, it may become impossible later. If we do not act while the enemy is vulnerable, once they grow stronger, will they still be easy to defeat? Xu Zifeng turned to Lingfeng, what is your opinion? After a moment's hesitation, Li Lingfeng replied, I agree with Zhantian, when the opportunity to strike arises, we must take it. If heaven grants you the chance, you must seize it, lest you face dire consequences. Xu Zifeng nodded in agreement, that is indeed a valid point. Han Yun, what is your perspective? Zihanyan stated, my stance is that we must seize the opportunity, but with 300,000 troops. We cannot afford to be careless. Otherwise, we may be left with only a few hundred survivors in the end. Xu Zifeng inquired, so, Han Yun, what do you mean? Zihanyan declared, I propose we commit all our forces to a final life-or-death struggle against the Jin district government. Xu Zifeng was momentarily taken aback, yet he recognized the value of this opportunity. Should they fail to cherish it, it would be a grave loss. However, out of curiosity, he turned to Li Juyun and asked, Juyun, what do you think? Li Juyun remarked, I concur with the opinions of Li Feng, Han Yun, and Zhang Tian. However, before engaging in battle, we must first assess the details of our forces. Xu Zifeng nodded and stated, currently, each town has newly recruited 50,000 troops, which may prove insufficient. We should aim to recruit a total of 100,000 soldiers across the towns. The assembled generals responded in unison, we are in agreement. Xu Zifeng paused for a moment before inquiring, what is the status of the 200,000 reserve troops at Shirzhen? The general of Shirzhen replied, reporting to the commander, we have successfully trained 120,000 of the 200,000 reserve troops. With 80,000 still untrained, requiring an additional month, Xu Zifeng declared, within 2 months, you must ensure the full complement of troops. The general of Shirzhen affirmed, yes, commander. Xu Zifeng then stated, now let each town of Baiyun report on their troop strength. The general of Tianmen Town reported, Tianmen Town currently has 72,000 personnel across 1 town and 21 villages, along with 520 Thunderbolt machines and 520 Heavenly Gates. The general of Shimen Town stated, Shimen Town has a total of 70,000 personnel across 1 town and 20 villages, with 500 Thunderbolt machines and 500 Heavenly Gates. The general of Shirzhen reiterated, Shirzhen Town has 70,000 personnel across 1 town and 20 villages, with 500 Thunderbolt machines and 500 Heavenly Gates. The general of Huamen Town added, Huamen Town has 70,000 personnel across 20 villages, with 500 Thunderbolt machines and 500 Heavenly Gates. The general of Feitian Town remarked, Feitian Town has 70,000 personnel across 20 villages, with 500 Thunderbolt machines and 500 Heavenly Gates. Upon hearing this, Xu Zifeng expressed his astonishment. I never imagined that the Baiyun Legion would reach such a state. Han Yun remarked, just now I calculated that our Baiyun Legion currently possesses an available fighting force of 842,000 personnel.
with 380,000 untrained recruits, and we have accumulated a total of 6,520 Thunderbolt machines in Heavenly Gates. If we were to initiate warfare at this moment, our chances of victory would be 70%, regardless of how the enemy trains their troops. It would be to no avail. Chu Zifeng, filled with delight, responded, "What if all our forces are fully trained?" Zi Hanyun replied, "If all our troops are fully trained, then this battle will be unsolvable." Chu Zifeng laughed heartily, "Excellent, splendid. I have decided to launch a full-scale assault on the Jin district government." Led by Luo Rui, in 2 months. Zi Hanyun and the gathered generals responded in unison, "We concur, my lord." Chu Zifeng continued, "Now that we have deliberated on our future strategy, we should also consider how to counter the enemy's actions." Li Lingfeng suggested, "Currently Qin Xian has been unable to locate us for 3 months. He must be quite frantic." Chapter 56, Prelude to the Grand Battle. Chu Zifeng agreed, "Indeed, thus we must devise a method to stabilize their anxieties." Zi Hanyun proposed, "I believe their urgency stems from their inability to find us, hence, we merely need to inform them of our location." Li Zhantian added, "What Hanyun suggests is sensible. My proposal is to send them a message indicating that our entire army has set an ambush outside Shanyang town, waiting in vain, and has now retreated back to Shenzhen." Chu Zifeng remarked, "This plan of Zhantian's is brilliant." I concurred. "Very well, this matter is settled." Just as Chen Xian was becoming increasingly anxious about the Baiyun Legion, news reached his ears. On this day, Chen Xian was pacing anxiously within the commander's office when suddenly a soldier rushed in, and upon seeing him, Chen Xian immediately inquired, "What have you discovered?" The sentry replied, reporting to the commander, "I have uncovered some intelligence from the direction of Baiyun." Chen Xian urged, "Speak quickly." The sentry continued, "According to my diligent investigation, the Baiyun Legion has not moved. They have been lying in ambush between the mountain town and Shenzhen for 3 months, but have seen no results and have now retreated back to Shenzhen, as confirmed by eyewitnesses." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." He pointed at the sentry and commanded, "You go find your captain and claim your reward of $2,000 and a promotion to 100-man leader." The sentry, elated, felt as though he were floating, as if the graves of his ancestors had erupted in smoke. He promptly exited to collect his reward. Chen Xian then dialed the shared phone. "Lord Jin Jun, I have received reliable news. An eyewitness has confirmed that the Baiyun Legion has been lying in ambush for 3 months between the city and Shenzhen, waiting in vain, and has now retreated to Shenzhen." Luo Rui, upon hearing this, responded with delight, "Excellent, splendid." After Chen Xian finished his report, he jumped with joy inside the Jin Jun residence. Luo Rui called out loudly, "Summon Huang Jing, the left envoy." Shortly thereafter, Huang Jing arrived at the commander's office. Upon entering, Luo Rui gestured for him to sit. Huang Jing took his seat, and Luo Rui inquired, "Huang Jing, the reason I called you here is to ask how many troops we have successfully trained." Huang Jing replied, "In the past 4 months, we have trained 250,000 troops, along with 100,000 from the Guard district, totaling 350,000 troops." Luo Rui asked, "So? You mean we still have 400,000 troops untrained?" Huang Jing affirmed, "Yes, Lord Jin." Luo Rui stated, "Now that the Baiyun army has completely retreated, this provides us a valuable opportunity to train our forces." Huang Jing exclaimed with joy, "Since they have retreated, we can train our troops effectively." Luo Rui cautioned, "However, although they have retreated, we do not know how long this will last. If they return in just a month, it could hinder our plans." Huang Jing suggested, "We merely need to stabilize their position." Luo Rui queried, "How do we achieve that?" Huang Jing proposed, "Since they have retreated and are not currently attacking, we should take the initiative to launch an offensive." Luo Rui asked, "What kind of offensive?" Huang Jing explained, "We need not advance to the gates of Shenzhen. We should conduct extensive military exercises outside the mountain town, preparing to attack Shenzhen, creating sufficient impact to keep the Baiyun Legion from moving." Luo Rui agreed, "Very well, let it be so." While Luo Rui and Huang Jing reveled in their plans, unbeknownst to them, the Baiyun Legion was continuously training right beneath their noses. After occupying Luoyang Town, Jingshi Town, and Kongdu Town, the population of the 9 towns of Baiyun increased from 1,980,000 to 2,310,000. Under the directives of Luo Rui and Huang Jing, Chen Xian began military drills outside the mountain town, unaware that the Baiyun Legion they were desperately searching for was right beneath their eyelids. Thus, the 1st Legion of the Jin district conducted drills for 2 months. During this time, within the Jin Jun residence, Luo Rui summoned Huang Jing, the left envoy, Mo Duo, the right envoy, and Zhu De, the commander of the Jin district mercenary corps. For a meeting, Luo Rui stated, "Now that we have managed to hold the Baiyun Legion back for 2 months without an attack, this signifies that our chances of annihilating them have significantly increased. Huang Jing laughed heartily. Our scouts have reported that within Shenzhen, the Baiyun forces show no signs of recruiting new troops or mobilizing. As long as we accelerate our training, we can emerge from our stronghold and decisively eliminate the Baiyun Legion.
Luo Rui, filled with joy, asked, "Right Envoy, how many troops do we have left to train?" Right Envoy Mo Duo responded, "Over the past 2 months, we have trained 100,000 troops, bringing our available forces to 350,000. With an additional 300,000 recruits yet to be trained," Commander Zhu De of the Mercenary Corps added, "this means we have a total of 650,000 combat-ready troops. With 300,000 stationed in the mountain town and 350,000 in other towns," Right Envoy Mo Duo confirmed. "Indeed," Luo Rui exclaimed, "this is wonderful. In just 6 months, we can amass 950,000 troops and then commence a devastating encirclement of the Baiyun Legion." Huang Jing Mo Duo and Commander Zhu De all nodded in agreement and rose to congratulate Luo Rui, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Lord Jin, congratulations." Luo Rui laughed heartily. Same to you. I in the 3rd year of Tianqi Mei of the 5th year." Zhu Zifeng dialed the shared phone again to initiate the North Cloud Grand Battle meeting. He asked, "Are the troops across various regions fully trained?" Li Juyun responded, "The 100,000 troops from Luoyang Town have been trained, and now Luoyang Town has a total of 270,000 troops. With 1,800 Thunderbolt machines and 1,800 Heavenly Gates." Zi Hanyun reported, "The 100,000 troops from Jingshi Town have been trained, and now Jingshi Town has a total of 270,000 troops. With 1,800 Thunderbolt machines and 1,800 Heavenly Gates." Li Lingfeng stated, "The 100,000 troops from Kongdu Town have been trained, and now Kongdu Town has a total of 270,000 troops. With 1,800 Thunderbolt machines and 1,800 Heavenly Gates." The general of Shenzhen declared, "The 20,000 reserve troops from Shenzhen have been trained, with 1,500 Thunderbolt machines and 1,500 Heavenly Gates." Li Ying reported, "Now, the 6 towns of Baiyun together have a total of 422,000 troops, along with 3,020 Thunderbolt machines and 3,020 Heavenly Gates." Zhu Zifeng requested, "Report the total numbers." Yuan Hongda replied, "In the 9 towns of Baiyun, there are a total of 1,432,000 troops, with 9,920 Thunderbolt machines and 9,920 Heavenly Gates." Chapter 57, The Grand Battle of Jin. 1. Zhu Zifeng laughed heartily. "Excellent, our military strength has reached its zenith. Now no matter how the Jin district government trains their troops, it will be to no avail." The generals of Baiyun were engaged in lively discussions, their laughter echoing through the shared telephones. Zhu Zifeng declared, "Now we shall commence the Grand Battle of Jin." In unison, the generals responded, "Your wisdom is unparalleled." Commander Zhu Zifeng continued, "Listen to my orders." The generals replied in chorus, "We are at your service." Zhu Zifeng announced, "I hereby declare the mobilization order for this Grand Battle of Jin. We shall deploy 200,000 troops from Shijizhen, 200,000 from Luoyangzhen, 200,000 from Jingshizhen, and 200,000 from Kongduzhen. From the 6 towns of Baiyun, we shall draw from the garrison, extracting 28,000 from each town and 1,500 from each village, totaling 349,500 troops, culminating in an overall strength of 1,149,500 soldiers. The generals responded in unison, "Understood." Zhu Zifeng continued, "This time, Luoyangzhen will deploy 1,500 Thunderstorm machines and 1,500 Heavenly Gates. Jingshizhen will do the same. Kongduzhen will also deploy 1,500 Thunderstorm machines and 1,500 Heavenly Gates. And finally, the 6 towns of Baiyun will mobilize 2,800 Thunderstorm machines and 2,800 Heavenly Gates. In total, we shall wield 8,800 Thunderstorm machines and 8,800 Heavenly Gates." The generals replied, "Understood." Zhu Zifeng said, "Now let each general discuss the battle plan." As Zihanyan spoke, "Our forces will be divided into 3 main components. The garrison of Baiyun consisting of 349,500 soldiers, the 200,000 troops from Shenzhen, and the 60,000 troops from Luoyangzhen, Jingshizhen, and Kongduzhen. Therefore, our assault can be organized into 2 or 3 divisions, the first consisting of the troops from Luoyangzhen, Jingshizhen, and Kongduzhen, and the second comprising the forces from Baiyun and the 200,000 reserve troops." Zhu Zifeng listened attentively. Proceeded Zihanyan continued, "Our first division can launch an offensive from Luoyangzhen, Jingshizhen, and Kongduzhen, targeting Yijayazhen, Tailingzhen, and Heishenzhen. The second division will advance from Shenzhen to attack Shanchengzhen, aiming to annihilate the 30,000 troops stationed there." Zhu Zifeng nodded, "Very well.
we shall proceed as planned. Li Jiantian interjected. Commander, I have a differing opinion. Given our superior numbers, there is no need to gather forces for a united assault. We can strike separately. Chu Zifeng inquired. How do you propose we execute this? Li Jiantian replied. I suggest we divide the Baiyun army into 4 parts, the first consisting of the 200,000 reserve troops and the garrison of Baiyun, the second comprising the 200,000 troops from Liangzhen, the third, the 200,000 from Jingzhizhen, and the fourth, the 200,000 from Kangdezhen. Each group would target the surrounding 3 towns in Shanchengzhen, operating independently to continuously disrupt the enemy before converging outside the Jin district. Li Lingfeng expressed his agreement, and Li Juyun concurred as well. Chu Zifeng remarked, I wholeheartedly support the strategy proposed by Jiantian. Since there are no objections, I shall now appoint the commanders and deploy the troops. The generals replied in unison. We have no objections, Chu Zifeng declared. I now announce the commanders for the 4 divisions. The commander of the 1st division will be Li Jiantian, overseeing the garrison of Baiyun and the 200,000 reserve troops, totaling 549,500 soldiers, tasked with attacking Shanchengzhen and annihilating the 30,000 enemy troops within. The commander of the 2nd division will be Li Lingfeng, leading the 200,000 troops from Kangdezhen to seize Yujiazhen, securing the town and establishing a garrison to build the alchemy and equipment divisions. Before advancing further, the commander of the 3rd division will be Zihanyan, leading the 200,000 troops from Jingzhizhen to attack Tailingzhen, following the same course of action as Lingfeng. The commander of the 4th division will be myself and Li Juyun, commanding the 200,000 troops from Liangzhen to advance on Heishanshan, executing similar maneuvers as Lingfeng and the others. Finally, the defensive commanders are as follows. The general of the garrison in Baiyun will be Li Tsangtian, responsible for overseeing all troops in the 6 towns. The general of Liangzhen will be Yuan Kaiyun, tasked with defending Liangzhen. The general of Jingzhizhen will be Li Ying, responsible for defending Jingzhizhen, and the generals of Kangdezhen will be Li Ju and Li Yun, tasked with its defense. Zihanyan, Li Lingfeng, Li Jiantian, Li Juyun, Li Tsangtian, Yuan Kaiyun, Li Ying, Li Ju, and Li Yun replied in unison. Understood, Commander. Chu Zifeng commanded. You may take your positions. Once you are prepared, I shall initiate the Grand Battle of Jin, determining the outcome in one decisive clash. The generals replied in unison. Understood. After the call ended, all the generals set off to their respective locations. After 5 or 6 days, within Shirzhen, a formidable force of 549,500 troops and 1,966 thunderstorm machines, along with 1,966 heavenly gates, had gathered. Once everyone was ready, Chu Zifeng dispatched a battle notice to the Jin districts. Jin Junfu.at Jin Juanfu Luorui held the recently delivered battle notice, which read, Greetings, Jin Jun Luoruid. I am Chu Zifeng, the commander of the Baiyun army. Today, I formally lead the 6 towns of Baiyun and 300,000 troops to launch a grand battle against you and all the people of Jin district, to determine the fate of the realm in one decisive conflict. Upon reading this, Luorui chuckled, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, A mere Baiyun dares to engage in a life and death struggle with my Jin district. Without a second thought, he set the battle notice ablaze, unaware that the Baiyun forces had mobilized over 1 million troops, while Jin district, including its untrained forces, could only muster 95,000 troops. The next day in Shanchengzhen, the sound of drums reverberated throughout the town, signifying the official departure of the Baiyun 1st Legion. The Baiyun army mobilized 300 Hope of the Sky transport vehicles, each carrying 2,000 soldiers, with 170 vehicles transporting troops, totaling 340,000 soldiers. The remaining 130 vehicles were laden with provisions, elixirs, and all necessary resources, while 20,950 soldiers rode on mid-tier dragons. At Li Jiantian's command, the entire army set forth. Li Tsangtian expressed concern. Tian'er, you must return safely. Your father awaits news of your victorious return. Li Jiantian reassured him. Rest assured, I will take care, father. Do not see us off further. Nodding in understanding, 549,500 troops commenced their march, covering half the journey within a single day. Chapter 58, The Grand Battle of Jin, 2, in Shanchengzhen. Chen Xian received the battle notice from the Baiyun army, dismissing it entirely, believing that with equal forces, he could secure victory. A day later, 549,500 soldiers from the Baiyun army arrived outside Shanchengzhen, establishing their camp that very day. Within Jin Juanfu, Luorui was discussing military matters with Chen Xian. Chen Xian stated, Jin Jun, 30,000 troops from Baiyun are now at our gates, ready to initiate an attack. Luorui laughed heartily. saying, "I have been wondering if the Baiyun army has lost its wits, daring to challenge all the forces of our district with merely 30,000 troops." Chen Qian replied, "Indeed, Jin Jun, I share your thoughts.
Yet we must now devise a strategy to deal with the Baiyun army." Luo Rui ceased his laughter, stating, "You need not worry, I can assign all the newly trained troops to Yi Feng, allowing him to command them, while you and I flank the enemy from the outside of Shanchengsen, annihilating the Baiyun army in one fell swoop." Chen Qian exclaimed, "That would be splendid. With this, our 55,000 troops can surround the Baiyun forces, decisively eliminating their 30,000 main troops." Luo Rui responded, "I shall instruct Yi Feng to mobilize the army immediately." Chen Qian expressed his delight, "I shall await the good news from Jin Jun." Nodding in agreement, Luo Rui, after Chen Qian ended the call, immediately contacted Yi Feng, saying, "Yi Feng, the Baiyun army has deployed 30,000 troops and now stands at the outskirts of Shanchengsen. You must mobilize all soldiers of the Second Army at full speed to Shanchengsen, coordinating with the First Army to launch a pincer attack, annihilating the 30,000 Baiyun troops." Yi Feng affirmed, "Understood, I shall act at once." Luo Rui sighed with relief, then joyfully noted that Yi Feng's Second Army was not assembled in one place but was divided into 3 parties, stationed at Yujayazan, Tailingzhen, and Heishanzhen, with 90,000 troops in Yujayazan, 80,000 in Tailingzhen, and 80,000 in Heishanzhen. This army would not gather as one but would set off from 3 directions, converging at Luyangzhen to support Shanchengsen. However, regardless of the route taken, all paths would lead through Luyangzhen, Jingsizhen, and Kangduzhen, which were precisely where the Baiyun army was stationed. The following day in Shanchengsen, Li Zhantian initiated the assault, surrounding the town and launching a simultaneous attack from all 4 gates. Drawing his sword, he shouted, "Prepare to storm the city." The siege ladders were ready, with 1,075 thunderstorm machines positioned at the forefront, each gate prepared with 1,075 heavenly gates. The war drums resounded, dong 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 dong, as all 4 siege units readied their shield defenses. Li Zhantian commanded, "All troops advance." Suddenly 1,075 thunderbolt jets launched the initial assault, all 4 heavy artillery weapons discharged simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of arrows that enveloped the city towers, causing countless soldiers of the government forces to plummet from the heights. Of the general of Shanqing town promptly commanded a counterattack, ordering the heavy artillery to fire at full strength. At that moment, Li Zhantian discerned the enemy's heavy fire positions within Shanqing town and immediately communicated via the shared telephone, "Fire all units on the Tongtian Avenue." Following his command, over 1,000 energy projectiles were unleashed, saturating the heavy fire points atop the city towers. An incessant series of explosions ensued, annihilating all heavy artillery positions on the walls of Shanyang town, rendering them mere targets for the Northern Cloud Army's firepower. The general of Shanqing town swiftly produced new weaponry. As the Northern Cloud Army had already commenced their siege, the infantry advanced, relentlessly firing, while the city towers were completely covered, leaving no soldiers able to maintain their footing. At that juncture, the soldiers of Shanqing town received reinforcements in the form of new weaponry, the Tianpa cannons, with 500 stationed at each city gate. Upon the general's command, the high-grade Tianpa cannonballs were loaded, and 500 cannons roared to life, striking the Northern Cloud Army's siege forces at all 4 gates, resulting in devastating explosions that claimed countless lives. From afar, Li Zhantian, witnessing the destruction, could not help but exclaim, "What a remarkable arsenal Shanqing town has hidden away." After assessing the battlefield, Li Zhantian issued a new command, "All troops listen up, move the Thunderbolt jets in Tongtian Avenue forward by 30 meters and then initiate the attack." The infantry should continue their advance. Under Li Zhantian's orders, the Northern Cloud Army complied, moving the Thunderbolt jets in Tongtian Avenue forward. This maneuver provided the government forces a momentary reprieve, allowing them to ascend the towers and commence firing. Meanwhile, the government troops hoisted all heavy artillery onto the battlements, launching a relentless barrage that inflicted severe losses upon the advancing Northern Cloud infantry. Half an hour later, the positions of the Northern Cloud Army's Thunderbolt jets in Tongtian Avenue had successfully advanced 30 meters. With another command from Li Zhantian, over 1,000 Thunderbolt jets unleashed their firepower, instantly covering and suppressing all heavy fire points in Shanqing town. The heavy artillery atop the 4 towers was rendered incapacitated, while the cannons of Tongtian Avenue roared into action, blanketing the towers in a relentless assault. Just as the heavy artillery was obliterated, the Tianpa cannon positions within Shanqing town were also overwhelmed, resulting in a cascade of explosions as the cannons were systematically destroyed. As the Tianpa cannons prepared for a counterattack, the mobile artillery positions were swiftly silenced once more, within a mere 3 hours.
All heavy artillery and Tianpa cannons in Shanxing town were utterly dismantled, leaving the four towers as mere targets. The soldiers faced catastrophic losses, yet the forces of Shanxing town could not afford to retreat. To defend their stronghold, the entire army had no choice but to endure the onslaught of the Northern Cloud Army's artillery, retaliating whenever possible. Despite their efforts, the defenders were continually battered, with some being reduced to mere fragments. After a day of torment, the soldiers of Shanxing town, at the cost of many lives, managed to hold their ground. As night fell, the soldiers began to alter their tactics to reduce casualties, deciding to take cover whenever the Northern Cloud Army fired. Waiting for them to advance, knowing that they would hesitate to strike their own troops. Chapter 59, The Grand Battle of Brocade. 3. However, reality proved contrary to their expectations. The artillery fire from the Northern Cloud Army was nearly all-encompassing, and the enemy on the four towers suffered grievous losses. Within the command center of Shanxing town, Chen Xian gazed at the frontline reports with disbelief, while the mayors of the other four towns wore expressions of dismay. Chen Xian's voice rose in anger. "You inept fools, in just one day, we've lost all our Tianpa cannon units and heavy artillery," Luanping interjected. "Currently our casualties are escalating at an alarming rate. Today alone, we have lost over 10,000 men," Jing Shimo remarked. "If this continues, we can only hold out for a month at most," Kong Muda suggested. "Shall we withdraw into the alleys and engage in urban warfare to buy time?" Chen Xian replied, "Let's see how things unfold tomorrow, but if the losses remain this severe, we will retreat and fortify the alleys." Everyone nodded in agreement with Chen Xian's directive. After their discussion, Chen Xian contacted Yi Feng, saying, "Yi Feng, when will your 250,000 troops arrive? We can barely hold on any longer." Yi Feng, taken aback by the urgency, responded sharply, "Chen Xian, you can't be serious, you have 300,000 troops. How can you be on the verge of collapse?" Chen Xian explained, "Yi Feng, you have no idea how fierce the Northern Cloud Army's firepower is. In just one day, we've lost all our heavy artillery and Tianpa cannons, and over 10,000 soldiers have perished." Yi Feng was alarmed by the casualty figures. "Does that mean you can only hold out for a month at most?" "Indeed," Chen Xian confirmed, "that is why I implore you to hasten your reinforcements." Yi Feng, now drenched in sweat, assured, "All right, do your best to delay them. I will lead my forces to Shanxing town as swiftly as possible. Also, you must report this situation to Jin Jin immediately and urge him to act decisively." "Understood," Chen Xian replied. "You must come quickly." After their conversation, Chen Xian immediately called Luo Rui, stating, "Lord Jun Jin, we are in dire straits. Shanxing town is on the brink of falling." Luo Rui inquired, "What happened? How could Shanxing town be on the verge of collapse in just one day?" Chen Xian lamented, "Lord Jun Jin, you don't understand. The firepower of the Northern Cloud Army is overwhelming. In just one day, we have lost all 2,000 of our Tianpa cannons and heavy artillery, with over 10,000 soldiers dead." Upon hearing this, Luo Rui was taken aback, unsure how to respond, standing frozen for a moment before asking, "Chen Xian, do you have a strategy to counter this?" Chen Xian suggested, "If our losses remain severe over the next 2 days, I will command the army to transition to urban warfare to buy time until Yi Feng arrives with reinforcements." Luo Rui nodded. "All right, as long as you have a plan, I cannot offer any further assistance. Yes, I will resolutely defend Shanxing town and stand with it through thick and thin," Chen Xian vowed. After hanging up, Yi Feng rapidly mobilized his troops, with the armies of the three towns marching day and night towards Shanxing town for support. 2 days later, the defenders of Shanxing town faced catastrophic losses, with 4,000 soldiers lost over the course of 3 days. Forced to transition entirely to urban warfare, Shanxing town, with a population of 250,000 plus 260,000 troops, now boasted a total of 510,000 inhabitants. Meanwhile, the Northern Cloud Army, numbering in the tens of thousands, was on the outskirts, threatening to swell the population to nearly 1 million. Far away in the three towns, the 2nd Division of the army had been marching for 8 days. At this moment, Zhu Zifeng, Li Lingfeng, and Zi Hanyun, having learned of the situation, were discussing via the shared telephone. "This is a perfect opportunity," Zhu Zifeng posited. "They are emerging in 3 separate groups, which gives us a chance to eliminate them without engaging in direct confrontation." Li Lingfeng cautioned, "Even divided, their forces are formidable. We cannot afford to underestimate them. We must rely on strategy rather than brute force." Zi Hanyun suggested, "Ambushing them is our best course of action. We should first target their heavy artillery before engaging their soldiers." "Agreed," Zhu Zifeng affirmed. "Let us proceed with the plan as proposed by Zi Hanyun. Mobilize the troops immediately." Both Li Lingfeng and Zi Hanyun responded in unison, "Yes, Commander." With their plans finalized, the armies of the three towns began their mobilization. While the 2nd Division of the army would require 4 more days to reach them. On the 5th day, Li Zhantian commanded his troops to advance into Shanqing town. At that moment, all 4 gates had fallen, and hundreds of thousands of Northern Cloud troops surged into the city. Li Zhantian was acutely aware of the implications of this situation. He directed the Northern Cloud army to steadily compress their advance, resolutely avoiding a rapid approach to prevent falling into the enemy's ambush. Under the relentless pressure of the 530,000 Northern Cloud soldiers, the government forces suffered continuous casualties. Almost every building and every corner bore witness to the presence of government soldiers. As the number of government troops was nearly equal to that of the town's civilians, with soldiers hiding in every household, this was not the primary concern, rather, it was their possession of the Fire Sky Thunder weapon. Should they hurl this weapon from above, it could disappear, resulting in catastrophic losses for the Northern Cloud troops. In the urban combat of Shanqing town, the Northern Cloud forces were apprehensive about harming civilians and thus refrained from employing heavy firepower, rendering the thunder of 10 blades and the heavenly road ineffective. Yet, if the Northern Cloud army did not recklessly penetrate deeper, they could avoid significant losses due to ambushes from Fire Sky Thunder. Night and day, the Northern Cloud army continued to compress and eliminate the living forces of the government troops. The front line of the government forces was essentially entrenched near the town center, unwilling to concede even an inch, and even reinforcing their ranks to engage the Northern Cloud army. After 3 days of conflict, another battlefield was on the verge of erupting in a grand battle at the border villages of Luoyang town, Jingshi town, and Kongdu town, where the Second Army's 3-pronged approach had arrived. At these locations, the commanders of the 3 armies, including the mayors of Tiling town, Haitan town, Chongping town, and Luoying town, led their forces forward, gradually passing through the villages. In the center of Yifeng's army, Yifeng sat in a vehicle, observing the scenery along the way. Chapter 60, The Grand Battle of Brocade. 4. Along the route, many villages appeared desolate, devoid of any inhabitants, as if long abandoned. Yifeng led his army through these villages, the sound of transport vehicles echoing. He turned to the mayor of Tiling town beside him and remarked, "Do you not find it strange that this village is entirely deserted? It is usually bustling with people." The mayor of Tiling town, equally puzzled, replied, "Indeed, we have passed through so many villages, yet not a soul is to be found." Just as Yifeng was about to speak again, cannon fire suddenly erupted from both sides. A deafening barrage of cannon fire rained down upon Yifeng's 90,000 troops, as 200,000 Northern Cloud soldiers unleashed a relentless volley. In an instant, a vast swath of Yifeng's forces fell, with some transport vehicles even obliterated by the explosions. Yifeng bellowed, "All troops dismount and prepare for battle." The entire army swiftly readied themselves for combat. However, the Northern Cloud artillery was overwhelmingly powerful and dense. Yifeng's men barely managed to return fire before being engulfed by the barrage. In less than a minute, 150,000 spirit bullets and 550,000 arrows descended upon the beleaguered 90,000 enemy troops. Yifeng's forces were decimated, and within 10 minutes nearly all of them were annihilated. Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun led their troops to encircle the area, and as the smoke cleared from the battlefield, only 50 high-ranking leaders remained. Along with Yifeng and the mayor of Tiling town, Chu Zifeng waved his hand, and the encircling troops halted, manifesting an aura of divine dread. He wielded a white spear, while Li Juyun brandished a great blade as white as snow. Chu Zifeng shouted, "Come at me together." Yifeng and the mayor exchanged glances before turning their attention to Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun. Realizing that both were mid-stage practitioners of the Yizhi Yuan realm, Yifeng gestured, "You all can attack together." From the 50 survivors, 30 leaders stepped forward. Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun frowned, for among these 30 leaders, 14 were also mid-stage Yizhi Yuan realm practitioners, while 16 were at the early stage. These 30 figures wielded a variety of weapons. Some held large hammers, others great swords, axes, long swords, and spears. As they charged forward, Yifeng observed with a slight smile, as if Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun were already doomed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun immediately activated their imperial divine skills. Employing the first divine technique, the sky-soaring fist red energy enveloped both Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun, requiring half a minute to fully manifest their powers. Faced with the 30 approaching adversaries, they could only brace themselves for battle. With all their might, they confronted the onslaught of the 30 roaring foes. Raising their weapons, Chu Zifeng executed the divine technique sky-soaring sword slash, and in an instant, their weapons radiated crimson. The 30 armed adversaries charged forward with full force.
Utilizing the advantage of his spear's reach, Chu Zifeng thrust rapidly, dispatching two of the early-stage Izhi Yuan enemies after deflecting their attacks for several exchanges. Meanwhile, the mid-stage Izhi Yuan enemies continued to press forward. Li Juyun retreated slightly, transforming her sword into a bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows. With Li Juyun's support, Chu Zifeng seized the opportunity to strike, taking down one mid-stage Izhi Yuan enemy and three early-stage foes. After half a minute of fierce fighting, the tide of battle began to shift. Yi Feng shouted, "Quickly learn their weaknesses." The remaining few enemies began to unleash their full strength. In a swift display, Chu Zifeng pierced through 7 enemies within 30 exchanges, while Li Juyun dispatched the remaining foes with her arrows. Yi Feng and the other adversaries were left in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Yi Feng asked, "What did you do?" Chu Zifeng replied with a grin, "Just a few moves, nothing more." Behind him, Li Juyun beamed with delight. Yi Feng scrutinized Chu Zifeng, still unable to grasp the situation. He waved his hand once more. Summoning 12 formidable practitioners, test his limits. The 12 warriors, all at the late stage of the Izhi Yuan realm, charged into battle. As they approached, Li Juyun swiftly drew her bow, releasing a barrage of arrows. The 12 warriors raised their weapons to defend, but were forced back several steps. One warrior remarked, "Commander, the opponent is at the late stage of the Izhi Yuan realm." Yi Feng commanded, "Utilize all your strength to eliminate them." Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun exchanged glances. Chu Zifeng said to Juyun, "It seems the enemy possesses similar strength. We must elevate our own." With that, they immediately unleashed the first divine technique, Light Wave Fist. At that moment, the 12 warriors charged forward, and Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun were compelled to engage. Yi Feng chuckled, "It seems they truly are only at the late stage of the Izhi Yuan realm. This is their limit." As Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun retreated, they activated the second divine technique, 3000 Thunderclouds Sky-Crushing Fist, which required half a minute to take effect. Li Juyun continued to fire arrows to delay the 12 warriors' advance. Despite their retreat, they found themselves ensnared, forced into close combat. Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun executed the divine technique Sky Soaring Flash, engaging in combat with the 12 foes. Although their combat prowess had increased, they still found themselves overwhelmed. After 20 exchanges, both Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun sustained injuries. After another 10 exchanges, they were struck again, and after 2 to 3 dozen exchanges, they suffered 4 more wounds. At that moment, the first divine technique, Light Wave Fist, began to manifest its power, rapidly healing their injuries. Just 2 seconds later, the effects of the second divine technique, 3000 Thunderclouds Sky-Crushing Fist, took hold, elevating Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun to the pinnacle of the Izhi Yuan realm. The 12 enemy commanders remained oblivious to this change. Li Juyun swiftly retreated and unleashed a volley of arrows, while Chu Zifeng launched a fierce counterattack. The 12 enemy commanders, underestimating Chu Zifeng's newfound speed and strength, were caught off guard. Within 10 exchanges, Chu Zifeng had slain 5 of them, while Li Juyun took down 4 more. The remaining 2 enemies were left in shock. Chapter 61, The Grand Battle of Brocade. 5. In that instant, they sought rescue from Yi Feng and his remaining forces, but Chu Zifeng would not grant them such an opportunity. Seizing the moment of their hesitation, he transformed his spear into a sword and, with blinding speed, severed their heads from their bodies. Yi Feng's expression grew grave as he inquired, "What on earth did you use to enhance your strength so rapidly?" Li Juyun replied with a smile, "Just this thing." Yi Feng's face twitched, and he gestured, "You all can attack together." The 5 generals of the enemy, all at the pinnacle of the billionaire Yuan realm, emerged from the shadows, although they too possessed this formidable strength. They were notably inferior to Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun. Even so, they dared not underestimate their opponent. Unleashing their full power, Chu Zifeng transformed his sword into a spear and charged forward with remarkable speed. The 5 adversaries joined forces, barely managing to suppress Chu Zifeng. Li Juyun drew her bow and released an arrow, which struck an unsuspecting enemy general directly through the chest. The remaining 4 generals were taken aback, but it was too late to change their fate. Chu Zifeng and Li Juyun prepared to unleash their third divine technique, the 3000 Flowing Clouds Palm and the Breaking Void Fist. The 4 enemy generals, realizing they could not escape, urgently called for assistance from the 3 half-step Master Realm warriors. However, upon glancing at the indifferent Yi Feng, they hesitated to advance, with no hope of rescue. The 4 enemy generals braced themselves for battle. Within half a minute, Chu Zifeng's strength surged to the pinnacle of the half-step Master Realm. With a mere flick of his hand, he sent the weapons of the 4 enemy generals flying into the air. As he spun his spear with incredible speed, the 4 generals found themselves repeatedly slashed, their abdomens torn open, their innards spilling forth as the spear wreaked havoc. The organs of the 4 generals were reduced to mere pulp.
A chill radiated from Yifeng as he commanded, "Let us strike together." The mayor of Teeling Town and the three half-step billionaire Yuan generals nodded in agreement and launched their full assault. Chu Zifeng called out, "Sister Juyun, those four are yours." Li Juyun nodded, "Understood, brother." Chu Zifeng charged directly at Yifeng, while Li Juyun faced off against the mayor of Teeling Town and the three half-step billionaire Yuan generals. Armed with a white spear, Chu Zifeng approached Yifeng, who drew his sword and thrust it forward. Their weapons clashed relentlessly. With a powerful strike, Yifeng sent Chu Zifeng's white spear flying. A sweep of Yifeng's sword left a gash on Chu Zifeng's abdomen. Yifeng chuckled coldly, and Chu Zifeng, glancing at the wound, couldn't help but smile. He immediately unleashed his fourth divine technique, the Emperor's Fist, channeling the essence of imperial might. Yifeng, witnessing this, inquired, "What is this? I've never seen you consume any elixir. Yet your strength has increased." Chu Zifeng replied with a smile, "This is the power of justice." Yifeng chuckled in response, "Then allow me to witness this power of justice." Meanwhile, Li Juyun had transformed her bow into a blade. Confronting the mayor of Teeling Town and the three enemy generals, she engaged them fiercely, utilizing her ultimate skills to contend against their onslaught. After a fierce exchange, Li Juyun retreated and prepared to unleash her fourth divine technique, the Emperor's Fist. The five adversaries paused for only a moment before launching their assault once more. As Yifeng pressed his attack, Chu Zifeng found himself unable to fully respond, his strength not yet entirely restored. Yifeng's swift sword struck, and despite Chu Zifeng's desperate defense, his spear was soon knocked aside, leaving his throat exposed. Just as it seemed Chu Zifeng was doomed, a golden giant sword appeared in his hand, the Emperor's Heavenly Path sword. With all his might, he blocked Yifeng's strike. Yifeng, momentarily surprised, resumed his rapid assault. After parrying several blows, Chu Zifeng hurled the Emperor's Heavenly Path sword at Yifeng, who deflected it effortlessly. As Yifeng lunged forward, Chu Zifeng summoned his divine technique, the Skyward Fist. His entire being surged with crimson true energy, and as their attacks were about to collide, the Emperor's Heavenly Path sword, having been deflected, soared back toward Yifeng's back. Yifeng felt a sudden chill and quickly turned to defend, blocking the sword. However, before he could fully regain his composure, Chu Zifeng's fist struck him squarely in the back, causing him to spit blood and stagger backward. Without giving Yifeng a moment to recover, Chu Zifeng unleashed his first divine technique, the Light Wave Fist, enveloping himself in azure true energy. The impact was monumental, akin to breaking through a multitude of foes. Yifeng, wielding his sword with all his might, attempted to withstand the force. With a resounding clang, Yifeng's sword was sent flying. Chu Zifeng surged forward, and at this moment, Yifeng dared not be careless. Channeling all his true energy to its utmost limit, he retaliated with a powerful punch. Chu Zifeng was knocked back, performing 3 somersaults before regaining his footing, blood spilling from his mouth. Glancing at the nearby divine weapon, he swiftly rolled to retrieve it. Just as Yifeng aimed to attack, the Emperor's Heavenly Path sword intervened. Upon reclaiming the divine weapon, Chu Zifeng held the divine sword in his left hand and the Emperor's Heavenly Path sword in his right. Locking eyes with Yifeng, who took the opportunity to retrieve his long sword, Chu Zifeng did not obstruct him as he too awaited the right moment. As Yifeng resumed his relentless assault, Chu Zifeng raised both swords, their strengths now evenly matched, with the Emperor's Heavenly Path sword bolstering his power. Chu Zifeng ascended to the threshold of the Master Realm. The two warriors exchanged blows, each gaining ground in a fierce duel. After several seconds, the power of Chu Zifeng's fourth divine technique surged forth. Instantly, he was suffused with imperial energy, achieving the pinnacle of the half-step Master Realm. Feeling this surge of power, Chu Zifeng launched a full-on assault, his dual swords dancing through the air with deadly precision. Yifeng struggled to maintain his grip on his sword, astonished at the sudden increase in Chu Zifeng's strength. After delivering more than 20 strikes, Chu Zifeng unleashed the 3000 Thundercloud sword, the Heavenly Desolation Slash. His left hand crackled with divine lightning from the divine weapon, while his right hand wielded the Emperor's Heavenly Path sword. Imbued with the essence of desolation, with all his might, he swung both swords. Yifeng recognized the devastating potential of these strikes and defended with all his strength, yet, even a single full-force blow from the divine weapon sent his sword trembling violently. When the Emperor's Heavenly Path sword descended, it sent Yifeng's sword soaring away. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Zifeng unleashed a rapid flurry of 6 strikes, landing blows upon Yifeng. 1 strike struck his face, another his chest, 2 more on either side, and the final blow cleaved through his skull, severing his head from his body. Chapter 62, The Grand Battle of Brocade. 6. Yifeng met a gruesome demise on the spot. And with a swift kick, Chu Zifeng sent Yifeng's sword flying. The mayor of Teeling Town was pierced through, dying instantly, while the 3 enemy generals were left in shock, with one opponent eliminated. Li Juyun felt the weight lifted and swung her large blade with vigor, cleaving the three generals into 5 pieces each. Thus, the 90,000 government troops were utterly annihilated, with the Northern Cloud Army suffering minimal losses. The other 2 enemy forces were also completely vanquished, with the Northern Cloud Army's casualties not exceeding 30,000. In the span of 3 battles, the Northern Cloud Army had eliminated 250,000 enemy troops. Chu Zifeng promptly relayed the battlefield report to Li Zhantian, who rejoiced and vowed to capture Shanqing town. After a day of rest, the Northern Cloud Army advanced again, with 3 separate forces of 200,000 each attacking Yejia town, Tiling town, and Haitian town. At this moment, the 3 towns had no substantial military presence. The 3 forces of the Northern Cloud Army marched tirelessly, and within 15 days, they would reach the towns and seize them. Meanwhile, Chen Qian and others within Shanqing town awaited the arrival of reinforcements. 15 days later, the 3 forces of the Northern Cloud Army successfully captured Yejia town, Tiling town, and Haitian town, leaving only 20 villages under their command. Chu Zifeng commanded that upon conquering each town, all territory should be reorganized according to the Northern Cloud Army's system. The residents of the 20 villages were to be gathered together to establish 20 large cities. A portion of the main army would remain stationed, while each city would recruit new soldiers, establish alchemy departments and weaponry departments, while the main forces continued their advance to capture the remaining strongholds. However, as 15 days passed, the second large army, which was supposed to arrive, had yet to appear, leaving Chen Qian and others trapped in Shanqing town anxious and restless. Chen Qian attempted to make a shared call to Yifeng but found the line unresponsive. He pondered and decided to reach out to Luo Rui for guidance. After dialing the shared line, he said, "Lord Jin, it's been 15 days, and I wonder where the second army is." Luo Rui was taken aback by the question and replied, "Aren't you the one in contact with them? Why are you asking me?" Chen Qian felt a bit speechless, as he indeed should have been the most informed about this matter. He responded, "Lord Jin, I have been unable to reach Yifeng. No matter how I tried, the shared line remains silent." Luo Rui replied, "Such a situation is unusual. I will have someone inquire via the shared line." After speaking, Luo Rui's subordinate immediately attempted to contact Yifeng through the shared line, but the call also failed to connect. After 3 attempts, they finally managed to get through. The subordinate handed the shared line to Luo Rui, saying, "Lord Jin, the call is connected." Luo Rui leisurely took the shared line and said, "Yifeng, Chen Qian mentioned he couldn't reach you. You need to call him back." With that, Luo Rui hung up the shared line and picked up another one, stating, "Chen Qian, you just heard it. Yifeng will personally call you back. You can speak with him then." Chen Qian nodded. "Understood, Lord Jin." Chen Qian had just ended a shared call when Yifeng's call came through. Yifeng inquired, "Chen Qian, what brings you to contact me?" Upon hearing his voice, Chen Qian sensed something was amiss. Yifeng's tone was unusually different from before. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qian directly inquired, "Yifeng, has your voice changed?" Yifeng replied, "It's nothing, I've just been shouting in anger these past few days. Do you have something to discuss?" Chen Qian stated, "It has been over 10 days, why has your second army reinforcement not yet arrived?" Yifeng responded, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. With the weather being what it is, I've been quite muddled. I almost neglected to inform you." Chen Qian, perplexed, asked, "What have you forgotten to tell me?" Yifeng disclosed, "A few days ago, while on our way, we were intercepted by the Northern Yin troops from the direction of Shanqing town. We have been under siege for several days now, and all reinforcements are unable to reach you." Chen Qian exclaimed, "How can that be? All the Northern Yin troops are here with me, and our strengths are equal. How could they possibly have the power to block you?" Yifeng replied, "What is impossible about it? According to the intelligence I've received, the Northern Yin army deployed a total of 700,000 troops for this campaign, while publicly claiming only 300,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Qian nodded in astonishment. "Indeed, I thought the firepower of the Northern Yin army was overwhelming. It turns out they were concealing their forces." Everything suddenly made sense. Yifeng continued, "From the intelligence gathered here, the forces blocking us amount to over 200,000. Chen Qian, alarmed, replied, "Then are we doomed?" Yifeng reassured him, "Not necessarily. If you fight desperately to break through, you still have a chance to survive." Chen Qian realized the truth in his words. Given his current predicament, breaking through was indeed their only option. He asked, "How can we break through when the enemy's strength exceeds ours even at full capacity?" Yifeng suggested, "You could create a diversion, concentrating all firepower at one point to draw the enemy there, while you escape from a weaker flank." Chen Qian praised, "What a brilliant strategy." Yifeng concluded, "Now it's up to you, put in your best effort."
If you manage to break through, consider it fortunate; if not, it's simply unfortunate. With that, Yi Feng ended the call. After the shared phone call was disconnected, Chu Zifeng revealed a cold smile, just as he finished his call. Another shared call came in for Li Zhantian within Shanqing town. After several days of street battles, the First Army had suffered heavy losses and now numbered only 180,000. In the evening, the government forces launched a fierce assault towards the south. While the northern Yun troops had dwindled to 480,000, with 120,000 in each direction. In the northern Yun command center, Li Zhantian received reports from the front lines indicating that the government forces had suddenly launched a reckless breakout towards the south, while the remaining three directions of government troops had virtually vanished, suggesting a total evacuation. Li Zhantian promptly redirected the northern Yun troops from the other three directions to encircle the southern enemy forces. Determined to annihilate them, following Li Zhantian's orders, large numbers of northern Yun troops surged towards the south, while Chen Xian and his small contingent lay hidden in high-rise buildings, quietly observing wave after wave of northern Yun troops pass by. After all the northern Yun troops had passed, Chen Xian and his men chose to break through towards the west. Thus, while 140,000 government troops engaged in a desperate battle in the south, Chen Xian and his small force stealthily made their escape. Chapter 63, The Great Battle of Jin. 7. In the south, 140,000 government troops found themselves completely surrounded by the northern Yun army. Facing a pincer attack from nearly 380,000 troops. On the southern battlefield, the government forces, gathered in one spot, continuously attacked the 120,000 northern Yun troops. Initially, the government forces lacked heavy firepower and could not engage the northern Yun army head-on, which is why they had been taking refuge in various buildings and alleys. However, the situation suddenly shifted. The government forces, previously on the defensive, launched a desperate counterattack. The northern Yun troops, engaged in urban combat, were compelled into a full defensive posture by this unexpected assault. All northern Yun forces in the south quickly established defensive formations, while vast quantities of Qifeng Thunder and Tongtian Road were transported to the front lines. At the southern front, the 120,000 northern Yun troops struggled to defend themselves as the government forces' offensive was exceedingly fierce, inflicting severe casualties even during their defense. Once the Qifeng Thunder and Tongtian Road arrived, the pressure on the front lines eased somewhat. A total of 1,075 Qifeng Thunder were launched at full speed, releasing 1,075 energy arrows in a single second. Within a minute, 320,000 energy arrows had been fired, decimating the advancing government troops. Following this, 100,000 energy bombs were unleashed from the northern Yun positions, resulting in minimal survivors within a 300-meter radius. Nevertheless, the enemy continued their relentless charge. Thus, the northern Yun troops in the south found themselves unable to advance, as both sides engaged in fierce combat, each striving to gain ground. Meanwhile, the northern Yun forces from the other three directions launched their own offensives against the government troops, exhibiting equally fierce firepower. Capable of firing 320,000 energy arrows and 100,000 energy bombs in a minute, the government forces, caught off guard by the simultaneous assaults from all four directions, suffered tremendous losses. On another front, Chen Xian led Luanping, Jing Shimo, Kong Mudu, Tai Wuchang, and 40,000 government troops in a full-scale retreat towards the west, finding the path eerily devoid of northern Yun troops, just as Chen Xian and his men believed they were safe and close to escape. An unexpected barrage of energy arrows erupted from various streets and high buildings, followed by continuous explosions. Countless government soldiers were struck down. In that critical moment, Chen Xian did not issue a counterattack order. Instead, he commanded the entire army to advance rapidly, disregarding the fallen soldiers, and to flee with all their might. Consequently, the government forces became easy targets, suffering continuous losses as they retreated. After a harrowing struggle, Chen Xian managed to lead a few thousand surviving troops to the western gate of Shanqing town. Finally able to breathe a sigh of relief, he looked up to find the western gate's watchtower completely empty. Chen Xian laughed heartily and shouted, "All troops, accelerate the retreat!" But just as he finished speaking, countless northern Yun troops appeared atop the western gate watchtower. A torrential rain of energy arrows and bombs descended upon Chen Xian and his remaining forces. The ensuing explosions were deafening, and within a minute, all of the several thousand remaining troops were annihilated. Among the survivors were only Chen Xian, Luanping, Jing Shimo, Kong Mudu, Tai Wuchang, and a few dozen key generals. Li Zhantian descended, laughing. "Shall we engage together?" Chen Xian glanced at Li Zhantian, noting that he was merely at the mid-stage of the Yi Yuan realm, and could not help but chuckle. "You all go ahead and capture him."
Without drawing their weapons, dozens of key generals charged at Li Zhantian with bare hands. Li Zhantian, with a disdainful smile, had already unleashed his first through fourth divine skills, greatly enhancing his power from the mid-stage of the Yi Yuan realm to the pinnacle of the Quasi-Zhongshi Jun realm. 60 senior generals, with strengths ranging from the initial stage of the Yi Yuan realm to the verge of the Zhongshi Jun realm, rushed in at full speed. Li Zhantian remained unperturbed. As he moved, his left hand glowed with red true energy while his right hand emanated blue true energy, charging forward. In an instant, the 60 senior generals could hardly see how he struck. As several were struck through the abdomen, 5 of them perishing instantly, the remaining 55 senior generals were left in shock. Li Zhantian wasted no time and activated his second divine skill, 3000 thunderclouds. Instantly, his body crackled with lightning true energy as he launched his attack. 7 senior generals positioned at the front struck simultaneously, pooling their true energy into a single force aimed at Li Zhantian. In a fierce clash, the bones of their arms shattered, and their internal organs were obliterated. The 7 fell lifeless to the ground, while the remaining 48 senior generals surged forward. Li Zhantian unleashed his second divine skill, Heavenly Desolate Fist. After 30 exchanges, 12 senior generals were slain, leaving 36 who drew their weapons and charged at Li Zhantian. Li Zhantian summoned his innate weapon, Warbreaker of the Skies, a white sword, and executed his third divine skill, 3000 Flowing Clouds Palm, merging it into a combined divine skill, 3000 Broken Cloud Sword Technique. In the ensuing battle, each of the senior generals could barely withstand 2 strikes, and one by one the 36 fell, their deaths gruesome. After a final cry of despair, the last senior general collapsed. Chen Xian, Luanping, Jing Shimo, Kong Mudu, and Tai Wuchang were left in stunned silence. Luanping exclaimed, "Are you truly at the mid-stage of the Yi Yuan realm?" Li Zhantian replied with a smile, "Why not test it yourself, Chen Xiandao? Everyone, let's take advantage of our numerical superiority and eliminate him." Luanping and the others all nodded in agreement, and together they charged towards Li Zhantian. The 5 of them, armed with weapons, relentlessly attacked Li Zhantian, who continuously wielded his long sword. The 6 fought fiercely, neither side gaining the upper hand. Among the 5, Chen Xian was the only one at the Quasi-Master Jun realm, while the other 4 were at the half-step Master Jun realm. With all 5 attacking at once, it was difficult for Li Zhantian to achieve a decisive victory. After 300 exchanges, Li Zhantian immediately unleashed the Imperial Sword Technique. As he struck, his sword momentum, techniques, and speed all surged. After 80 exchanges, the 5 sensed a shift in Li Zhantian's power, but they could not disengage and could only continue their assault. Chapter 64, The Grand Battle of Jin. 8. Li Zhantian swiftly swung his sword, and Chen Xian, having only withstood 3 strikes, was forced back. Luanping, Jing Shimo, Kong Mudu, and Tai Wuchang faced Li Zhantian's fierce swordsmanship head-on. After Chen Xian was repelled, despite their utmost efforts, they could only barely defend against his onslaught. As they exchanged blows rapidly, Chen Xian launched a surprise attack from behind, but Li Zhantian suddenly pivoted and transformed his sword into a spear, countering Chen Xian's thrust. Chen Xian's long sword pierced the air as Li Zhantian's spear struck true, impaling him with a single thrust. Luanping and the others were momentarily stunned by the sight, forgetting their assault. Li Zhantian shook his spear, splitting Chen Xian in 2. Luanping cried out, "Chen Xian!" Jing Shimo, Kong Mudu, and Tai Wuchang were equally horrified, calling out his name. Li Zhantian retracted his spear, converting it back into a long sword, and the 4 attacked him once more, despite their desperate defenses. Li Zhantian suddenly turned and slashed, forcing Luanping and the others to evade. Unexpectedly, his long sword transformed back into a spear, piercing Kong Mudu's abdomen. Another tremor, and Kong Mudu was once again cleaved in 2. Luanping, Jing Shimo, and Tai Wuchang were left in shock. Despite their combined efforts, they had lost one of their OWN. Li Zhantian advanced once more, spear in hand, and the trio was compelled to confront him. He swiftly swung his spear, striking Luanping in the eye, then another thrust sent Jing Shimo's right arm flying. A direct jab impaled Tai Wuchang's arm, the spear penetrating through the bone and emerging from his shoulder. The 3 cried out in agony as Li Zhantian laughed heartily, declaring, "I shall not let you perish so easily." With that, he thrust into Luanping's knee, severing both his arms and leaving him gruesomely mutilated. Jing Shimo and Tai Wuchang attempted to flee, but Li Zhantian transformed his spear back into a sword and, with a few swift movements, reduced the 2 to mere fragments. Thus, the 40,000 troops that had attempted to break through were entirely annihilated, and the hundreds of thousands of desperate souls within Shanqing town met a bloody demise. After a day and night, the government forces of 14,000 were completely wiped out, marking a resounding victory for the Northern Cloud Army. In this battle, the Northern Cloud Army suffered a loss of 60,000, leaving them with 420,000 soldiers. Li Zhantian retained 30,000 troops in Shanqing town and, following a day of regrouping, led 39,000 soldiers to support the siege of other key strongholds, simultaneously seizing 20 villages under the jurisdiction of Shanqing town. Thus, a month passed, during which Li Zhantian captured 20 villages within Shanqing town and advanced towards other strongholds. The three routes of the Northern Cloud Army also occupied 20 villages beneath Yifamli town, Tiling town, and Haitian town, and now, within the entire Jin district, only the key towns of Changping, Luyin, and Taiping remained under the control of the government forces. While the Northern Cloud Army had already seized 13 towns, threatening the very foundation of the Jin district government, Dai and the Jin district's Jin Juanfu Luo Rui was listening to Zui Yuanjia Huang Jing report on the training progress of the troops. Huang Jing stated, Jin Jun, in the past 2 months, we have trained an additional 100,000 soldiers, bringing the total to 200,000, with another 200,000 still in training. Luo Rui replied joyfully. Excellent, the situation in the Jin district's battle should now be favorable for us. With the newly trained 100,000 troops, our chances in this grand battle have greatly improved. Huang Jing added, however, we must still ascertain the current situation at the front lines. Luo Rui nodded. Indeed, you make a valid point. I will contact Chen Xian and Yifeng immediately. With that, Luo Rui began dialing the shared phone line, and it was quickly connected. He spoke loudly and proudly. Chen Xian, Yifeng, how is the combat situation for your two armies? A voice resembling Chen Xian's replied, Jin Jun, we have successfully coordinated with the Second Army to deal a heavy blow to the besieging Northern Cloud Army. Shanqing town has now been fully reclaimed by us. Upon hearing this, Luo Rui was overjoyed. That's wonderful. I have also trained a new force of 100,000 in the Jin district and am planning to form a third army. Yifeng's voice chimed in. Jin Jun, how many combat-ready troops do we currently have? Luo Rui responded, aren't you aware? The Jin district's forces remain untouched, totaling 100,000, with another 100,000 newly trained, making our combat-ready forces 200,000, while another 200,000 are still in training. Yifeng replied, understood Jin Jun, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Luo Rui responded loudly, very well. You may depart, Chen Xian said, I take my leave. Yifeng added, I take my leave as well. After the call with Chen Xian and Yifeng ended, Luo Rui hung up the phone, oblivious to the approaching enemy at his doorstep. Still lost in the false joy of being deceived. In Yifamli town, Chu Zifeng was convening a meeting via the shared phone to discuss the Northern Cloud Army's operations across the 4 towns. He smiled. Zhantian, Lingfeng, Hanyun, how are your respective armies faring? Li Zhantian replied with a grin, Commander, we have successfully captured all 20 villages of Shanqing town, establishing them as major cities with departments for alchemy and weaponry, while leaving 30,000 troops stationed there. We now have 39,000 combat-ready soldiers. Chu Zifeng laughed heartily. Excellent, Zhantian, you have achieved a great feat, annihilating 30,000 enemy troops in one battle. Li Zhantian replied, this victory is due to your strategic command, Commander. I merely executed the orders. Chu Zifeng then asked Lingfeng and Hanyun to provide updates on their situations. Li Lingfeng stated, we have taken complete control of Tiling town and its 20 villages, establishing 20 major cities and leaving 30,000 troops to guard the area. Zi Hanyun added, we have also captured all of Haitian town, building 20 major cities and stationing 30,000 troops. Chu Zifeng remarked, we are in a similar situation, let us report on our troop strengths. I will go first, we have 17,000 soldiers remaining. Li Zhantian stated, we have 39,000 soldiers left. Li Lingfeng added, we have 17,000 remaining. Zi Hanyun concluded, we also have 17,000 remaining. Upon hearing this, Chu Zifeng laughed. Now, the total of the 4 armies amounts to 900,000 soldiers, far surpassing the total of any forces in the Jin district, which only totals 400,000. We have a numerical advantage of 500,000 soldiers. Chapter 65, The Grand Battle of Jin. 9. Chu Zifeng instructed each army report the newly acquired population from each town. Li Juyun reported, Yifamli town has gained a population of 250,000, recruited 4,000 new soldiers, and established 2,000 in the alchemy and weaponry departments, leaving us with 170,000 people. Li Lingfeng stated, Tiling town has also gained a population of 250,000, recruited 4,000 new soldiers, with 2,000 in each department, leaving us with 170,000 people. Zi Hanyun echoed, Haitian town has the same situation as the two of yours. Li Zhantian added, Shanqing town is no different. Chu Zifeng then asked for the total. Li Juyun replied, the total population from the 3 towns is 680,000. And with the previous population, we now have a total of 299,000. Chu Zifeng inquired, how many people are there in each department? Li Juyun answered, each town currently has 2,000 alchemists and weapon makers, totaling 260,000 across the Northern Cloud Army. Chu Zifeng laughed heartily. Excellent, our Northern Cloud Army has now grown significantly stronger, fully capable of crushing the Jin district government. All the generals laughed heartily. And Zi Hanyun suggested, Commander, I believe we should take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and launch a full-scale assault on the remaining 3 strongholds, thereby capturing the Jin district in one decisive blow. Chu Zifeng replied, indeed, based on what Luo Rui just mentioned, it is confirmed that the Jin district government can train 100,000 troops in 2 months, therefore, we must seize this opportunity to capture the 3 strongholds, isolating and surrounding the Jin district for a conclusive victory. Li Juyun urged, Commander, issue your orders. Chu Zifeng declared, now, I command Li Zhantian to lead 39,000 troops to support the battlefield at Chongping town, while Li Lingfeng and Zi Hanyun will lead their respective forces of 17,000 to attack Luyin and Taiping town. I, along with Li Juyun, will lead 17,000 troops at full speed towards the Jin district, aiming to encircle it. Li Zhantian, Li Lingfeng, and Li Juyun responded in unison, understood. Upon the issuance of the command, the 4 divisions of troops commenced their separate maneuvers. Li Zhantian's location was somewhat distant, and his arrival at Chongping town might be delayed by several days. Meanwhile, the joint forces of Li Zhantian, Li Lingfeng, and Zi Hanyun required no less than 2 months to fully occupy the 3 towns and 20 villages. In contrast, the Baiyun army, led by Chu Zifeng, would take 3 months to reach Jin district. The 4 armies pressed onward without pausing along the way. After more than 2 months, Li Zhantian, Li Lingfeng, and Zi Hanyun had successfully arrived at and seized control of the entirety of Chongping town, Luyin town, and Taiping town, transforming all 20 villages within these 3 towns into fortified cities, establishing departments for alchemy and weaponry, and leaving behind a garrison of 30,000 troops following their occupation of the 3 towns. The Baiyun army did not linger excessively but instead continued their advance southward. Li Zhantian led an army of 360,000 directly toward Jin district, while Li Lingfeng and Zi Hanyun each commanded an army of 140,000. Also en route to offer support to Jin district. Thus all 4 armies converged upon Jin district with the intent to encircle it. Meanwhile, in the Jin Jun mansion of Jin district, Luo Rui was still indulging in dreams of annihilating the rebel forces. At this time, the local army had successfully trained an additional 100,000 troops, bringing the total combat-ready forces to 300,000, with another 100,000 still in training within the Jin Jun mansion. Luo Rui was conferring with Left Commander Huang Jing, Right Commander Mo Duo, and the Mercenary Regiment Commander Chu De regarding future strategies. Luo Rui remarked, now that we have trained an additional 100,000 troops, we possess a total of 200,000 combat soldiers available. Left Commander Huang Jing replied, at present, the front lines are also reporting continuous victories. It is indeed a moment of double happiness. Luo Rui nodded with a smile and said, thus, I believe we should dispatch these 200,000 combat troops to the front lines for support. Right Commander Mo Duo cautioned, we ought to first consult Chen Xian and Yifeng about the situation of their respective armies. If the distance is considerable, we should refrain from hasty support, as we fear the enemy might exploit any vulnerabilities in our rear, should the enemy launch a pincer attack on our frontline forces. Would we not risk losing everything? Luo Rui agreed, indeed, I shall inquire immediately. Soon, the communication line was connected, and Luo Rui asked, Chen Xian Yifeng, how fares the situation at the front lines? Chen Xian responded, our forces have been separated from Yifeng's army for 2 months now. We have engaged in a fierce battle with the main force of the Baiyun army at Shenzhen for the past 2 months, and it will not be long before we breach Shenzhen. Yifeng added, 2 months ago, we successfully captured Shenzhen and are currently embroiled in a fierce struggle within Feitian town against 120,000 Baiyun troops. Upon hearing this, Luo Rui exuberantly exclaimed, excellent, you have both achieved great merits. The situation of the Jin district campaign is promising, and it is likely that the main forces of the Baiyun army will soon be entirely annihilated. Hearing this, Left Commander Huang Jing, Right Commander Mo Duo, and Mercenary Commander Chu De were overjoyed. Luo Rui continued, I also have good news to share. We have trained another 100,000 troops, bringing our total to 200,000 combat forces. I propose we form a third army. What are your thoughts? Chen Xian replied, if a third army of 200,000 were to arrive at the front as support, it would significantly alleviate our pressure. However, as the front line advances and stretches, our forces will inevitably weaken, risking the possibility of providing the enemy with an opportunity to counterattack. Ye Feng concurred, I agree with Chen Qian's perspective, although we currently possess a strong force and high morale. Prolonged combat will lead to a depletion of our troops, and given the distance from our rear, rapid reinforcements will be challenging. Such a battlefield situation could prove detrimental, granting the enemy the chance to overwhelm us. Thus, I implore the Jin Jun to establish a third army for frontline support. Luo Rui responded, very well, given the favorable shift in the battlefield situation and the need for a third army. We shall proceed to form the third army to support the frontline, Qin Xian declared. The Jin Jun is wise. Ye Feng echoed, the Jin Jun is wise. Satisfied, Luo Rui nodded and concluded the call. Turning to Left Commander Huang Jing, Right Commander Mo Duo, and Mercenary Commander Chu Di, stating, I have decided to establish the Third Army, comprising 200,000 troops under the command of Setian, to be deployed to the front line forthwith. Left Commander Huang Jing wished to voice further thoughts but ultimately held his tongue, while Right Commander Mo Duo and Mercenary Commander Chu Di saluted in agreement. Left Commander Huang Jing also followed suit and saluted, affirming his compliance. Chapter 66, The Great Battle of Jin District, 10, on the Baiyun Army side. Following Luo Rui's conclusion of the call, Chu Zifeng promptly initiated a conference via shared communication to discuss the military operations of the four divisions. Chu Zifeng stated, currently, the Jin District government has been deceived into believing that the newly trained 200,000 troops are on their side. Our next step must be to unite the four divisions and set an ambush to annihilate them. Zi Hanyun responded, we shall redirect our forces to converge with the commanding army. Li Lingfeng added, our troops will also advance immediately. Li Zhantian affirmed, our forces shall proceed to this location without delay. Chu Zifeng nodded, excellent, all armies shall converge here. Once the four leaders reached a consensus, they promptly mobilized their troops. In a short time, the four armies assembled towards a common location. Li Zhantian's 360,000, Li Lingfeng's 140,000, Zihanyun's 140,000, and Chu Zifeng's 170,000. Totaling a formidable 810,000 troops. Within a fortnight, the 810,000 troops lay in ambush along the route of the approaching Third Army, leading the 200,000 Third Army. Setian unwittingly marched into the trap set by the Baiyun Army. At this moment, the Baiyun Army had arranged 8,810 Feng Thunderbolt cannons and 8,800 Tongtian artillery pieces. Setian, entirely unprepared and believing there were no enemies between Jin District and Shancheng Town, led his troops in a relaxed manner along the road, displaying no readiness for combat. As the Third Army advanced aimlessly, suddenly cannon fire erupted from both flanks. The 8,800 Tongtian artillery pieces fired simultaneously, and the 8,810 Feng Thunderbolt arrows were unleashed. In an instant, 8,800 energy projectiles rained down upon the heads of the Third Army, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. An additional 8,800 energy arrows were shot from either side. In a mere moment, the Third Army suffered casualties exceeding 20,000. Setian swiftly commanded a counterattack. However, the Baiyun Army's artillery was overwhelming. Following his command, the Third Army hastily positioned their Tianpa cannons and heavy firepower, while the Baiyun soldiers continued to unleash arrows. In less than a minute, despite both sides incurring losses, the Baiyun Army's firepower proved superior, launching 88,000 energy projectiles and 264,000 energy arrows at the center of the Third Army in that very minute, a display of firepower rarely seen. Although the Tianpa cannons of the Third Army also wielded considerable strength, they required ammunition to be deployed, and their heavy artillery was less than half that of the Baiyun Army. Following the initial wave of attacks, the 20,000-strong Third Army lost over 100,000 troops on the spot. Setian sought to retaliate, but the positions of the Tianpa cannons and heavy assault rifles had been largely destroyed. Under 5 continuous minutes of fire suppression, the Third Army had suffered catastrophic losses, with only a few senior commanders buried alive in the earth. Chu Zifeng led his forces to encircle the remnants, and soon Setian and his officers were slain. In this battle, the Baiyun Army incurred losses of 20,000 troops. Chu Zifeng ordered a day of rest for his army before advancing toward Jin District the following day. When the morrow arrived, Chu Zifeng led 79,000 troops toward Jin District. Even at this juncture, Luo Rui remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences, continuing his leisurely existence. Days later, Chu Zifeng's 79,000 troops arrived at the gates of Jin District and initiated a siege. surrounding all 4 city gates. It was only then that Luo Rui became aware of the situation, though he struggled to believe it. He could only dispatch 15,000 trained troops for defense while urging the remaining 5,000 troops to expedite their training. That day, the Baiyun army did not launch an attack. Rather, they established their positions and set up camp, preparing for an assault on the city the next day. Within the Jinjun mansion, Luo Rui was so stunned by the news that he could scarcely believe it. After much contemplation and brainstorming, he sought assistance to verify the situation and navigate through this fortunate crisis. Thus, he summoned Left Commander Huang Jing, Right Commander Mo Duo, and Mercenary Commander Chu Di to help assuage his concerns. Upon their arrival at the Jinjun mansion, Luo Rui immediately inquired, "Left Commander, Right Commander, Commander Chu, is it true that the Baiyun army is outside?" Left Commander Huang Jing, Right Commander Mo Duo, and Commander Chu Di exchanged glances. Rolling their eyes in disbelief, Left Commander Huang Jing urged Jinjun, "Although it is hard for my subordinates to accept that the Baiyun army is besieging the city, I, along with the Right Commander and Commander Chu, have just surveyed the situation from the city walls, and it is undoubtedly the Baiyun army encircling us." Luo Rui was taken aback, unable to maintain his balance, and collapsed onto a chair. Suddenly he rose again, exclaiming, "No, I just remembered. We still have 200,000 to 300,000 troops from Shanqing town, a second army of 250,000, and a third army of 200,000. These 3 forces are invincible on the front lines. I suspect that the Baiyun army took advantage of the fact that all 3 armies were deployed to the front, leaving the rear vulnerable, and launched a long-range surprise attack." The left envoy Huang Jing questioned, "If what Jinjun said is true, then where is the main force of the Baiyun army that is fighting against the 3 armies on the front?" The right envoy Mo Duo also raised doubts, saying, "I had some suspicions when I heard Jinjun's phone call earlier. Why have Chen Qian and Yifeng's voices changed so much? It is understandable for a voice to change due to anger once. But multiple times? Could they also have been angered into such a state after winning battles?" The commander of the mercenary corps, Chu Di, expressed his skepticism. "The Baiyun army is struggling to ensure their own safety. How could they possibly traverse mountains and rivers to launch a surprise attack on the enemy's key forces? What benefit could they gain from this?" Upon hearing the words of the 3, Luo Rui felt convinced to a large extent, but the lingering doubt compelled him to remain cautious. He replied to the 3, "No, I must make a call to confirm with the 3." After saying this, Luo Rui immediately dialed the shared phone number, and soon the call connected to Chen Qian Yifeng and Xietian. Luo Rui joyfully exclaimed, "Chen Qian Yifeng, Xietian, how is everything with your troops?" Chen Qian laughed heartily. "Lord Jinjun, please turn the volume up to the maximum." Luo Rui, puzzled, complied and increased the volume as instructed. Chen Qian then laughed. "Lord Jinjun, do you recognize who we are?" Luo Rui responded, "Aren't you Chen Qian?" Chen Qian laughed again. "I am Xu Zifeng. Chen Qian is dead. Wei Yifeng joined in the laughter, saying, "I am Li Zhantian. Yifeng is dead." Next, Xietian chimed in, "I am Zihan Yun. Xietian is dead." Each of the 3 spoke through the shared phone, and Luo Rui was utterly shocked, though still struggling to accept it. Upon hearing their words, Huang Jing's face turned pale, although he rationally understood that the Baiyun army was indeed outside. It was difficult for him to accept the direct admission from the enemy. Mo Duo, on the other hand, was drenched in sweat, fully aware that the 3 armies could not return. However, learning this from the enemy's mouth made it all the more difficult to bear. Chu Di, the commander of the mercenary corps, could not accept it either, shouting, "Shut up! The first army, led by Chen Qian, has 300,000 troops, the second army, led by Yifeng, has 250,000. The third army, led by Xietian, has 200,000. How could you possibly annihilate all 3 armies so easily?" After speaking, Chu Di clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Meanwhile, on the other end of the shared phone, Xu Zifeng and his companions laughed heartily, mocking their incompetence. Xu Zifeng replied, "What is impossible about this? Firstly, we never retreated. Instead, we took a detour and launched a surprise attack on the rear of Shanqing town, targeting the towns of Luoyang, Jingshi, and Kongdu. Then, we ambushed the second army at Luoyang town, annihilating Yifeng and his 250,000 troops. Subsequently, we used Yifeng's shared phone to deceive Chen Qian into breaking through, completely wiping out his 300,000 troops. Finally, we used the shared phones of both Yifeng and Chen Qian to lure in 20,000 troops, resulting in Xietian's demise." Upon hearing this, Luo Rui felt a wave of dizziness and found himself unable to stand. He had been deceived by the enemy for so long without realizing it. Huang Jing, Mo Duo, and Chu Di were equally shaken. Realizing that a total of 750,000 troops had been lost, after catching his breath, Luo Rui spoke into the shared phone, "Xu Zifeng, do you believe that after annihilating my 3 armies of 750,000, You still possess the strength to conquer my 20,000 troops in the Jin district. Chu Zifeng laughed heartily. To be honest, we have 79,000 troops surrounding the Jin district. Luo Rui was overwhelmed. With only 20,000 defenders on his side, the enemy possessed an astonishing 79,000 troops. Huang Jing Mo Duo and Chu De could hardly bear the news. They all collapsed to the ground. Chu Zifeng's laughter echoed in their ears. Lingering long after, in a fit of rage, Luo Rui smashed the shared phone and immediately commanded, "All troops, enter full defensive mode." Huang Jing Mo Duo and Chu De quickly responded, "Yes, Lord Jin." The sun rose swiftly the next day, and the Baiyun army commenced their assault. At the eastern gate of the Jin district, Li Zhantian commanded 180,000 troops, along with 2,200 thunderstorm artillery pieces, to attack the eastern gate. At the western gate, Zihanyun led another 180,000 troops, also with 2,200 thunderstorm artillery pieces, to assault. At the northern gate, Li Lingfang oversaw another 180,000 troops, with the same number of artillery pieces, while Li Juyun commanded the southern gate with an identical force. As the war drums of the four armies sounded, the offensive began. The 2,200 thunderstorm artillery pieces launched the initial attack, and soon, the sound of cannon fire and explosions filled the air. After the first wave of artillery fire, the thunderstorm artillery pieces initiated their own assault. Inside the Jin district, the defenders' heavenly siege cannons and heavy firepower units fought back continuously. But the Jin district's total of 1,500 heavenly siege cannons and heavy firepower units was divided among the four gates, leaving each with only 375. The disparity in firepower was stark. As time passed, the imbalance in firepower became increasingly evident. The Baiyun army's thunderstorm artillery could fire 100 rounds of energy projectiles per minute, while the Jin district's cannons could only manage 20 to 30. After a minute of intense fire exchange, the positions of the Jin district's heavenly siege cannons and heavy firepower units were completely destroyed. The Baiyun soldiers began to raise their shields to protect the siege ladders as they charged towards the city walls. Below, the 2,200 thunderstorm artillery pieces and their counterparts continued to unleash their fire, fully covering the four gates and the city itself. Almost all of the Jin district's defending soldiers were either killed or wounded. The Baiyun soldiers swiftly scaled the city walls as the thunderstorm artillery relentlessly bombarded the four gates, which soon crumbled under the onslaught. Within less than an hour, the Baiyun army had taken the city walls and destroyed the city gates. The Baiyun soldiers advanced with the thunderstorm artillery and began firing and shooting arrows. The Jin district's defenders, having gained a momentary reprieve from the bombardment, launched a counterattack, with all available forces rushing to block the advancing Baiyun soldiers at the gates and the foot of the walls. A fierce battle ensued at the four gates. After more than 10 minutes of deadlock, a large number of thunderstorm artillery pieces were moved up to the walls, and more artillery was pushed to the gates. With the support of artillery fire and thunderstorm artillery, the Baiyun army quickly gained the upper hand against the Jin district's defenders, who began to suffer heavy losses and were forced to retreat. By the afternoon, the Jin district's forces were compelled to engage in street fighting inside the Jin Jun residence. Luo Rui, Huang Jing Mo Duo, and Chu De were frantic, as in less than a day, they had lost all four gates and were forced to transition to street warfare. An unexpected turn of events, Luo Rui exclaimed in desperation, "What should we do now? In less than a day, we've lost all our heavy firepower in the four gates, now we are being forced into street fighting." Huang Jing, equally flustered, replied, "Lord Jin, I find myself at a loss as well. I estimate we can hold out for a maximum of 3 days." The right envoy suggested, "Perhaps we should seek an opportunity to break through." Chu De, the commander of the mercenary corps, responded, "The chances of a breakout are slim. The enemy has a fully equipped army and such formidable firepower. It is truly difficult for us to escape." Luo Rui nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiment. For now our only option is to hold our ground in street fighting, which may allow us to survive." Huang Jing Mo Duo and Chu De, hearing this, had no recourse but to agree. Thus, the battle raged on into the second day without pause, and the survival space for the Jin district troops grew increasingly limited, their numbers dwindling, after enduring a grueling 3 days. The Jin district's army of 20,000 was reduced to mere thousands, as the Baiyun army encircled them from all sides. At this moment, Luo Rui, leading a few thousand remnants, found himself completely surrounded by the Baiyun army. With a command from both Chu Zifeng and Luo Rui, the two armies commenced their final clash. Chu Zifeng unleashed a terrifying manifestation, transforming into a white spear, and utilized his first divine technique, the sky-splitting fist, and the lightwave fist, rushing straight towards Luo Rui. Zihanyun, Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun, and Li Zhantian made their way towards the left elementalist, Huang Jing, the right elementalist. Mo Duo, and the mercenary group's commander, Chu De Zihan Yun, Li Lingfeng, Li Ju Yun, and Li Zhantian unleashed their first divine technique, the Sky Soaring Fist, and the Light Wave Fist, holding a white spear, Chu Zifeng. In a display of divine prowess, swiftly dispatched 7 soldiers before confronting Luo Rui. Upon seeing Chu Zifeng charge towards him, Luo Rui could not help but chuckle. Chu Zifeng, are you unaware of my true strength to dare approach me? Chu Zifeng replied with a grin, I truly do not know. Luo Rui's expression shifted dramatically as he retracted his long halberd and struck out with the palm, as if he could easily crush Chu Zifeng. Just after Chu Zifeng had reached the pinnacle of the late stage of the 1 billion realm, he faced Luo Rui's palm. With all his might, Chu Zifeng thrust his spear. But Luo Rui merely pinched the spear's tip with his finger, rendering it immovable. In response, Chu Zifeng immediately unleashed his second divine technique, the 3,000 thunderclouds, and the heaven wasting fist, with a slight exertion from Luo Rui. Chu Zifeng was forced back several steps, and his divine weapon slipped from his grasp. Seizing the moment, Luo Rui took hold of the divine weapon and launched an attack towards Chu Zifeng. Suddenly, the divine weapon rebounded, injuring Luo Rui's thumb. Chu Zifeng then executed his divine technique, 3,000 thunderclouds, charging towards Luo Rui. At that moment, the divine weapon had already fallen to the ground. Seeing Chu Zifeng unleash his technique, Luo Rui responded with a palm strike. The two clashed, resulting in Chu Zifeng's right arm being shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Zifeng kicked the divine weapon high into the air, catching it with his left hand and slicing through the air, creating distance between himself and Luo Rui. At this juncture, Chu Zifeng's strength surged once more, his right arm restored, and his power reaching the peak of the 1 billion realm. As Chu Zifeng thrust his spear forward again, Luo Rui remained unfazed, continuing to advance towards him. Chu Zifeng's divine weapon surged towards Luo Rui's chest, prompting Luo Rui to channel all his vital energy for a powerful strike. In that fleeting moment of attack, Chu Zifeng unleashed his third divine technique, the 3,000 flowing clouds palm, and the breaking void fist. A resonant buzz echoed through the air as the divine weapon was sent flying. Luo Rui's palm then shot towards Chu Zifeng's face, to which Chu Zifeng countered with the heaven wasting fist, gathering the primordial energies of the universe within his fist, unleashing them towards Luo Rui. The two forces collided violently. Chu Zifeng was sent reeling, spitting blood as he was thrown back. Luo Rui, in turn, kicked the falling divine weapon towards Chu Zifeng. The white spear hurtled towards him. Seemingly destined to strike, Chu Zifeng, however, pushed off the ground, executing a somersault to evade the spear, grasping the divine weapon as it flew overhead. Upon regaining his footing, Chu Zifeng coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Luo Rui sneered, "What's the matter, Lord of Baiyun? Can you not withstand even a fraction of my strength?" Chu Zifeng retorted, "I too only exerted a fraction of my strength." Hearing this, Luo Rui burst into laughter. And after half a minute, remarked, "During our earlier engagement, I noticed fluctuations in your strength. You haven't taken any elixirs, have you?" Chu Zifeng shook his head. Luo Rui nodded. As I suspected. At this moment, Chu Zifeng's injuries had completely healed, and his strength had elevated to the pinnacle of the half-step master realm. Luo Rui widened his eyes in astonishment. "Your injuries are healed again. What exactly are you?" Chu Zifeng advanced once more. Wielding the divine weapon, Luo Rui calmly stated, "I shall continue to fight you with a fraction of my strength until you concede." With that, the two resumed their fierce battle. After the initial strike, Chu Zifeng was forced back 10 steps, his hands trembling. Observing this, he immediately unleashed his fourth divine technique, the Emperor's Fist. Luo Rui chuckled lightly. "Interesting, your strength has risen again." Meanwhile, Li Lingfeng, Li Ju Yun, Zihan Yun, and Li Zhantian were embroiled in a fierce struggle against Huang Jing Mo Duo and Commander Chu De of the mercenary group. At this juncture, Li Lingfeng and his companions had all invoked their third divine technique, the 3,000 flowing clouds palm, and the breaking void fist. Achieving the pinnacle of the half-step master realm, the 7 combatants found themselves locked in a stalemate. The trio of Huang Jing Mo Duo and Chu De were at the threshold of master realm. Li Lingfeng and Li Ju Yun charged directly at Commander Chu De, who, at that moment, was unarmed, choosing to fight barehanded. Li Lingfeng wielded the eternal sky, a massive white sword, while Li Ju Yun brandished the scarlet red like snow, a crimson blade. As they approached Commander Chu De, aware of the danger posed by the two, Chu De did not dare to underestimate them and unleashed his full strength. Li Lingfeng aimed for Chu Da's throat with the eternal sky, while Li Ju Yun directed her attack towards Chu Da's chest. In the blink of an eye, a clash occurred. Li Lingfeng inadvertently struck Li Ju Yun, and she in turn pierced him. Both were sent flying by the impact, blood spewing from their mouths. Li Zhantian and Zihan Yun met a similar fate, propelled away. The four quickly invoked their fourth divine technique,
The Emperor's Fist, Chu De, Huang Jing, and Mo Duo brandished their weapons and advanced towards the down 4. Li Lingfeng and his companions retreated in perfect unison while the trio of Chu De remained oblivious to the impending calamity. Their faces twisted in mockery as they slowly approached, gazing at Li Lingfeng's group as if they were mere corpses. After half a minute, to their astonishment, Li Lingfeng and his companions stood up. Brushing off the dust, their injuries inexplicably healed, contrasting sharply with their earlier state of despair. Chapter 69, The Battle in Jin District. 3. Huang Jing, Mo Duo, and Chu De were equally stunned by the transformation of Li Lingfeng's group. Upon closer inspection, Huang Jing realized that the four bore no injuries at all, having seemingly recovered from their previous severe wounds. Li Lingfeng and his companions exchanged slight smiles before charging towards Huang Jing and the others. The trio maintained their disdainful expressions, weapons in hand, as they surged forward. Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun, armed with the eternal sky and scarlet red like snow, targeted their old adversary, Chu De. Noting their audacity to attack once more, Chu De scoffed, "You truly are courting death." With that, he wielded his mountain-cleaving axe and charged at them. At this point, Li Lingfeng and Li Juyun had reached the pinnacle of the half-step master realm. Yet Chu De remained blissfully unaware, charging forward with reckless abandon. Li Lingfeng concentrated his vital energy into the eternal sky, executing the fused divine technique, 3000 breaking emperor / aimed directly at Chu De. Chu De sneered condescendingly, swinging his axe with force. When the axe struck the eternal sky, it should have sent Li Lingfeng's sword flying, allowing the axe to cleave towards Chu De's head. However, upon impact, the eternal sky did not yield. Instead, the two weapons collided and rebounded. Chu De could hardly believe his eyes as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Seizing the opportunity, Li Lingfeng relentlessly swung the eternal sky at Chu De. Chu De retaliated immediately, and as the two engaged in fierce combat, Li Juyun had drawn her bow. While drawing the bowstring, she unleashed her divine technique, the breaking void arrow technique. A swift whoosh resonated as a red arrow flew towards Chu De. Caught up in the heat of battle, Chu De was oblivious to the impending arrow's approach. Just as he continued to swing his axe, the red arrow struck him squarely in the heart. Seizing this prime opportunity, Li Lingfeng lunged forward with his swift blade, severing Chu De's head. On another front, Li Zhantian was embroiled in an equally fierce conflict with Mo Duo. He relentlessly wielded his white-silver spear. While Mo Duo countered with her large blade, their struggle was intense. Li Zhantian's white-silver spear was a high-grade third-tier weapon, while Mo Duo's blade was a half-step third-tier weapon. Li Zhantian's combat prowess was further elevated by his technique. Breaking the sky. He unleashed his divine technique, the Breaking Emperor Spear, directly targeting Mo Duo. Despite her best efforts to resist, she was forced back several steps, disbelief etched on her face. Li Zhantian, witnessing her astonishment, smirked mockingly. Enraged by the scorn, Mo Duo swung her blade with reckless abandon. Observing her loss of composure, Li Zhantian charged forward with Breaking the Sky. After exchanging 10 strikes, Mo Duo was struck by a spear thrust. And after another 20 exchanges, her arm was severed. With a cry of anguish, she was pierced through the heart by a single spear thrust, her head subsequently severed. On Zihanyan's side, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Armed with the divine descent, she pressed her attack against Huang Jing, who desperately defended himself with his long sword. The clash of their weapons echoed as Zihanyan relentlessly struck. After 30 exchanges, Huang Jing's right hand was severed at the elbow. In the subsequent 10 exchanges, Huang Jing himself was cleaved into several pieces by Zihanyan upon reaching the pinnacle of the Quasi-Master Jun realm. Chu Zifeng's true energy surged with newfound potency. Grasping the divine spear, he assailed Luo Rui with relentless thrusts. Luo Rui, while observing Chu Zifeng with an expression of curiosity, expertly countered his relentless strikes. Although taken aback by Chu Zifeng's remarkable transformation, Luo Rui regarded his opponent's prowess with disdain. In response to the white-silver spear, he boldly engaged with his bare hands, absorbing the impact of the attack with a punch imbued with true energy. Chu Zifeng staggered back a few steps, yet before he could regain his composure, a second punch struck him squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backwards. After regaining his footing, blood spewed forth from his mouth, and he adorned himself with the imperial aura, an exquisite nine-dragon robe worn solely by ancient emperors. Wiping away the blood, Chu Zifeng was met with Luo Rui's taunting remark, "Though your power has reached its limits, it still cannot compel me to exert even a fraction of my strength." Chu Zifeng remained silent, prompting Luo Rui to inquire about the origins of his regal robe. Without a word, Chu Zifeng unveiled the imperial heavenly sword. Wielding both swords in unison, he launched a direct assault on Luo Rui. Luo Rui, undeterred, charged forward, fully aware that no number of swords could alter the tide of battle, for Chu Zifeng had already reached his zenith.
Employing both swords, Chu Zifeng's might surged, propelling him into the early stages of the Master Jun realm. Noticing Luo Rui's overconfidence, a subtle smile graced Chu Zifeng's lips as he sprang into the air. Twirling gracefully before plunging towards Luo Rui, initially dismissive Luo Rui attempted to meet him with an open palm, but as Chu Zifeng closed in, panic set in, and just as Chu Zifeng approached, Luo Rui vanished. And Chu Zifeng's assault struck the ground. Luo Rui reappeared before him, his face darkened with anger. "Damn it, you nearly took my life." Sweating profusely, Chu Zifeng was indeed startled by the recent turn of events. Luo Rui, seething with rage, declared, "This time, I will ensure your demise." With that, he unleashed 50% of his strength, charging at Chu Zifeng with full force. Chu Zifeng wielded his swords with all his might, prompting Luo Rui to exert his utmost effort in response. As the Imperial Heavenly Sword sliced through the air, Luo Rui mistakenly believed that sheer force would guarantee his victory. However, at a critical moment, Chu Zifeng unleashed his divine technique, the Emperor's Slash. The Imperial aura coalesced around the Imperial Heavenly Sword, catching Luo Rui off guard. He hastily attempted to evade, yet the true assault lay concealed within the divine spear. Although he sidestepped the strike of the Imperial Heavenly Sword, he could not escape the wrath of the divine spear, resulting in the severing of his right arm. Luo Rui vanished, leaving Chu Zifeng searching for his whereabouts. Suddenly, Luo Rui appeared behind him, sword drawn, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Just as it seemed Chu Zifeng would be struck, an arrow flew in from the distance, intercepting Luo Rui's attack. Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun, Zi Hanyun, and Li Zhantian arrived in haste. Luo Rui again disappeared, reappearing in rapid succession, rendering his movements nearly undetectable. The five warriors, Chu Zifeng, Li Lingfeng, Li Juyun, Zi Hanyun, and Li Zhantian, suffered continuous injuries as each fleeting shadow left a mark upon them. With anguished cries echoing, Chu Zifeng hurled the Imperial Heavenly Sword at Luo Rui, yet it fell harmlessly to the ground. Chapter 70, The Situation in Latian City. Luo Rui's voice reverberated across the sky, yet his form remained elusive. Asa sword scar marred Chu Zifeng's body, a scream erupted from the heavens. Luo Rui plummeted heavily to the ground, and upon turning, Chu Zifeng beheld a long sword embedded in Luo Rui's chest, piercing his heart. The Imperial Heavenly Sword approaching, Chu Zifeng extracted the sword and severed Luo Rui's head in one swift motion. Meanwhile, the remnants of the opposing forces had long been vanquished before Huang Jing and others fell. The war, the grand battle, culminated in Luo Rui's demise, marking the end of the conflict, with the Baiyun Legion emerging victorious. As Chu Zifeng raised Luo Rui's severed head aloft, the entire Baiyun army of 720,000 resounded with cheers of "Long live." After the triumphant celebration, they commenced a thorough cleansing of the battlefield. 3 days later, within the old Jin Jun mansion in the Jin district, the Baiyun Legion convened for a post-war meeting. Seated where Luo Rui once stood, Chu Zifeng reveled in the moment, throwing his head back in laughter. "Brothers, this Jin Jun seat is indeed quite comfortable." The generals below erupted into hearty laughter, their mirth unceasing. Once the laughter subsided, Chu Zifeng declared, "We have launched the Jin District campaign, mobilizing the National Defense Forces and combat troops. With the battle concluded, it is time to replenish our station troops." Li Lingfeng suggested, "We should first tally the population." Chu Zifeng asked, "What is our current population?" Li Lingfeng replied, "Having captured the Jin District, Chongping Town, Luing Town, and Taiping Town, we have amassed a population of 1.75 million, bringing our total to 4.74 million. Chu Zifeng inquired, "How many station troops should we return, and what remains of our population?" Li Lingfeng responded, "We need to establish a pill refining department and a weaponry department in Jin District, each requiring 30,000 alchemists and blacksmiths. Additionally, we need 100,000 station troops. Chongping Town, Luing Town, and Taiping Town each require 20,000 alchemists and blacksmiths, necessitating a total of 349,500 station troops. Furthermore, each of the three towns needs 40,000 troops for their 20 villages, totaling 120,000 for the three towns. In total, we require 90,000 alchemists and blacksmiths, with over 560,000 station troops, culminating in a need for 750,000 personnel." Chu Zifeng stated, "Then we should recruit 180,000 alchemists and 570,000 troops." Zi Hanyun interjected, "Commander, that may not be prudent. Leaving 720,000 troops in Jin District could invite immense pressure from Latian City. Should they muster 800,000 or 900,000 troops, we might find ourselves in dire straits, especially since their forces are well trained and equipped, leading to our inevitable defeat." Upon hearing this, Chu Zifeng recognized the validity of Zi Hanyun's argument, as military strength and soldier cultivation varied by region. Increasing in potency with elevation, what do the generals propose for troop distribution? He asked. Li Zhantian suggested, Commander, with our 720,000 troops, we could station 100,000 in Jin district, allocate 200,000 for combat, and return the remaining 420,000 to various locations. However, this would leave us short by 150,000 station troops along with 90,000 alchemists and 90,000 blacksmiths, necessitating the recruitment of 330,000 new personnel. Li Zhuyun remarked, with this our population would be quite ample. We could even recruit an additional 200,000 reserve troops, leaving us with a remaining population of 4.21 million. Chu Zifeng smiled, your suggestions are excellent. Let us proceed as War Tian has advised. Zi Hanyun, Li Zhantian, and Li Zhuyun echoed, yes, Commander. Chu Zifeng instructed, summarize the findings. Li Zhuyun reported, Commander, the Baiyun Legion currently retains 200,000 combat troops and 200,000 reserve troops, with each of the 16 towns housing 350,000 alchemists and blacksmiths. Upon hearing this, Chu Zifeng burst into laughter. Excellent, our Baiyun Legion has grown formidable, with such a vast territory and population. Li Lingfeng and the others rose in unison, proclaiming, Long live Baiyun, long live Baiyun. Chu Zifeng raised his hand, signaling for silence. The term long live is premature. We have merely conquered a single district. We are unaware of the vast territories beyond, nor do we know the identities of our allies and enemies, or the surrounding circumstances. Do you all comprehend this? Silence enveloped the room as the generals contemplated. Yuan Hongda stood and stated, Everyone, over the past 3 days, I have sent agents from the covert division to investigate the situation outside, and the reconnaissance has been concluded as of yesterday. Chu Zifeng waved his hand. Share your findings with the assembly. Yuan Hongda nodded and began. According to our covert division's investigations, the area we inhabit is merely a remote district under Leitian City's jurisdiction, which comprises a total of 12 districts. The Jin district we have captured is but one among them, while Leitian City is home to 3 major rebel factions occupying 3 districts, including ourselves. There are 4 rebel factions and 4 rebel districts in total. Hearing this, Li Tsingtian exclaimed, that is truly fantastic. Our rebel force now constitutes a third of Leitian City, paving the way for our future development. Li Zhantian countered, Father, I must disagree. The mere presence of more rebel factions does not guarantee us an advantage. Have you forgotten the 5 Towns Alliance? Li Tsingtian shuddered at the mention, acknowledging that, despite their shared cause, the 5 Towns Alliance had proven inept against the government forces while being effective against their own kind, thus rendering them a disgrace among the rebels. Yuan Hongda interjected, Gentlemen, please refrain from quarreling. Allow me to finish my discourse. There will be time for debate afterwards. Upon hearing this, Li Tsingtian and Li Zhantian ceased their conversation immediately. Yuan Hongda continued, in the 12 districts of Leitian City, 4 are under the control of rebel forces: the Yuntian district governed by the Cloud Army, the Gutian district led by the Ancient Army, and the Lingtian district commanded by the Order Army. The leaders of these 3 significant rebel factions are Jinyu of Yuntian district, Ok of Gutian district, and Zibi of Lingtian district. The remaining 8 districts are all under the jurisdiction of Leitian City, namely Huitian district, Lindian district, Huangtian district, Outyan district, Shirtian district, Gongtian district, Jitian district, and Shengtian district. The martial prowess of the ordinary soldiers in these 8 districts is quite formidable. Chapter 71, The Foundation of Leitian City. Chu Zifeng inquired, How formidable are they? Yuan Hongda replied, The ordinary soldiers possess the cultivation level of a 3rd-tier warrior. Village soldiers are at the 5th tier, town soldiers achieve the 7th tier, district soldiers reach the 9th tier, while city soldiers are at the mid-stage of the 1 billion realm. Chu Zifeng expressed astonishment. The disparity in strength among the various tiers of soldiers in Leitian City is quite alarming. Yuan Hongda concurred. Indeed, Chu Zifeng gestured, please continue with information regarding the leadership of Leitian City and its governmental structure. Yuan Hongda proceeded, the mayor of Leitian City, also known as the Reigning Thunder Lord, is a remarkably young and capable individual, only in his 40s, having ascended to the position of mayor. 10 years ago, he was already at the initial stage of the Thunder Realm. This Thunder Lord is named Lei Zhan. The senior leadership of the Leitian City government comprises Zhua Puju and Shen Saida, Yu Puju and Lin Hentian, along with the 5 fiends, Tian Shajun, Di Shajun, Shen Shajun, Xing Shajun, and Shen Shajun. All the generals listened intently, the hall enveloped in profound silence. Observing the quiet audience, Yuan Hongda continued, If we discuss the scale of the military forces in Leitian City, it is truly terrifying. The city garrison alone consists of 500,000 troops. While the armies of the 8 subordinate districts are countless, the district soldiers alone total 800,000, and the 128 towns contribute 3,840,000 troops. Additionally, there are 9,216,000 village soldiers. Beyond this, there are 24,000 city mercenaries, with each of the 8 district mercenary groups comprising 50,000 troops, summing up to 400,000. The town-level mercenary groups each consist of 15,000 troops, totaling 192,000 across the 128 towns. In total, the available combat forces amount to 16,916,000. Xu Zifeng and the other generals from Baiyun were left speechless, taken aback by this revelation. After a prolonged silence, Xu Zifeng finally uttered, "We must intensify our military training. We must elevate our strength before the enemy can react. And all generals must strive to enhance their prowess in preparation for the impending changes." Li Lingfeng and the others responded in unison, "Yes, Commander," just as Xu Zifeng was about to conclude the assembly. Zihanyan interrupted, "Commander, the meeting cannot simply end here. There are matters we must address." Xu Zifeng, perplexed, asked Han Yun, "What matters require our attention? Please share your thoughts." As Zihanyan smiled at the listless Xu Zifeng, "Commander, let us not forget, we have 3 allied forces. We should cultivate our relationships with them, establish trade, and form alliances to confront the government army together." Li Lingfeng added, "I support Han Yun's proposal. I believe we can approach this in several stages. First, we should announce to the outside world that the Jincheng district has fallen to the Baiyun army, and disseminate the information that we have stationed 20,000 troops to defend the city. Second, regarding our relations with the 3 rebel armies, we can take our time. Initially, we should allow the news to spread, letting both the rebel armies and the government forces understand that we are not as formidable as they perceive, but rather a force forged through sacrifice. Even after capturing Jincheng district, we have suffered significant losses, which may diminish the threat we pose in their eyes, allowing us time to develop. Third, it is essential for the 3 rebel armies to comprehend our strength and current status so as to foster a solid relationship and avoid being underestimated. Finally, I suggest we send envoys to the 3 rebel armies to gauge the situation before establishing a baseline relationship. Only then should we discuss trade, and subsequently alliances." Upon hearing this, Xu Zifeng replied, "Very well. Proceed accordingly." Dismissed. Li Lingfeng and Zihanyan exchanged glances, then departed alongside the Baiyun generals, each wearing a subtle smile. Zihanyan sighed skyward, thinking to himself, "My little commander, may you grow strong. Such minor challenges should not deter you." The road ahead is still long. Following the conclusion of the Baiyun Army Conference, the entire Baiyun force and the Jincheng district entered a period of extensive reform and restructuring, with the Baiyun Army operating at its most industrious pace. Soon, news of the Baiyun Army's conquest of Jincheng district spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Leitian City within just half a month. Within the Thunder Lord's palace in Leitian City, Thunder Lord Lei Zhan, along with Zhuo Puju and Chen Saida and Yu Puju and Lin Hentian, were engaged in discussions over the recently acquired intelligence. Lei Zhan remarked, "How brief a time has passed. Just recently, we dispatched a shipment of weapons to Jincheng district, and now it has fallen, conquered by an army of which we have never heard." Zhuo Puju and Chen Saida responded, "In truth, the seeds of this outcome were sown when Luo Rui sought assistance. If the insurrectionists were not formidable, why would they request aid from above? Their predicament speaks volumes." Yu Puju and Lin Hentian added, "The Baiyun army is indeed impressive, achieving such progress in a matter of years. Remarkably, they have even begun to manufacture their own weapons and refine pills." Alongside developing new weaponry, an unprecedented feat, Lei Zhan acknowledged, "Indeed, they are overly confident, believing we will dismiss this news and underestimate their strength. Little do they realize that the world is not easily conquered by the unremarkable. Even if we were to accept all the claims within this news, we possess analytical capabilities. We have already calculated that we have supplied Jincheng district with weapons and pills sufficient for 950,000 soldiers. And they have managed to quietly eliminate all those forces within a few years. This is beyond the capability of a typical rebel army." Zhuo Puju and Chen Saida proposed, "Should we not learn from the failures in Jincheng district?" Lei Zhan replied, "Indeed, while we may boast millions of soldiers, we must remain vigilant against potential missteps. The Baiyun army resembles a young man of extraordinary talent and immense potential. Regrettably, their future is boundless. Yet so are the threats they pose. Therefore, we must never underestimate the capabilities of youth, for they may very well jeopardize our tomorrows. Thus, I have decided to deploy all available resources to elevate our village soldiers into a more formidable force." Zhuapuju and Shensaida and Yupuju and Lin Hentian echoed, "We have no objections," Lei Zhan affirmed. "Very well, it is settled." Soon after, the orders from Lei Zhan reached every corner, and Leitian City promptly entered a state of emergency military training. Meanwhile, once the news of the conquest reached Jincheng district, the headquarters of the Baiyun army immediately dispatched envoys and 100 soldiers in 3 separate units to the locations of the 3 rebel armies for negotiations. The Baiyun army headquarters had meticulously prepared for this conference. After extensive deliberation, it was resolved that the dispatched envoys should not possess inferior strength, while there would be no upper limit on their prowess. As weaker envoys might not command respect from the 3 rebel armies, only a strong Baiyun army could negotiate, discuss cooperation, and form alliances on equal footing. This time, the Baiyun army headquarters appointed 3 envoys: Li Lingfeng for the Yuntian district, Li Zhantian for the Gutian district, and Li Juyun for the Lingtian district. Once prepared, each envoy led 100 elite soldiers, along with 20 first-tier pills of varying stages, to approach the 3 rebel armies. After a month of travel aboard the Hope Sky, the 3 envoy units arrived at their destinations within a few days of each other. At the border of Yuntian district, in a small village, 500 village soldiers blocked the path of the Baiyun envoy unit, refusing to allow them to advance. Li Lingfeng called out from the carriage window, "I am the envoy of the new rebel army. The Baiyun army, sent by the commander to discuss important matters with your Cloud Lord, please report to him at once. We shall await your response here." The village chief, bewildered, had never heard of the Baiyun army or any rebellion. At that moment, an elder from the village approached and whispered in the chief's ear, "Chief, have you not heard the rumors circulating? A rebel army known as the Baiyun army has recently captured Jincheng district. Perhaps these envoys are indeed from that very faction." The village chief finally registered the situation, yet he remained somewhat unconvinced. In his mind, he had long established that only one army in the world could earn his recognition. The strongest army, which could only be the Yuntian Legion. Arrogantly lifting his chin, the village chief declared, "I have never even heard of this Baiyun Legion. I advise you to retreat at once, or else we shall treat you as enemies." This village chief, possessing the prowess of a warrior at the 8th level, had developed a character marked by arrogance and disrespect, rendering him even more dismissive. Faced with the little-known Baiyun Legion, he chose to ignore them entirely. Li Lingfeng, adhering to etiquette, stated, "I am but a humble envoy of the newly risen rebel army, the Baiyun Legion. I kindly request that you notify your superior." The village chief, still brimming with arrogance and disdain, retorted, "If you do not leave, do not blame us for shooting arrows." Upon uttering these words, 500 village soldiers formed a line, their longbows drawn taut, arrows nocked, observing the village chief and his 500 men. Li Lingfeng could not help but internally scoff. Indeed, like master, like servant, a master lacking virtue breeds dogs of the same ilk. Even at this critical juncture, Li Lingfeng refrained from losing his temper and attempted to reason with the chief. However, before he could utter a word, the village chief bellowed, "Will you retreat or not?" Just as Li Lingfeng was about to respond, the chief commanded his subordinate, "Bring forth all our hidden troops." The subordinate dashed off to summon reinforcements. Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly perilous, Li Lingfeng quietly instructed, "Prepare for all contingencies." 100 members of the Baiyun envoy dismounted, each wielding a 10-mechanism crossbow, with their ranks comprising warriors at the pinnacle of the 7th level, and some even reaching the 10th level. Despite Li Lingfeng's attempts to explain to the village chief, it was futile. The chief refused to listen, stubbornly denying passage to Li Lingfeng and his companions, even attempting to accuse them. Thus, the village chief obstinately delayed for half an hour until the thunderous sound of iron hooves reverberated through the ground. Li Lingfeng recognized the sound. It was the unmistakable clatter of the dragon steed cavalry, a sound unique to their ranks. Soon enough, he beheld 1,000 dragon steed cavalry charging from the distance, followed by 2,100 village soldiers, all equipped with longbows and scimitars. Within minutes, the entire garrison of the village had assembled at the border. Now, the village chief's voice grew even louder as he shouted, "Will you retreat or not?" No sooner had the chief uttered this than the 1,000 dragon steed soldiers raised their long spears, aimed at the Baiyun envoy. Simultaneously, 1,000 archers drew their bows, and the 2,600 guards formed a line, beating their shields in unison, creating a thunderous momentum. Seeing this, Li Lingfeng could no longer contain himself. As a high-ranking officer in the Baiyun Legion, he had endured humiliation from no one, yet here he was, suffering such indignity from a mere village chief. He bellowed, "Prepare for battle, form ranks." The 100 members of the Baiyun envoy quickly aligned themselves, with 20 of them at the forefront wielding shields in their left hands and long spears in their right, while the remaining 80 readied their 10-mechanism crossbows for immediate fire. Li Lingfeng then declared, "This is not a conflict we seek,
but one you insist upon. Allow me to reiterate. Should you report to your superiors, we shall lay down our arms, otherwise, we shall engage until a report is made." The village chief burst into laughter, his guards joining in mockery. "Are you dreaming? We have 3,600 men, 1,000 cavalry, and an entire battalion of crossbowmen and spearmen, while you number a mere 100. How could you possibly prevail against us?" Fuming Li Lingfeng retorted. "Then let us test that theory." The village chief could hardly contain his laughter, nearly shedding tears. He waved his hand, commanding, "Cavalry, charge!" The 1,000 dragon steed soldiers unleashed their full speed towards the Baiyun envoy. Li Lingfeng shouted, "Prepare the entire army, ready your arrows." As he spoke, he summoned his ultimate weapon, the Eternal Sky, transforming it into a 10-mechanism crossbow, and unleashed his first divine technique, the Skyward Fist. Instantly Li Lingfeng's power surged. At his command, the 80 members of the Baiyun envoy fired their energy arrows, each capable of growing stronger in tandem with their wielder's prowess. In an instant, 80 arrows were loosed, piercing through the front line of the dragon steed cavalry, causing them to tumble one after another. The ensuing chaos led to a chain reaction, as the following cavalry could not halt their advance, with each volley of arrows from the Baiyun envoy. More dragon steed soldiers fell, and the village chief, witnessing the unfolding disaster, cried out in alarm, "Halt! Dragon steed cavalry, cease at once!" The cavalry attempted to rein in their steeds, yet they remained uncontrollable, charging forward. Li Lingfeng could not suppress his laughter at the sight. Elevating his power to the late stage of the 1 billion realm, he released another arrow, which pierced through 7 dragon steed soldiers, sending them crashing to the ground, further entangling their comrades. As the fallen dragon steed soldiers rose once more, the 80 members of the Baiyun envoy persistently unleashed energy arrows, sweeping through the ranks of the dragon steed soldiers, leading to their demise. In just a minute, the 80-member envoy had fired over 4,000 arrows, and the 1,000 dragon steed soldiers were entirely eliminated, leaving only a few attempting to flee, only to be struck down by the remaining arrows. The ease with which the 80 members of the Baiyun envoy dispatched the dragon steed soldiers stemmed from their formidable strength. Even their weakest arrows could pierce through 2 soldiers. The village chief, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astounded, as 1,000 dragon steed soldiers were annihilated within a mere 3 minutes. Li Lingfeng and the 100 members of the Baiyun envoy erupted into laughter, their mirth echoing across the battlefield. Li Lingfeng called out, "Village chief, it's time to report." The village chief's expression turned cold, his face a mask of fury. "You think I would bow to you? Not a chance." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Release the arrows." 1,000 archers unleashed a volley towards the Baiyun envoy, sending a rain of arrows flying. Li Lingfeng shouted, "Shield formation." The 100 members of the Baiyun envoy huddled together, raising their shields, interlocking them to form an impenetrable barrier. Advance, he commanded. The shield bearers pressed forward, as 1,000 arrows rained down upon them, clattering harmlessly to the ground. The Baiyun envoy continued their advance. Undeterred, the village chief, in a frenzy, hollered, "Shoot, shoot, kill them." The archers fired relentlessly, arrows pouring down like rain upon the Baiyun envoy's shields. As the arrows continued to fall, the gap between the two forces diminished. Seeing his efforts were in vain after 4,000 arrows had been expended without effect, the village chief ordered, 1,600 guards form up. The 1,600 guards took up their long spears and shields, marching forward with a deafening roar. Li Lingfeng, unyielding, pressed on without any intention of breaking the shield formation. The 1,000 archers, deprived of opportunity, awaited the command. The village chief then ordered the archers to transform their bows into blades, wielding swords and shields as they advanced, 2,600 guards marching in perfect formation, shields clashing rhythmically. As the two sides drew near, the Baiyun envoy suddenly broke formation, swiftly unleashing energy arrows while retreating. "Fall back while shooting," Li Lingfeng commanded. The envoy complied, retreating while continuing to fire. The village chief mistakenly believed that their shields would withstand the arrows, unaware that the energy arrows fired by the Baiyun envoy were of the highest quality, capable of varying in strength according to the wielder's prowess. The shields of the 2,600 guards were of the lowest grade, and under the onslaught of the Baiyun envoy's arrows, they were swiftly pierced through, the soldiers in the front collapsing in death. The village chief, panic-stricken, ordered, "Charge." The guards surged forward desperately, while Li Lingfeng continued to shoot arrows, each capable of piercing through 7 men. The village chief directed his guards to pursue relentlessly, their casualties mounting as they pressed on. The village chief could no longer contain himself and immediately commanded, "All troops halt the pursuit and unleash your arrows." In an instant, over 2,000 archers released their volleys. Li Lingfeng promptly ordered, "Change formation, raise the shield wall." The 100 members of the Northern Cloud envoy swiftly adapted their formation,
"Prepare to throw the spears," Li Lingfeng commanded, and the entire envoy gripped their long spears, poised for action. As the archers advanced while shooting, upon reaching an optimal distance, the 100 Northern Cloud envoys quickly opened their shield wall and hurled all 100 long spears. The spears pierced through the foremost archers, continuing through their bodies and striking multiple foes. In that single throw, 400 lives were extinguished. Li Lingfeng transformed his crossbow into a longsword and bellowed, "Charge!" The 100 members of the Northern Cloud envoy, wielding swords in their left hands and shields in their right, surged toward the less than 2,000 guards, whose formation had been thrown into disarray. Rendering them unable to mount an effective counterattack, under Li Lingfeng's leadership, the envoy plunged into the ranks of the guards. A squad leader swung his sword at Li Lingfeng, but with a swift flash of his sword, the leader's head fell to the ground. Li Lingfeng continued to slash, felling the 100 guards who charged at him with long spears. With a decisive sweep, he severed their spears, sending their tips rebounding into the ranks of the guards, eliciting anguished cries as 100 guards fell lifeless to the ground. The Northern Cloud envoys, emboldened by their triumph, witnessed the guards collapsing in droves. 3 of the remaining 5 squad leaders also met their demise. At that moment, the village chief was left dumbfounded. How could a mere 100 individuals possess such formidable strength? Chapter 74. Humiliated again, rejected. The village chief had not anticipated being forced to retreat repeatedly by a mere 100 Northern Cloud envoys within half a minute. Li Lingfeng wielded his sword, and countless guards fell before him. After 12 minutes of fierce combat, only the village chief and 30 remaining guards stood before the village entrance, with the other 6 squad leaders and over 3,000 men slain. The ground was littered with bodies, blood pooling profusely. Li Lingfeng laughed loudly. "Village chief, do you still wish to obstruct us?" Trembling, the village chief gazed at the bloodthirsty envoys and stammered, "Dare you slaughter our village? When the Cloud Sky District learns of this, you will pay dearly." Li Lingfeng replied with a grin, "Before you say anything else, perhaps you should first observe the corpses around you." The village chief dared only to fix his gaze on Li Lingfeng. Too terrified to look at the bodies strewn about. He glared at Li Lingfeng and declared, "We would rather die than report you. You may slay us, but the Cloud Sky District will avenge our deaths." A faint smile graced Li Lingfeng's lips as he swung his sword, charging toward the village chief and the 30 guards. Panic-stricken, the village chief never imagined his adversary would be so fearless as to kill a leader under the banner of the Cloud Sky District. As he retreated, he beckoned, "You all, come quickly." The 30 remaining guards rushed forward, but Li Lingfeng struck swiftly. Unseen blade flashing, arms, legs, heads, and flesh flew into the air, and when they fell, the 30 guards had vanished. The village chief, horrified by the slaughter before him, wet himself in fear. Li Lingfeng and the 100 Northern Cloud envoys roared with laughter at this sight. As Li Lingfeng approached, the village chief, desperate, charged at him with a long knife. Hoping to take advantage of a moment of carelessness, Li Lingfeng sidestepped, and with a swift motion, the village chief's arm and knife flew into the air. The village chief howled in agony, rolling on the ground. Li Lingfeng pressed his sword against the village chief's neck, rendering him mute with terror. "And now, will you report, or will you not?" Li Lingfeng inquired. The village chief, utterly frightened, dared not refuse any longer, nodding fervently, "I will report. I will report." Thus Li Lingfeng escorted the village chief to the communal phone. "Quickly use the communal phone," Li Lingfeng commanded. The village chief, startled, hastily picked up the receiver. "Is this the town chief? A group calling themselves the Northern Cloud Army has arrived at our village border, claiming they wish to meet with Lord Yuntian to discuss matters pertaining to the 2 rebel forces." The town chief of the Cloud Sky District, sounding impatient, replied, "What Northern Cloud Army? I've never heard of them." "Just gather the entire village's forces and drive them away," the village chief stammered. "But town chief, I have already done that, yet they are only 100 strong." The town chief interrupted, "Only 100, you should be able to drive them away without issue. Do you need to report such a trivial matter to me?" The village chief, hearing this, felt utterly hopeless. He wished to expel them, but the reality was that the Northern Cloud Army had not been driven off, and instead, he had lost all his forces. "Town chief, I want to, but they have already clashed with my entire village's defenses, including 1,000 dragon steed troops, have been annihilated. I have lost an arm and am being held by them." The town chief of the Cloud Sky District was taken aback, his mouth agape. "What?" He quickly hung up, dialing the district office to report to Lord Yuntian. Upon learning of the situation, Lord Yuntian Jinyu was equally astonished and promptly ordered the Northern Cloud envoy to be summoned into the district. Not just this envoy, 2 others encountered similar circumstances and were now being invited into the district as well. Thus, the Northern Cloud envoys proceeded to the Cloud Sky District, accompanied by an escort of 1,000 soldiers. During the journey, Li Lingfeng felt a sense of elation, for the villages along the way were devoid of fortifications. Should a large army invade, these villages would fall without resistance, easily overtaken. Each village was populated by villagers emerging from their homes, clearly engaged in acts of pillaging and plunder. Observing this, Li Lingfeng sighed deeply, perceiving the villages of the Cloud Sky District as a stark contrast to the great cities under the Northern Cloud Army, which felt like paradise. The journey from the border to the Cloud Sky District took a total of 2 months. Li Lingfeng led the Northern Cloud Envoy and the escort to the Yuntian Lord's residence. At that moment, outside the Yuntian Lord's residence, Jin Yu awaited the arrival of Li Lingfeng and the Northern Cloud Envoy with a group of high-ranking commanders from the Cloud Sky Army. When the Hope of the Sky, the transport vehicle of the Northern Cloud Envoy, arrived, Jin Yu's expression shifted. This transport vehicle was far superior and more efficient than their own, something even the government forces might not possess. Yet, this impression was fleeting. Upon seeing Li Lingfeng at the forefront of the Northern Cloud Envoy, Jin Yu's demeanor transformed from one of respect to disdain, looking down upon the Northern Cloud Army. The fact that the Northern Cloud Army had dispatched a mere mid-level cultivator as the envoy leader indicated a lack of true strength among them, merely swarming with lowly ants. As the members of the Northern Cloud Envoy disembarked, Jin Yu sneered, "I am Jin Yu, the Yuntian Lord of the Cloud Sky District and the Supreme Commander of the Cloud Army. Speak your business swiftly." Li Lingfeng, noting Jin Yu's contemptuous demeanor, felt a surge of displeasure but maintained his composure. "Greetings, Lord Yuntian. We come on behalf of Commander Chu Zifeng of the Northern Cloud Army to discuss trade, alliance, and relations with you and the Cloud Army." Upon hearing this, Jin Yu erupted into laughter. "What Northern Cloud Army? What alliance, trade, or relations? With your strength, you dare seek contact with us? Speak quickly and be gone." Li Lingfeng seethed with resentment. As he had anticipated, the lackey of such a dog of a lord was just as contemptible. However, he thought to himself, "I am still a person, I cannot stoop to the level of a mere dog." Taking a deep breath to quell his anger, he replied calmly, "Lord Yuntian, we of the Northern Cloud Army are genuinely sincere in our desire to form an alliance and engage in trade with your esteemed Cloud Army. Please believe in our sincerity." Jin Yu scoffed, "You wish for my belief? Then you must first prove your strength." Chapter 75, 1 against 10. Li Lingfeng asked, "How would you have me prove it?" Jin Yu responded, "Did you not boast that the Northern Cloud Army has conquered the Jin district? I will grant you an opportunity. I will send forth my subordinates, 10 in total, each at the late stage of the one with the universe realm, to challenge your envoy. If you can defeat these men, I shall consider discussing matters with you." Feeling the pressure, Li Lingfeng replied, "Please, Lord Yuntian, send forth your champions." Jin Yu waved his hand. "Let the first 10 late stage one with the universe realm generals step forward." Soon 10 such generals approached. "Which of you from the Northern Cloud Envoy will face them?" Jin Yu inquired. "Allow me to take the challenge," Li Lingfeng replied. Jin Yu sneered, "Very well, let the 10 advance." The 10 late-stage generals charged at Li Lingfeng, unleashing their full might with the intent to severely injure or kill him. Li Lingfeng currently remains at the mid-stage of the Ija Yuan realm, unable to confront his enemies head-on and forced to evade with all his might. Nevertheless, the strength and speed of his opponents far surpass his own. Before Li Lingfeng could even make a move, 10 adversaries had already closed in on him. Li Lingfeng proclaimed, "What kind of strongmen are you? 10 against a single person. Even if I possess the power to engage you in battle, how could I possibly contend against 10? Your Yuntian district is truly bullying." Upon hearing this, Jin Yu could not help but scoff. "Very well, you may withdraw," leaving one to face him. At that moment, Jin Yu believed that Li Lingfeng could hardly defeat even a few generals at the late stage of the Ija Yuan realm, let alone prevail in the ensuing contest. Thus, 9 of the late-stage Ija Yuan generals retreated, leaving only one to continue attacking Li Lingfeng. Yet, even this solitary adversary was beyond Li Lingfeng's current capability to handle. The late-stage Ija Yuan general launched a punch, forcing Li Lingfeng to retaliate with all his strength. Their fists collided, resulting in Li Lingfeng's right arm being shattered and him staggering back several steps. Jin Yu and the other generals erupted into laughter, while the members of the Baiyun Special Envoy Group were left astonished, clenching their fists in frustration. The late-stage Ija Yuan general, witnessing the scene, also laughed heartily. However, merely 20 seconds later, a surge of red and blue true energy erupted from Li Lingfeng, signaling that he had reached the peak of the late-stage Ija Yuan realm. This transformation went unnoticed by his enemies. Only Li Lingfeng himself could feel it. At that moment, his right arm healed, the bones perfectly restored. Li Lingfeng then unleashed his second divine technique, the 3000 thunderclouds, and the Tianhuang fist, rising slowly, The late-stage Zhije Yuan general laughed mockingly, still hoping to struggle in vain. Li Lingfeng retorted with a smile, "Who dies is still uncertain." Enraged by this, the late-stage Zhije Yuan general declared, "You insignificant insect. How dare you mock me?" With that, he launched another punch. At this time, Li Lingfeng clearly observed the general's attack, sidestepping and seizing his arm, forcefully shattering his bones. Had Li Lingfeng not held back, the general's arm would have been torn off completely. With his other hand, Li Lingfeng delivered a punch to the general's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and collapse to the ground, rolling in agony. Witnessing this, Jin Yu cursed. "Useless, all 9 of you, attack together." The 9 late-stage Zhije Yuan generals charged at Li Lingfeng, unleashing their full power. Although Li Lingfeng had attained the peak of the late-stage Zhije Yuan realm, he was still at a disadvantage against 4 opponents. Thus opting to evade for the time being. However, the gap among the 10 was not insurmountable. A mere moment of negligence could lead to a collective confrontation. Jin Yu shouted, disregarding decorum, "Be careful, he may resort to underhanded tricks." The 9 late-stage Zhije Yuan generals, heeding his warning, bore down on Li Lingfeng with all their might, yet this fray lasted less than half a minute before Li Lingfeng's body brimmed with thunder and true energy. His power now reaching the peak of the late-stage Zhije Yuan realm. Immediately, he executed his third divine technique, the 3000 flowing clouds palm and the breaking void fist. After unleashing his technique, Li Lingfeng ceased his retreat and prepared to counterattack. The 9 late-stage Zhije Yuan generals were taken aback by this sudden shift, unsure of his intentions. As Li Lingfeng charged towards them, they too advanced in response. Li Lingfeng swiftly broke one general's arm with a punch, then unleashed a flurry of strikes, compelling the remaining 9 to block, ultimately breaking both of their arms. With a series of kicks, he sent them flying, all severely injured and collapsing unconscious. Jin Yu, witnessing this, roared in anger, "A bunch of useless fools, you cannot even handle a single mid-stage Zhije Yuan strongman. Relay my orders, bring these 10 to be executed." The guards promptly acted, dragging the 10 away for execution. Li Lingfeng chuckled, saying, "Lord Yuntian, these 10 merely faltered against me. If you execute them thus, it would be utterly unreasonable. I implore you to spare them." Upon hearing this, Jin Yu's expression darkened. The handling of his subordinates was not something he wished for others to interfere with. With a grim countenance, he replied, "You wish to plead for them?" Li Lingfeng smiled. Of course. He emphasized the last 2 words, and Jin Yu responded coldly, "Summon their families for execution." The guards replied, "Yes, Lord Yuntian." Li Lingfeng then inquired, "Who shall be sent forth next?" "Lord Yuntian." Jin Yu ceded, "Send out 5 peak late-stage Zhije Yuan generals." The 5 peak late-stage Zhije Yuan generals soon arrived. At this point, Li Lingfeng had enhanced his cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the half-step Master Lord realm. Seeing the 5 peak late-stage Zhije Yuan generals approach, he extended his hand and bowed, "Please." The 5 generals, upon hearing this, wore expressions of disdain, and together they launched an attack, believing they could swiftly incapacitate Li Lingfeng. Yet, to their surprise, Li Lingfeng's strength proved formidable. Aware that defeat would mean death, he resolved to hold nothing back. Chapter 76. The return journey of the Baiyun Special Envoy Group. Observing the 5 attacks simultaneously, Li Lingfeng retaliated, sending 1 peak late-stage Zhije Yuan general flying with a single punch, shattering several ribs in the process. The remaining 4 fell to his might, rendered unconscious. No plea for mercy was necessary this time. Jin Yu issued a direct order to have these 5 and their families executed. The members of the Baiyun Special Envoy Group erupted in laughter. While Li Lingfeng recognized that the upcoming battles would not be easy, he promptly unleashed his 4th divine technique, the Emperor's Fist, and addressed Jin Yu, "Lord Yuntian, who shall you send forth next?" Jin Yu, brimming with fury, commanded, "Send in 3 half-step Master Lord generals." 3 exceptionally skilled generals took the stage. Li Lingfeng remarked, "You may all come at once." The 3 half-step Master Lord generals, upon hearing this, dared not underestimate him any further and launched a coordinated assault. Their speed and power rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the previous opponents. Their fists moved like shadows, striking at Li Lingfeng. He countered relentlessly, landing blows on one general, breaking another's hand, and flooring yet another. It was merely a matter of Li Lingfeng's slight superiority in cultivation levels. Unsurprisingly, all 3 fell to defeat and were swiftly dragged away for execution. The final showdown loomed. Jin Yu glared at Li Lingfeng, saying, "Li Zongshi, how about a life and death duel? If you win, we may discuss terms. Should you lose, you shall become a soul beneath my blade." Li Lingfeng understood that to avoid this challenge would render any negotiations futile. Even escaping the confines of Yuntian district would prove difficult. After contemplating, he replied, "I accept." "Where is he?" Jin Yu, with a fierce expression, ordered, "Summon the young general." Soon, the young general, a strong presence at the quasi-master lord realm, Arrived Jin Yu continued, this contest will determine victory and defeat, disregarding life and death, should either side perish, the other shall emerge victorious. The young general nodded, and Li Lingfeng said, shall we begin? Upon finishing his words, the two locked eyes for a full minute. By then Li Lingfeng had reached the pinnacle of the Quasi-Master Lord realm, surpassing the young general in strength. As time passed, the young general drew his sword, and Li Lingfeng conjured the everlasting sky. With one last exchange of glances, they began their fierce combat. The young general's swift blade lunged at Li Lingfeng, who countered with his own sword. The two clashed fiercely, trading blows. After several exchanges, Li Lingfeng unleashed the sky-soaring sword technique. After another 10 exchanges, the young general suffered a grievous leg wound. Just as he attempted to rise and retaliate, Li Lingfeng severed his sword arm with a single strike. The young general, horrified, sought to resist but was swiftly decapitated. Jin Yu could no longer restrain himself, yet out of concern for his dignity, he swallowed his anger. Once he regained his composure, he declared, in this contest, Li Zongshi, you have emerged victorious. Li Lingfeng replied, Lord Yuntian, shall we now proceed to negotiations? Jin Yu smirked, of course. To demonstrate my sincerity, I propose we discuss matters just outside the Yuntian Lord's residence. Observing Jin Yu's sly demeanor, Li Lingfeng suppressed his unease and forced a smile. Very well. Jin Yu, noticing Li Lingfeng's restraint, allowed a faint smile to appear. What does your Baiyun Legion wish to negotiate with us? I doubt your strength allows for an equal discussion. Li Lingfeng chuckled, in terms of strength, I am merely an individual of moderate capability within the North Cloud Legion. Our commander, prior to our arrival, had already instructed us to discuss 3 matters regarding our future development: alliance, and trade with your esteemed Tian district. Upon hearing this, Jin Yu and his entourage of generals erupted into hearty laughter. Jin Yu remarked, then I kindly ask you to elaborate on these 3 points of development: alliance, and trade. Li Lingfeng replied, firstly, development entails our 2 factions uniting to confront the government of Leitian City. As long as we maintain our unity, the Leitian government will be less inclined to take action against us, which would significantly benefit our growth. Secondly, regarding the alliance, should we form a military pact, the Leitian government would have to reconsider their approach, weighing our strength before attempting any aggression, which holds great potential for future conflicts. When the time comes to assault Leitian City, our chances of success would be greatly enhanced, yielding multiple advantages. Thirdly, concerning trade, our North Cloud Legion is capable of refining basic and first-grade elixirs and weapons. Thus we can engage in the exchange of elixirs, arms, and resources, fortifying the bond between our 2 rebel forces. Jin Yu responded, however, it seems we have no need to ally with you, nor is there a necessity for trade, let alone to strengthen our relationship. Li Lingfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Jin Yu's abrupt and decisive rejection, completely disregarding the benefits the North Cloud Legion could offer. With curiosity, Li Lingfeng inquired, Yuntian Jun, what leads you to such a conclusion? Do you truly doubt us? Jin Yu laughed, firstly, your strength is too feeble. Engaging with you would yield no benefits, let alone development. You are already fortunate to be independent of our support. Secondly, as for an alliance, I must reiterate that your power is inadequate. We have already allied with the ancient and Ling Tian districts, enhancing our strength. Forming an alliance with you would be illogical. Lastly, regarding trade, if you genuinely possess the ability to refine elixirs and weapons, how then is your strength still so lacking? Are you perhaps refining mere sustenance? Upon hearing this, Li Lingfeng responded with a sarcastic smile. Well then, I must thank you, Yuntian Jun. I shall now lead the North Cloud Envoy back to the Jin district. Jin Yu smiled in reply, very well, I shall not see you off. Following this, Li Lingfeng promptly guided the North Cloud Envoy aboard the Hope Skyship, setting course for their return to the North Cloud Legion, the army resolutely heading homeward without a glance back. Once the North Cloud Envoy departed, Jin Yu spat disdainfully upon the ground, exclaiming, what sort of scum dares to propose an alliance, trade, or interaction with us? Chapter 77, Encountering Ambush. After Jin Yu spoke, his demeanor shifted, and he said menacingly, that North Cloud Envoy has slain so many of our generals, we cannot allow them to escape unscathed. If we let them go, it would be a tremendous affront to us. He surveyed the generals of the Yuntian district and continued, dispatch a large force to intercept and eliminate them, then send their corpses back to the North Cloud Legion to incite their wrath and provoke war. This would provide us with a justifiable cause for our campaign, enabling us to eradicate them in one fell swoop. The second benefit is that once we conquer the Jin district, we can investigate whether they indeed possess the capability to refine elixirs and weapons. If so, we stand to gain immensely. The generals of the Yuntian district echoed in unison, your wisdom is unmatched. Tian Jun. Jin Yu commanded, immediately deploy 10,000 troops equipped with the finest armaments to encircle and annihilate them. I observed their competition earlier and noted that their limit lies at the level of a quasi-master, therefore, I shall dispatch a general of initial master level to lead the charge alongside 3 quasi-master level generals for additional support. The generals of the Yuntian district responded in unison, yes. Tianjun, one of the Yuntian generals, inquired, where shall we carry out this ambush? Tianjun, Jinyu replied, I believe we should strike at the border village they are approaching. The Yuntian general responded, understood, my lord. Meanwhile, the North Cloud envoy journeyed onward, heading directly towards the border of the Yuntian district, a journey that would take 2 months. Within the Yuntian district, 10,000 troops, armed with heavy artillery and firepower, advanced towards the border. Among these troops, 3,000 belonged to the Dragon Steed army, while the remainder were infantry. The North Cloud envoy, due to the treacherous terrain, enjoyed 2 months of tranquility. During this time aboard the Hope skyship, Li Lingfeng experienced a breakthrough, ascending to the late stage of the Yizhi Yuan realm, significantly enhancing his strength. After 2 months of travel, the North Cloud envoy finally reached the border, arriving at the village they had previously visited. However, they found the village devoid of any inhabitants, prompting Li Lingfeng to sense an ominous presence. He urged, there is a dangerous aura here, hasten your pace and swiftly cross the border so we may return. The driver of the Hope skyship acknowledged, yes, General, and promptly accelerated, racing through the village towards the border. Just as they were about to depart, the thunder of hooves resonated, followed by the deafening roar of artillery and the rapid fire of heavy weaponry. Fortunately, the Hope skyship's speed allowed it to narrowly evade the explosions. However, the village was besieged by gunmen, their firepower overwhelming. The Hope skyship was unable to escape the relentless barrage. As the sound of shattering glass echoed, explosions ensued, leading to the destruction of the Hope skyship. Fortunately, Li Lingfeng had already led 100 members of the North Cloud envoy to leap from the ship, or else they would have met their demise. Having exited the border, Li Lingfeng and his companions initially believed the Yuntian troops would not pursue them, but to their surprise, the troops continued the chase, charging beyond the border. Leading the assault was the 3,000 Dragon Steed army, closely followed by 7,000 infantry, some of whom were equipped with heavy artillery and firearms. The Dragon Steed army advanced, firing their rifles while galloping swiftly, causing Li Lingfeng to recognize the gravity of the situation. He promptly commanded, form a shield wall with 20 men at the front, and have 80 men ready to shoot arrows. The 100 members of the envoy swiftly complied. Once the shield wall was established, the 80 archers unleashed a barrage of arrows, felling numerous members of the Dragon Steed army. The Dragon Steed soldiers retaliated with gunfire, their bullets striking the shield wall. Meanwhile, Li Lingfeng summoned his first divine technique, the Sky-Soaring Fist, unleashing waves of energy. As he harnessed his technique, the 80 archers continued their assault, their arrows capable of piercing multiple foes, while Li Lingfeng's energy arrows could penetrate 7. Thus, the envoy relentlessly countered the enemy, with Li Lingfeng continuously gathering energy for his divine technique. As more enemies fell, his prowess grew, and during the charge of the 3,000 Dragon Steed soldiers, over 600 had already been slain. Nevertheless, the Dragon Steed army's advance showed no signs of abating, as the 7,000 infantry equipped with heavy artillery and firearms relentlessly pursued from behind.